Yo, fam, walk on. Got Cacas call. Hey, come on, the G block in this bitch. Yeah, now we do. G block, with the knees up. Yo, hey, big up man like Trill. Just past Trill's live stream. We got yourself G. Yeah, we saying Saturday. I think Saturday's what we're gonna do now, yeah? We're gonna do a weekly wrap up and review on Saturday of what happened in the week. I think we should start doing that. Start doing that because so much things are happening on the stream in G Block. We don't even fucking man. We miss bad things. Yo, old type man like BVM. Oh god. You get me? Oh god, Cocker Skull. Yeah. Yeah, we here, man. You get me like fucking. Mm. Yeah, man. The weekly wrap up and review. That'll be good, man. Hello. Yeah. Right. Hey, what was your address again? I'm not sure, but they're not linked together. They're not connected. No. No. It's a bit of a coincidence. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in your flat, because your flat's run by electric, your hot water and your heat is not connected, so they run in two different circuits. So your heat has got every radiator in your house. It's got its own fuse in its PCB. So if you're you'd have to call someone about that. No, I take care. But yeah, sorry about that, man. I didn't even have no one to back it. You get me? I didn't even have no one to back it from. Yo, what you say? Hey, BBM, what you say? Was this me and you, yeah? But all right. Let me dash in the link in the chat. Come chat about it. Might as well jump in. You hear me? Where's my fucking G blockers, man? Yeah, mate. Yeah, you know what? I didn't even start with no tunes today, man. You know how we do. You know how we digga do. But boy, I think one thing though, I'm gonna have to make a G block dub plate though. Still, I can't lie. Yeah, I need Ultra and James to get some bars together. See, you can have the G block dub plate. That'll be smart. Yeah, the G block dub plate. Okay. One sec, one sec. So, old type my East London dons. I'm coming through to your side now. I'm gonna pull up on your block. You get me? Jeez. You know how we do, B. Old type man like Jordan in the building. What are you saying? What, never mode activated, yeah? Jeez. Yeah, B. Start, boy. You know what? Yeah, differently. Differently. Yesterday's show was mad. Friday's show was mad. Yeah, big up man like Carmen Office. Right, cover. Carib set. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Real Caribs, yeah. But they really speak Creole. Okay. They does. Yeah. the, that's why you need to sign up to the atheist team, G. If you're an atheist in here, there's no such thing as a devil, cuz. You can laugh at that shit. A devil? What? Yeah, me. Yeah. Just see. Keep us the artist. If you're talking, I need to get, you said, try to get a gig subplate, yeah? We said, if you're talking the RDG, look up up in the post and the RNG. Yeah. Talking about it. Yeah, boy. That's what we're gonna do, yo, Jay the Barber fam. I want the people them in the chat to give me their biggest highlight of the week of this week. It's been yeah. It's been mad show. It's been mad show. I was like, is it 1984? Is it? Is it 1984? Yeah. Yeah, man. We need to do a little review around up and catch up of highlights of the week and then yeah, and a little freestyle chatting and yeah, we go from there, man. Yeah, I was at my like push out, my energy. Yeah, man. Sorry about that push out yesterday, cuz. I was gonna bring you back in, you dropped back off, man. You know how it goes. You know when the pan was mad, yeah, and man trying to wrap up, yeah, but then it starts getting a bit exciting. It's like, shit. Yeah, 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 man. You know what? We're having a rave tonight, though, yeah. We're having a rave, man. Yeah, man. We could have a rave tonight, B. Yeah, that's it, man. Bottle of water mode tonight, yeah. Make sure you got your bottles of water, your ice cold water's ready. Ice water. Ice down on the champion. So we not in up on the jungle sound. Yeah, man. Yeah. G Block's got mad still, fam. Yesterday's show. Yesterday's show was fun still. I don't know where that Bindi or Bindi Tupu or whatever that British guy's name is. I don't know where that one come from, bro. That was bad. Popped out of nowhere, like fucking spraying CS gas everywhere. You get me? Everyone was coughing in the place like. Where's all the small hats? Some little shiny Mexicans wanted to roast Jews and shit. Mud. Just my daddy. Yo, so where's the random though? You might just gonna chill in the chat, yeah? You just want to hear very chatting, yeah? Chatara. Chatara and Chatara. Yeah. Okay, man, like Ali Khan. First in the building, yeah? Oops. Yo, Ali, what on?
Yo.
What's going on, man?
Nothing.
How you
What's the
doing, man?
question of the day?
As your first in the building, as your first in the building, we're gonna ask you what was your highlight of the week from last week.
Uh, to uh, to be fair, Ali, I wasn't I wasn't watching the shows much. I was just watching them every 2 minutes. I didn't really have a highlight.
Again, you weren't really watching last week.
No.
It's gonna be a bit hard for you to tell us what your favorite highlight was of the week. Then,
Yeah.
so did you hear about anything that happened in this week on the show or in our little circles or whatever?
No.
No, you're fucking boring, man. Just giving no. Just chilling. you never watched no YouTube channels or nothing this week, yeah?
No. There was that big fight, wasn't there,
With who?
on the channel? Thingy, Dark Magician fighting that other guy. I forgot now. There's something with Dark Magician and someone else. I forgot now on the channel.
Yeah.
That's my highlight. That beef with Dark Magician. That beef that other guy had with Dark Magician. I forgot his name.
Who's the other guy?
Huh?
What other guy?
Someone was arguing with Dark Magician on the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, yeah. Hold it down, man. Read out the comments, yeah? Yeah, now. Are you still talking, yeah? Huh? Yo, Ali,
Yeah.
was you reading out the comments? Keeping the people entertained, yeah?
Yeah. Lol, where's everyone been? Turkish Civil War. I'm waiting for Khan versus EDE round 2. Big ups for the flexing. I don't even know what the comments
Each I
are.
run up on Carl in it, man. That was funny still. Everyone wants to beef Khan. Sometimes I feel sorry for him still. That's why I allow him. Like, right. Everyone wants to beef him from. Mm. That's what happens when you're too nice, isn't it, man?
I want to beef you.
Everyone wants to beef you, man. What's it? Everybody knows I got to the drugs. Yeah, we got the people there, man. Trying to have a little. Them things there, you got me? Yeah, bud. You see my new meme. As is a joke here, look. As if trolls his own guys. That's the funniest thing about As if, you know, why he cracks me up. Like, he trolls everybody, but he trolls his own guys too, you know. So now you got Fogger fans as your fucking avatar.
No, it's not Fogger fans.
What? What is
It's
it?
obvious not for Gafaz. It's Zabid and Walid meme.
Hey, Sufi dog, do you dance in mosque? They're asking if you dance in mosque.
What?
They're asking if you do the Sufi dance in the mosque.
And I was trolling some people and they were that Sufi in it. I don't do no
Yeah,
Sufi dance, not even Sufi. Man's not even Sufi anymore.
yeah. You just respect all the faiths of Islam. I've got respect for that still, car. Instead of trying to put one down, you can shine them all respect. All right.
What's happened to Munda, who used to be in the chat? I'm not seeing him in ages.
Yeah, Munda's still in the chat. He was going back and forth with someone yesterday. He was going back and forth, stop spamming for a bit. And then there was others. Yeah, man. Some people them in the chat. Let me know, man. What's been the highlight of the week this week? What do we need to review and go over? Have a little quick chat about it. So and so and so and so. Yeah, bro. Then it's like, you get me? So what did we do? We started off on Monday. What was the show on Monday? Did we have a show on Monday? Later on Monday. Still, I remember. I've been on so much shows, yeah, and so many hours. That's mad. Yeah. In a week, yeah, we done enough watch time on the fucking videos. We do it every week, bro. It's mad.
Mm. How are you finding the Note 10?
Yeah, good man.
I've got the Note 9 now. I use the Note 9. I'm just one below
Yeah.
you.
I was gonna get a fold, yeah, but I just stepped back, man. I was just gonna get those. I
So
like
you
those.
didn't get the Note 10?
Yeah, I was gonna get the fold, but I just got the note instead. Note 10.
Okay.
It's because I do building work, innit, man. It's gonna fucking break or get cracked or something. Nothing's gonna happen. You know what I mean?
So you use your old phone or your work phone?
No, but I've got a company business phone, and I've got a personal. So
Okay.
I've got two business phones and a personal phone. Yeah. So, what's the people them in the chat saying, man? What they saying is the highlight of the week so far. Or this week. What's the consensus between the people them in the chat?
Apparently James is going to finish me off. I've got no beef with James. I don't know why he's going to finish me off.
Let me just give you a shout out to the people them in the chat. Shout out hearing you, hearing me. Shout out Cotton Socks, we got yourself. Shout out Grand Off the White, we got yourself. Shout out Cool, we got yourself G. Outside Jada Barber, big up yourself. Outside. Azzy, yeah. Outside Lexi, big up. Man like Kushite Smoke, big up yourself. Is it 1984? Yeah. Outside Jordan M and BVM. Yo, BVM, I thought you was coming through, man. For some chatting to do with that, cuz. Yeah, man, we need someone that's been watching this week, yeah? To jump in and, or at least type in the comments what the Nah, yeah, what you saying? The best show was Rasta versus the 10, yeah? That was a mad show still, I can't lie, man. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad still. Rasta is my bro, you know, bro, but yeah, yeah, that was bad still. That was bad still. Hey, big up, Rob. What you saying, bro?
Good morning, my man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Good, good. That work, man. Work, man.
What's new?
Um,
I didn't. I've been a bit busy this week. I listened in a little bit. I think you were asking just earlier on what was the highlight. Uh, I was actually listening to Rustic spectacularly failing to defend slavery in Islam while I was mowing the lawn. One of those rare occasions when there's sun out, you can get up and do something. So while the mower was on, had the headphones in listening to that. And it just shows how incredible it was to try and defend that when I'm agreeing with Ezra. I mean, I can count on one hand how many times I'd agree with Ezra on reality. And I was like, Ezra's making sense. So it's spectacular for Ezra to make sense on something. It must mean that the other person is talking complete nonsense. So it was a spectacular fail in attempting to defend Islamic slavery.
hey,
So that
what's
was
that
one
picture of,
thing.
Adu? Adu, what's that picture of? Sorry, Rob. Sorry, Rob. Hold on a second. Adu, what was that? Speaker's corner. Speeder. You're not kidding. And what? Yo, yo, fool. Fire in the morning.
That's a good one, that is. Vicky Pollard.
What is that? Hey, what, Rob? You live near like a river or a countryside and that, yeah?
Yeah, it's almost overflowing here. There was a huge storm last night, and there's a storm everywhere. You know, there's been storm warnings and stuff like that. And yeah, it's a pretty full river here, must say.
What's it like? Going from city life to country life.
Quiet, I tell you. It's one thing you can say about it.
What county? What county are you in?
Yeah, I don't normally talk about those sort of things. I try to keep the personal things personal, because there's unfortunately people out there who would try to find
because
ways,
obviously because you live in the I live actually pretty much in the countryside as well myself, innit?
Yeah.
More
I'm a
around
long way. I used to go to Speaker's Corner a lot, but
yeah, you know,
I live
more
well over
around like
200
the
miles
the
away.
Jurassic coast.
The Jurassic Coast.
Yeah.
No, what? No, I'm not familiar with the Jurassic Coast.
So it's like around more like southwest.
Okay.
I'm not like the only colored person here, innit? Literally, is it? The only like the non-white person. Everyone's cool though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I wasn't familiar with that. The other thing that I happened to listen in on one point was, I think, and again, God of Jacob, I don't agree with much of what he says, but I think he gave Khan a little bit of a roasting there, telling him he's always involved in black people's affairs and stuff like that, and this investigation business. I'm still under investigation.
Can I mention one thing though regarding the Islamic / Arab slavery thing? Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, I think we have to make a difference between the Islamic and the Arab slave trade. I don't know if you lot agree with me on this one.
Well, you could say that
all under one category.
Well, you could say the pre-Islamic Arabs were already trading slaves, but when Muhammad came along, he still allowed that. Maybe he treated. Maybe you can argue there's some verses in the Quran that allows him to treat them better, but they were still owned as property. He owned them, he bartered them, etc. himself, right? And that's the biggest thing. So you could say he made it slightly better, but that's still not saying much, right? If you're saying somebody's the best example to follow
No, but
for all
obviously
mankind,
it wasn't. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. It wasn't fully abolished, but besides
yeah.
from the theological part and everything like that, regarding the actual slavery part itself, in it. Do you know what I mean? So it's not whether if you believe in it or not in Islam, it's the actual slavery part itself. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but bro,
Wouldn't you
listen,
say that?
it's that
Yeah, go on.
you so like, do you not see where people that are non-religious have an issue with there even just being whether it's even a million times better than the chattel slavery or the Arab issue with.
You're breaking up, or is it me?
Yeah, no, he broke up for me. I thought maybe I lost my signal then.
I thought that because I hate StreamYard, man. I use my phone for it and I can't hear properly. That's why I
Yeah,
hardly
myself
jump
too,
on
yeah.
live streams with StreamYards on.
I think the biggest issue, as I think Valley's pointing to, right, whether it's quote unquote chattel slavery or some other form of slavery, slavery is ownership of somebody that you can sell, that you have as property. It's like owning pets or some other object or whatever the
I
case.
agree, kind of. I kind of do agree where you're coming from, but then at the same time, the way I see it as, you have to look at the time also. The time is actually important because during these times, back then or previously, during the ancient
Morning.
times, a person that never had nothing, for them to survive, they will go and ask someone to be the master. Which
Yeah, but I think that's like employment, right? You can
no,
that
not
could be
really.
the case,
No,
right?
no, not really. No, because these people would say, "Okay, can you make me your slave?" So they get fed, and so on. So that did used to actually happen back in them
sure,
days,
but
which
that
was
doesn't mean
actually
that it's
normal.
right. Yeah, but that doesn't mean
No,
that it's
it
right.
doesn't.
And that person,
No, it
and that
doesn't.
person
It
could
doesn't have
actually
to
say
mean
to them,
it's
"Hey,
right.
could I work for you rather than could you own me?" And we'd all agree that's better. So I could feel like I've got no money, right? Or I'm poor or whatever, and I'd say, "Hey, Asa, can I come and work for you?" But that would be better than me saying, "Hey, Asa, can I come and work for you and you can own me as well?" Right?
But but that's the thing. It's down to the actual social conditioning during them times. You have to understand today we live in a different social conditioning. Back then, they probably never even had a conversation like this.
Okay. On that note, can I say something?
Yeah, go
on, mate.
Recently, I was just on my Facebook. I was commenting on something that Dan Juma was on. What about the Indonesian girl that got executed in Saudi Arabia recently? She was a maid, and her boss was raping her. She was defending herself. Is that Arab culture? Is that Saudi Arabian culture? Because this is happening as well underneath Muslim Watch. And how come we don't speak about stuff like this?
Yeah, I think that the difficulty with that is some people are going to say yes, that is a version of Sharia. Other Muslims are going to say no. They're all going to have their own opinion. And I think some Muslims will condemn it, others won't, etc. But that seems a bit more subjective. And I think obviously I think most of us agree that is horrific. That if any sentence, it certainly wouldn't be taking somebody's life for taking somebody else's under that conditions. Right? She's being sexually assaulted. You could say maybe that her taking his life was too strong, but maybe a jury would find that under that particular circumstances it might be justified. But appealing to Saudi Arabia is most Muslims most of them will just disown it and say no, well I don't agree with it. That's a form of Sharia that I don't agree with, or that other scholars don't agree with. So you just run into this wall of, hey, that's subjective, we're not going to accept that, whatever.
Yeah, but it's also down to today's social conditioning, because back then, about 1,000 years ago, people would have agreed with it. Am I correct?
Yeah, but we're not in 1,000 years. We're in 2020, and this is going on. This is happening to Somali women.
But this is I'm responding. I know where you're coming from. But I'm responding to what Rob said. Yeah, but listen, 1 second. I'm responding to what Rob said.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
can you respond to my question after then, Atif?
Yeah, I'll respond. But responding to what Rob said, about 1,000 years ago and today, is down to social conditioning. So back then, people could have more likely to have accepted such a thing.
Yeah, that's fine, right? We can all agree that people back in those days weren't as refined or understood morality as well as we do, and that you
Yeah.
can argue, right? What you can't argue is that to suggest that Muhammad is the perfect example to follow for all time. If you just said that he was okay at his time, many of the arguments against Islam wouldn't come up. But the moment somebody holds him up as the moral example, that does invite us to use the standards by today to judge him. And if he passes that, then we can say he is a perfect moral
Yeah,
example.
like
If he
you hold
doesn't, then he
Adolf Hitler
fails.
as a moral example, Rob. You've said Hitler's I love Hitler because anything. That's your choice.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that about Hitler?
You said you support Hitler.
I said I support Hitler.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll accept it's early morning and you're trolling, so we'll just
Okay.
ignore that
Rob,
silly comment.
It's a straw man argument. It's what you do on us, which is
okay,
applying
Rob,
straw man arguments.
I
Rob.
don't know if you know what a straw man argument is, or you could actually identify one. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, whoever else was speaking.
No, my name's Khalid. Yeah, listen to this. So Atif and Ali, I seen. So I'm asking my brothers, this is going on. How can we call stuff like this out as Muslims in the modern age? If stuff like this is happening, modern day slavery, stuff like
Yeah,
this.
I know where you're coming from exactly, because in the Emirates as well, the UAE, yeah, this has been going on a lot also. So there's people from
It's happening to
India,
Bangladeshi,
Bangladesh,
Pakistani,
Pakistan,
it's happening
Afghanis,
Indonesian women, it's happening to
Somalians.
Somali women.
Yeah, Muslims do actually enslave each other, but it's not an Islamic practice. That is one thing we have to understand.
So
These
how
are
come we
Muslims
call this
doing it, but it's not an Islamic practice. That's the difference.
This is what I'm trying to. But Atif, this is what I've been trying to get a lot of people to understand. This is not Islamic. This is an Arab culture that is going on.
Exactly.
So how can
Okay,
what
but
can
guys,
we as
let me
non-Arab Muslims expose this and highlight it? Because this is what I'm going to be talking about on Sunday in the park. So
Yeah, but okay, so let me prime you on this then. How is it that your prophet didn't set the perfect example?
Well, he did set a good example for during the time. Yeah, well, this is my perspective on this, right? So you know how alcohol became haram. You know, when the Quran was getting revealed, yeah, people still used to drink alcohol. Do you know there was a time that actually existed? And then obviously slowly the prophet's like, okay, don't come to the prayers while drunk, don't come to the mosque while drunk. And then it slowly got abolished, drinking alcohol. I believe, right, when it came to slavery also, by setting certain standards and rules to it, it was going towards abolishment. That's what I believe.
Okay, but that's just your, to my ear, at least if I can say so, that's just your biased view because you want it to be really good. But again, are you just saying that the prophet was better than people at his time, or are you saying that he's a perfect moral example for all of us to follow for all time? What is your view on the prophet?
So
You
I
personally?
think you're arguing through the banning of slavery through hermetry numerics, abrogation over slow abrogation over time.
Okay, but is Muhammad I think it was Asif that was speaking there. Is Muhammad the perfect example to follow today or not?
Stop spamming cock. That's what we want to know, Rob.
Yeah, I believe
so. Is he
yes.
the perfect example?
I believe so.
You do.
I believe so.
Okay. So let me just ask you.
As a layman, yes.
Let me just ask you then. If you think he's perfect, what you mean by perfect is that that whatever he did, we couldn't conceive of doing it any better. You would agree that's what a perfect meant. He has the highest degree humanly possible, and we could not conceive or argue that it could have been in any way better. Is that
during
happy with that?
When you look at what was going on around him and his environment and everything, and you have to also consider that also at the same time, then yes, and you have to learn from that as well, how he dealt with such situations in them very conditions that he was in.
Okay, so did he have the power of God on his side? Was he speaking for God? And if he wished, or if God wished, did he have the power to outlaw it instantly if he wished?
Outlaw what?
Slavery. Does Muhammad speak for God? And if he has the power of God, would you agree that God could outlaw it instantaneously and no human would ever want to do it again? Or God could make it such that slavery is outlawed? You agree that can happen, right? Because you've got such a powerful God.
It can, but then obviously we have something known as willpower. You know what I mean? We got will.
Yeah, I agree.
Our willpower, our will will obviously, if we want to commit and do all sorts of other things, it is actually possible for us to do so because we got the freedom to do so. So even it
Okay,
comes
but
down to
Asif, in this,
slavery. We could enslave people.
yeah, well, Asif, talking about willpower at the moment is irrelevant, because what we're talking about is a principle, not whether somebody would obey it perfectly or not. I'm never arguing that. If we're fallible beings, human beings will always disobey things. We pretty much, we can accept that, but that's not the point. The point is, if Muhammad came down and he had the power of God on his side, and he had one of the first revelations, right? If he had 10 revelations, like 10 commandments from Muhammad, that we all agree today were the best 10 commandments that could ever have come in order, we could say there's a moral example, right, in those commandments. And one of those things would be, thou shalt never own another human being. Quite why God allowed it prior to that, we can always argue. But let's say that Muhammad came to fix everything and make it all right.
Again, I'm gonna kind of disagree, because when you look at the time, at that time, during them, around them times, about 1,000, 2,000 years ago, slavery was actually a big thing that used to happen. It actually was happening. So for a commandment to wait 1 second, for a commandment like that to happen, it may create a problem within the structure of the system, how it used to work back then.
So what?
Does that
Who
make
cares,
sense?
right? This is the power. Yeah, sure, but this is the power
So
of God.
for that reason,
who cares?
For for that reason, and due to the reasons also, there weren't even programs that we have today, like housing, dole money, and all that stuff never really existed.
Another reason why Muhammad is not the perfect example. I mean, you're making my point and not yours.
No, not really. You're not making a point. You're not really making much of a point, because you have to look at the time. Let's say certain what do you call it, empires or whatever, weren't afford to give out these benefits.
Yeah, but because
so
remember,
obviously certain people would actually ask for, okay, can you be my master? They will actually go and do such a thing like this. And it will happen within, wait, it would happen within a certain landmass also. That's why the transatlantic slave trade is totally different, because people literally, sailed across the Atlantic Sea and grabbed people. But before, in the actual landmass, it used to happen, I think, if I'm correct, around the whole world. Africans used to enslave Africans. It was
we know this,
a normal thing back then.
I'm not that old chestnut. Listen, brothers, slavery in general is wrong, whether it's Christian, Muslim, or whatever. Ban slavery. Why can't a lot of people say that? Fuck slavery. What happened 100 years ago, whatever happened 100 years ago happened. Today we cannot judge what happened in the times that we live in. That's the difference. We live in a whole different time. We right now, Rob, under Islam, if I'm gonna go to a different country and enslave people and put a sword to them and make them convert in Islam, I can't do that now, because I know that's haram. It's not the teachings of Islam. But then again, there's certain Muslims. Where I'm coming from, Rob, my angle is there's certain Muslims that have done wrong in the name of Islam, and I'm calling that out as a Muslim, and I'm gonna call that out.
Was Muhammad also wrong? Hang on, was Muhammad also wrong then?
Allah Ya'lam. I wouldn't say he was wrong, because he's my prophet of Allah, and I'd follow his teachings and the way he was.
Okay, so now you're asking. So now you're being inconsistent. You're saying that it was always wrong to own slaves.
Listen. At the end of the day, what happened then happened then. That's all I'm saying. And if it was wrong,
okay, so it was okay.
But I'm not judging.
Was it wrong?
We're living. Okay, but listen, there's times that people are living 150,000 years ago. That's immorality wrong.
My friend, I'm asking you, by today's lights, was it wrong then? Or by today's lights, was it right then?
By today's lights, it's wrong. By today, if I'm judging it by today.
Great. Would you agree then that
one second. It depends down to your definition of what you call slaves today. Because people would say actually with slaves, so that actually makes a big difference here.
Somali guy, if you are saying that by today's lights it was wrong looking back on it, then what you are entailing, and you might not realize it, is that Muhammad is not the perfect prophet by today's lights. Are you prepared to acknowledge that?
Can I say something? Can I say something for you before you putting words and stuff into my mouth? And I'm going to speak for myself as Khalid. And whoever pulls me up on this is wrong. Yeah, I'm saying what my prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was a human being. In these times where he was living that Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, certain things were right, certain things were permissible. Maybe it's to do with servitude. Maybe it's to do with something else. But at this time, I'm saying certain things were wrong. And people are human beings. I may Allah forgive him for he's righteous. I may Allah forgive his wrongs. May Allah forgive and bless his he's good that he's brought to me humanity. Because at the same time, he's the most influential human being in the world, and Islam is growing at a highest rate. Even if that did happen, it is still growing. So you could pick up and you could be this professional. It's Khalid, yeah. Rob, my South African boy. You could do this all day long and very rare, and that's what my start.
Okay, Khalid, that's
ask me 150 other questions.
I just want you to talk to the point directly. Don't tell me that he was okay or he made. If you say he's made mistakes, I obviously agree that if he existed, he made mistakes. But then you cannot, in the same breath, claim that he's the perfect example. You could say, "Hey, he's an okay example," but we can find many things that he's not a good example for.
For me, you can't put words in my mouth, Rob. You can't change Islam. You can't
it's logical. It's not me putting words. It's the logic. You've got to follow the logic here.
Logics, man. I go by my own logic and my own rules. Salah alayhi wa sallam. Peace be upon my.
So you play your own game of logic. I see.
Yeah,
but then we can't have a discussion, right? If you're going to use your own,
and that's up to you. This ain't your panel, then, innit, bro?
We can't have a rational discussion.
And that's you. That's where you're coming from, Rob. You get me?
Rob, I don't know what you mean now. You could be talking. You could be having a contradiction into what you just said. So
What's up, Dan?
Yo, you got. Where have we got to so far? Where have we got to so far? Can everyone hear?
We've got to the view. Yeah, we can hear each other. We've got to the view that
round. Listen,
Khalid has said,
my religion is growing. There's each 4 people on the planet Earth, 1 out of 4 people are Muslim. You ain't gonna stop that. You Islamophobes, and you can hate what my religion. You could take it apart. It ain't gonna stop, brother. Allahu Akbar, la ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. Simple, innit?
Yeah, okay, we can dispute that, but that's irrelevant to the point. It's got nothing to do with the point. So where we are, Valley, at the moment, is that Khalid has agreed that Muhammad is not the perfect example because he said he made mistakes and he's going to pray that he's corrected and all that sort of stuff. As long as he claims that he's not the moral example, then
what do you mean? I haven't claimed. You're putting words in my mouth, brother. You're putting words in my mouth. My prophet is my.
I'm following the logic which everybody else follows apart from you, apparently.
Yeah, well, that's your logic, innit? Your logic
if you're going to go to Speaker's Corner and you're going to go and have an argument, people use the same logic I do, that Dan does, that Valley does. If you're going to use your own version,
them. I don't even talk to them. But I don't talk to people like that. You know me. You've seen me.
You only talk to people who have got their own versions of logic. Is that how you work?
Whoever I want to talk to, brother. You see me.
As soon as they disagree with you, you just use your own version of logic.
I don't go argue. You've seen what I've argued about. I don't go argue about
I don't know you. I probably have seen you, but I don't recognize your voice.
Again, then that's you, innit, bro? You get me? Just because you want something done in your way, nah, fam, miss me with that.
No, it's not my way. It's the logical way. Everybody says it's my way.
It's your logic,
I appreciate it might sound like my way,
it's your
but
logic,
it's the logical way.
Everyone shares your logic. Does anyone share your logic?
Well, we're supposed to, but apparently not.
I just wanted to know.
Everybody accepts the laws of logic, rational inference, modus
Dan, go on, Dan.
etc.
I was just wondering, can you ever foresee a scenario in the future where slavery could be deemed necessary again for like society to progress?
Yeah, 100%. So let's look at today. Yeah, today we got all this networking of computer networking that goes around, right? Let's say tomorrow. I've always thought about this scenario in my head. Let's say, like an EMP goes off and all the electric devices, everything goes off.
Yeah.
Right? That will put people back to slavery also at the same time.
Well, it could be that, or it could be some sort of social breakdown.
Social breakdown, which can also lead to slavery.
But then I'm arguing the inverse, that there was a social. We hit a certain point. We progressed to a point where societies became industrialized, and then we didn't need slaves anymore in the same sense. But I mean, you could argue that the people who were packed into the terraces that served the factories were kind of somewhat, they're like industrial kind of serfs or peasants. I don't know. I mean, if you're working.
What about? Can we talk about a topic kicking the balls out?
But Rob, hold on, Rob. I mean, you're stating the obvious there. I just said that industrialization, it could be argued, eliminated slavery. So yeah, that concept of slavery. I specifically said serfdom, or peasants. Peasants are different from slaves. This is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's the thing.
So
It's not the definition of what they say what slavery is.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm asking you to imagine a situation where society regresses to a point where the industrial kind of I don't know, that buffer that we built up isn't there.
So we need to go.
This is what I'm trying to ask.
I will start with.
I don't know how you try to do that, but it's that man that were trying to find ways to justify to bring slavery back.
I think you're listening for something that's not there, bruv. Like, I haven't jumped on to say that. Did you hear what I said?
No, you kept the break up for me. Can you repeat that one again? People, I think, were interrupting
you just said to Rob, is there any way that he could envision that they would have to be like serfdom or anything like that in the future?
No. I said no. But listen, what does Benny? The core of my argument is that slavery ceased once society became sufficiently industrialized. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that seems like that wasn't the only thing that sort of ceased it, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was other processes,
bruv,
and other things that
it became. I've trust me, man. I've studied it, and like, there's a very good argument to be made for the inefficiencies of the empire as Britain entered a kind of an industrialized age, and there wasn't a communication that could keep up with it. For example, the telegram was just about functioning at the sort of later points of the 19th century. If the internet had existed at that point, then the British Empire would probably still be here, because it was only really held back by kind of communication issues. It was very difficult. If there was like a slave uprising in Jamaica, in Morant Bay or somewhere, or in Haiti or whatever, wherever it was in the kind of sphere of a country's influence, they'd have maybe 10 days to react from the core of the empire to like the periphery, if that. Like, it wasn't a rapid. So what I'm saying is, slavery only became wrong when we kind of eliminated the use for it or the need for it in society. That's what I'd argue. Because I don't believe humans suddenly had some like light bulb moment and went, oh my god, this is really wrong what we're doing to people. I don't think that happened.
That's exactly what I was trying to explain a bit earlier as well. So
because bro, check it out, very. Check out what they did in Jamaica. As soon as they got rid of slavery, they just brought in indentured servitude, and then they brought in Germans and Syrians and Lebanese and Indians and Chinese. And basically started to set up Jamaican society. You know how that goes anyway. You already know how that goes. But what I'm saying is, when there was no need, right? When there was no need to get an expensive fucking buckwild West African onto a plantation, you can go and get it cheaper somewhere else. So you can get it more efficiently somewhere else. Get the Chinese, get the Germans, get whoever.
Yeah, but bro. David, but you got to think though, yeah? No, but wait, listen. They're buying people that they're gonna keep for life to work for free forever. And if they have any children, if their children have any children, so I can't see where they thought, it's not financially viable for us to be keeping people for free labor anymore. When did that happen?
Bro, if there's a machine that can do what 10 people can do, and you can use that machine instead of using those 10 people and worrying about whether or not those 10 people are going to run up in your house when you're sleeping and kill you, bruv, you go with the machine. The empire was look, bruv, after the Haitian Revolution, a lot of things changed. Put it that way, a lot of things changed because.
Okay, but wait. After the Haitian Revolution, a lot of things changed. But man, that's what I'm trying to say, bruv. There was a revolution there. That was the change in circumstances where it was like, rah, it could come back on us. They could take this back. Rah. Okay, now we need to start doing something. So and so. Wait. For me, yeah, when my personal thing, yeah, and what I always keep saying, when there's a risk of repercussion, yeah, when there's a threat of you can take your justice for things that will happen, that's the time when the things will, that people will stop taking liberties and doing it. So
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not as convinced that slavery was abolished because of some great, kind of moral light bulb moment.
There's more to do than the revolution. Is that what you're saying, Dan?
That's not what
I'm saying.
I never said it was because of a great light bulb moment. I'm saying it's because obviously because of the revolutions. Now there's repercussions of fallouts and things happening to people that own slaves now. So the slave owners have now got a risk of being attacked, losing their money, losing their family, and so or whatever. Yeah, if that can happen, if they're thinking that can happen, that's the thing that's going to start setting the ball rolling to so and so. I'm saying not we feel sorry for these people and we need to set them free now because we've been doing this for so long and we've got so much money now that we're rich and we need to. No way, it's never going to be like that.
Well, no, but check it out. This is what I'm saying. There's a point, right, where the argument I'm making is logically sound. If you roll it out, you can see what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If society collapses for some reason, then what is to stop people from forcing people to labor to build, I don't know, whatever it is, fucking concentration camps or the death marches of the Armenian genocide? Like the Turks are still saying that wasn't a genocide or whatever. We just made people walk somewhere. Do you know what I'm saying? But that mobilization of like an entire group of people in a time, I suppose, where morality is up for fucking question in wartime, isn't it? What is moral? What's moral during a time of war, kind of thing. So I don't know. I'm interested to see what Rob says because
but wait,
but Veli, it's not really an argument, bro. I'm asking whether or not Rob thinks that humans have kind of acquired this like enlightened moral position, or whether or not things just kind of followed from economic realities and practicalities.
Yeah, well, I think you there's nothing to say that it's not a combination of both. Whether it was people who suddenly decided what they saw in the Bible in the Christian cases of chattel slavery suddenly didn't really mean that. Whatever the case is, I think you can argue that some of those people did have a change of mind or their moral compass suddenly swung the other way. And it could also have been, as you pointed out, there could have been, to some degree, it's not, quote unquote, to use your term, as necessary as before. I don't think it's ever necessary. But that's sort of the point. Or could we regress to that point? I suppose
you don't think it's ever necessary. Okay, so how did Rome come to be? How did Greece come to be? How did Egypt come to be? How did the Persian Empire come to be? How did any great empire come to be? I mean, I think there's possibly an example of it might be Darius. There might be one example of like a benevolent king who famously didn't use slave labor, but he'd be an exception in history, right?
Okay, but you seem to be asking, Das, how do they come to be? I agree that they involve slaves. What I'm saying is slavery was never okay. And you seem to be saying, well, actually, it's okay to build the empire. I'm saying, no, it's not okay to build the empire. I've not said it's okay.
I've never made a value judgment.
They thought it was justified, or whatever the
case is. I've talked about necessity. I've talked about a necessity.
No, I don't agree it's necessary. At any time, at any point.
I don't agree that there was ever a necessity.
And if you think it...
Okay, so then the next... Hold on. No, bro, just slow down. And Veli, I don't know where this it's just a very simple thing. I'm saying, can you foresee a point in the future where slavery could potentially, right, become necessary again?
Well, only if we regress back to the times we were. Let's say we had an alien attack on this planet and wiped out most of civilization, and everybody's running around in bands of like being anarchical. Then yes, I suppose in order to survive, they might do that. We're never going to say that it's morally acceptable. That's the point. At any time in human history. And if somebody came along and said, well, hey, it's necessary to build the empire, I'm going to say, no, it wasn't. Then you don't deserve to have the empire. If your empire is built off slavery, you don't deserve the empire, in which case it's still never justified.
Like the apartheid regime.
Does that apply to, does that apply to the British Empire, to the Americans, to
the apartheid regime in South Africa as well?
Well, anybody that well, all of those quote unquote empires no longer exist anyway. So, but yes, they shouldn't have done that. So we can look back and say that was morally wrong, right?
Necessary to what end? Because
that's what I'm saying. There was the necessity in
hold on, Belly. No, but I don't know, man. In principle, you have to agree with what you're saying.
Are you arguing that there was a point, right? Are you saying there was never a point where slavery became unnecessary? It clearly became unnecessary, and there was a reason. There was a reason for it.
But Dan, I'm agreeing with you in that these are saying it's never necessary in their opinion, and I agree. Like, but necessary to what end? Isn't it? Like, if you're trying to industrialize at a period in time, it clearly is always necessary. So any kind of like great industrialization period, the foundation is always essentially cheap labor or the sort of delegation, if you like, to put it pleasantly. Yeah. It's necessary. That's very necessary. So to have what we have now is only possible with slavery. Yeah? Like, we all agree with that, right?
Yeah, that's a part of my argument.
John, sorry to cut you lot on, Dan. I just wanted to say, Jacob, you're right. You saw that, innit? Sorry, carry on. No, I was just it's a private little message I'll send it to God of Jacob.
And in the future, we may all be slaves to AI. We may like have our organs harvested and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I think you made a good chat.
That's kind of how the convo goes. Well, yeah, I mean, they're saying that with the rise of automation, there's going to be this like scramble for the jobs at the bottom of the barrel. So the developing world is going to be a crush of people who are forced into really, really, really shitty jobs that pay even lower than they currently.
Beefy, you're right, bro. I noticed that as well. No, sorry, carry on, Dan. My bad.
Yeah,
hey, bro, listen. Wait. Listen. If you're replying to anyone in the chat, type it back to them, innit? Because obviously, in the middle of when man them are talking, it's like
my bad, Belly. My bad, G. I apologize.
But do you see what I'm saying, Belly? The argument I'm making is basically that the British Empire was like slavery's necessary. Slavery's necessary.
Yeah.
What should we got?
They thought it was.
Should we got? How far have we got? Do we need it
that?
anymore? It's getting a little bit. It's getting a little bit expensive. It's getting a bit inefficient. All right, cool. We don't need it anymore. We're fully industrialized. Boom. That's it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then rationalize and justify afterwards.
But what I think is troubling about this whole debate, before, not the one we're in now, but before, is we can all see, like, I don't know, me personally, I agree with that. That I don't think slavery was a moral paradigm shift or the abolition. I think it was cost effective. There had been proponents or abolitionists. So, like, I'm not saying all British people were like inherently evil, but generally the regime only accepted it because it was cost effective at that stage. Yeah, but I would say with regards to this debate that we're having with essentially Respect and whoever else, Ezra, the reality is if we right now were condoning the sort of pre-abolitionist lack of a better word, I don't know, man, like political ideology, then it would be troubling, isn't it? But the fact that irrespective of the reason, we've now come to the understanding that it is more morally acceptable or it's morally deplorable to practice slavery, and the fact that some people agree with a doctrine that harkens back to a time where slavery was permissible. That's the real, like, the fundamental crux of the argument we've been having for these past couple of days. Is that how can we all here sensible enough to say this was the benefit of slavery for the imperialists, and now we can all agree morally it's unacceptable? But some people are like, yeah, these guys are unacceptable, but in the future, I would condone slavery. That means it's undone all of the sort of good work, if you like, the moral progression that we've been through. It's just undoing it by saying, yeah, well, because Jesus said it, it's okay to do. Well, not Jesus, but,
yeah, because it says it in my special book. It's all right.
But James, did somebody actually say that it could be okay to have slavery in the future from a moral principle point of view?
Yeah, man said.
Holy shit.
They literally said if Veli's more of a savage because he would kill an enemy, as opposed to me, I would enslave him and presumably enslave his wife and child as well.
Raj,
about
you're
things-
on one. Jeez.
And rape them.
The
You get
wife
me?
and the children.
Yeah, man. I said, kill them all, innit? Yeah.
Yeah,
I said,
same here.
listen, yeah. They put. Listen to the scenario. Listen to the scenario. Listen to the scenario, bruv, man. Stop saying I can't do that, man. Listen to what I'm saying first of all, fam. Because you're saying that before I've even said what I said, fam. Like I'm saying that there was a scenario put to me. I think it was me and Issa was talking, yeah, and then man was saying that, right. So what would you do if you was on the beach, we was on the beach in Jamaica or something, and ISIS come or whatever, and we're sitting there? Would you kill them all, or would you take people as captives? I'm like, oh no, what would you do basically? Yeah, I'm like, bro, I'll just kill them all, bro. What am I trying to take people as captives and slaves for? That don't even make sense. Like,
so they can rebel against you later on.
Yeah. So they can anyway. They can come back or whatever. But I was saying, but the main issue is though, like, I'm not a prophet, and I'm not supposed to be followed by anyone for any moral guidance. You get me? Only by my children, probably. So, like, I could say something wild that you man might be able to ridicule, but
no, but
I'm not your prophet or nothing.
That's a key point, though, Valley, because you're just.
I don't know. I'm just asking if you're just going to use that as a benchmark. You're going to say, "Oh, it's all right if I'm still." If I'm in the same conversation, it doesn't really matter what I say. Do you think it's more moral to execute prisoners of war or captives than it is to put them
into slaves, to have them as slaves and flipping kill the men and have the women as sex slaves and maids or whatever?
That's how you imagine. I'm not arguing for that, but I'm just saying if you look at how things go, you generally, you're going to get some war crimes for that.
I'll kill them all, mate, rather than trying to take people as slaves.
But Valley, you made a good point in that. That's your opinion. We can challenge that
So
opinion. But you are
women
not
and children as well.
Yeah, mate.
Go hold on, no, because you just
Listen, let him take his. I told them on the show.
1, 2, 3,
I told them
4,
that day as well. I said,
you'd kill women and children.
Yeah. You're here still, Rob. But yeah. I said all of them, man. I said if they're coming as attacking insurgents or whatever, do you know what I'm saying? Over to the place, I'm killing everything, bro. You get me? Like, but again, like I keep trying to say, this is just
that's what I'm saying. So if that's the default,
again, like I keep trying to say, this is little old me. That is not no one's prophet. That is not the best moral man of all time that everyone has to follow. I'm just Veli.
Well, there's a couple of things there, Valley. One, you're correct that you are not claiming to be the prophet or the best moral example.
Rob, what would you do?
Yeah, I would capture them, right?
It's not my mic, bro. It's not my mic. It's Freddie's mic. It's Freddie.
Sorry.
Yeah, I would capture them as prisoners of war, not slaves, and then release them afterwards, according to the Geneva Convention. So that would be my position, right? So we could challenge Valley. So he is right in the sense that he's not the prophet.
All right. Do you know what? Yeah, I didn't give you the full thing, Bob. Yeah, because obviously this is before the Geneva Convention, and this is like in the time of Prophet Muhammad sort of thing. So they were saying around them sort of times. What would I do then?
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yeah, well, then I think if your principle, Valley, is the preservation of yourself and your tribe, you would do what is ever morally principled within the circumstances you have. But what we could say is, hey, looking back on that now, that might not have been the best way. But I think you would try and do something for your survival, right?
Can I just posit?
No, but if you're trying to imagine a perfect example, Veli, like if you're going to use your standard of perfection, you haven't got to include a prophet. You just say, in the best case scenario for me, if this was the scenario, this is how I would play it out. And I'm just interested as to what you choose to. I mean, I get what Rob is saying about the self-preservation thing, but this is what I'm saying. If that was our default position, if every time two tribes went to war, they bumped heads and then they just killed women and children afterwards, then I would say that some form of capturing and enslaving would have been a progression from that, no? And then we move from that towards stuff like the Geneva Convention, prisoners of war, like a formalized, codified system.
But
see what I'm saying?
But no, but that's literally that is the crux of it. It is Belly can do whatever the fuck he wants, but at the end of the day, yeah, no disrespect, Belly, you don't know what you're gonna do, yeah. You don't actually know what exactly is gonna happen in that scenario. However, there is something mandating a specific sort of behavior
Listen,
in response to that
I
kind
was
of scenario. And that is the problem. That is the problem with it.
No, but this
But if you
discussion,
agree, hold on, but if you endorse that, hold on.
Discussion could
Can I
be a
just,
mandate. This discussion could be a sufficient mandate in terms of like a thought experiment, right? We can imagine what would happen. There's no point in saying
there is no progression in the dogma. There is no negotiating those terms. So you could pose a better argument now, Dan, and it can make Veli change his mind. And between today and yesterday, he's changed his mind because of the good argument by you. That doesn't allow for it. So when people are criticizing, like Dark Magicians criticizing stoning, and then Raspex using a random example of stoning, you're saying this is the moral standard, this is the apex, the apogee of morality. There is no higher than this. But we can all disagree because, as you just put it, like, yeah, society will progress X, Y, and Z. People are saying, though, they want to go back to a time where that is the rule, that is the law. So they want to do away with all the progression. They want to rubbish it all. And someone like Veli's well within his place to say, who the fuck am I, bro? I'm some random guy who, if you hit my family or something, I'll kill you for it. But I'm not the moral standard to aspire to. He's not going to tell his kids to go around killing people eye for an eye, is he? He's saying that for himself because he believes himself to be a flawed individual. So it's dangerous when we accept these kind of things.
I tried to tell you from, I think it was from Wednesday. This has been going on from Wednesday, bruv. We got the Sunnah of the Gaza. You feel me? Yeah. We follow the Sunnah of the Gaza. Yeah. And the Sunnah of the Gaza says, kill them all and on. Yeah.
What about if you're Gully side? We got Nevada on them, man. If you're Gully side.
You gotta go, boy. Trust me, kill them all and on. It's all right for long gone.
Save your vibe. Save your Nevada on that side. Save your Gully.
Yeah. Gully, yeah. That's what I'm saying. You know what happened, man? You kill them all and done. Yeah, everything dead.
Everything has
said. You better hope World Boss come out of prison world, Imam. You better hope, bro.
You might take the piss now, man.
You got me with that. You got me with that.
He said, hey, that's the 12th one. That's the 12th one, yeah?
That's the 12th one, guys.
Are you not trying to do that Shia guy, innit? We're trying to come out that hole he's been in.
James, you made a good point.
Sorry, I got to jump off though, man. But everyone, big up for.
Rob, what's your favorite Vybz Kartel tune?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Stick on, Rob.
Trust me. You know what my favorite one is, man?
I'll say my one's right. I'm
Bicycle. You get me? Gaza all day, brother. What are you talking about, man?
Yo, you got to fix it. Sort him out, man. Well done.
What's wrong with this brother, man?
Out here, fam.
Yeah, got it.
Is that what?
He's asking Rob, you know, Veli. He's asking.
No. He's asking. Who's he asking?
He's asking Rob. That's what I'm saying. He said, Rob, what's your favorite man's tune? And he said, Rob, Gully on Gaza.
Yeah, Rob's Gaza, man. You know what I'm saying? My Gaza, man. Is he? Yeah. And you know what Rob's favorite tune is, man, as well. Kill them all and on. You get me? Rob's favorite tune's Clarks still. So I'm good. You get me?
Okay, you know, say Rob wears Clarks as well. You know that's the real. That's the realness.
Clarks.
He's back right now. He's thinking, what are these guys talking about right now?
Anyway, let's get back to something else. So James, you made a good point, right?
Let's get back to arguing.
The doctrines are dogmatic and unchanging, supposedly. And that is, but then you get the believers who say, look how good our system is, right? This dogmatic, unchanging system. And then when it's pointed out that there are some problems with that system, then we get all kinds of mental gymnastics trying to justify it. And so
has democracy ever has slavery ever emerged within democratic societies?
Not legally that I'm aware of.
Is Greece democratic? Greece was democratic, isn't it?
Greece was democratic. Yeah.
So I guess it has, isn't it? So
yeah. So I just want to let's explore that, Rob, because if we're talking about like ideologies that slavery, democracies can produce systems of slavery, right? They can produce the institution. You can elect a government that will essentially, implement slavery in certain parts of an empire or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, look.
I don't think there's anything within slavery. This is the thing: a democracy, or the idea of a nation state is inclusive, right? It's this little kind of demarked thing on a map, or this geological like unit, and then you imagine everything outside of it. So a democracy could function well in terms of the in-group benefits from X, Y, and Z, but there would be laws, and the in-group would vote for those laws as to how you treat out-groups. So this is the thing, like, yeah, we haven't really produced a perfect system that tells us exactly why slavery.
Arguably, we never will. Though. Arguably,
this is what I would tend to believe, but I'm interested into. I mean, yeah, we can kind of knock down Islam and go, haha, maybe that may not be true for all time, but I would say that we've yet to produce a system that kind of insulates us from that problem. So yeah, Rob, thoughts on that? Democracy leading to slavery?
Yeah, well, I think by today's standards, that would be virtually impossible. You could argue that in quote unquote old democracies, they allowed that, but that just shows again the fault in human thinking. But we're not also putting forward that we have the perfect system. That's the difference. Our interlocutors are claiming they have got the perfect system. So whatever shortcomings you can bring in, quote unquote, the system that we have today, if you argue well for it, I'll accept that. But I'm not going to tap dance around that, right? So
no, but the thing is
if we're between the two of us.
This is the thing, right? If we're going to go, and I'm with you to a point, right? We can, well, I would say, and this is just a note, having looked at like the interventions that have happened in the past with like theocracies or whatever, right? These kind of supposedly backward systems of like social organization. Whenever we've encountered them, we tend to kind of, it's like we come bearing a gift. We're trying to market. This is our freedom. This is our democracy. These are the ideals that we represent. We would like to implement them here. And depending on how much you resist, we may or may not use violence to implement them. That's basically that's the kind of political narrative of the 20th and 21st century. Go around the world, sell people a kind of a marked up version of democracy or freedom. Do you see the point that I'm making?
Can I?
Like, I don't really know. I don't know what we're offering as a kind of improvement.
Can I?
Because technically, you could implement democracy in every single Islamic country, and then they would just vote in a government that would either be fascist, autocratic in some sense, or would just bring back slavery straight away.
Can I just?
There's nothing to prevent.
Quickly, in between Rob's point and yours, the reality is there is an argument. First of all, you can place values on all of the different sort of societies, right, and all the different ideologies, which I do. So I believe that whether it's not perfect, it's preferential. However, with like adherence to the dogma or to the ideology or to the constitution, what have you, you would argue that there is the potentiality to develop as close to perfect as possible a political system. The adherence to it is whether or not we will regard that as the best of civilization, the best time, in humanity, what have you. The reality, though, is our system, so be it Britain, America, even though we know they contravene it or they lie to the people, what have you, adherence to this system is far more preferential than adherence to a 1400-year-old dogmatic political or jurisprudential system. And that is the main point. It's like people say, Muslims aren't perfect, but Islam is. No, it clearly isn't. It's clearly deficient. It clearly allows for slavery. People can argue about, the prison system, modern slavery and that, but within the system, there isn't any clear laws you can point to that are racist. It's more the manifestation or the way it's carried out that you can say this institution is racist. But our actual system is far better than a 1400-year-old system. And adhering to it, if indeed we're ever able to fully comply with all of the rules, is far more better for the individual.
You could also say that our system is far better for the institution of slavery.
Yes and no, because look at like someone with refugee status. Someone in a 1400-year-old system doesn't have any rights at all. You could argue the bulk of Iraqis that were killed in the Iraq War is an example of our system, our foreign policy being horrible. But we can lie that they contravened it by lying and using a pretext to go into the war. So the actual system itself protects individual Iraqi refugees that come to this country and should, if implemented correctly, have protected the Iraqis in Iraq. So the actual system is better. The government, the sort of seditious fucking government, is not. And you could argue that the same with Islam, but with even worse consequences. Because if the base premise is flawed, and then on top of that you have this sort of.
Here's the thing. I would see the potentiality.
Here comes the Islamophobia. Yeah, listen, brothers, I'm gone in a bit. Fuck the ball. Fuck apartheid. I safe, man. Jim Jones and Dan, take care, mate. Yeah. Rob, suck your mum in it in a bit.
Chill out, bro.
Okay, sorry,
we can see somebody who doesn't follow rational thought. Yeah, playing a different game.
All right, again. You don't follow rational thought. You're intelligent. You're this. You're that. Shut up, man. The fuck I am, man. I hope the black people in South Africa rise up in it, man. I just hope black people in South Africa catch you one day.
Your own logic.
Come on,
yeah,
man.
You keep wishing.
Yeah,
keep wishing like God exists. You can have faith in your same way you have faith in your God. Nothing will happen. Off you go, buddy.
No, I'm Jim Jones. I'm gone, man. I'm gone. I say, innit? Fuck apart.
We'll stay with a rational thought rather than the irrational thought. But James, I don't think you've answered Dan's bigger criticism, which is, if I understand it correctly, the point that I heard very clearly was, what is there in a democratic system to prevent people regressing? I think that was one of the big things. Is that correct, Dan? That was one of the big things I heard you say.
I don't mind answering.
So for me,
to you, yeah.
Go on, then.
No, I said I think he asked it to you. I don't mind, but
anyone you don't want to take it, it's there for you, lot, innit? I'm just putting it down. I feel like either of you don't want to take up the.
I feel like I did. I feel like I did address it. I kind of addressed it in that I said, so. For example, one would argue that there is a level of continuity within within our political framework, and we elect officials as opposed to Brexit aside. We generally don't have the say in affecting change, right? And our political framework, as far as I'm aware now, is kind of, some would argue that the apex of it are, the lobbyists or the corporate interests and corporate powers. But the reality is that even the corporate powers, they would have to lobby our political system. So there is a level of insulation that just our core values have now. Similarly to the America, you can make slight amendments. Hold on. You can make slight amendments to the Constitution, but there are constitutional principles that Americans vow will never be overturned, and there will always be pushback. It takes a vast majority to affect that kind of change. So if you're arguing if the whole world or the whole society, the complete majority of the society forces by some revolution or some change, then our hands are tied. It doesn't matter what I answer. But if you're saying that, do we have enough protections in place with our sort of political system? I would say definitely we do. Definitely we do. Well, I believe we do here in the West.
Mad thing. I just looked up. Sorry, Rob, I had to do it, man. I've been forced to look up apartheid because he just mentioned the Boers and people are saying it in the chat. So apartheid, as I've just read, was adopted as a formal policy by the South African government after the ascension of the National Party during the 1948 general elections. People would probably argue that, apartheid as a kind of political system was, history kind of is probably quite clear on that. But interesting example of something that is, most people would argue, immoral, emerging through a democratic system in modernity as well, not 1400 years ago.
But that isn't democratic though, because only one side gets to vote. You know what I mean? It's not really democratic. If the white people were slaves, then you could argue that. If the white people perpetrated this apartheid system against themselves, you could argue that. But if it's one group that is able to control the state of the other,
your point is one of franchisement is who you include in the democratic process.
Correct.
That's a conversation. But again, the conversation of enfranchisement and disenfranchisement happens within the context of a conversation about democracy, and indeed within a system of democracy.
Then you
So
have to define
this is-
democracy then. Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I think
we can define it. So it scales, doesn't it? But I mean,
A system of government by which the whole population or all eligible members of state, typically through elected representatives, control. All right, cool. From my understanding, I would only employ that kind of terminology to describe people getting to essentially have their say on how their country is governed, or they themselves are governed. So I don't think it would ever be. I don't think we could ever count it as a true form of democracy if there
That's
is
a
a
separate-
franchise group.
that's a separate question, because then you could argue whether or not there's ever been a true manifestation or form of democracy, and whether or not, you know, people being disenfranchised through committing crime.
But Islam does disenfranchise, because Jews, Christian, if you don't believe the religion of their God, then you have less.
But it's not a Muslim on the panel. I'm trying to have a discussion about something in the absence of Muslims. There's no Muslims here.
All right, then
Talking
any
about-
religious doctrine,
talking about
you're not a
democracy.
believer.
Rob's kind of just got the thing I'm saying. Is there anything inbuilt into democracies that can prevent immoral systems of government or governance emerging? And I would argue no. And if anyone thinks differently, then tell me what they think.
I think I just did, but
Yeah.
let Rob start.
Okay. Yeah, so I think James made a good point with the apartheid regime in South Africa. We wouldn't call that a democracy, right? There were the majority of the people did not have the opportunity to vote in or have a say on these things. So we wouldn't by any stretch of any rational view say that was a democracy, right? You could say that was like a forced segregation, and the people that had the power, ruled over the majority of the people. So we wouldn't call that a democracy if we're going to be intellectually honest about it. But to your bigger point, democracy. What is inbuilt in there? Okay, so I think, Dan, if we're going to talk about that, then we have to compare two different things in the following sense, because my view would be the inbuilt thing in there is rationality and a moral system. Now, you could always argue and say, hey, well, who cares about that? But you could say that about any other system. So the inbuilt thing, apart from some of the things that James said about practical checks and balances, we could say that, hey, if you care about what's true, and you have a moral system that we all broadly agree to, those are the checks and balances. And under that system, slavery would never be implemented again. But you could say, hey, well, if the majority vote in a theocratic thing, but then they're going against rationality and they're going against the checks that we have. So that's just a practical point. But on a point of principle, no, I don't think that a democracy, if it runs by those systems, can allow slavery. It has that checks and balances in for all rational people who care about what's true and care about their fellow human beings.
Just to check, so you don't believe South Africa had true democracy until what, the 1990s?
Yeah. By the definition of democracy, right?
So you were born in an ademocratic country.
Correct. Yeah. Obviously, by the definition of democracy, which is the majority of the people having a say in the government, right?
Whole population.
So you would say, what, in moving to the UK, you've now, or I don't know, or having experienced the UK and the US, you've what, encountered real democracy?
Well, far better. I mean, like you said, it's not perfect, and yes, that would be the standard to aim towards. But we're not perfect, and nobody in their right mind would say that anything is. But the form of democracy we have here or in the US is way better than I would argue almost anywhere else.
Well,
I mean, you could obviously include a few other countries, but they're all democratic countries, right?
I think maybe you're conceding to the ademocratic point a bit too quickly. I don't think that South Africa was ademocratic. I think that is democracy. That was a form of democracy, without doubt. It may not be a form that's kind of politically palatable in 2020 to discuss, but I mean, this was a position that up until 30 years ago, Margaret Thatcher was defending apartheid. There was a lot of kind of fairly well sort of established academic positions that argued for I don't know. Anyway, look, I think we're conceding now, or we're sliding towards the point that there is no real true democracy. I don't think.
But Dan, I think there is a true principle of democracy. Have we perfectly attained it? No. Are we fallible beings? Yes. But you have a system which, whether you can you can lobby some objections against the system in principle, but to say that we haven't got there isn't an argument against the system in principle. So I'd like to hear from you.
I agree with that. I'd agree with that.
So what is your argument in principle against what I've suggested in a quote unquote perfect democratic state where you value what is true and you value.
Slow that down. Sorry, what's my.
Rob, can you repeat it?
Yep. Sorry, did I break up?
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Carry on.
All right. So, because we're talking about the principle of democracy, and you're saying what is it in democracy that would prevent something else happening, i.e., going back to slavery or having a theocratic dictator or whatever it might be. And I think I suggested in principle it would be caring about what is true and having a moral system agreed upon, a fiercely fought for or argued for moral system. If you have those two things, then in principle, anybody who went against that would be the check and balance that would prevent people or the society sliding backwards. And a response would not be, well, hey, in practice that might not happen. That's not a response. So you'd have to give me a principled response to suggest that no. Accepting those principles, we could still go backwards.
All right. I mean, I don't. Again, I'm struggling to kind of I'm struggling to follow the point. We're talking about principles, and you're asking me what. Sorry, I'm kind of half zoned out. I'm looking into stuff on the 1948 general elections, and just kind of mulling over this point that you've just made that kind of baffles me. So you don't believe South Africa was democratic for what reasons? So you would say that because a certain
the majority of
there was a question asked there though, man. To be fair, there was a question asked there, but
it was a bit convoluted. I mean, if you can relay it,
No, Rob, I'm saying you're right, Dan. Rob, do you want to ask that more concisely?
Sorry, what I want to do, because Dan is going back to the South African thing about the democracy. What is it that you're saying?
You're talking about, you were asking him essentially to refine his argument in principally what is his issue, but you could phrase it a bit better because it's your question.
Yeah, I guess if we agree what democracy is, if we agree that democracy is the majority of the population having a say in in its governance, and your question was, well, how would that system of democracy in principle avoid sliding backwards, for want of a better word, to slavery or dictatorship? And I pointed out that I think in principle, if we care about what is true and we have a strong moral system, those principles would prevent the backward slide. And anybody that went against that would only be doing so through threat of force or some coercion or some deception in order for that to happen. But they could never argue, it seems to me, a moral case, but I'm open to the possibility that, hey, we now have a better moral system, accepting, but they've got to accept my presuppositions, of course, which is you care about what's true and you have a strong moral system. If they come up with their own thing, then obviously that's not going to work. But that same thing can be lobbied against anybody else. So I'm asking you to take on my presuppositions of people care about what is true and we have an agreed upon moral system. If you can now bring a principled objection to that as to how a democracy could slide backwards, I'd be interested to hear that.
It seems like you're saying that democracy is the mechanism by which democracy will prevent its own regression.
I'm saying that if people agree, if the majority of people in a country agree upon caring about what is true and having a moral framework, whatever that is, and they vote in a government that follows those systems and adheres to it, I'm not sure how, in principle, you could have that government regress to something that involves slavery or some other morally unprincipled stance, because they would, by definition, be going against that moral principle.
How do you suggest that would happen, Dan, is what he's asking. How
would it? Well, I mean, I'd point to history. I'd point to stuff like apartheid. I'd point to stuff like people electing Hitler. I'd point to, I don't know.
No, but how would we divide? But how would we, because you know what it is about what you're saying, which I actually agree with. It's like, yes, there is a scenario in the future where we all could vote to subjugate another group of people outside of this country, but that wouldn't be within our democracy, for example, promoting slavery. So the apartheid regime was a difficult analogy, comparison. But is what you're saying, how if we would end up essentially putting other nations into slavery? Is that what you're saying? Like back to empire? Is that your point? Because apartheid threw me. Because apartheid is like if we all vote, how would one section of society vote for slavery? And then within a democracy, if the whole population is allowed to vote, except for prisoners or what have you, then arguably I think you're
focusing a little bit too much on slavery. I'm pointing out immoral systems or immoral institutions that can emerge through democracy, through the mechanisms of democracy.
What I'm hearing, Dan, is
that already does happen, though. That already does happen with the free.
Yeah, I know it does. Yeah, I know it does. So I'm saying
an argument. So I don't know if Rob would argue that, but we already buy trainers from little.
I've heard something about if you care about truth and something about something else, then we can prevent it. And the principles of democracy. And if the government, if the elected government is also kind of standing true to those principles and kind of adhering to slavery,
Rob can clear up. I thought he was talking about slavery. I don't know if he's just talking about morality in general. Well, human beings are all immoral in it, but yeah, Rob, you feel free to chime in.
Yeah, we're talking about the principle, and I'm hearing Dan bringing a pragmatic counterexamples to say, hey, well, people didn't follow that system. I'm not going to argue that people don't follow a system, but like I'm saying, you can't bring a pragmatic objection to a principled argument. That just it's a category error. So you'd have to bring a principled objection to a principled argument, not a pragmatic one. Because I agree that people don't follow the spirit of democracy or whatever the case is. That just shows that people are flawed. That's not an argument against the principle, because you start with a principle and try to enact it.
My argument is that people can follow the principle of democracy through to tragic ends. That's the point that I'm making. Saying following the principles doesn't necessarily prevent you from ending up or arriving at some kind of unforeseen immoral destination.
Oh, well, I think it can in principle if we're going to have the discussion before enacting it, right? So if, let's say, Hitler was a rational human being and sat down and we had a moral principle discussion with him, maybe not me, I'm not that good at it, but let's say moral philosophers or whatever, and said to him, hey, let's go through what your view is. Hey, wipe out the Jews, take over the countries, whatever the case is. Why do you think that that's a morally principled stance? And he would articulate blah, blah, blah. And they would say, okay, here's the counterexample. What happened if it happened to you? Would you be okay with, the Aryan race being wiped out? And if he was consistent, he would have to say yes. So I think in a rational discussion, Hitler or any other despot, if they were rational and we had a principled discussion, they would be overturned every time. They wouldn't be able to have a leg to stand on in principle.
That's a poor example, though, because, in my opinion, or just the Nazi regime in general, because technically, and when you talk principally, the Nazis didn't talk about killing all the Jews. That wasn't what they got elected. That wasn't the ticket they got elected in on. Number two, what triggered the war, in their opinion, was them saving the German diaspora in Poland from abuse and oppression. So arguably, however you would have voted in, the error that the people who voted him in voted in a totalitarian regime. But what you were talking about, Dan, as in safety mechanisms, is that is one of the actual safety mechanisms of the democracy, that it will maintain, that it will continue in perpetuity. We do not envision, and I don't think anyone in this country would vote for a different regime, in the sense of like a different political structure, be it totalitarian or autocratic. So arguably, just based on that example, we could never be like Germany, because for one, Germany itself didn't actually elaborate on its policy with regards to Jews.
Careful.
No, but we can never, in that sense, because there's two sort of safety mechanisms that we have in place. One being that we have a political system that has authority over any political party, so no one can assume total control. Number one, ain't going to be no Cromwells in the future. And then number two, we also have the benefit of being able to read history and know that the German people didn't actually vote to kill Jews. They didn't actually vote to go to war with the world. That's not what they voted for. So if we have both of those safety mechanisms,
that's why I said unforeseen. So this is the.
But then we've got the mechanism. That's why democracy is far more beneficial than what I would consider to be, let's say, a caliphate or whatever, because there is no autonomy rested within one individual. There is there isn't someone who has control over everything. So I think for that reason that is the example. Forget truth and all of that. The principally, people. I don't think the German people necessarily were in agreement.
Get this El Rondo going. He's in the chat. El Rondo, jump on, man. Jump on and mix it up. Dark Magician, maybe jump on as well.
The fundamental principle of the argument before, not right now, we're doing little examinations of democracy, and that though is a comparison.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. The comparison. All right, if we're gonna use this as the reference point and look at Islam, then cool, things might look rosy, brilliant, great. But the reality is we don't live in an Islamic system. So I'm more concerned with the realities, not some hypothetical what ifs. It's interesting to hear and to kind of to hear the objections that are made on both sides. But I mean, it's clear to me that there's a lot at fault in the Arab world, the Islamic world.
Just a quick shout out to Veli as well. Sorry, Dan. There's people in the backstage waiting. Sorry, Dan. Carry on.
I mean, at the end of the day, this on a global level, there's interactions between Islamic systems of governance and kind of Western European democratic-ish socialist forms of governance. I think that those interactions drive, I don't know, politics.
Remember when that Burmese guy just decided to implement Sharia law, and then he owns the Dorchester and that, and then the international community all started condemning him, and people started saying boycott all their stuff. I think he owns some hotels, the Dorchester and stuff. That is an example of a system that doesn't rely on democracy, having just a complete paradigm shift at some arbitrary point in their history, and just be like, you know what, we're killing all gays, killing apostates, or what's his face, Duarte. I'm not sure. To be fair though, I'm not sure if that's actually a comparable democratic system. But man could just make these complete, what Rob would argue is volte face from their principles. Yeah. And
I gotta go. Thanks, guys. I'll listen in. Cheers, boys. I'll speak to you later.
Are you off, Rob? Yeah, well, that was.
Oh man.
Guten Tag.
Legolas.
Guten Tag. Hey.
Guten Tag.
The naivety is just mind blowing. More arguments will win. Yeah, sure. It's so. I mean, people are sick and tired more and more about this. I don't know how to call it. Is it even a democracy anymore, what we are living in? I mean, one could argue that already. People are, the elites have gone against the people's will for decades now. So people are already, I would say, in a kind of disguised totalitarian plutocracy system. So that's about it. And I think, Speaker's Corner should prove me that he can, for example, one of the biggest growing group, the guy was right there, the Muslim who was on before, that Islam is a growing religion, and it's naive to think that one could argue with the Muslims. They see themselves, their tactics are working, they're getting stronger, and they don't have to even have the better arguments. This is just how power works. What works will win, and might is right. In that perspective, I'm not for it. I wish the better arguments would win, but it's naive to think that it will win. History is proving him wrong all the time.
You believe that you actually are in the not minority. You believe that your opinion is in the majority, correct?
Yes, I think so. And still, people.
But Legolas, one sec. Sorry, that is the fundamental flaw in your argument. If I was to accept what you were saying, I would have to assume that you're right. Your voices are not being heard. But the reality is, in my opinion, your voices are in the minority, and it is an example of the effective nature of democracy, that people like you are never really heard and are only heard on the fringe of the political.
No, it's the problem with people like me are that in the past we people who you have to most people are not conscious of it. That's the biggest problem. If you ask them a specific question, for example, if you will ask the British people, if they, the white British people, if they want to become a minority, they would say majority. I would say 90% of them would say no, no way. But then still, due to the party system, which means partere, it's Latin, comes from partere, which means divide and conquer, right? Yes. They have the ability to go up against the majority will and still have mass migration, for example.
But do you have any evidence of that, or is that an opinion?
Yes, Mark Collett and Laura Tower have made a.
No, but like I mean, from like a research institution, has he got?
No, they won't ask it this question. Never would ask this question because
again, like, so from my understanding, I don't. I mean, you might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't think that's a fact. And so then, as a result, it could be a great example of democracy that people like with your beliefs are held on the periphery.
No, it is not. Democracy is the people's will, and when the majority of people are against mass migration, and the people in power is going against that, that is undemocratic.
We like the country I live in, we've just implemented a new immigration policy as a result of sort of the public outcry, or what was evidenced by the referendum, the 2014 referendum, or whatever. So that's, in your opinion, by your own standard, that would be an example of democracy being effective in our country, correct or not?
Yes, but it's a trick. It's because when you look at what Boris has done, he has visiting Africa and so on, and say, yeah, you can come in legally. So now you have ended European migration. They are now up for having more non-European migration. So it was all just like a magic trick, almost, I would say.
What I'm trying to say,
Randa, you were talking about this being quite like a popular politic. The AFD didn't do particularly well in the elections, did they?
They did. What do you mean? Which election?
There was a by-election in Hamburg.
Okay, Hamburg. Yeah, you have to. Hamburg is a very specific, an outlier case, because first of all, Hamburg is already majority minority. So we have less than 50% Germans living there. Then it's a very haven for left-wing radicals. The AfD has had 30. What is it called? What Trump is always doing their political gatherings. They want to have 30 of them, events, political events. All was shut down by Antifa. All 30 of it. So you can already see we live in a Weimar time, at least in Hamburg. The AfD were not able to have any political gatherings to speak to the people. They hadn't had the chance with that. Then you have Hanau, which they frame as a right-wing terrorist attack days before Hamburg, which cost the AfD probably 2% or something like that. And yeah, all of that came together there. And yeah, then you have an ethnic voting bloc, which is always voting left, which is the migrants. And if you have less than 50% Germans living there, of course the AfD is not strong there. But what is interesting is that in the most populated city with migrants, most people vote for AfD there because people are seeing the fruits of the multicultural society. So the
AfD
Germans
more
who live in that situation, they voted AfD for like 30% or something like that.
Hi, I just wanted to say good morning to the panel.
Big up.
Morning.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, and I just think that the party system itself, if you don't have people's votes like in Brexit, Teuten, you don't have a democracy, because if you demonize a party, for example, like they are doing with the AfD, if you demonize a party that much, people are still they are still they can be manipulated due to media. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. And we have a 8 billion tax-funded German media, which is crypto-Marxistic. 8 billion euros. Just imagine what we can do with 8 billion euros. So, and I have to pay for it. I don't have to change not to pay for that media. This anti-white media, 8 billion euros. I think it's the highest in the world. So, yeah, if we that's a chance we can cancel that in the future. When this is also a big reason why they had this scandal with Turing. It was the first time a Democratic elected candidate was cancelled since World War II. Because the AfD wanted, if they would come into Thüringen and get in power in Thüringen, they want to get rid of the Rundfunkgebühren, which is the German tax-funded media, for the first time in Saxony and all this stuff, right? So in Saxony, you wouldn't have to pay anymore for this shit, right? And this would have a huge effect on the people's minds, because they already don't have enough money, because all the people in German media and the cameramans go they getting old and then they still getting paid or something like that. So yeah, they always have to increase this tax. And if one Bundesland, if one major part of Germany wouldn't pay anymore for this, they would have big problems. Yeah.
Elron, it was really interesting. You mentioned the magic trick, yeah, because I think, like you said, not a lot of people are conscious of what they've kind of like inadvertently ended up kind of like implementing, which is they've got rid of European or white immigrants and replaced them with like Indian or whatever, different. So what my question to you is, do you think that this is some sort of subconscious preference where they can have some sort of indirect caste system where they can easily identify the new immigrants and marginalize them, whereas with the previous immigrants, the white immigrants, they were sort of indirectly objecting to someone just turning up on their shores and assuming an equal, if not a higher identity than them, saying, well, we're more white than you, so you set up this system where being white puts you above these other people. So when we come in now, we want that status. We're going to come in entry level and we're going to be above these people that you subjugated. Now, the indigenous population may inadvertently say, well, we're the ones who put
conspiracy theory.
No, but I want to understand, like, if you think that these subconscious kind of cues play into the current situation, or if in effect the people were manipulated against their own will.
Yes, they are manipulated against their will. But the thing you brought forward is ludicrous. Okay, one could say that the elites have some kind of white supremacy in their minds, and therefore they hate
one minute,
other
let's go
whites
step by
coming
step,
in or something.
Elron, let's go step
Yeah.
by step, because if the elite are white, they have to implement white supremacy, because then they'll be at a stage where the elite are white and then the population are not white, and therefore they might not accept their authority based on the fact that they're like mixed people or colored people or black people looking and saying, well, we're being ruled by a very small amount of people who aren't even related to us. How can this possibly like be fair? So like the elite people have to implement a strategy whereby the population are always gonna be not subservient, but sort of sympathetic to them.
Yeah, then
based on race. So,
yeah, then they would make policies for white people and not for non-white people. Yeah,
exactly.
They are not pro-white. They are anti-white, and a huge. I would say you have to really look into the politicians. To which school they are going, which clubs they join, right? Freemasonry, even some.
If there's like a strata, like levels of a society, the very top does not need to interact with the very bottom. So when you say they're not bringing in white policies, I don't really agree with you on that. Because in England, we have what is called a glass ceiling. In other words, if you come on an entry level, on the very bottom rung of the ladder or at the beginning of the pyramid, and you try to move up and infiltrate, let's say, the higher levels of the society, like, for example, the aristocrats, you'll get to a point where you receive the most amount of resistance. So we call that the glass ceiling, where your rise is being impeded. And the reason for that is because England's such a small country. Really, any group of people could come here, set up shop, and rise. Like, for example, like the Italians did in America, where they actually ended up with congressmen and people on a very high level implementing policies for the rest of the population.
Too. I was amazed that so many
but the Irish weren't really, them as well, obviously. Yeah, they go hand in hand. They roughly come to rise at the same time. But what I'm saying, in the UK, we don't really have that. So, like, the situation that we have here is that the very high level elite people who you claim are not making policies in favor of the whites at the very low level, I agree with you. But the fact is, they don't need to. They don't have to, because there's enough different layers protecting them from those people at the very bottom that they don't really need to care about them. So basically, what they do is they give benefit to immigrants or to colored people or people of color. So to invite immigration, because immigration brings in the numbers, raises the level of the country, and immigration is what's
of division.
No.
Yes, it increases the level of division. Divide et impera. You won't have one block going up against you, but several different fractions all fighting for themselves, basically. And this is how they.
It's not division, because the immigrants are only 10%. They don't have enough of a stronghold.
Much more in the UK already.
No way. No, so what are you saying? What is it then?
I would say right now,
20?
you have next
20%?
Yes, I think it would be 20% or even 25%.
Okay, so let's say that's the most extreme number.
I would take even bets if you're up for that. I think you have the next population. What is it called in English? The word
explosion, population explosion.
No. You have next year. You have the 21
census.
The census, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, right. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, and I would say
right. So what I'm pointing out to you, Elron, is that there are these systems in place to basically make it so that it's not just about number. So, for example, in America, they have their version of democracy, and they have that what's it called? College. What's it called? They call it where even if you have 50% of the vote, you don't really have 50%. Was it Dan? What's it called?
The Electoral College. Sorry.
Yeah. Right. So there's this electoral college system. So in the UK, we sort of have a system like which manipulates the numbers to make it that even if you do have 20% of the population, in terms of power, you don't really have 20% of the power. And that's just how the country is set up. So, you know, when we say, oh, there's 25% immigrants, we're imagining as if, you know, there's a group of people that have this power, but they don't actually have that power. And not only that, when you look at the 25%, are they putting in Eastern Europeans, for example, in that 25% of immigrants? Are they counting other white groups of white people, like even, I don't know, Turks or even fucking Jews, whatever? Are they putting all those in with the 25%? So we need to start realizing that this 25% is quite fractioned or quite factioned, even where they couldn't even consolidate power within themselves to have a 25% stakehold in the running of the country. So when you say that there's 25% immigrants, it's like, you know, half of them are probably, you know, like people of color that are mixed in with the indigenous population and have an allegiance to the indigenous population anyway. So they're not really a threat to this country in terms of, you know, being a rogue element.
I think they distinguish between white British indigenous people, which are the Celts or Irish. Then you have the Anglo-Saxons and the Welsh, right? This would be considered white British descent. And I think they distinguish between other Europeans. So, for example, Poles, Polish peoples coming in, they included that on the 25% or 20% non-white British population.
Immigration.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But I have to check that. To make sure. But what you will see, for example, is the overrepresentative role that Jews have in the UK. I've looked at the study that says, for example, 50% of the Congress in the UK, where they always have this old political speeches with the hammer and all of this, they are 50%, and I don't know how many, how much the percentage of Jews is in the UK. So you have definitely, probably you have numbers of migrants that have more power than they should have, and then you have people, migrants that are even underrepresented in the UK. Yes. But this is the thing. Is it because they are just not interested in political power or something like this? Or are they not organized enough? Are they not intelligent enough even? Maybe. Are they not rich enough to buy them into the college and then go to politics or something like this? Yeah, this is the question, no?
Well, not really. Like, to me, it's irrelevant. Like, if you know, certain races of people prefer their children to become footballers, represent the country in that way. Certain races of people might want their children to enter the military, which we don't really see. They might be in the military, you know, representing the country in that way. And some people want to be like legislators, lawyers, whatever. Everyone does what they're suited to. You know, this is the reason why England beat Germany in the war, is that England had a wider gene pool. They had different people. They had the Scots, they had the Welsh. They all brought different elements to the table. And then the Germans were just like very just German. So, you know, once England once you know
England
your
would
enemy
lost the
and you can
war
predict.
against Germany without America and Russia. Trust me on that. So this is not
Yeah,
an
maybe.
argument.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, as British people, even without counting the 20% of immigrants that you see now, there is a more diverse population with a different kind of mentality. They're not very like as rigid as the Germans are. You know what I mean? Like with the Germans, like I love the Germans. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, they offer a lot to humanity and to mankind. Yeah, we love them. But when you're pitting a group of people against another group of people, and on one side they have diversity, yeah, they are at an advantage, and you can't deny that. There is an advantage there.
I can't deny it. Do you think that Germany back in World War II don't have diversity of thoughts, diversity of different elements of you have, for example, scientists, you have people in military as well. So you have already enough diversity within the Germans to have a powerful, diverse society where everyone has to play their role as well. And
you could say that about Russians. You could say that about Russians, but maybe not Germans as much.
You have.
Russians, they're diverse. Like, you know what I mean? Some of them look Japanese, for God's sake.
Yeah, they wouldn't consider, normal Russians wouldn't consider them Russians. But you don't have to have diversity to be strong. This is insane. I would say the exact opposite. The more diverse your society is, the lesser, the more conflicts you have. And talking about the important stuff.
Isn't that a sign of a weaker, less confident society? When you're looking at like immigrants as a threat, doesn't that show that you're insecure?
I view them as a threat, and I would say I respect them even more with that to acknowledge that they are a threat. The cultural Marxists, the anti-whites, don't consider them a threat because probably they think they are superior. And their thoughts and behavior is superior, that everyone will follow their line of thoughts. I'm not that naive, and I value and I consider the newcomers as a threat. Yeah, I respect them. I respect Islam, for example, of having a very high degree of organizing themselves among Islam, because it's a strong ideology that bounds people together.
But Elron, if it wasn't for the Crusades, and if it wasn't for the Knights Templar infiltrating Muslim countries and having their spies everywhere, and subjugating Islam by undermining Muslim countries, there wouldn't have been Muslim unity. And if it wasn't for the Turks taking over the whole of Islam literally and putting them under one leader, there wouldn't be unity in Islam. And now we can see that we've reversed the situation, and we can see that unity is not there no more. You can see that there's groups of people working against each other.
Yes, I see that in Islam, but they are united in the diaspora. They are still fighting, for example, amongst themselves. I mean, if you watch all the streams going on Speaker's Corner and all this stuff, the Shias fighting with the Sunnis, and then you have the Kurds fighting with the Turks and all this stuff. But they united as
classing the Kurds as
so. For example,
the Kurds as Muslim though? That Muslim Kurds
they have a different.
Muslim Kurds don't have a problem with Turks.
Yes, they have.
The Muslim ones.
Yes.
I personally don't see that.
They have a strange. I give you that. They have a strange kind of
relationship.
They're also very communist, right? I don't know if it's a tactic from the Kurds.
Hold on. Are you saying that the Muslim Kurds are communist?
Yes, or at least I don't know if it's a tactic. I'm not. I don't have any Kurdish friends. I wish I could talk to
I don't want to
them.
like spoil the conversation because we're having a nice conversation. But it sounds to me that you're saying that because the Kurds, the communist Kurds, are brown or look Arab, you're classing them as Muslims when in actual fact they're not. They're not Muslim. The ones you're talking about.
Yeah,
These communist ones.
I don't
You're
really
classing them
know.
as Muslim is because in your mind they're similar to Arabs. So you're saying, okay, we'll put them in with the Muslims then. But in actual fact, the reason for the gripe between these communities, the communist Kurds and the Muslims, is based on the fact that they're atheist and they're communist. And it's not because they're, as the West is portraying, that, oh, there's a problem between Turks and Kurds. Like, there's such a massive population of Kurds living in Turkey. And even like there's been premiers, like rulers that were of Kurdish background, like openly Kurdish. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no problem between a Kurdish Muslim and a Turkish Muslim. There's no problem.
Yeah, even here, I don't really have looked that up, but if you go to Wikipedia and you Google PKK, which is this communist group allying with the left here in Germany, they would even consider themselves religious to some degree, at least.
But not Muslim, Elron. Like I can tell you that before they were communist, or before communism was their main focus, they have their indigenous religion, which is similar to Zoroastrianism. Yeah. So a lot of them, because obviously they lived under the Ottoman Empire, or they lived like according to a lot of Kurdish Muslim empires, like for example the empire of Saladin. Yeah, you know Saladin Ayyubi. Yeah, he had the empire from Egypt going all the way into Turkey. They were Muslim as well. So these people, like the Yazidis, for example, they tell you that they're Muslim, but really they're not. Like it's part of their survival.
Christians.
But what I'm saying is that there is a part of their survival mechanism.
Yeah,
that they keep their own religious. Yeah, they keep their religious doctrine secret. Not as in it's a very deep secret, really. In a good conversation and a couple of shots of Rucker, you could probably get the truth out of him. It's not like it's a state secret, but really they have this survival mechanism where they're happy to appear to be Muslim, but in actual fact, they're not. So a Muslim would be able to spot them and say, yeah, he's just going around saying he's Muslim. But I know he's not. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So there is that kind of situation where I wouldn't group those people, those communist Kurds. I wouldn't group them with the Muslim Kurds, for example.
Yeah, I don't know them enough. You could be right there. Yeah. That's...
Not only are they not Muslim, but they have never been. They have never been Muslim in their past. It's not like they were Muslim and then they decided not to be. They've never been Muslim from Adam and Eve till now. Like they don't have any Muslim connection. Do you know what I mean?
Do you think that the alliance with communists is also
I just think that
a survival strategy?
I don't think like their indigenous religion or their original philosophy has any similarities to communism, but it's a fact of communists were offering them arms and they were taking the arms, and that's all it is really.
So it's just survival. Survival strategy would be.
But here's the thing, Elron. Look at it's a survival strategy. But look how it backfired on them in the recent situation, because they were prepared to take arms from almost anyone and align with almost anyone. And you'd think in that situation that they would actually rise to power, but it backfired on them. Because they went from one master to the other master to the other master, and then the three masters looked at each other and said, well, wait a minute, we can't have this, you know? So they ended up losing power. They lost the backup from America recently, you know what I mean? And that was only because they had this ideology of whoever suits our agenda, we'll ally with them. And that was their strategy, and it backfired on them. because no one could invest in somebody or even give them arms if they don't know what principles they stand on, or they can't predict their strategy moving forward. Like, they didn't know what these people were capable of doing because their strategy was just survival.
Yeah, I give you that. Yeah, I think this is dishonest and tactic, but yeah, I think really, if you say they are Zoroastrians, and then I never heard of that before, by the way. Then they are keeping that in secret.
So you know,
pretty good.
Elron, you know about the Medo-Persian Empire, right?
Yes.
So these people are the remnants of the empire. They go back to the Medo-Persian Empire, which was the Kurdish-Persian alliance. So you get people like Banksy, for example. You ask him, are you Persian? He says, yes. You talk to him a little bit more. It turns out that he's Kurdish. So the part where they're from is like, there is no distinction between being Persian and being Kurdish. So they have this strange identity.
Mm.
So
yeah,
anyway,
Banksy told me that he's Persian, but yeah, if you say that he's Kurdish, I will ask him about that. That they have some alliance.
Not only is he Kurdish, but he's even partly Turkish, even.
Mm.
Okay. This is the level of deception that you're dealing with. But you know, it's good to be flexible and fluid and adaptable. Yeah. But when people see that you're not really standing on a particular square, they don't know how to deal with you, and therefore your opinion becomes less valid.
Mm.
Yeah.
Whereas
with Turks, you know where Turks stand. Day in, day out, you know what their plan is. Do you know what I mean? They only have one gear. They have only one gear. They move slow, but they're always moving forward.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But now they are moving backward. I think what Erdogan has done now is very dangerous for Turkey.
Which one is that?
Very dangerous. He declared basically war on Syria and Russia. This is and at the same time threatening the Europeans. And
but he's really in a difficult situation, because if he was a Muslim country, if Turkey wasn't a Muslim country, Germany, all of Europe would have been defending Turkey's border against Syria and Russia. But because they're a Muslim country, you're not going to see that. That's why Erdogan's in a sticky situation, because he's got enemies on both sides that won't really support him fully. Like, they'll support him 50% or 75%, but when the push comes to shove, when Erdogan wants to press the button and send the NATO weapons to bomb the Russians, they'll cut off the kill switch. They'll be like, no, you're not using our weapons to bomb them guys. So then he had to go and buy his own weapons.
Yeah, I think,
and then he's got a problem with NATO. Then Europe's telling him, how dare you go and buy weaponry from other sources? But he's like, but wait a minute, you're not backing me. Like, what do you want me to do? You're tying my hands behind my back. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you want me to do? So he was in a very sticky situation. So what he's doing now, I don't see it being a military strategy. I see it maybe being political, or maybe it's to do with more to do with him wanting to move into North Africa, and the Russians are giving resistance. So, like, in the Syria conflict, he's allied with Russia, but moving into the North Africa situation, where the Europeans and the Americans, they tried to cut them out of the oil deal between Israel, Egypt, and the Greek Cypriots. They're trying to cut Turkey out of the Mediterranean. So he wants to move into the Mediterranean and Libya, And in that situation, Russia's his enemy. Russia's putting a situation up saying, well, no, Russia isn't backing the United Nations-backed government in Libya. Russia's backing the insurgency, and we want to overthrow the current regime. And Turkey's saying, well, we're a United Nations nation, and this is a United Nations-backed government. Surely we should be able to support them. Do you see what I mean? So he's in a tricky situation, but it's not of his own making. It's just the lay of the land.
To understand, for example, the European geopolitics, I have problem to understand the
problem
really,
is that Russia isn't classed as European, and it isn't being there's no at all. There's no integration between Russia and Europe or Russia and the West. The only one who seems to have a good relationship with Russia is France.
Yeah, to some
and that's
degree,
probably based on France always going the opposite way of America and England. So whatever England does, France does the opposite. So France will join up with China and try to get oil from Saddam secretly and end up getting Saddam killed. You know what I mean? Because they're just making opposite moves because they're like, wait, England and America are always allies. They're always putting us as second-class citizens. Like this united Europe can never catch up to the allegiance between America and England. And they're always giving us the second part of the deal. Like they go in first, they take all the best oil, they take all the, the best of everything, and they leave us with the seconds, like we can never catch them. So then they have to go secretly making their own deals. So France will basically go all around the world. Like if we left them to their own devices and there was no checkpoint for them, they would undermine England at every turn, the French.
Yeah, in my opinion, of course, I would have a total other geopolitic strategy than the elites in power now. I think the problem the Europeans have now, Europeans in power have now with Turkey is that Turkey is overplaying their hand. They want them in check. They want them not being a powerful force, really. They want them to. They want basically what they want is France and the UK still in power and not Turkey, and they want to make the decisions. And if Turkey has some pan-Ottoman Empire beliefs, then they have problems with Turkey. They wouldn't have problems with Turkey if Turkey plays balls with the UK and France. Right.
I wouldn't say Turkey has any expansionist plan to play out. They're not really on this Ottoman thing. But what it is if you're looking at the reality of today, we have nation states and we have sovereignty. We have all these things that take us out of the age of empires, for example. But you cannot deny that really and truly some countries still have empires or influence over their former colonies. So, for example, when England and what's his name, America want to go into Syria, Syria is not an ex-English colony, but whereas Iraq was. So when England went into Iraq, they had no opposition from anyone, and America couldn't go into Iraq without the British endorsement because the British are the ex-masters of Iraq. So they can easily go in there, but with Syria, there's a problem. And people think people won't really realize, what is this problem? What is this resistance coming from? Why are Russia and Persia and other countries getting involved and stopping England going into Syria? Because when England goes into Iraq, it's not regarded as expansionism because it's always regarded as their ex-territory. It's like your best mate having a relationship with your ex-wife. It cannot happen. You get me? So when they go into Syria, it's regarded as expansionism. So the whole world comes against them and they can't even go in. Turkey will go against them. Russia will go against them, everyone. So England's got no business going into Syria because it's an ex-French colony. And even when France tried to go there and give them some sort of endorsement, it still didn't work. Russians were still like, no, they're not coming in. We're not having them expand because Russia doesn't want to see them expanding because then they're encroaching on Russia.
Yeah, but it's also more and more clear that Iraq allies with Iran. So yeah, it's complicated. I would say that no, just because then you would say, yeah, India is an ex-colony of the UK, and
I'm glad you mentioned India. Up
Yeah.
until recently, there's been Sikhs living in the UK who are known as the Khalistan movement. So they are separatists. They want their part of India. One phone call from Modi, after how many 50 years they've been living in this country, 60 years they've been living here. One phone call from Modi, he said, shut them down. Yeah, they're getting too strong. I don't need this imbalance in my current situation. Yeah, shut them down. England obviously got something for doing this. Well, we don't know what. They must have got some favor. But the actual fact is they overnight turned around and said this Khalistan movement is a terrorist organization. They're taking money out of the UK. They're supplying Indian terrorists with money to go against their government. Yeah, so we'll stop that. And we'll put them on the list of terrorist organizations. You get me? After supporting them all this time, overnight, they listed them as terrorists. So when you're saying the relationship between India and the British regime, yeah, it still stands. It's still there. That relationship's still there. You know, they can shut down shut down a whole race of people from claiming their legitimate right of self-determination overnight.
Yes,
just because of one phone call.
This doesn't matter. This doesn't mean that the Indians still love the UK or still have any sympathy for them. China as well.
Do you know how much aid? Do you know how much aid? How much aid England sends to India every year?
I have no idea.
All right, cool. So it's a lot of money. It's the fact that even when there was recent problems with the population, they're like, oh, we're going to bring in austerity, we're going to cut back this. People were saying to the politicians, like, you send money as foreign aid to other countries like India, who have more billionaires than we have footballers. Like, how can you be sending them aid? But what people don't realize is it's called aid, but really it's just greasing the wheels of this relationship that they formerly had. Do you know what I mean? So that money that goes to India is a way of certain people in India being able to siphon a little bit of money out of this aid, and it goes in the back pocket. And the real population never see it. Even though it's called aid, even though it's for the poor, probably half of it don't even get to them. Because it's a big lot of money coming in a big package, but coming through an organization. Go on, you talk.
You can buy influence with deals like this. So, but we are sending aid to other countries as well. I know, for example, that Germany sends even to this day money to China. I mean, this is amazing, right? But why are they doing that? I have no idea, right? It's and we are doing it not only to former colonies or even the UK. They are doing it, I don't know because of what reason, but it doesn't have to be just
the
colonies.
The way to find out why they're doing it is to look at how long they've been doing it. When you look at how long they've been doing it and which particular group of people set up this agreement, then it's easier to realize why they're doing it. Do you get what I mean? Because if you look, for example, with England giving money to India, I guarantee you that money's been going to them for a little while now. It's been going to them for a while now. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but you won't say. I mean, if what I don't understand with your logic is, you're saying that.
What I'm saying is it's like you owe money, right? And the debt recovery people come to you and say, you owe us 10 grand. And you're saying, listen, I can only pay you £20 a month. We say, okay, we'll put a label on that and we'll call it aid. You keep sending us the money. Now, no matter what else happens, how much you earn or what else happens, that money has to keep coming regularly, because this is the agreement that you've made. It's a repayment strategy. Repayment policy. You have to keep paying that money. So even if you're telling your population, oh, I'm sorry, we haven't got money for this, that, and the other, and the roads are going to have potholes in them for the next couple of years, but we're still going to keep paying this money to these people. And then people ask why? Because it's a repayment. It's a repayment strategy. It's an agreement. Well, whatever deal that was made, you know, when two countries sat down and made a deal, like they make deals, don't they? They say to them, okay, we'll take X amount of immigrants off you every year. We'll pay this much to you in aid every year. It just greases the wheels of democracy. This is just how countries deal with each other. You know, and when they make their plan, when they give their word and they say, we're going to pay you this money over this period of time, yeah, we can only siphon X amount of money out of our economy. We can't pay you all this money in one go. But like you said, we need to buy influence off you. So, you know, we'll do it over a long-term payment plan.
So it would be, for example, logical if Britain would pay Indians so much aid or repayment. So India would unite with the UK in a war type of situation. That would be logical, for example, yeah. But you see, this is just naive to think that the Indians wouldn't ally with someone else.
You're right. It is naive because, as we can see, that the example that I gave you with Turkey, they're making a relationship with Russia, but on one side they're allies, on the other side they're opposition. And this is where you have to put the naivety to one side and see the situation for what it is. And this is the actual reality of it, that no country will ever be fully allied with another country in today's system. There will always be allies on one side and enemies on the other. And that's the realistic nature of these relationships.
But I don't think the elites are really naive. So
I'm saying us, we shouldn't be naive. I'm saying we shouldn't be naive.
Yeah, for example, I can speak of German foreign aid, and we are paying huge sums to China, to India right now too. By the way, Merkel was just there and promised them like 5 billion euros for some Green New Deal policies or something like that. We are paying Africa huge sums of monies, Turkey sums of money. But what I think that the bigger plan behind it is these New World Order guys. They wanting to get the world on an equal level. This is what's happening. They want other countries
to be fair, for Germany to be on an equal level with UK when it comes to global influence. Germany will have to pay out a lot of money compared to how much England pays, because England's got different kinds of influence, different types of relationships. England's been out there, you know, mingling, getting involved, setting up regimes, undermining other countries. All this work they've put in means that they don't really have to shell out that much when it comes to money. But with Germany, they haven't been successful at doing that, or maybe they wasn't really organized enough to do that. They haven't managed it, so therefore they have to cough
Germany has
in terms of money.
Geopolitical strategy. We are still an occupied country. We don't have any say in anything. So, and they don't have ambitions of that. What I would say is, in the case of puppet regimes in Africa or something like that, it makes sense to pay aid to these leaders, to have a puppet state. But India is not a puppet state of the UK, so it don't make sense in my mind to pay the money. There must be some other reason behind it. I mean, they are powerful, just as the Chinese are powerful. So it must be a bigger plan behind that. It's probably something like the elites are hopping from country to country, right? The powerhouse before America was the UK, and before that it was Spain, and before that it was Italy. So they're hopping nations, and what they are doing to this day, now it's changing with coronavirus and Trump's policy, but they are building up China. They're building it up. They're letting our companies move to China and we are still giving them aid. It's just amazing. It's incredible, really. And they have nuclear weapons. They have one of the largest armies in the world. So it's insane for European countries to do that, to build a powerhouse that is threatening our power if we ever would go to war with China, for example. It's crazy. So it must be this global project, really, what I think going on here. So I would say this is because they are doing that to connect the world, have more relationships, every country depending on one another, right? So no country can break out from that. The same goes on with the European Union, because from a state kind of view, from a nationalistic point of view, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I
hear
think
what you're
this is
saying.
what's going
So this
on.
is remember when we was talking, was it me and you that was talking previously, and we was talking about nationalism not being able to work on a global scale anymore because of globalists preventing it.
Yes.
Was that me and you talking? I can't remember, but I was saying that all these people that are saying things like, for example, England should send home all the foreigners, and then all the foreigners say, well, in that case, take back your English from everywhere. and then I was saying to them, I don't think you was there, Ulron, but I was saying to them, you're marginalizing yourself on a global scale. Like, you're not going to be able to function as you were before. And they were like, oh no, everything being equal, like, we can trade. And I was like, where are you going to trade Kenyan potatoes for Russian plutonium? You can't trade like that. And they were like, no, you can. Everybody needs something from someone. And I was like, you're so naive. Like, this dream of having this nation and being this shining beacon of,
I think
ethnic purity.
It is possible. It's very possible, because we see everyone has trade deals with
But is
China.
it possible for everyone? Is it possible for everyone?
With Japan.
Is it possible for everyone? Is it possible for everyone?
The problem is, for example, even if something happens in China, it will have an effect on European markets. We see that right now. For example, the German pharmacy has moved to China, and now we are depending on China's antibiotic medicine, for example.
Yeah.
But and we are kind of dependent on that. But if a German nationalist government say fuck that, right? Of course, it will have short time consequences. The markets will drop and all this, but it can be rebuilt very easily. It is only that the democratic system has problems with that. They are depending on all of this stuff because they thinking about the next elections. And if Germany is suffering because they are nationalizing things again, then maybe people will vote for another party because of these consequences. But if you have a nationalist government that explain people, yes, you have to suffer for, I don't know, 5 years or something, but then we have sovereignty again, and we are not depending on China on medicine, and they can't bribe us. And if someone would have the balls to explain that, yes, it is very possible, and we can work together with other nations who have the same mindset like that. But
I hear what you're saying.
They are connecting all the markets, and yes, it is a problem. We are all in this system we are living in today, even with this what is it called? This micro trade system. The Bank of England is trading in like milliseconds. All of this, I would shut that down, right?
Yeah, really.
Yeah. This is insanity, because you have speculations on every market. Someone buys something and then sells something in like milliseconds. So I would get rid of that, because I see that long-term financial investments is productive. investments in something that is real companies, and not some speculative lunacy. I think right now it's even 90% speculation and only 10% real market values in companies, and all of this. It's insanity. It's all a bubble. The bubble will burst eventually, and probably in 2020. I tell you that. I think we have a big financial collapse, and then this is a threat to the global system. We should attack the globalist system based on what we are seeing today, based on that we are depending on. For example, we can't close the borders here because more globalism, more open borders, and all of that. So we have to take in Chinese people for some reason, and it's lunacy. And I look to North Korea, and I hail to Kim Jong Un, right? He's closing the borders. He's even now closing schools, even though they have not one case of coronavirus. He's taking all the measurements because he's
the precaution.
Because he's a dictator, But he's done the right things here. And in this system we are living here in Germany or the UK, you can't do these things, and people are just dying because of it. It's amazing to me. And if you point this out, the failures of globalism right now, it could collapse all this new world order kind of stuff. But what they are preparing right now, or the solutions of the problem is more globalism. You hear these WHO guys, they're talking about we have to connect even more to solve the problem. You have to give up more state sovereignty.
Yeah. Where's he gone? Really? What happened to my man?
Hey.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
He's back.
Yeah, so their solution for this globalist problem with this globalism is more globalism, and we have to say no. This is the root of the problem is globalism, right? The root of the 2008 financial crisis is globalism, because Germany was also investing in all this globalist banking system, trade deals and contracts, and Germany shouldn't do that just because we have a global market or something like that. No, they should invest in something which is real, German companies and all of that, and we would have we wouldn't have suffered from the 2008 financial crisis.
Yeah.
But they are telling us no more.
Germany will always drag its heels. Germany will always drag its heels in being involved in anything on a global scale, because with Germany, they're industrialists. They build their own wealth internally. Whereas with the British, they're not. They're traders. They will always look to take advantage of other people, and the wider their scope, the better. So if you look at the nature of British and German, you can see that their mentalities, their psychology, they're facing in two different directions. So Germany will always drag their heels when it comes to globalizing or investing in globalization, but they'll be forced to. Do you see what I mean? They will be forced to do that.
Yeah, I think the UK was one of the forefronts of globalism, of this New World Order project, really, because it's controlled by the banking system first and foremost, and the UK decides to not to industrialize anymore, but going for trade. And I think this is bad, and this is what America has done too, and Trump is now trying to get rid of all this trading system, having real work in America again, because It's not real. All this trading with numbers and all this crap, it's not real. It's
Of course, it's not real. It's not real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to get rid of this system.
When you say the system, yeah, who are you talking about? Who's the system, or who's this system and these?
It's first and foremost.
Wait, listen, yeah.
Yeah.
Because in some people that
do you mean who's running it, Veli? Do you mean who's running it or who's involved?
Yeah, who is the system? Who's running it and who are
The bankers. The banking system. It's the bankers.
Yeah, but every time,
bankers, traders.
See, everyone's gonna point at this one, that one, and the other, and no one's got
No, it's just bankers. It's basically Veli systems that come above governments.
Yeah, it's you can name even more specifics. You can name, for example, BlackRock, right? If you criticize some big company doing this and this and that, you have to also understand that these companies are being owned by these people, by BlackRock and all these other financial trader institutions. It's not the companies really that are in power. If you have a German company, it's probably owned 70% by foreigners. So get rid of it. Do some communist Enteignungen. Do some naturalization again. And yeah, get rid of all these sneaky. You don't even know who
infiltrators.
Yeah, crush them. Yeah, we have no idea who owns a company anymore, because they have all this tricks on there. There's no name that I don't know, Lord Rothschild owned I don't know how many percentage of this company. No, they're letting it be done by something like BlackRock, and you can't get the name of the people owning the companies anymore. It's they perfected the system really, and then you have all these other institutions who and how they infiltrate politics. You have the Freemasons. You have the what is it called? The universities and all the secret clubs in the universities. You have the transatlantic. What is it called? The institutions for the EU and for American relationships. Transatlantikbrücke, it's called in Germany.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. So we have to get rid of all these secret societies, all these NGOs, all of it. Get rid of it.
How can we do that? Like, these are the people that like infiltrate and bring down empires.
Yes, I know.
So what chance do we have? What chance do we have against them?
You know what? Yeah, I ain't even heard everything that's been said yet, but it just sounds like there's always someone else to blame for fucking whatever's going on, man. It's always someone else's fault, man. I know whoever points at the fingers at whoever it is, and then so like, yeah, man's just saying,
no, really, what it is you've got one group of people who want to expand.
Who are they? And never get to the answer.
What is with banking, Vili? Yeah, it's the type of banking.
Some card, mate.
It's the type of banking that we got today. It's not banking in general. Like, banking, obviously, is just banking, isn't it? Like, you put in money in your piggy bank, that's banking, isn't it? Like, we're not talking about that though. We're talking about organizations that basically infiltrate and break down other organizations or institutions or countries, so they can easily absorb them, break them up, and devour them. So when you're looking at this global expansionism that they've got planned, is because they're happy to move into any country or any territory or anything that is financially viable for them. You know what I mean? So then you've got situations like, for example, I don't know, even with PlayStation 2, for example, yeah? PlayStation took off and they couldn't get enough of the minerals or whatever they needed from Africa to make the the consoles, right? So under normal circumstances, what would happen? The price would go up, or they'd just go out of business because they couldn't do it. But when your whole ethos is making money, yeah, you will invest money, send money to that situation, and say to the people on the ground, like the Africans, you take this money, buy these weapons, go over there, kill these other Africans, get the minerals off them, yeah, and we can make more PlayStations for these fucking fat Americans sitting around playing games. Because the ultimate objective is to make money.
You have to understand the system, really. Germany, there was a German financial guy in the alternative media who has done some math on that. And it's because of the petrodollar, Germany has produced a count of 2,000 euros per month for any American without getting anything back from it, anything that is real. Just they just say we pay you back. So they have done depth promises that they eventually pay us back. But we have done that for decades. So America is big in debt by Germany. This is also why Donald Trump has threatening Germany that we are too powerful or something, but we are really not, because we have no power to ever get that money back, or so. And America can't pay us back because they right now they're industrializing again, but yeah, basically what they are doing is they have to export us some cars now to pay us back, right? Something like this. And yeah, it's crazy. It's going on for decades. 2,000 euro per month we are sending them material stuff. It's insane.
Yeah, I just come on to save the Jews, man.
I disavow.
Okay, I came on to make sure that my Jewish brothers are well and secure. Kai, man, stop badding up the Jews. Stop. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Veli nailed it, man. It just seems like, yeah, looking for someone to blame. Germany's doing all right, man. Could be worse. You lot have got a proportional representation, I think.
Well, we are still enemy states in the United Nations.
Who's the enemy state?
Germany. I think one of two countries only on the planet are still regarded enemy, are still enemy of the United Nations.
Interesting.
Yeah. So we don't have a peace contract after World War II. And this is if you advocate for that, you're an enemy of the state here in Germany. If we say something like this, they are calling them Reichsbürger. So they have a big propaganda starting in 2015, 2016, where people are talking about this specific topic, that Germany is still not sovereign. Of course, we are not sovereign even with the EU and all these contracts and giving up power to the EU. But on the basis, our Grundgesetz, our constitution is not a real constitution. So, and most Germans don't know of that, but it has been a big movement in 2015 and even before that, 2014. And there are people out there that asking politicians, even Merkel. There was one conference with Merkel, and some ordinary German citizens asked her, do we have a peace contract with America and the other nations that defeated Germany in World War II? And she couldn't answer it. She said, yes, we had it. It was with reuniting eastern part of Germany in 1990, right? It was all solved then. but it wasn't. We're still regarded enemy state in the United Nations, yes, and Germany is still under occupation, really, from America.
Yeah, but that's a result of the war, right? You can't have it both ways. You're not doing all right within the EU, considering the past. Probably better than the British in a lot of ways.
Yes, on the
economically,
on the when you don't go into details, yes, we are. We're still exporting a lot, but we don't get anything back. This is my point. Other countries are in debt by us, but they never pay us back. This is the problem, and this is also not the plan. Germany is basically a slave to other nations. We are producing stuff and never getting anything back. This is why our streets are now failing, our bridges are now in collapse, because the money doesn't get back to Germany, and we can't buy anything anymore. Even with the digitalization, we are not investing in Germany anymore. We're just exporting, and not investing anything in our country. We have one of the lowest rates of owning houses in Germany. The Greeks have more money. The Greeks who are in big debt have more housing, more on their bank accounts than German citizens. This is all the exportations only benefits the owner of these companies. So it's all just yeah. If you go into the details, I can't really explain it that good in English, but if you really go into the details, Germany is not doing well.
I'll take your word for it, man. So what of that? What of the F9?
You know what it sounds like, though, Dan. Do you know what it sounds like? Sounds like they want to eat in the restaurant, but they're moaning about tipping the waiter. He's like, why should I have to tip the waiter? He's going to bring the food anyway. Yeah, but bro, this is the system. This is how it runs. You know, you got to grease the wheels. Yeah. You know,
the globalized system. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, I think it was the last. It was like World War II was the last dash toward the kind of finish line, and yeah, the Cold War was the wrestling to just get over the line at the last minute between two parties. Yeah, Germany wasn't up there, but Japan wasn't up there either, and I'm sure they're probably on the enemy list as well. No.
Yeah.
At the UN, they're probably there as well.
I don't know about Japan. I have to look that up. But I know that when I looked that up 4 years ago, there were only 2 countries still regarding as enemy states. It never happens in history that after war, 70 years after the war, you're still regarded an enemy state. It's amazing. It probably has something to do with some esoteric stuff as well. They are saying the Germans have the tendency of the warrior gene or something like that. If you let the Germans do what Germans do, they will again be this demonic people. And you look at America. I don't know how many years are they in war, in constant war. No one is talking about that, and yeah, it's crazy. And even if you look before World War II, it was French, it was the British who were fighting all these wars. Germany only fought half of the wars that French and the Great Britain fought before World War I and World War II. And even in the time period between World War I and World War II, Poland is fighting wars all over. Russia is fighting wars even within Europe all over. So it's just a crazy conspiracy theory that the Germans have this tendency of fighting wars against everyone in the world. Yeah, it's no, Germany. What Germany has done is always be against this financial system. This is why they are the globalist hates Germany so much. Even with the Kaiser, they have this huge hatred for the Germans.
The Huns, yeah, man. We'll be back in 2 secs. Where yeah, Khan, if you're there, bruv, hold it up and big up Vedi as well. I'll be back in a minute.
No one has won the world war. The only ones have won the world war are these globalists. They have completely. This was the last dance, really, for the world. Now only Iran. One could say if Russia is not controlled, some say Russia is controlled, and it's all just theater. You only have a few countries left that is not under this globalist system. They have almost complete domination right now. This is why I love that this system is now collapsing. And they're probably and I fear that they are now distracting people from this financial crash that will happen over the next year or in 2021 with war. I fear that they will start the wars in the Middle East again right now to deflect from the financial crash and from not being able to deal with the coronavirus. I'm really I fear that they are deflecting from that by starting big wars, maybe even a world war. That would be quite bad, and we should prepare for that to raise our voice against wars that they're trying to push probably over the next month.
Yo, Elrondor, Legolas. It seems like you and Ralph have done a quite a bit of a U-turn, isn't it? You lot ain't preaching about war no more. How come you lot have gone away from war, and peace, and you lot are in peace mode now? What's happened? It's weird, isn't it? Does anyone else notice that? You lot are always talking about peace now. What the fuck's going on? You lot be drinking Kool-Aid, isn't it?
I can't hardly understand you. You say that why I'm so peaceful and not wanting to go to war anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a pacifist in any way, but I only fight wars that I see that are necessary, and I don't see it's necessary to go to war with foreign countries like the Iraq war, the Afghanistan war, dealing with the situation in Syria. Syria should deal with the situation alone.
What do you think about the guy in Hanau who shot up like the shisha bars or whatever? I mean, they were sort of saying that he was like a far right guy. He seemed to be probably a little bit.
Oh yeah, I think it was a secret operation from the deep state. I don't think it was. Even if you read the manifesto, this guy was complete lunatic. He was talking about.
I couldn't even find the manifesto. I was looking for it online.
Yeah, they deleted it from the internet. I still have it. If you want it, I can send it to you.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Yeah. For reference.
Yeah, wait. Can I? Give me your email address because I can't upload it here in the internal chat, right?
No worries. Shit, man. I'm probably gonna get on some list for this, but yeah, if you got it, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Just put it in the side chat.
Yeah, wait. Just do that right now.
I
was uploading it to Twitter, and they deleted me for that. Yeah. They don't want they want their specific framework, right, to be protected. And if you read the manifesto, this framework doesn't work. So yeah. It was just sick, and now I have to I have buy me a new PIN number to have another Twitter account, my third Twitter account now. Yeah,
Shit, man.
it's sick.
So yeah, you think it was a deep state operation? So how do you? Well, that begs the question: do you then think it's possible that the same goes for Islamic terror attacks?
Yeah, for some, I think some of it is a deep state operation. For example, at least we know from this attack on the Christmas market that the police know about this guy. What was this guy's name again in Berlin? They know about this guy, right? And they letting him do all this stuff and not interfering. Berlin Terrorattacke.
Anis Amri.
Ja, genau, Amri. Yeah. They know about it. And they didn't stop this guy. They say they didn't stop this guy because they want to gather information about who this guy is working together with. And I think a week later, America was bombing some terrorist cell of Amri in Libya or something like that. Yeah, but it's crazy. They have all the signs that he is planning a terrorist attack and didn't stop him.
Hey Dan.
Interesting. Yo, really?
Dan, have you noticed the change in tactics around a certain group?
How do you mean? Are you talking about this like non-violence thing?
Yeah, because like remember before, yeah, Ralph and all them dons would all say, yeah, like, remember before when we were talking about cryptocurrency and shit, Ralph was like, yeah, so we know the people that control Bitcoin and all them shit. Yeah, we know the people that control this. We know the people, and now these men are trying to distance themselves from the people that supposedly control shit.
Yeah, I think Ralph was trying to make out that he was very much a part of like the establishment in, yeah, I don't know, whatever it was, if it was like the techno establishment. I know the guys at Google, I know the guys at Berkeley, I know the guys at MIT, I know the guys at, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I think Ralph is the confusing one. If you pay attention to Ralph's politics, Ralph's a bit all over the place, but maybe someone like Mark Collette maybe is a bit more consistent ish. I don't know. I guess he's their done now, isn't it? That's their top man. So
I think Ralph is criticizing the techno state, the tech state. He thinks that it's almost logical that we have this technology taking over and enslaving people. And
Rondo, listen, Legolas.
Yeah.
Ralph has said, that his people have reversed engineered Islam so that they understand and know why the wars and everything's going on and shit like that. To make the shit implode in itself. So have they got all this power to reverse engineer religion and shit like that, but they ain't got no power to stop any of these other shit?
Mm-hmm.
Explain that a little bit more, Veli. What have they done to Islam? Reversed engineered it, meaning what? Like, I might be dumb, but I didn't get that bit.
Hey, Khan, do you remember when? I can't remember. Yeah, we was on the panel. Yeah, it might have even been on Real's panel. Yeah, and James, Ralph, I think Dan might have been there. A few other people was there. Yeah, and
go on.
And I don't know. Ralph was talking something about how they've got control of the insurgents or something like that in Islam or whatever, and they've reversed engineered this, that, and the other to control. They've reversed engineered.
I just sent you the document or the manifesto of this guy.
All right, nice one, man.
Okay.
All right, cool. What are you saying, Willie?
Yeah, so my man was talking about I can't remember exactly his words in it, so I can't quote him word for word. Yeah, I was just saying. I remember man used to say they used to think that they had control of things, innit? Yeah, things were the reason things were happening is because of his people or our people. Yeah, we on the right to do this, or because we done that, and we control this, and we reverse engineered that, and now the data shows us that this, that, and the other, and blah 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 blah. And now everyone's coming on there talking like he's a victim of the same people that them man are talking like they got control of.
Yeah, but what are you saying? Because Germany's white and England's white, that they should be on the same thing?
No. I'm saying that the people in the far right groups here were making, particularly Ralph and others, were making big talk like they're in control and they're engineering situations to happen. So we're in control of this. That's our man here, and this is our.
Right.
We control so and so. Even down to a thing, where man was saying something about Bitcoin, and I was like, the fuck? What? So you're fucking Satoshi Nakamoto or something now, yeah? You fucking control Bitcoin as well. You made Bitcoin and shit,
No, I don't understand you. He was talking about that we control what, tech or what? The white. The
currency.
No, not white. Not the white
currency.
He was promoting Bitcoin or cryptocurrency.
I'm saying the right wingers. That was surrounding Ralph and his gang. Yeah, so that's
we are using cryptocurrency.
Wait, mainly people like your lot. Yeah. So when we was talking with these people, they keep telling us how much control and how much power and how much people in powerful places and implementing laws and so and this, that, and the other. And how much control and power they got. But then, for the last however long you've been on here, you've been talking like you're one of the victims of all the conspiracy theories that everyone else is talking about now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though. But he's German, though. But he's German.
I think you misunderstand Ralph.
One minute. There's got to be some sort of a misplaced, preconceived notion here. Are you saying that the English right wing and the German right wing are somehow allied or of the same ilk? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's not what I'm suggesting. I was saying that basically the people that are in that right wing circle, who is, say, we're mainly talking about Ralph and his gang, innit? Yeah. So obviously Elwindo's in Ralph's gang, innit?
Yeah.
So when we was talking to Ralph before he got his crowd of, he's got minions and shit now, innit? You don't need to talk now. He sends out minions to attack now. Yeah. So, but Ralph used to be at the forefront talking, and saying, we got control of this. We've got the data that shows that we reverse engineered this, and now this is how it worked. Our man in place that's got control of that. Our man in place has got control of this. But now, Elwindo's been here saying,
in the future, he was talking about the future, isn't he?
We're the victims of shit.
Of course, we will use also technology to reverse engineer our people. We will use media to get the truth out there, right? We are using data to improve our message, our strategies, and all of this. We are using it, of course. We are doing it, but we're still criticizing the system, as we were talking about for the last hour or something. We're still criticizing the system, but we are using parts of the system. For example, we are using Google, YouTube, all these platforms to raise awareness of the situation. We are building our own alternative platforms because we're getting shut down by these tech companies, by these giants. We are doing all this kind of stuff, and we are using data, of course, and strategies. Yes, we do, but this doesn't mean we are part of the system or something like that.
No, but this is the point. The point that I'm making is that when we was talking, well, you haven't claimed this, innit? Yeah, so it might be a bit unfair to put it on you, yeah. But because you're in the same circle, innit, that's sort of why I'm bringing it forward. Because
same circle?
I never hear
Ralph. Are you fucking dumb or what, bruv? My man's with Ralph and all them sort of right wing gang, bruv. Like, you know what I'm talking about, man. The same sort of people that have got the same views. It's not a real circle of people that have got any sort of fucking power. It's fucking online fantasies people like that we talk to fucking every day. That fucking dream about, like, they've got fucking
the world domination crew, you mean?
And they don't know shit.
Yeah, the FNAC crew.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Dan? Am I lying though? Did my man used to talk like that before? Like, rah, we've got control and we're empowering, rah, rah, rah. We're basically what's happening. Now, like the victim, and rah, the Jews, it's the Jews. The Jews are attacking us. It's the Jews' fault. It's the Jews. And it's like, rah, anytime anyone else is complaining and saying, rah, this is the reason why this has happened, then man want to call man a million victims.
Ralph's definitely changed his tone. 100%, he's changed his tone, I would say.
I think I get what you're saying, Veli. Now I understand what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Please explain.
Yeah. He's trying to say that you lot are some passive aggressive wankers that you want to tell everyone else that they're victims and this, that, and the other, but really, when you want to get your own way, you're playing the victim card as well. It's a passive aggressive strategy.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, we are playing the victim, as you will, because we are victims, and we are saying we are acknowledging that other peoples are victims too, of course. But what we are despising is playing the victim if you are not. That is what we despise. If someone says, I don't know. We hate, for example, that all this victim mentality of the black people is still going on about slavery, right? Because it was in the past and it's not happening today within our European countries. Black people are not suppressed. It's the other way around. We don't live in a white supremacist.
But 1 minute, let's say I'm not black. 1 minute, brother, bro. I'm not black and I'm not white, yeah? Black people are telling me that they're oppressed, and white people are telling me that they're not.
Khan, let him finish his point, bro, and then answer. Let him finish his point and then answer.
Yeah, we despise the victim narrative that black people, Arab people, all the migrants coming in here and saying we live in and also white cultural Marxists and her whites. Who are claiming that we are still living in a patriarchy, that we are still living under a white supremacist system. This is not true. It's the exact opposite. We are saying, of course, the elites, for example, if you want to go and blame European countries or America of going to war, even against the United Nations laws, yes, we are acknowledging that. But we are not acknowledging that we live in a white supremacist state within Europe or America or something like that. It's the exact opposite. It's an anti-white system, and it's controlled not by white supremacists, but by globalists who don't think of race. They are thinking of, they're wanting to establish.
Basically, you mean Jews. You're saying Jews, basically.
Not only Jews. It's also white people that have the mentality of power, just power grabbing. They're wanting to be in power, but not because they're white. They just want to gain power. They describe themselves as the illuminated. They think of themselves as higher beings. Yes, they're Satanists, right? They look down on us, but it's not because of race. It's because of this Satanist mentality, and they're putting it out there. They're saying, yes, we are enslaving you. They're putting it out in movies, in music videos, everywhere. They're putting the signs there, and by them putting the signs there and people still not realizing what is going on, they're saying, yes, you're lower beings because you don't realize that we rule over you. We're putting it right in front of you and you didn't know, right? So they seeing themselves as superior, yes, but it's not based on race. This ideology is satanic ideology.
I always like to say, when people say that, it's not about color, it's all about love, or it's all about corruption. But if that's the case, then why did they change Jesus' color? Yo, it's your boy, Brother Bernard East in the Bay Mortgage American Muslim, peace and love, family. I've actually been working on a solution to solving world disunity. I think I found the solution to unity. So you know how we used to say that.
What world? 1 minute, bro. What world disunity are you talking about? Because to me, I'm seeing unity. Everyone out there is a fucking money grabbing little son of a bitch.
You're right.
And they're all lining up to rinse the next man. Like, I don't see anyone aside from that.
Yeah, but bruv, listen. Listen to what this brother's saying. This brother's saying, no, wait. This brother's saying, yeah, there is such thing as a white supremacy system, but it's not white supremacy. It's only the Jew.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. That's what you're saying, Billy.
Are you trying to say? So you're saying that the Jews are a different set of white people?
No, he didn't even say that, Belly. He didn't say that. He acknowleded that they're white, but he said that what they're doing is for the benefit of Satan. They're Satan.
Hey, the dark-skinned Jews or the European-looking Jews?
He's talking about the Turkish Jews. They're the Turkish Jews, the Hazars.
If you're talking about, they're white. They are. If you're just worshiping money, it's satanic, and it's not only the elites that worship money. It's also the most of the normal everyday people who worship money and lost their sense of traditionalism, of culture, of religion. Even when we're talking about Christianity is being mocked, is being attacked on every state. It's perverted. You have transgenders that are now able to go to church and have courses there with the evangelicans praying homosexuality. So Christianity is already under attack, is already fallen.
You have that in every walk of life, brother. You even got gay mosques.
It's like some man in the chat ain't really paying attention to what Bad's saying. Yeah.
Go on, Millie. Break it down.
Yeah, this brother is saying it's not. Basically, yeah, what I'm getting from his argument is that it's not all white people's fault, it's only the Jews' fault. Yeah. When I'm saying that, how are you separating what anyone else done from what the Jews done? Do you get me? Like it don't separate from.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's only the Jews' fault. I never have said that. If for example, even if Jews are in control now, white people let them take over, right? So it's also our fault.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. He has acknowledged that there are white people at the top running things, but even though he's acknowledged that, he still refuses to acknowledge white supremacy. Even though he says, there are white people at the top who are running things, he won't say that they're white.
Some whites.
We can mention organizations like NATO, that's run by white people, UN, run by white people. We can mention all these powerful organizations.
But witness, he's saying that they're not white enough for him. He's saying that they're not white enough.
No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that some of them are Jews, but that the others who are white are Satanists. And I guess they betrayed their whiteness, even though they are white. So it still doesn't prove that. But you've acknowledged that there is a skin color thing, that they're white. So how can you say there's this black or brown movement to like depose white people when it's your own race of people who are implementing.
Yeah, there's also non-whites, non-Europeans, and non-Jews who are allying with this agenda. If you look at the United Nations, it's a globalist system, and the leaders of other countries are also supporting this system. They, for God's sakes, they have a satanic church within the United Nations. Did you see about the photos and videos about
what has Satanism got to do with being anti-white? Satanism affects
I can answer
everyone.
that question.
No,
I can answer that question. Because that was my solution to actually, for world unity, we have to recognize that if an enemy of my enemy is my friend, remember that statement?
Yeah, Raj says that a lot.
So regardless of nations, regardless of class, regardless of whether you have less melanin or more melanin than I don't believe in all that melanin supremacy type shit. Because then we would be in the situation we're in as a people who are heavily melanated. But if we recognize that we all have one enemy in common, I believe that we can have world peace, and that is Satan. But
yeah, we have the common enemy.
Before we get religious and stuff, what is a scientific proof of Satan? This is what I discovered, brothers, and I would like to share this with you.
There ain't none. There ain't no scientific proof for God either. So let's forget about God and Satan. And this
I said that I have one. So would you like to hear it or not?
Go on then.
Nah,
science?
Day.
Science? No, I'm talking science. So according to behavioral psychology, a person who suffers from obsession compulsive disorder has these three characteristics. They are very lustful, they say things that are not true, and they do harm to themselves, but they do harm to others. If you look in the psych ward, you can see these three characteristics very heavily. They do harm to themselves, they do harm to others, they're very lustful, and they say things that are not true. Like, hey, Jesus fucked me last night. Oh, it was so great. I had like 17 orgasms. Obviously, that's not true.
It's a mental health.
Interestingly enough, this is where I'm going. I know you don't like me, but let me get there. In the Quran, the three characteristics of the commands of Satan is that he commands each of us to do harm to ourselves and others. He commands us to be very lustful or grossness. And he also commands us to, what they use the word blasphemy, but it's to say things that are not true. This concept of Satan, unfortunately, we have been given this Hollywood aspect. So I get that you develop people like Veli who just doesn't want to hear that type of Hollywood type of approach of these teachings. But if you go into the science of it, you start to see the same relationship that Satan has when he whispers to man. And we all have a whisper that sounds like who you would think is yourself, but it is not. Because in your same mind, you would not harm yourself and others. You would not be lustful, you would not try to rape someone, and you would not lie. But there's a voice inside of all of our heads, which is called in the Quran a companion devil, that whispers those three commandments: to do harm to ourselves and others, to lie, and to be very lustful. If all of us over the world recognize that very simple science, that it is the voice of Satan inside of each and every one of our heads that we entertain.
More. Can I ask you a question? More. Let me ask you a question.
After I get to this period, if we recognize that very science of the voice of Satan inside of each and every one of our heads that encourages us to harm one another and ourselves, and to lie to one another, and to be gross or lustful, then
more. Let's assume that Satanism is the exact opposite of Islam. So in Islam, we're told that to want for your other brother what you want for yourself, yeah, that's Islam. But in Satanism, people got a different standard for other people than they hold to themselves, right? So what we got now, we got a white guy telling black guys, you lot are a victim, why are you moaning about slavery? But then he's turning around and saying, oh no, but I'm a victim of Jews, I'm a victim of bankers. So basically what he's doing, he's saying,
You got it now, yeah?
I'm not saying that. I
How
say
is that be? Yes, they are doing what they're doing, but they are using racism as a tool. Yes, they are using racism as a tool. Racism didn't come with the Big Bang. Okay, it came from our own decisions to. It was easy. Hey, this guy.
1 minute more. You're getting it wrong. He's saying racism or nationalism is a virtue. I'm saying as a Muslim, it's not a virtue. Being not racist is a virtue.
Well, actually, that's the Quran said that
you don't need Islam or Christianity to understand what Satanism is. One of the best groundwork, at least in Germany, done on this topic has been done by libertarians who are atheists, who have done perfectly. For example, in English, to understand how these Satanists works, I would advise you to go to Mark Passio. He's an ex-Satanist who explains how Satanism works, right? It's Mark Passio. And right now, he's an atheist too, I think, or agnostic, probably. So you don't need really religion to understand.
Here's a shorter answer of Satanism. Do what you want. That's what Satanism is. I read the Black Book of Anton LaVey. It's do what you want shall be the will of the law. But obviously, there's consequences to what we want to do. Of course, obviously, if you do what you want, you would do what you are encouraged by the voice of Satan, which is to do harm to others, which is to be lustful. You see some nice, pretty women across the street. Oh, you can just go have sex with her then.
Brother Moore. Saying all that, yeah, this voice of Satan and all that, still ain't proved Satan. Remember you said...
Let me ask. Do you not have a voice in your head sometimes that encourages you to harm yourself and others?
Brother Moore, listen. Like I was saying, remember you said that you was going to give some scientific proof of Satan, yeah? But then you went to people with mental health issues in mental wards that might harm themselves or say things that obviously are deliberate. And then,
that's a science.
But there's already an explanation for why they're doing that. There's no evidence. They've got mental health.
Science.
Yeah, but that's not nothing to do with Satan.
You can use different words. You can say it's immoral.
Let's not get caught up in the word usage.
Included in the mental health issue then.
You can call
because the relationship is the same in regards to what it encourages. We're saying that the scripture is already about behavioral psychology. Okay, you gotta stop cutting me off and let me flow.
More, you're not understanding. When we're saying Satan, the Christian Catholic is talking about a group of people who claim to be Satanists. We're talking about the Catholic Church who themselves are Satanists.
And I'm saying that everyone,
another group of people calling them Satanists when they're both Satanists.
And I'm saying what the Quran is saying, the word of God is everyone has a Satan inside of them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're
I
right.
don't dispute any of that, but
It's called the companion devil.
Yeah, you were
But we're talking about institutions.
how you have Satan whispering to people. You were talking to that. You said the science of Satan whispering messages into people's head to make them do stuff. You said that earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is the scientific evidence that Satan is the one doing it?
They don't use the word Satan. They don't have to. Just like in astrological science, they don't use the word clothe asunder, but they mentioned the word Big Bang. I'm just giving the correlation with what Scripture has already been talking about.
But you said you had
behavioral psychology. Behavioral psychology is claiming to have already discovered and measured and realized. All I'm just giving the ministry is that Scripture has already been talking about this. We just use the word Satan, which simply just means deceiver or accuser. But it's the same science.
Yeah, but what science requires observational evidence, amongst other things. So when you're saying that there is something whispering messages into people's head and you have scientific evidence for that, I'm just asking you, what is the scientific evidence for that?
Yourself. Do you not have a voice in your head? Okay, if I'm talking to you face to face and I eventually start to become rude, disrespectful, or I'm spitting in your face, I'm getting loud, rah. Eventually there's a voice in your head that's gonna go, I ought to knock this motherfucker out in his face if he don't get out of my face. Now, where did that voice come from for you to want to harm me? That's
wait.
That's what I'm asking. You're the proof, but I'm saying you are the proof. So
no, by that definition of what you're describing there, yeah. So you're saying if all your bad thoughts only come from Satan and your good thoughts only come from God, then.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah,
and that means
I think this is helpful.
Into your head, and Satan got like the same sort of level power as God, because this is where it's going to
all he can do is suggest. It's up to us as individuals, which is where I was leading towards the solution. Once we diagnose the issue, in this case, it is the voice of Satan. It's all in our heads. He hides and he whispers in the form of our own voice. So you think it is you who are doing the harm to one another. It is you that is being lustful. It's actually the voice of Satan which you entertained, and you accepted that contract, which is what they mean by selling your soul. But there's also another voice that combats against that, which is the angelic or the godly Fitra, which says no, love one another, do harm to none, do with others what you want done to yourself. That's what the jihad is. The struggle between that voice and the other voice. Some people call it higher lower
Can you actually provide evidence for this?
But 1 minute. More. What you're saying doesn't prove God or Satan actually exists.
You are the best evidence.
It's not proof. It's not proof. It's not evidence.
You are the best evidence.
That's what we're saying, bro. There's no evidence.
It doesn't matter.
No, that's the thing. You are the best evidence. It just requires contemplation and reflection.
No.
Knowledge does not always come through a microwave.
It's not repeatable. It's not repeatable. It's not a repeatable process.
You don't lie. You don't think about lying. You don't think about lustful thoughts.
I don't.
Okay. I respect how you see things. Moving on.
Yes, I think.
Listen, I've got to jump off here. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, I got one more job.
No, you're not being sincere, brother, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, big up everyone on the panel. Yeah, big up contributors. Yeah, we love how the things there. Yeah, Zaid. Yeah, man. Big up.
Yeah.
All right. Be back soon, man. Peace.
I think it's a good concept to understand good and evil, if you so will.
So then,
Nicolaus would describe it as
to me on Dan's channel. When you said to me on Dan's channel that you supported the apartheid system of South Africa, were you being good or evil then?
Is that what he said? The motherfucker.
Yes, I am for apartheid. I'm for apartheid, obviously.
Big up yourself with this. Gonna have to do that.
Hey, what is that?
I'm for everyone having a nation. I think that we are living together don't work, because it's not only you have to understand, it's also logos that God created us differently, or we have evolved differently, and we are different, and not and saying that everyone is equal, everyone has the same thoughts is wrong. It's speaking not the truth. There are differences between people. Yes, but we also have a common enemy. Yes, there's evil in the world. I don't see it as evil wanting to live amongst yourself. I see it as evil, and it's also part of the New World Order project, which everyone that is a non-ethno-nationalist, even Alex Jones always leaves out, is to create one people, not nations anymore, destroying nations, have a world government. And how you can achieve that is multiculturalism, and then destroying the nations, because there's no need for nations if you don't have a common people.
You're a hypocrite in what you're saying. At one breath, you're promoting ethnicity where your Germanic people should live separately and have their own thing. But then you're saying that white people who are descendants of Germans and Dutch should carve out a nation that's not ethnically theirs in a landmass that's not ethnically theirs. That's hypocrisy. What you should be saying is that they should leave South Africa and return back to Germany and Holland and live with their ethnic brethren.
I've said that I would love for the Boers to come back to Europe.
But how can you say that? You just admitted that you support the apartheid system.
Yes.
So you're saying two things, different things.
if the white people in South Africa back in the day, where we don't have ethno pluralist state of mind, then of course apartheid would be better than having a multiculturalist society. Obviously, it's always I would say this exact same thing in America right now. I would say it's better for everyone that have a state of their own, having black police for black people. By the way, they are discussing this back on Toyton's channel or someone else's channel yesterday or the day before.
One minute, brother.
Wait, let me finish.
You can't afford to feed your own population. We live in London where the trees don't even have apples on them.
What?
Yeah. So you're saying you're going to have a nation of white people.
Man. What are you talking about?
Bruv, you can't afford to feed your own people, even if all the foreigners left.
We're even exporting.
You can't afford.
We're exporting food, man, to Africa. What are you talking about?
What the fuck? What food are you exporting to Africa?
We are different.
Africa is pissed off because
we are different.
NGO. What are you exporting? NGOs.
I'll say we are different in the sense of skin color and hair texture. But one thing we do all have in common is our access to resources and what we require. And that's just the basics: home, shelter, food, water, basic medicine, and education. I think we all have that in common.
Yes, we have that in common. I agree.
And the Quran says we made, God created man in different colors and tribes and nations to get to know one another and not despise one another. And the best of you is who's most righteous. So it was never about who has what skin color, what hair texture. But unfortunately, man has made it about, skin color and hair texture. If I'm not mistaken, the class system started in India, didn't it?
It's okay to know one another. It's a complete different thing that erase what God has created, to erase diversity.
This is because you believe that God created your race, and somehow your race should be protected by God. This is what you believe.
We can. God will help those who stand for themselves. God will help these people. Gott mit uns is one German sentence. Hilf dir from Goethe. It's hilf dir selbst, dann hilft dir Gott. What is it translated in English? It's from Goethe. Hilf dir selbst, dann hilft dir Gott. English. Help yourself, then God will help you. Right?
Yeah. Right.
That's why I'm for a constitutional republic. So in short, I'm about, God's rule over a nation, as we even say here in America, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So yes, you walk into my house, I will have my Quran in one hand and I will have my P. Luger 97 in my other hand. You come in my house to try to harm my children and my family, I will shoot you square in the face, and then I will pray over you. But other than that, I believe
it's like one of those militia guys, those far-right militia guys in America.
That's actually very Quranic. The Second Amendment of the Constitution to give us the right to bear arms, not only to protect ourselves, but a lot of people don't know the next sentence, but also to go against governmental tyranny.
Yes, indeed.
Do you follow the Quran, which is Allah's word, or do you follow the Constitution? Which one are you loyal to? Because you seem divided.
Oh, because the Constitution is founded on Islamic principles.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, there you go. Call for him. Oh my God.
I said gosh, Gosh. Oh my gosh. So now the American Constitution is based on principles from the Quran.
Yes, sir. The Fourth Amendment.
Partly, but not fully.
Remain silent.
Thomas Jefferson had a Quran, and it's a fact that he did read it a lot. But we can't say that.
Don't forget what he was complaining about. He said in America, through the Constitution and through the laws, gay people now have rights. Are you saying that's part of Allah's principle?
You see? More. What are you saying about that one?
What about gay people?
Don't they have rights now in your country because of your constitution?
Oh, the gay rights things?
Yeah. So
Oh,
are you
yeah,
saying
that-
are you saying gay rights is part of the Quran, is part of Allah? Because you claim the constitution comes from the Quran.
No, homosexuality is against the Quran and it's against God. It's abomination. It causes
Exactly.
confusion.
So you can't be claiming that the
But at the
constitution.
same time, there's no compulsion in Islam, so we can't force nobody to not be gay. So what's your point?
So my point is, the very constitution you're claiming comes from the Quran. Is the same thing that gave these gay people rights in America.
The right to do what?
The right to exist and not be locked up for being gay. The right
Right,
to not
because there's no compulsion in Islam. So what's your point?
My point is, are you saying that the Quran promotes gay rights?
No, we promote human rights to believe whatever you want to believe. You believe you're gay, then okay, as long as you're not harming anyone, as long as you're not coming in my house and trying to harm my children, you can do whatever you want. Hey, that's your asshole.
These guys are hard work, man. Hard work.
Hey, do your thing, girl. You know, hey, as long as you don't harm my people. That's your issue, like the brother just said. That person's issue is between that individual and God.
So through that constitution, they can now have gay rights, have gay cinema, have gay cinema houses that show gay porn films, have gay nightclubs, take part with 16-year-olds, since it's all part of the constitution in most states, and all that.
Now, we're against pedophilia now. Pedophilia, that's a whole nother story now. Now you're cutting a different type of content there.
Your constitution gave them rights, and you said that your constitution comes from
Well, everybody's trying to get here. It's a bitch, but it's fair, bro. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. Well, then most gay people should become Muslims then. Hey, Khan.
If they want to.
The Constitution was written when you still
These
have
guys are
basic,
they're hard work, bro. They're hard work.
basic Christian values, and no one from the founding fathers were thinking about this gay lobby is rising up or some infiltration back in the day. So you have to always think of the mindset of the founding fathers. What do they mean with equal rights or something like that? I would even go as far.
Muslims, Ilonda, were they Muslims? These founding fathers?
No, of course not. Some of them were Freemasons, by the way. But yeah, they were even when they were speaking about all men are created equal or something like this in the Constitution, they were talking about Europeans. Not of everyone else. This is why I said always go back and into the mindset of the founding fathers.
It's the same with the you know, this idea of ancient Greeks invented democracy, but 50% of their population was slaves that didn't get to vote.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I mean? It's a hypocrisy.
Who here is from America? Say I. I.
Yeah.
I thought you said say die to the Americans.
So it's just me on this panel right now? That's the American?
Bro, it's just you. Are you a Muslim or are you American?
I'm a Muslim American. I'm a Muslim that lives in America. Any of you five guys here Americans?
No, man.
Thank God. So that's the difference. That's the difference. So you guys don't, you don't. That's the difference.
Actually, there are Americans in the chat. You don't agree with anything you've said. There are Americans in the chat, Black Americans.
Unfortunately, the powers that be infiltrated the education system in all countries. So you're given portions of the truth, just like we're given portions of the truth. So I understand how you guys are looking at the Constitution. Now it makes sense. So, you know, I respect that.
They didn't know about the dangers of cultural Marxists back in that day. They don't.
Yolanda, you're talking about something completely different to what this guy's talking about.
Yeah, of course. I'm talking about something else. But yeah, they have infiltrated it. But if they would understand it like B. Moore would understand most of the constitutions, they wouldn't be able to have this global homo infiltration back then, because if the founding fathers would look at 2020 right now, they would put different laws in the constitutions, clearly, to protect the American people from this degeneracy. Definitely, yeah. So yeah, these people have infiltrated it and put the constitutions out of context, misinterpret the constitutions. I would grant them that. Yeah, definitely.
It's disgusting.
I'd say that
what you're saying is absolutely disgusting.
They would enforce the Constitution in its original format because it offered us to govern ourselves. You probably heard this good old-fashioned saying before, Villa Vici, we shall be not afraid of the government, but the government shall be afraid of us. That's what the Constitution was, how it was built, for checks and balances, for us to govern ourselves. But this is what they realized, that the strategy that they did amongst us. They kept us fed and they kept us entertained. And more that they kept us fed and entertained, that's why the obesity rate is very high over here in America. And it was much easier to put this LGBT LMNOP type of agenda.
Yes.
Everyone is
even the Federal Reserve System is
this is getting really
constitutional, right?
Ilonda is talking about ethno-nationalism from a Germanic far-right white supremacist point of view, and just as we're trying to address that, this guy's coming in with some constitutional. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but it's completely confusing the whole discussion. Are we dealing with the ethno-nationalists, or are we dealing with this guy's spiritual belief system? I'm like, what?
Well, no, I was just correcting some of the ignorance that was put on the American Constitution, but we can get back into the national.
Well, we don't really care. No, I'm not being rude, but sorry, but we don't really care about the American Constitution. Like, if you want to come in on the conversation and contribute, like, you're welcome, but you can't really be holding us to a lecture on American Constitution, because we're not talking about that right now. Like, I'm not being horrible. I'm not being rude. Like, don't misunderstand what I'm saying.
I'm just correcting the ignorance that was stated. I have a right to a constitution, right to defend what was false.
Sometimes ignorance can be a good thing, man.
I don't care if you don't care. It's not. I don't get paid for you to care, so that's fine.
The Second Amendment, for example, is very important. I think every country should have this.
But you don't have it. So let's just concentrate on what you do have, not what you want in some glorious future. Okay, what you do have. Let's talk about what's going on now. Like, you're for ethnic people. So I want to know, why would you be against Turkish people creating an ethnic state within Germany?
I'm against it in Germany, of course. Yes.
Why? Because you're supporting white people creating an ethnic state in South Africa. So why won't you allow the Turks to create an ethnic state in Germany? There's enough of them. They have enough power politically, and they're parts of the country that they dominate. So let them have their ethnic state there, just like the whites have their ethnic state in South Africa. What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
that's a good point.
No, it's not, because Germans have bought Germany, and white South Africans have bought South Africa. So, and it was a different time period. Back in that day, you don't have the laws which describes the sovereignty of nations, of people, and ethnicities. You don't have that back in the day, where you have colonizations of Europeans, or colonizations of Anglo-Saxons moving to what was it called before America? I don't know if there was even a name. It was different tribes having different parts of America, but you don't have that back in the day. Now, since since 1950s, you have all these rules, and what's going on with multiculturalism is even against these rules. It's genocide. What's going on? According to their own rules. Yes, it is.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, and even the German idiots from the left, these anti-whites, have in 19 91, I think, they have declared that what's going on in Tibet is genocide to the Tibetan people. What the Chinese do, this forced migration, they call it genocide, but they are doing it to Germans, no problem. This is these are the double standards.
No, that's not a double standard. That is actual. That is an actual genocide.
Yo,
that's completely different.
And it's forced migration
That's completely different.
One second,
in Germany right now.
Belly, Banksy's in the back chat. Check the back chat.
It's forced immigration. It's forced upon us. Look at Greece right now. They are rioting against the police.
We can't address that, Ilanda. We can't address that because you have just redefined the meaning of the word genocide to fit your rhetoric. That's what you've done. Okay. You know that the basics of the definition of genocide is the deliberate killing of a large group of people. Okay. That's not happening in Germany. So you've had to redefine genocide to shape it into the way that you want.
It's a deliberate plan to get rid of one people. And multiculturalism is psychological warfare is even in that definition of genocide. And it's clear that Germans are in psychological warfare. They are humiliated, demonized. You can't be German because it's evil. It's psychological warfare, and it's
and why
like
is it
a demographic warfare going on against Germans.
Why is it Why did you say it's regarded as evil to see yourself as German? Why is that?
Yeah, because if you're German, you're a Nazi and you're a monster and you want to kill other peoples, and it's the most evil thing in the world.
And who's put forward that agenda?
It doesn't matter who.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It's your own people. It's your own white Europeans that are saying that. Yeah. Black people don't say that. If Turkish people believed that, they wouldn't be living in Germany right now.
Exactly.
So,
It wasn't started by Germans. It was starting after World War II with the re-education. Yeah, by the English and also by the Americans. It was called the re-education period, where they basically buy all the school books. They produced the school books for the Germans. They have taken over the media and propagandize German people with that. And then you have also these people from the Frankfurt School infiltrating the school systems.
Careful, you're sounding like a victim now. You're sounding like a victim.
Yes, we are victims there. But we are not saying give us shit. No, we are saying German people, free yourself. We don't want any help from any other people, right? We want to be sovereign. We are not bitching around. We just want them to leave us the fuck alone.
Yeah, but Arundel, hey, by the way, guys, how's it going? The thing is, this is when you were talking about double standards with the Tibetans. You see, you're kind of saying double standards too. You like when it came to the Boers and the invasion of South Africa. When the white people of Europe had the power and the ability to go and colonize, you were like, well, that was a different time. People could go and colonize then, but now things are different. It isn't really. What it is, and this is the real truth that nobody really wants to admit. If you can take it, then you go ahead and take it. If the Turks of Germany think they can have their own ethno-state, then have the balls and go ahead, go to war with Germany and see if you can take it from them. Let's see if you can fucking take it. That's what it really comes down to in this planet of ours. If you can take it, you go ahead and take it. And if you can't take it, then don't bitch about it. Don't complain about it. Woe is me. Oh, the poor South Africans. Yes, the whites had the bullets and the guns, and they went and took it from you fuckers with fucking skin-covered shields and bows and arrows. That's what it really always comes down to. If the Turks can take Germany, go ahead and try to take it. I somehow don't think you can. I don't think you have the balls or the weaponry to do it, but Go ahead, give it your best shot. What you have to do in reality is guilt trip the Germans. You have to guilt trip them through racism to give up their own nation. That's what you're doing. You want to guilt trip them into giving up their nation.
Elron, I told you he's a Turk hater. He's a little Kurdish little Turk hater. I told you already.
First of all, I am one quarter Kurdish. I am my grandfather's side on my mother's side is Kurdish. I have also Iranian Persian side from my father's side. This is bullshit.
Yeah,
they're fucking wannabe Greek.
They hate us too. They hate us too.
Yes, my mother's side is my mother's side is Turkish.
Banksy, someone said that in reality you admitted that you are Kurd and not the Persian.
But because I'm 1/4 from my grandfather's side.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I'm all Kurdish. It's quarter.
You've got a little axe that you're grinding right now.
Yeah, nothing to do with axe. My mother's side.
You're more Persian than.
The thing is, I don't say I'm Persian. This is the thing, because ethnically, I can't classify myself as ethnically Persian. There are ethnic Persians in Iran. I always say I'm Iranian because although Iraqis can say they're Persians too. If you're talking about the empire, the empire stretched a long, long way. But ethnically, I'm a very mixed mutt. My mother's side, Turkish and Kurdish. My father's side, Persian, and possibly even some Arab. I don't know, or Iraqi anyway. But generally, it's a mixed bag. I don't ever deny that. But what I'm trying to tell you is, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to Europe, when it comes down to any nation, is if you have the power to take it, you can take it. Even to this modern day, you can all go ahead and bitch about America and how it's terrible that they go ahead and put puppet governments in other countries. I will promise you this: no Turk, no Arab, no Iranian, no Hindu, no Pakistani would be more benevolent than the Americans or the British or the Germans. Okay, you're not any more saintly. You're not any better. When you had your opportunities, when the Ottomans ran around the world pillaging and raping, you did plenty of it. And when the Arabs
you call it raping. You call it raping, but we didn't leave bastards everywhere. We claim our children. So what would have happened?
Right.
What would have happened?
Made it so much better. The raping and the pillaging.
Of course it does.
So much better when you took your bastards, raped children of raped slaves back to fucking the Ottoman Empire. Was it?
Khan, don't get drawn out. We're missing the point. We're supposed to be dealing with Elonda's theological political.
Erendor. It's pronounced Erendor.
He has a particular axe to grind with the Ottomans. But we're not discussing that now. We're talking to Elonda or Legolas or
Erendor.
I just want to make 2 points. So what I want to make sure. Yes, Banksy is of mixed heritage, right? He has some Kurdish DNA in him, some Iranian, but he wouldn't. He supports the Iranian, not the Kurds, right?
I support the whole nation of Iran, with the Turks and the Kurds and the Jews that live in it.
Okay, but you're first going with the Iranian situation, right?
I just see it as a nation state, and I take Iran as it is now. I don't dwell over the Persian.
Let's get to the point. What do you think about these whiny little white boys claiming that the Jews run the world? What do you think about that?
That's what I was going to say, bro. Let me say something, man, because obviously Elrondo's been on here fucking crying, weeping and gnashing and crying about how the Jews fucking done this and the other, the Jews. Yeah, me, so he's doing the same victim explaining and crying and shit that you're complaining about, Banksy.
Who? Erendor.
Elrondo. Yeah.
I know.
You've been here for about over an hour doing it.
No, but the difference is.
There's a difference because he's white.
There is. Because no. The difference is that when Erendor complains about his country being lost, it's the way his country is being lost. His country isn't being lost by an invading army who came down and put a sword to his neck. His country is being lost from within, from people who feel so guilty about the history of their own people that they want to commit an internal genocide upon themselves. They are doing it
but wait, let him finish.
They are doing it through guilt trip of being called racist.
One kebab out there.
But you see the hypocrisy in what he's done, right? It's okay for Uganda to continue to keep playing the victim, right? And it's okay for Elanders to say that, yeah, I support the apartheid state in South Africa. And it's okay for Banksy to come and say, yeah, well, these whites in South Africa, they had the power to do it. So, yeah, let them do it.
But witness.
But they're all supporting that. You see that the kind of
witness,
hypocrisy.
Witness, right now, the blacks in South Africa.
Is this now going to be a whataboutism that you're going to bring?
No. But right now, witness, right now, so the blacks of South Africa have the whipping hand. They're the ones in power, and they are slaughtering the Boers. The Boers are only 8% in the country.
If they truly had the whipping hand, and they did what the EFF wanted, every single white person in South Africa would be kicked out, and every single white person in Zimbabwe would be kicked out. If they had the power.
No, the fact is that they are doing that. They are literally slaughtering them. They come into their houses, they shoot them, and they boil their children in the baths.
Now you're
Wait. Listen, Banksy, provide evidence for that, man. We need evidence for that.
Yeah, there's a documentary. There's a documentary made by Lawrence Southern where they're interviewing people. These
made
women.
by Lawrence Southern, a transgender fucking white supremacist. But get out of here,
but go and
proper evidence, bro. Real evidence.
She's literally interviewing women, these women who actually are investigators, who go and investigate these crimes. It's called Farmlands. Go watch the documentary called Farmlands.
And do you call that? So, all right. Wait, listen. So that means if I give you evidence from fucking Respect that fucking all white people are bad, are you going to take that evidence?
No. It's not Respect that's telling me this. It's not Lawrence.
But he's made a documentary on it, though.
No, she's interviewing people. But what I'm saying is,
he's interviewed white people that say they're evil.
Veli. Okay, I'll give you multiple sources. It's not just that one person. You can go start with that documentary, and then that documentary will give you the names and people that they interviewed, and you can go and look at that. I've worked with 6 or 7 different South Africans, white South Africans who've immigrated to Britain now, and they are giving me first-hand information. Not only that, you can go and look at other reports. You can go and look at UN reports.
Let him finish. Because
he's trying
white
to say
supremacist tears are nice. No, let him finish, man, because we like that sort. Yeah, man. White supremacist
what I'm saying
nice.
is multiple sources. You can go and look at the UN reports. You can go and look at the Red Cross reports. There are multiple sources that are indicating that these people, these white farm owners, are being killed. Now they're not recording them as white hate crime. They're recording them as criminal crimes. They're recording them as thievery and so on and so forth.
Banksy. By your definition, why should we even give a shit? Why shouldn't we be cheering for fucking South Africans? Why shouldn't we be cheering for South Africans to smash the fuck out of the fucking white invaders in South Africa?
Exactly what I'm saying is that
be cheering for them motherfuckers.
No, I'm not cheering.
Why didn't you say that from the beginning, Banksy?
I'm not cheering. What I'm telling you is, I'm trying to tell you that now that the blacks
for them, why you playing hand? You should be cheering for them with their following your lead. They're following you as
I'm agreeing. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that now that the black man has the power in South Africa, you can see that they're no more benevolent than when the white man had
worse.
Power. They're not any better. They do the same.
If you compare the numbers of that,
of Nazi Germany,
yes, they're worse. They're worse than even
what your ancestors did in 1939 to 1940.
They are worse than the apartheid
to your
apartheid white South Africans. The white South Africans have never talking about genociding all the Africans.
And fucking up! They went over there and overtook the place. What are you talking about?
Yes, but they are not
genociding. Wait. Elrondor. Explain how did the white guys end up in South Africa in the first place? How did that happen?
Yeah, they went and invaded. They went and conquered. They went and colonized. That's what they did. And
they even bought the land. They brought the land.
Banksy, what way did you say was the best way that people need to do to get people off of their land?
If you have the power, you get people off your land. You chuck them off.
Whatever you want. They've got the power and they're getting the people off their land. Why are you still complaining and crying?
I'm not
and bawling?
complaining. I'm not actually complaining about that. I'm saying that they are no more benevolent than the rule that those who came and conquered them. I'm trying to give you the I'm trying to highlight that no person, no human race or creed in this planet has ever been more benevolent than the other. So when the blacks and the Arabs complain about the Americans and the British as if they would do better and they would be better than them, they're not. When they have the power, you can see they are just as cruel, just as benevolent, and just as bad. Don't bitch to me about you would be more saintly.
You're saying that if they're just as cruel, you're saying that the black and brown implemented colonization and mass slavery internationally. Is that what you're saying?
I say that if the black man had the technology, they would be just as bad, and they would have had a worse chattel slavery than the white man.
So they would be just as bad, but have they done it yet?
No, because you don't have the power. You're useless. You fucking can't invent for shit.
So they haven't done it yet. So what the fuck are you complaining about?
No, I'm not. I'm not complaining. I'm telling you that you're not better just because you're complaining about you were hard done by someone who thought something up, who invented, who created, and did something better than you.
The apartheid state of South Africa.
No, I actually think I support. No, it's not whether I support it or not. I am realistic about the way of the world.
It's simple. Do you support the apartheid state that existed in South Africa?
I think that the apartheid was the only way that the whites and the blacks in South Africa could actually survive.
So you support. I just want to get, because with Ilanda it's very straightforward. With you, I want to know, because you've been talking a lot. I know what his point of view is. I want to know your point of view. When this whole thing started, was because I brought up his support for the apartheid state that existed in South Africa. Do you, Banksy, support the apartheid state that existed in South Africa?
Look, I am realistic about the world as it is. Those white people came from Europe and they invaded and they took over Africa and they dominated and they ruled for as long as they could. And once their power was lost, now they're at the losing end and they lost their position.
Wait.
It's not whether I support it or I don't support it.
You know how the power was lost, by the way? From the white South Africans.
The Jews and the cultural Marxists came in. We know.
Because of Europeans, Sweden, America starting the propaganda machine against apartheid. All these cultural Marxists starting it, supporting black people, and
we know
supporting the communists.
Your Nazi ancestors, we get it. But I want to know back. Do you support the apartheid?
It was the same white that you would describe as racist within America.
The apartheid state that existed in South Africa.
It's not about whether I support it.
It is. That is the whole point of this discussion. He is coming from an ethno-nationalist perspective that supports white supremacy.
Yeah, but witness.
Are you coming from that perspective? I am against it.
I don't.
Everybody else here is against it. Where do you stand? Get off the fence.
Okay. No, I'm not on the fence. I'm pointing out realities.
No,
I'm trying to show you that the reality of the world is that if you have the power and the means to conquer other people, people will do that, and that's how it is.
So you do support.
I'm just realistic. I'm just realistic. Once I support the Africans to have their own, to develop their own power and status, so that they can no longer be conquered by those who have, who can create weapons greater than them and do, have weapons of war. I think African nations, in order to keep themselves from having being colonized or having apartheid states, is to be self-empowered, to be able to then throw out invaders and fight and hold back the invaders. And if they can't do that, they're going to get colonized. That's life.
By the way, the solution.
Okay, so you would support that. So you would support the black majority in the island of New Caledonia in South Pacific. You would support
if they throw what do they do? I support. Believe it or not, I support the slave revolt in Haiti. The slaves took back their freedom.
Surprise. After listening to you for the last 5 minutes, I find.
But no, I support people empowerment. I support people who empower themselves.
Are you seeing his underriding principle? He's saying might is rights, and he automatically aligns with the winning side. He don't care if it's black or white or whatever. He just wants to be on the winning side all the time.
No.
Yes.
And this is what I was saying to Elron earlier about this is how the Kurds become unstuck. And even the Americans didn't support them, because whoever was supporting them, they were running to them because they have this ideology of might is right and ally with the might.
At the end of the day, he's correct. I'm not saying that it's morally right. I'm saying at the end of the day, might is right. Yes. And you can only hope that the
you're
people,
saying that might override ethics.
you can only hope that the people who have the might are morally composed to being moral and not immoral.
But this is the hypocrisy. He'll say might is right, but then he'll bitch and moan about how the white minority are being treated. So it's like you don't support that.
Witness. No,
Let me say
witness. The
something, bro.
complaint that.
Yeah, hold on a sec, guys. Let me say something, bro. Yeah, because like obviously, like we've been. I don't know how long you've been listening for, Banksy, yeah, but we've been listening to El Rondo since he jumped on, yeah.
You're cutting out.
Belly, you're cutting
out, Belly.
You're cut. Sorry, Banksy.
To get admitted to get into positions that they of power, but he doesn't want people to commit any crimes against them to get back their power or anything.
Well, this. I think. I mean, I may be mistaken, but I'm just gonna sort of give you my impression of what I think Erendor is complaining about. Is he's not complaining about the fact that that might isn't right. I think he accepts that the world. This is how the world is. If you can't impose your will, doesn't matter how righteous, doesn't matter how moral and ethical you are. If you can't impose it, if you can't make people behave the way you want them to behave, then you're useless. You're pointless. You can be the most. You can be fucking Jesus. If you can't actually impose your will, no one's going to follow what you want them to do.
What you're saying is hypocritical because you're constantly bitching about the people who took power in Iran. They took power through might. But
Yeah, I'm not bitching about it. I'm trying to inform people. I'm look, witness. I'm not complaining in the sense that I'm sitting there with my hand in my face going, oh, they took. No, I'm saying that they took it when they could, and now we have to take it back.
Exactly.
No,
That's
Banksy,
the point.
And he's not even what
You gotta be
Banksy
fair
is
now,
also.
Banksy. Wait. You gotta be fair now, bro, because when it's the other way around, yeah, and people are making the same statements, we need to take our money back. You jump on and you're not bitching and crying. Why don't you just do something instead of just complaining? But then when it's time for when El Rondo's doing the same thing,
No, but Veli,
you ain't saying the same shit to him. Or when you're doing the same thing, you're calling yourself out.
Let me just finish my thought on Erendor's complaint. The thing was that what Erendor and I apologize if I'm misrepresenting or misunderstood this, but this is my understanding, is that if he's saying he's not complaining about others invading armies coming in and with greater power and greater numbers taking over his nation, he's complaining that his own people are handing over their nation to people who are coming in. They don't have to do that. They can change that. They can change the tide because it is from within. This isn't from external sources. He's complaining of his own people being weak. He's not complaining about someone else coming and taking his stuff. He's complaining about his own people giving away his God-given right, his inherited right
we are
to be a
still
German.
a powerful nation. We are still a powerful nation.
People who are obviously, he complained about Jewish people and non-white people who are also within that system, taking power away from his people. He complained about them as well.
Yeah, because those people have been allowed to have that position of power by the Germans. Ultimately, it comes down to the Germans themselves. The white Germans are the ones who've allowed this situation.
Yeah.
But is he not doing the exact same thing that you complain about then? So he's come out here to complain to us fucking black, brown and others, on this platform about shit that he fucking should be taking care of in his own government.
Absolutely. Are you calling me other? Am I another?
I'm doing
joking.
that all
Well, I mean,
the time.
Carnito, you are a Turk living on Greek land, or at least claiming Greek land. You're not even living in your own land. You've invaded someone else's, and you're bitching about how that's your place. North Cyprus
Hold on.
isn't
There was an
Turkish.
agreement.
It's
There was an
Greek.
agreement between the English government and the Turkish government to bring skilled labor to help the textiles trade in the UK from Turkey. So people from Turkey are legitimately here. I'm a Turkish Cypriot, part of the Commonwealth. Yeah, I was born British. My granddad was born British, has a legitimate right to be here. The only one who doesn't have a right to be here, Banksy, is you.
I have a right to be here because the British government allows me, but I appreciate my position as a foreigner in another man's land. I don't complain. I don't consider myself to be English, and I say I'm a British citizen, but I'm not British. I recognize where I am
Your
and
channel
who I
is
am.
your YouTube channel is the king of complaints. You always bitch and moan about stuff. But then
About
for
what?
some reason, you're now saying that, oh, you black and brown people, you keep bitching and moaning, you're playing the victim, you can't take might is right, but you guys don't have might, so shut up. And if you did, you'd just be as evil as white people.
Yes.
But it seems it's okay for you to back Elanders rants and raves and playing the victim. Why is it that he gets
Yeah,
elected to play
because
the victim?
let me
What's so special about
explain
him?
it.
Is it because
Let
of his
me
whites?
explain
I
it.
don't want to hear what you're saying. I don't mind it. I just want to hear Banksy. Why is it when he bitches and moans?
He's bitching and moaning about
Yes.
his own people, not
Yeah,
about the
and I was
external
bitching,
others.
and I was bitching and moaning about what was going on in Africa. I consider those people to be my people. So why is it that I can't do that? But
No,
he
you can bitch and moan about every black man. You were bitching and moaning about South Africans and the whites.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that? According to you, what's wrong with that? If he can do it, why can't I do it?
Are you South African and the whites are your people?
I'm black. I'm a black African.
So you're complaining about white people in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's again the external.
Yeah,
You're
you should
complaining about the
complain about
external
black
people in
having-
Africa, not
having-
about
yeah.
Africans and their problems.
Black failures.
So I
Black
can't
failures who
I
have
can't
led
complain
to
about
this
white
situation.
people. I can only, according to you guys, I only have the right to complain about black people, whereas you two have the right to complain about black, brown,
white,
and
Chinese.
No.
but I don't think you're getting this.
No, you're not getting it.
No. Witness, Erendor.
You have the right to complain about things. Elanda wants to have the right to complain about things, but when a non-white person wants to complain about things, nah, you're being the victim.
Erendor, let me give you the clarification, at least from my side.
I'm
complain
agreeing with
about
Witness on that one, by the way.
I'm complaining about Iranians, not because of America or the United Kingdom interfering. I complain about Iranians for what Iranians are doing to Iranians. That's all I ever care about, and that's all I ever complain about. Is Iranians should fix Iranian problems. When Erendor talks about Germany, he's talking about white Germans fixing white Germany for white Germans because it belongs to German people,
And so
not
what has
black
that-
people in Germany, not Turkish people in Germany.
Fine, that's fine.
White
His
Germans
politics-
should fix
politics-
Germany for white
his politics
Germans.
in his country is one thing. When he then pushes his politics internationally and brings it into other parts of the world, it loses authenticity and
Okay.
credibility.
Which part of the world is he complaining about?
When he pushes out support, as I mentioned, for the apartheid states that existed in South Africa and in Zimbabwe, and would like to see that happen again.
No,
How
I'm
does
not
that-
saying that.
Oh, so then
there you
so
go.
wait.
He's
So
just
let's
saying
get
no.
this straight. So then you are saying that you don't have a problem with the black states, say the ANC, implementing a policy of forced repatriation of the whites back to Germany.
No, I have no problem with that.
So you'd be cool with that.
Yeah, but I don't see politics in a way. For example, you might think that Hitler was the worst guy in the world, right? Do the politics that Hitler has done before World War II to the Jews, and I'm okay with the repatriation program. If you install the remigration program that Hitler has done to white South Africans, I'm totally fine with it. Let's do Hitler's policy on remigration, okay?
Or Idi Amin's policy.
That's not what I asked. Sorry, Veli.
But witness, this is what you're saying. People like Idi Amin, people like Hitler did exactly that. They repatriated people out of their country.
Question. I asked specifically, I gave a country, I gave that country's current situation, and I stipulated if that country...
Is there a remigration program? No.
Repatriation, would you have a problem with that? At first you said no, but then you said but, and then you went into this spiel about Hitler, and then...
No. He's just making a comparison that those people you consider to be extremely evil, like Idi Amin and Hitler, actually did exactly what you're recommending.
You're not answering the question. In South Africa, would you have a problem with the ANC doing that? Repatriating all those whites?
Have they a program yet?
That's not a program.
You're not answering my question.
He said no, he doesn't mind if the ANC repatriates the whites. Okay, Erendo, do you agree with this statement? Do you mind if the ANC establishes a repatriation program for the white South Africans back to Europe?
No, I don't have a problem with that.
Good. And then do you have a problem with that, Banksy?
No, actually, I don't. Not if it's a humane way, but right now they're killing babies and they're slaughtering them in their farms.
So you do have, you either support them full 100%. You can't now bring in stipulations. If you support them, then leave it at that. You support them.
I support them.
So if you support them, then you shouldn't be bitching and moaning about whatever's happening to them in South Africa.
No, you can bitch and moan about them being slaughtered. You can complain about them being slaughtered. I'm talking about them being deported from the country. I'm not talking about them being slaughtered. You're saying, because I support the deportation, I should support their slaughter too.
Who's slaughtering them? Who's slaughtering them?
Go and watch the documentary.
I've seen the documentary.
Yes, the blacks of South Africa are slaughtering. They are slaughtering white South African.
Why can't you answer that question? Who's slaughtering them?
The blacks of South Africa.
The blacks. So all the black people in South Africa have decided to go into
No. You see, now you went to all.
No.
Hashtag not all.
I asked you a very specific question. The government does not have a policy of sending people out to kill white people. Criminals have taken it upon themselves to do antisocial things.
And the government government stands there and sings a song. Listen,
you were criminalizing all the black people for the actions of a minority.
Witness. Think about this. Think about this. If Boris Johnson, witness, just think about it this way.
The black people in South Africa as doing that. There are criminals who are doing that. Address the criminals. Do not go down the path of racism where you're going to say, because these minorities are committing a crime, I'm going to say all the blacks of South Africa are doing
I agree with you. Okay, witness, I agree with you. But what I will tell you is that if you ever imagine a time when Boris Johnson would stand on a stage and start singing "Kill the Blacks, Kill the Blacks," you would have a problem with that. That happened in South Africa.
Wait, Banksy, because again, what you lot keep doing, you and El Rondo, is that you want to scrap past crime and only talk about present crimes. So you're saying that you want to forget about the crimes of how the people got into the positions first of all, but you want them to be humane and how they're removing them from their land.
Are you saying?
Wait. Listen. Why should they, if they never took the land in no humane fashion, why should the South Africans be worried about doing anything humane to get their land back?
Again, Veli, I go back to my principle of might is right. If you want to be brutal slaughtering of women and children, you can go ahead and do that. They already do that now. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if you want to be better than that, then maybe you should just deport them humanely and don't slaughter their families in their farms.
I would even argue the only thing that they are not declaring it officially is because white people are still a powerhouse. So America is still a powerhouse. And what black South Africans are fearing is if they declare official waste war right now, whites are waking up and having a little revenge on them.
Exactly. You got to realize this is not what you got to realize, Veli and witness. This is not
revenge. What's this revenge? You said that.
No, it will be witness. What you got to realize is that this is not done in a vacuum. You can go ahead and try to genocide the white people in South Africa, but the white world
world, the white world, will
Wow, he
respond
actually
to
said
that.
genocide. He actually said genocide.
Yeah, I know. You can't backtrack. One moment you're screaming might is right, then you're coming up with this other pseudo-intellectual argument.
No. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you that yes, you can do that. You can go ahead and slaughter the farmers, but there will be a response. There will be a reaction from the other parts of the world to that.
Response, and as you said, might is right. So whoever's mighty will win.
Yeah, and so then South Africa will be invaded by more white people, and then you'll be here bitching about how South Africa got invaded by more white people.
We don't know what the future holds. I'm simply speaking up for what you're saying. You're saying might is right, so we leave it at that.
Yeah, but witness, what you got to realize again.
Interested in your prophecies for the future, Banks.
Witness. We're not running this. You're not running this story to its conclusion. You can go ahead and slaughter the white people in South Africa, and then there will be a backlash from the white nations around the world in which they may end up invading South Africa and creating yet another apartheid, and then you'll be back here bitching about the apartheid of South Africa.
I'm pointing out the hypocrisy in what you're saying.
Yeah, but witness.
You see, now you don't want me to say. You're saying might is right. So I'm saying, okay, Banksy, might is right. So that means when these non-white people, if they then decide to use might, you shouldn't have a problem with this.
I don't.
Then you start umming and ahhing, then you start coming up with some future prediction saying, oh yeah, but you know, if you do that, the white people are gonna come back tenfold and they're gonna do this to you.
Witness,
I don't
they
care
do.
about your future prediction.
Oh,
Just
okay. So you
stick to what you believe in. Might right. They'll both use.
Don't think about future.
Wait, guys.
Just do it.
Let him finish, and then we can reply.
Yeah, all I'm saying is to you, Witness.
No, let Witness. Sorry, Banksy. Witness was actually saying something.
Yeah, I was just saying that I just wish that they would be much more consistent. They keep on pushing this might is right thing, but it seems the might is right is only might when it's white might. The moment it's non-white might, then they start bringing all these little
wrong. Because if Germans like me would get the power, we would have the might to slaughter every non-white German.
Yeah, we know what
in
it's like
Germany. In Germany, but I'm not even advocating for it.
We know what your people are like when you have the might. We know what you did in the Second World War, and we know what you did in the First World War. So yeah, we're well versed on German might, and we also know what you did in Southwest Africa, where you implemented a genocide in Namibia. Yeah, where you massacred a lot of Africans in Southwest Africa when that was part of your colony. So we are well versed in German implementation of genocide and German might. So
this is also a myth, right? Who was attacking? Who was attacking who first?
Who was attacking who first? So when your German ancestors invaded Southwest Africa and proceeded to implement a genocide,
we have contracts. You have made contracts.
They were the victims, were they? Your ancestors who invaded Southwest Africa and implemented genocide, they were the victims, were they? Is that what you're trying to get at? So when Adolf Hitler in the Second World War was doing what he did for Nazi Germany, what, the Germans were the victims there as well? Is that what you're saying?
What are you talking about?
Contracts, then they had an agreement. Just as exactly the same as when Khan was talking about how Britain and Cyprus and North Cyprus or Turkey had agreements to have people like him come over, and now he's saying, "Well, we're as British as any Anglo-Saxon ever walked this land because they had a contract." So if the black people renege on their contract,
you're confused with different things. One moment you're talking about the Turkish people in Cyprus, and then you're talking about
no, I'm talking about contracts. I'm talking about contracts.
So what was the contract that was signed when the
what was the contract with Germany and
They have
Namibia?
broken the contract and
between
slaughtering
Germany and
the whole
Namibia?
village.
Yeah,
the whole
go ahead,
village
Eric.
they slaughtered, and then the Germans respond.
So wait, you're saying that the genocide that your ancestors committed in Southwest Africa by invading and then killing off the people was due to a contract being broken?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the genocide you were complaining about was after the blacks were against the contract they had made because they want more, right? They don't even have the ability, just as the Indians back in the day don't accept the contracts they have
That's
made
a
with
lie.
other
That's
whites.
not the history. You're
Then
making up
they're
history.
slaughtering a whole village of
You're lying. That was
children
not the history
and
of what happened
women,
there.
and then the Germans responded.
You're a liar. That's not the
Wait.
history.
Witness. Hold on. Let's get some facts on what he's saying in it and see if he can produce any facts on that. So you're saying that the Namibians had a contract with Germans that they rebuked on, or that they broke, that they've tried to grab more money on, and that's the reason why the Germans went to Namibia in the first place. Yeah.
No. They then slaughtered a village of Germans, and then the Germans responded to that slaughter.
So they slaughtered a village of Germans in Namibia.
Yes.
Sounds like a false flag operation to me.
I'm not talking about the colonization before. I would condemn it, the colonization before.
You see
But
what I'm talking about?
But this is what, and this is the same point that Witness is exactly explaining to you, bro. The colonization of the Namibians in Germany,
yes,
I mean in Namibia by the Germans, that's the colonization thing, and then
yes,
they done a
and I'm
fucking genocide of
against
the people
it.
there.
Yes, and I'm against it. But back in the day, there weren't a nation contract. What a nation really is, even. We have this laws. We have only really at 1950s. What genocide is? Google the definition of genocide and when it comes to place. We don't have these kind of thoughts back in the day. It was almost a normal situation, just as we don't consider slavery an immoral thing thousands of years ago, but we do now. You understand that? The people don't have this concept, this illumination process going on back in the day. So I'm always comparing it to the situation back in the day. This is also why you would say I have a double standard right now, because I would say that I would propose that I would have to be for every white European coming back from America to Europe, right? Based on my ethno-pluralistic worldview, because we have colonized the Indians, right? But it was back when the state was implemented, before we have the concepts. Back in the day, we still have slavery as a normal thing. So you have to understand that. And nations got wild on it. And
what are you waffling on about for the last 2 minutes?
Look,
I'm talking about people in Southwest Africa rebelling for their freedom and being butchered like cattle. What are you trying to justify with your waffle?
No, he's talking about that people didn't have a concept of colonization as being bad, just like people didn't have a concept of
Yeah, but whether it's
back at the time when this happened.
Again, this is what is really annoying, yeah, and why we keep trying to say use lot and not being. And you lot are calling double standards, yeah? You lot are moving by double standards, isn't it? Because you want to call out crimes committed against your people that have invaded one land, but you want to forget about all the past crimes of how the people got there in the first place. Any crimes that lead up to the people having to rebel against these people coming in, or any of the crimes that lead up to why these people even want to fight against these people there in the first place.
Well, I mean, Veli, if you're saying that the reason that the Namibians started to slaughter that village of Germans was because they were colonized and that they had they were not happy about that, and they then started rebelling as a form of rebellion, they slaughtered this village. Fair enough, but then you can't then complain that the Germans then slaughtered the Namibians.
Banksy, you're saying fair enough, but Elron's saying that they wanted more.
No, I don't want to ignore it. I can understand the
wait. This is how you switch, Banksy. You done a switch and bait on that one for me, yeah? Because like you're saying that it's like I can't complain about the Namibians taking revenge for them being colonized in the first place, but it's like that means by your standards, the Germans can't complain about getting slaughtered if they invade a place and then
No,
get
no.
slaughtered there.
But the thing is, they invaded a place. Okay, as I said, it's all fair and square. Might equals right. And so when the Germans have the greater might and they come and slaughter the Namibians because they can colonize them, because they can enforce their will, then witness can't start bitching about, oh, how terrible it was that the Germans slaughtered the Namibians. Might equals right, baby.
Are you gonna
might equals right.
Are you gonna
I'm not whining about them slaughtering
You've just done another
Germans.
switch again. You didn't fully address what he asked you. This is the
What do you
disingenuous
mean?
nature of your thing.
You're saying, look, this is the sequence of events as I see it. The Germans went and colonized Namibia. Then they had a village of Germans, which they had a contract with the Namibians not to.
Give me the
you know, do it.
information for this. What's the information for this?
No,
looking at
I'm
what's here.
trying to get you the sequence of events as
Yeah,
explained in this
I know. I want the
conversation.
historical information. Give me
Okay,
this
I don't know this. This is not.
So
like
where
this
did you
I
get
have
this
n-
information
this
from?
is
That
from
you
this
just said?
conversation that we just had.
So you don't know
That's
if
all
it's
the
true.
information. No, all I'm having is all I'm going by is this conversation that we've just had
So
and the
you're
sequence
basing
of
your
events in my
argument
head.
over a
Based
series
on
of events
what we just based on
you
what we
don't
just
even know.
discussed.
So you don't even know.
No,
if
but
this story
witness. I'm
happened.
trying to explain to you as I see it, as I hear
Yeah,
it
but this is the
right
whole
now.
crux. You are
I
basing
know.
your
You're
argument
saying
on
that is
something
maybe
that you don't know.
witness.
What is the name of
you
this
may be
village?
right. Look,
Give me
you
the
may
name
be
of this
right that
contract.
none of this is correct. All I'm
Elron, don't let this guy speak for you. He may fold under pressure.
No, he's right.
All I'm trying to
He's right
Wait,
until
witness.
the
If
pressure
I
comes.
would
all I'm
provide
trying to
you,
tell you.
The name.
if I would provide you this contract, would that change anything in your mind?
Well, I'll tell you what, Ilanda. The reason why I am a stickler for asking is because last time when I was on Dan's show and you were supporting apartheid South Africa, you said that the land that the whites took in South Africa, that the majority of people there were actually white and there was a black minority, which was absolute bullshit. And I provided the evidence to show that you were lying. So since that incident, I don't trust any historical information that comes out of your mouth. So if you can provide the evidence for this mythical German village and this contract that was broken, yeah, I'm all ears. I'm waiting for that. Until you bring that up,
It's a false flag. It never happened.
But witness,
South Africa.
It doesn't matter whether this existed or not. I'm just trying to
Yes,
give you.
it does matter.
Listen. Let me just run you through the sequence of some events that
Not
I
if
did
you're going to
during
use
the-
that.
during
If
the-
you're going to use that thing.
But witness, just
Use
listen.
something else that you can prove.
Yeah,
Don't use
but
something
what I'm
you
saying
can
is, I'm not giving you. This is not a documentary. I'm not
yeah,
trying
well,
to. give
this
you a
well, no, this is
historical
not
event.
this is
I'm
not
just
serious
giving
to
you
you.
the rundown
But
of
it's serious
what
to
we
me.
discussed.
If you're going to be talking about an atrocity that existed in a particular country, please provide the evidence. Don't come up with
So
fairy tale
if this contract was there, was
Look,
it right for the
matter.
blacks
Oh, if
to
so now
slaughter
you're
Germans?
saying so now you're saying if that contract was there, so it was never there in the first place.
Yes, it was. But
Okay, provide me the
I'm
evidence. I just
going.
need the evidence.
I'm going with the logical steps here, right?
Just give the evidence.
If this
Do
contract
contracts signed under duress count as contracts?
If this
Wait, how
contract
do you know whether they were signed
was
on the
there,
thread?
would that even change something in witness minds?
Look,
No,
it
he would still say the blacks were right to
Provide the
slaughter this
evidence.
village,
Who said you were going to
and
provide
it was
the evidence?
wrong for the Germans to
Provide
go
the
and
evidence.
respond.
Provide the evidence for this
Witness.
contract.
Let me give you. Let me run through a story for you.
I'm
Here's
not
a-
interested in story, only facts
Witness.
that relate to what's happening in the
This is
real
my
world.
story. This is my story. It's
I'm
a
not
fantasy.
interested in hypotheses.
Fantasy story
I'm
of
not then
Never Neverland.
tell Khan
Listen-
or Dan or
Witness,
Valley. Maybe
okay,
they
I'm
want
gonna
to hear it.
I'm gonna talk to Erendor. Erendor, there's a fantasy story of mine. There's a place called Never Neverland, and Never Neverland was colonized by Germans, and the Germans took over Never Neverland, but the Never Neverlanders were pissed at this, and so they started to kill a village of Germans in Never Neverland. Now, the thing is, what they're saying is that the Never Neverlanders had the right to kill the Germans because they invaded Never Neverland, and so this was their original country. But the Germans then went ahead and slaughtered the Never Neverlanders for killing the village of Germans. And now the Never Neverlanders are bitching about the fact that the Germans had greater power and they could slaughter the Neverlanders for killing the villagers.
Exactly, and
I'm curious about your opinion.
And the
Dan.
new
What?
and the
So-
new
so-
Neverland.
Wait. So you know, the only people that can complain are the people who go and invade places, or is
No, it's not that.
is that the moral to the story?
When you're running on the basis that might equals right, you can't then go.
No, but we're not. Listen, Banksy. We're not running. We're not. We never made the rules that might is right. Yeah, that's just how it is, isn't it? We understand that, and we say everyone's accepted that. Yeah, under duress, innit? Yeah, because like you're saying, we've got no way to change that unless we get the power into our own hands. Yeah, so we're not saying that might isn't right. Yeah, because. We can even understand that might not be morally right, yeah, but it's just how things are running it and how things are worked, yeah. But like the point that I am not understanding, yeah, I don't want to talk for anyone else, yeah. The point that I'm not understanding is where you're saying that Elrondor can complain and cry and moan and weep and tongue and gnash about fucking the Jews are doing this and the blacks in South Africa are killing the whites and so and so. But then anytime anyone else makes the same sort of comparison, anytime a black person talks about the whites are doing this over here and right, it's so unfair in the UK because there's fucking white supremacy and so, it's like, oh no, you gotta just shut up and stop bitching. Rah.
Wrong. You're not listening to me. I was even in this stream.
I'm still waiting for that evidence. I'm waiting for that evidence. I asked you for the evidence on this village.
I was even making the point in this conversation.
Where is the evidence?
Witness, let me speak out, please.
Not until you provide the evidence. I don't believe your lies because you did this on Dan's channel as well.
Stream, was I not mentioning that for example, the Afghan people, the Iraqi people, even the Syrian peoples have the right to complain about imperialism from European countries or from America, which is a European country basically as well, under European rule. Of course, they have the right to complain about that, but to say that within Europe we have a white supremacist system is wrong. We have an anti-white system. This is, I'm saying, yes, you can complain about things that are real, but don't do.
But Elron, what we're saying is that you have a track record, yeah, of being passive aggressive. Meaning that you're playing that you're passive, but really you're aggressive. So this Islamophobia, this lies about the great replacement, this all fits into context with your narrative. They attacked our villagers, so we wiped them off the face of the earth. You know, like it's a double standard. And the fact that you're not admitting it, it just shows that you and Banksy are just disingenuous. You know, it's not like you're putting your hands up and going, might is right, and everything that happened under that that heading is acceptable, and we're realistic people. You're putting a caveat of putting your own people and your own suffering above the suffering of others, and that's what we're pointing out. And if you can't see it,
look, can't. That
more
is
can we
completely
say?
incorrect of my position. You haven't even remotely. I will 100% clarify. No, I will 100% clarify, and I will 100% show you that I am consistent when it comes to might is right.
3 times you've done
I am
that
literally going to tell. I'm trying to tell you.
Might is right.
You don't want to listen.
Is
I told you.
Wait, Banksy. Might is right is, in my opinion, completely right. For example, my motto is help yourself, then God will help you, right? So I don't want to be dependent on any other people. This is why I want might. I want my people to be mighty, not being depending on other people.
Your country, you're saying that that's how your country should be run. But when you're talking about other countries,
You change the rules.
No,
Other
You're saying
people
within my
helping
country,
me to be
we're the
sovereign.
majority, so we can legitimately crush the minorities. But when you go abroad and your people are the minority, you change the game up.
No,
Yeah,
we
you
don't.
do.
This is the thing. No, this is what I mean. Witness, this is why you're misrepresenting what I
I'm
was
still waiting
saying.
for the evidence of
When
that
I was
contract,
talking about,
Rwanda.
witness. When I was
And
talking about
evidence
South
of this,
Africa.
this
Okay,
village breaking
witness,
the contract,
please.
Rwanda.
Okay.
Go and get it. I'm waiting for it. I need to
Okay.
talk to you about it so we can have
Okay,
a
later.
discussion.
Okay, he's gonna go get it. When I was saying to you about South Africans and the South African whites, the blacks can go ahead and slaughter all the whites if they wish to, but they have to recognize that the rest of the world will respond to South Africa too.
Why will they? Why will they? Why?
Because they have might. Because they have bombs.
Yeah, but why are they allied with South Africa?
They have
Why
the
are they
power.
allied with the South African whites?
No.
Why?
No, why shouldn't they be?
Why though? Why?
Why shouldn't
Why?
they be?
What
Because
joins them
of their
together?
people. It is
There's
inherently their people.
that's a good question.
And
Why
they have a
shouldn't they be?
connection. Why shouldn't
But it's
you
a
be
fair question.
allied?
Why should they be?
You be allied
Why
to a
should they
Hades
be?
man?
Why should they be?
Witness,
why
why
can't-
do you feel
why should they
allegiance
be?
to Hades? Why do you feel allegiance to
Because they're
Nigeria?
Africans. Because they're Africans.
What you're
Exactly.
saying doesn't make
So why
sense,
shouldn't the
Sancti.
whites
You're
have
saying that
allegiance
just
to
based
the
on
whites of
skin
South
color,
Africa?
white people should go and defend the white South Africans. Therefore, by the argument, anyone who's not white, meaning the majority of the world, should oppose that.
Well, they can go ahead. The Chinese and the Koreans and the Indonesians can go ahead and try. But if the Americans put sanctions on South Africa because of their cruel behavior towards the whites, you can't bitch about that.
Yeah, but
You
leave
have
that
to
to the
recognize-
Americans.
You know what?
That's the
they can-
Americans. You're not an American, so don't speak up for the Americans.
And that's only the Americans as well. American
Yeah, and the
sanctions
British,
Wait.
and the
American
German,
sanctions on South
and the
Africa.
Dutch.
American sanctions on South Africa, or even German sanctions, European sanctions on South Africa, sort of ain't gonna crush them if they're able to make allegiances with China, India, and other places.
And
that
China,
have got
and the fact is, America will use their might and will use their influence to stop China and Korea and other nations from supplying goods to South Africa, just like they do to Iran right now. You think
but they can't
America
do
is
that,
just
bro.
gonna?
Do you know why?
Yes,
Because
of course they can.
remember the BRICS. Remember the BRICS. They've already signed up, mate. They've already signed up with British, the Russian, Chinese, South Africa,
What?
Brazil. They've already made their fucking link up thing up. So
Yeah, and they can break those. America will pressure
How
them
do you
to
know they
break
can
those.
break this? What are you? Are you
The
a
fact
member
is,
of the
America is
cabinet?
doing that to Iran
You're
right
just making
now.
all this shit. You're just making up all this stuff.
No,
You're
witness,
trying to
Iran-
use. I'm
witness.
not interested in your prophecies or your fantasies. You
Witness.
haven't provided evidence for this contract. You haven't provided the date or the
we're talking about
village.
different things.
I'm not interested in your prophecies of what will or might not happen in the future. Just address what Khan mentioned and what Valley mentioned.
Witness,
in
I'm trying to
reality.
I'm trying to tell you that I'm
No, because you
consistent when it comes to my
never
people's
give your
rights.
own opinion. You keep on saying, well, these people will do this, well, these people will do that.
Because I'm
We're
trying
not
to give you the
talking about-
consistency
we're not talking
of my
about what-
people's rights.
We keep
I'm trying
asking you
Listen,
your opinion. We're trying to get
yes,
to you. You
and
keep
I'm
telling
trying to,
us
and I'm telling you with no uncertain term that if the blacks of South Africa have the power and the ability to slaughter the whites of South Africa, they can go ahead and do so. But they have to recognize there will be consequences for that action.
Yeah, but they would.
Okay,
yeah,
I've looked into this. Okay, I have one Wikipedia article and a book, and I can screen share it to you if you want.
Sure. What's the date and the village? Let's go. And this contract.
Okay, I will share it right now.
For them.
Yeah. So, okay, here you have the link to the Wikipedia article. This is the book where they are talking about also some contract. I was just Googling it
You have to
in
be
2
very
minutes,
careful,
okay?
because it says here the Herero and Nama genocide was the first genocide of the 20th century,
Yes.
waged by the German Empire against the Ovaherero, the Nama, and the San in German Southwest Africa. It occurred between 1904 and 1908. And it says here in January 1904, the Herero people, who were led by Samuel Maharero and Nama, who were led by Captain Hendrik Witbooi, rebelled against German colonial rule. On the 12th of January, they massacred more than 100 German men in the area of Okahanja, those sparing women and children. In August, German General Lothar von Drother defeated the Ovaherero in the Battle of Waterberg and drove them into the desert of Omar Heke, where most of them died of dehydration. In October, the Nama people also rebelled against the Germans, only to suffer a similar fate. He goes on to say between 24,000 and 100,000 Hereros and 10,000 Nama and an unaccounted number of San died as a result of the genocide.
There you go, witness. How is that inconsistent with might is right?
How is that inconsistent with might is right?
Yeah. How is that inconsistent?
As in the morality of might is right.
No, not the morality. We're not talking about morals and ethics. We're just talking about might is right. The villagers rebelled, the Germans crushed them.
Yeah, but you're the one
they had the mightier weapons.
So, but this then ignores. Wait a minute. This ignores what Belly was saying though, about ignoring part of the history.
Yeah, it doesn't. It talks about the colonization of the area. The people of that area rebelled, and the Germans crushed them with their power.
And that's what you support.
No, I'm saying that. No, I'm just saying that's the reality of the world. They had the bigger power.
So we have a
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yo. Sorry, I was talking of you. Hold on. Because El Rondo's got the rope around his neck here. I was about to kick away the chair as well. Yeah. Because, like you're saying, my man was talking about they had a contract first of all. In there was no talk of a contract. It was talk of they colonized the area first of all. The people rebelled, and then they come and done the genocide. So that although Banksy was saying about the might is right. Yeah, we all agreed on the might is right theory that's how the world is run. Obviously, we don't agree on it morally or whatever. But we're saying we agree that that's how the world is run. But there was no talk of a contract that El Rondo was trying to keep talking about. Oh, they had a contract with them, and then they went over there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there was no contract. It's colonization. When you get colonized, you don't have a contract. You're colonized. That's not a contract. That's a takeover.
This is why I put a second link into this description, because Wikipedia is an anti-white platform.
You shared the link.
Being proven. It is even said by the founder of Wikipedia that Wikipedia is overtaken by these anti-whites. The founder of Wikipedia even stated that. So the numbers they are talking about. So we now have, even in the Wikipedia article, the Herero people under Samuel Mohero was attacking the Germans first. They're only talking
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. Stop lying. We got to pause there, bruv, because you keep lying and change it. Like, first of all, you talked about a contract that wasn't there. Yeah.
Yes.
Now you're saying that the Herero people attacked the Germans first. Well, that's not what happened. They rebelled against colonization. Do you know what a rebellion is?
They slaughtered, and here in this article, they are talking about German men only. There were women and children being slaughtered.
Concentrate on what a rebellion is. Explain to us what a rebellion is. No. Witness. We're gonna hold him there. Because he's swinging right now. You get me? And the blood is rushing to his head and all that. Yeah. But we're saying you need to explain to us what was he called? I can't even remember. What was we talking about? A revolution. What's a revolution?
A legitimate rebellion to colonization.
What's a rebellion?
Yeah, there were not rebellion against the military force. There were rebellion against farmers, for God's sakes. They were slaughtering men and women and children, peaceful people there, not attacking the real people in power. This is cowardness.
You just lied again. You just lied again, because in the history it says they massacred more than 100 German men in the area, though sparing women and children.
Yes,
so
this is
where killing women and children.
No, but that's the Wikipedia.
It's lying.
Oh, so now
Wikipedia is lying.
Yeah,
but wait, witness. You know who shared the first link, though, innit? Who shared the first link?
But
That was
Belly,
Elrondor's.
you also
Wait,
shared the
Banksy,
second
hold on.
link.
Elrond share the second link as well. Yeah, but Elrondor, you shared the first link, bruv. So you keep lying and saying now Wikipedia is even lying on you. Share the second link so we can see that.
The second link is already there. He posted both of them, and the second link is
Yeah, but
actually
share it
a
on your
book.
screen, innit? Share it on your screen so we can see, so everyone else can see, everyone in the chat.
Okay.
Shako, I'm gonna add you in a sec. Yeah, you can take my
Aaron,
place.
if you want to share your screen, because mine is unfortunately a bit awkward at the moment. But yeah, if you read the second link, which is a book, it does talk further about actually it wasn't just the men. It's just that Wikipedia, unfortunately, those who edited are biased in some form or fashion.
But it doesn't say. Does it say? Wait. Hold on. It just says it doesn't say anything about the women, or it talks about the women. Some women and children might have been murdered. Yeah, I don't even care if they got murdered. Yeah, but I was saying, where is the talk about the contract? Remember, Elrondor's first premise is that there was a contract why they was there in the first place. The contract was broke, and then there's. Do you know what I'm saying? And then,
rebelled,
then the Africans killed, and then the Germans came in. But that's not what happened. It was the colonization. The people rebelled, and then the Germans came in and done the slaughter in Namibia.
Sure. I mean, I'm willing to go with that
let me jump off so Shaka can come on. You can add me back in later. All
right, cool, man.
I don't think you should have to jump off, Veli.
I can jump off. Hold on.
No, stay there, man. Because Elrondor needs a sidekick, man. You need a sidekick.
You know the funny thing, Veli,
I don't think Arendo needs a
reading more of that link that he gave in regards to the first link, and whilst reading it, he kept on saying stuff like the Herero leaders repeatedly complained about violation of this treaty as Herero women and girls were raped by Germans.
So there was a treaty.
Authorities were
there was a treaty.
But I don't know if it's the same treaty, so I'm going to wait.
Listen, is the treaty the same as a contract that's inviting you to come over and take over our land?
Well, no. A treaty is an agreement of certain hostilities to stop
after you've been colonized, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been colonized
after you've been colonized.
Yeah,
no
but the
one
fact
has
is,
denied that.
Exactly. No one's saying that they weren't colonized, but they had a treaty of I guess
you said that they broke the contract.
Yeah, but that was it. That was the treaty.
You said they had a contract to be there in the first place.
No. He said there was a treaty. There was a contract that they broke, which is, I presume, this treaty that we're talking about. That they had a treaty to stop violence against, the Germans by the Herero people.
But what I'm saying is, if we do want to go down in believing in this treaty, I'm looking at this link and it's saying that the Herero leaders repeatedly complained about violation of this treaty as Herero women and girls were raped by Germans, a crime that the German authorities were reluctant to punish. So if anything, it seems that these Germans broke that treaty, violated it.
Possibly. I mean, again, I'm not. I don't know this.
Possibly.
The first time.
He said possibly. After they've been, there is evidence that they've been raping and that of the women's, and that's not a violation of a fucking treaty.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that would be, but if this scenario actually took place. But I'm going by the history of this entire thing is new. I literally learned about it during this conversation, so it's not like I pre-researched any of this. So as far as I'm willing to accept whatever it is that has been discussed.
Let me jump in here. I was gonna come in to actually add something to the history of this thing here. I'll do that in a sec, but I was clicking on this link and. Whilst I was in the back chat and was reading what was said, and this guy I can't remember his name.
Erendor,
yes, Salomon the Great. What's it called? This link when he said about they weren't killing soldiers, they were killing farmers and these kinds of things. So the link actually that he posted actually provides some context for that, and I'll read from it right now. It says, secondly, as Germany's targeting of the Herero made it clear, the extermination, expulsion, and enslavement of the tribe was a practical attempt to acquire land to appease the demands of the growing settlement population in I assume that's German Southwest Africa, in an otherwise inhospitable terrain plagued by drought and mountains. The Herero nation possessed much of what little arable land was available in GSWA at the time. Moreover, as evidenced in Chapter 1, limited land allocation by the German government to former soldiers did not satisfy settlers' demand. Yeah, the Cameroon German settlers, who beginning in 1903 were lured to German Southwest Africa with the promise of land and opportunity for Herero land at any cost, fueled the colonial and national administration's violent anti-Herero campaigns. I'll read a little bit more. As illustrated in Chapter 1, the Herero were singled out for extermination by Germany because they inhabited the lion's share of arable land, to say nothing of cattle, from among Namibia's many ethnic groups. However, German officials did not resort to violence immediately. They began with campaigns of trickery or deceit. For example, they changed the unit of measure agreed up with their Herero trading partners, or plied Herero chiefs with alcohol to secure land transfers. However, the Germans failed to grasp the indigenous concept of land tenure, which revolved around collective use of fruits rather than individual title. Yeah, so basically, like the Herero had a collective land ownership structure, which was different to what the Germans were trying to institute. And the Germans were deceitful even in whatever agreements they were attempting to sign with the Herero people. Yeah, but there's not a differentiation essentially between the farmers and the soldiers, because they're one and the same. Yeah, they went there to acquire land and appropriate land. So the idea that the Herero were killing off farmers as opposed to soldiers is a nonsense based upon that fact alone. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'll just read that quite quickly.
Okay, so I was doing a 2-minute Google search, right? Searching for contracts with Herero in the Google search. And the first thing I was looking at was contract, right? And I put immediately the link out there. I don't know the book. I know Jan van Vlokken, who I was referring to. I was watching 2 or 3 years ago a video of Jan van Vlokken, who has written many books, and he was also speaking about the genocide of the Herero back in that day. So I remember Jan van Vlokken, and then Witness has wanted me to provide first that the attacks on Germans were there first, and second, he wants to have what is it?
You made a claim that that
they have contracts, right? So I was scrolling down, and the fourth source was speaking about contracts. I was putting it there, and that's it. Who I'm referring to, however, is Jan van Vlokken. And if you want to have a debate on this specific topic, let's have it. Let's have it. I will, because Witness is putting out everything out of his ass. Don't provide any source.
So
don't provide one source whatsoever. I was Googling, searching at 2 minutes. I was providing that they have attacked us first after colonization.
And you were proven wrong.
And then I was also providing that they had had contracts. They have had contracts.
So you lied about the contract.
No, they had contracts.
No, but you lied. You said that the Herero broke the contract first.
Yes, they did.
And we've just proven that you lied.
Well, this book, or the text of Shaka Rah.
Now we're going to attack the book because it doesn't.
No. What I'm saying is that
the book that I just quoted from was the book that he posted in the back chat.
I know. Well, what I'm saying is according to what Shaka Rah says, is that the Germans violated the terms of that agreement.
They didn't even just violate in terms of a contract. They were making an agreement. They were deceitful in the making of the agreement, so the contract wasn't even broken. Yeah.
I mean,
the agreement itself was an act of deceit. There's a difference there, right?
Look, I was just linking the first thing I saw talking about contracts. No, I was not lying. my source is Jan van Vlokken, okay? A video of Jan van Vlokken where he provides old letters written by the Kaiser back in that day, talking about the slaughtering of men, women, and all of this. And they were going against the contract. This is what Jan van Vlokken was talking about, okay? And then witness wanted to have me providing evidence for every contract, and I was Googling.
Liar, you see how these white ethno-nationalists lie. He said that the contract was broken by the
man. There are probably hundreds of books about Herero.
He then provided the links to back up his point, and the links didn't work in your favor. You lying fork-tongued serpent. You got caught out a second time.
Even this link, I was providing. Talking about contracts, okay? You were saying there were no contracts. Yes, there were contracts.
No, liar.
What you are saying is
another lie. Another
violating contracts.
I said provide the evidence, and you were reluctant to. Sorry, what was that?
Question, witness. Question here. Why I actually jumped on was to deal with some of the context of this, following all this what you're talking about right now. Has Shark Island been mentioned yet in this conversation?
No, I forgot the name of Shark Island, but that's what I was trying to
So an important part of this history is that following the rebellion of the Herero and the Nama people, the Germans actually began to experiment with concentration camps, on an island off the coast of Namibia. They took control of the island and started a concentration camp whereby they were torturing thousands of Africans, men, women, and children, in that concentration camp. The atrocities number, it's terrible reading. Among the things that they were doing was raping the women. They were subjecting the Africans to physical and germ warfare. They even cut off the heads, of people that they had on this island. And like, if you're like, say for example, you're a woman, and they cut off your husband's head and they force you to boil the husband's head for so-called medical research, and they started what's the word? They paraded these heads around Germany in museums, as sight seeing, attractions, for the German people, and these kinds of things. It's like the history of this stuff is just mad, vile, destructive colonization.
Provide these sources too. Provide these sources too. Since everything that I have to say, I have to back up all of this. Okay, and I was just I can't provide you the source of the German book I was reading. I have here the link is been speaking about in German, so unfortunately there's no English translation. Okay, it's the book I was talking about is Jan van Vlokken Kriegsschicksal. War Destiny or something.
You wanted evidence,
and the video
evidence. It's here. There's a link there. You can read up on Shark Island concentration camp. It's in there. So you were complaining you never got any source from me. Well, I've just put one in there for you, so you can read up on the concentration camp.
Tens of thousands killed and slaughtered. And in fact, there are many, who draw the link between this in the sense of the fact that what Germany later did to the Jews in Germany, this was actually the precursor. This was the experimental stage. They learned a lot of these techniques and perfected them on the Africans in Southwest Africa, particularly from Namibia, what is now Namibia, the Herero and the Nama people. It's brutal stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is,
I should say that the Herero people to this day are still campaigning and fighting for reparations in relation to this atrocity and these atrocities. So,
good luck with that. What I wanted to say in regards to colonization,
I know the colonial facetiousness in
you can definitely note that. And don't just note it, write it down and take a picture.
We shouldn't get distracted.
I'm not in yeah, no. The thing is,
don't get distracted by Banksy. That claim you made about the treaty, you lied. You were wrong.
Fully.
No.
The treaty existed. The treaty
No. Let me finish what I'm saying. He said that the treaty was broken. The contract was broken by who? The black people, the Herreros, and that justified the genocide. And he's just been proven to be a liar. That contract, that treaty was not broken by the Herreros.
But what it is, right?
Wrong. We were talking about if there were
liar, you filthy liar.
Witness. You just asked me to provide a source, any source of if there were contracts between the Germans and the Herreros. I provided you that.
That was one of the claims that you made, yeah. But witness is right that you made claims on top of the claims that there was a contract and it was broken by the Africans, not that it was broken by the Germans.
I've not provided this source. I admit
you provided the evidence of the contract.
Yes, because
in providing the evidence of the contract, you've also provided the evidence that the contract was broken by the Germans and not the Africans.
No, I was just linking that source to make to show you that there were contracts. My source, the only book I know no English books about.
The devil is a liar.
I know no English books. Again, I know no English books about this situation. The only book I have read about this situation was, and the video also, was 3 or 4 years ago, and it was provided by Jan van Vlokken. Unfortunately, this book and this video is only available in German. So I was trying to find out in a 2-minute Google search, providing you the evidence.
We've heard your excuses.
Can I say it? You know, to top it off, yeah. One of the things that the Herero people were asking for a long time, is the return of these heads, that the Germans took, from their people, to the nation of Namibia. Would you believe me if I said to you that Germany only returned these heads, over 1,000 of them, over 1,000 of them, to Namibia in 2018? Right, and I'm not even sure if some of them are still in Germany right now, because that's possible too. I've got to check that out. But in 2018, Angela Merkel returned over 1,000 of these heads, to Namibia. This is how long.
Again, so you then have to start thinking. Maybe the Nation of Islam are right when they say
I would even support it, of course.
But you see, Arundel, hold on 1 second. You see, this is the problem. This is Chakara's attempt at trying to guilt trip the Germans about
we're casting you out. This ain't no guilt trip. We're casting him out. There's a difference.
It is. This is a form of guilt trip because Angela Merkel had no right to return those heads back to Namibia in any shape or form. This is German property as far as
I'm up for giving back. What's that called? Human skulls?
You underestimate me. You underestimate me grossly. I'm thoroughly offended. I know better than to think that the Germans could feel guilt for something like this. Come on. I'm far beyond that kind of wishful thinking.
They're not guilty. They shouldn't feel guilty.
I'm offended by that assertion. I think you should take that back and apologize.
Okay. Don't feel guilty. But what I'm trying to, I'm saying. What do you think that the Germans should feel about this?
I don't give a damn what they feel. I'm here to cuss them out. I'm not here to make fucking break bread with them. What the fuck's the matter with you?
Well, you can cuss them out, but again, you still have to contend with the fact that Germany is one of the richest nations in the world.
I don't give a shit.
That would crush Namibia in a heartbeat.
I wanted to catch out this ethno-nationalist for being a liar, and that was done. We caught him out for being a liar, a false-tongued serpent. And that's all that matters.
Witness,
the devil is a liar. That's all that's
Witness, you can go ahead.
I don't care about him having guilt or not. That's what you don't seem to understand.
See. But
you seem to think that I'm here to somehow soothe his ego and get him to feel sorry for what his ancestors did. I'm here to call him out for the devil that he is. What part of that have you not gotten through your throat?
Witness, I agree with you. You can go ahead and he can still go back to his high GDP country where the Syrians and the Africans are begging to immigrate towards, and the African nations are still
good. He can do that.
Sitting in their own filth.
I'll still cuss him out.
You can cuss out.
I will still cuss him out.
His Germany.
He will turn up. He will turn up into an African country. He will turn up into an African village where there are loads of poor people, and he will think because of his white skin he's superior. He will walk up to me, and in my raggedy clothes, I will spit in his face and call him a cunt.
Indeed. You know what we've revealed, right? What we've revealed is the reason why when we speak about things like this, those like the gentlemen. And I use the term "gentleman" in quotes
loosely.
Very loosely on the panel. Feel that they have to attack it because there's an inherent kind of fear associated with the fact that African people might become more aware of these atrocities and their present day continuance. You know what I'm saying? Like how they reflect on and inform the world as we know it today. And a heightened knowledge of these things among African people might inspire heightened levels of organization, and then they know that they'll be in trouble because they can say things like, "Well, yeah, you can complain right now," but they know that if Africans begin to really know about these things and organize around them, then it's trouble for them, innit? So they got a position at the moment, and it's nice, it's cool because they're in a position to belittle at the moment. So we'll allow them to some degree to get away with that for now.
I will tell you, I disagree with that.
No, that man understands the inherent fear. You know what I'm saying? That is involved in Africans becoming aware and raising our consciousness and awareness.
I have no fear of African.
Exactly. I know. Like no fear whatsoever. Not even like 1 second of fear.
You fear that white people are waking up what's happening to them.
But wait, yo, that man has been on the platform all day complaining.
Look, if whites unite, no power in the world could threaten us.
If there was not fear, they wouldn't feel the need to lie and act as though there was a contract that was broken. If it was not fear, they wouldn't feel the need to characterize Africans fighting for freedom as Africans slaughtering innocent Germans. See, this is the act of people who are fearful of the potential rise of Africans. So that's what we need to know, African people. Like, don't get out of sorts. Just know that the devil is scared. The devil knows. Yeah,
the devil is scared.
And the devil knows that what it's over for them. So they got to continue to spread lies and try to convince Africans that they were poor, innocent women and children who were being slaughtered by Herero on their own land that was stolen from them.
Okay, Shaka, can I reply to this? Can I respond to this one bit? Number one, I totally disagree with your premise of fear. I don't think any white European is fearful of Africans uniting.
I can hear
number two. Well, I disagree. I disagree with your premise on that. But number two, I disagree with the Germans trying to make any kind of treaty and contract with the Herero people. When you go and you conquer a land and you colonize them, why are you writing contracts with them? You simply dominate and impose your will upon them. I just don't get this concept of Europeans where they go to conquer and colonize countries and then they try to treat them civilized and write contracts. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're in their country. They're gonna fucking want to kill you and chuck you out. You don't write contracts and agreements. You either impose your will, you dominate, you control, and you seize what you want to seize, or you just leave. You can't go to another man's country, conquer their land, and then say, okay, I'm going to write a contract. You stay on this side of the line, I stay on this side of the line. What kind of nonsense is that? I just don't even see that as a concept. If you're going to go and invade someone else's land, dominate and totally control them, or leave. Those are your options. You don't get this contract business.
Witness. Am I correct in and Veli? Am I correct in saying that these men were complaining about the disappearance of the white race or something like that? Displacement.
Yeah, they were talking about trying to make out like there was some governmental thing to kill off white people in
basically, Arundel was blaming all the white plight on the Jews. He admitted that they was white, but they're not the same white as the other whites that they're subjugating. They're like a different white or whatever, and then everything was their fault, and then no one else's fault. But then when I started saying, I've noticed this change in these right-wing guys' behavior, where they stopped talking about, we've got control of this, that, and the other, and they started doing this victim stuff where it's like everything's everyone else's fault, and we're poor us, and woe be me.
They're complaining, they're whinging and complaining.
And I would, Banksy, I would even say, if you compare people living in the same situation, right? For example, in America, and you compare how criminal and how violent white people are towards other races, and you compare that to them being violent to us, living in the same country, right? You see who would be more civilized, who would be more peaceful if they dominate. Because you look at the crime statistic, the black and white crime statistics on rape and murder, whites killing blacks in
You want me to ask
America.
you to provide statistics? You know what happens
there's a statistics in America called 1350.
Yolanda, you know what happens when you start quoting statistics incorrectly. You know what happens.
Okay, witness. Do you disagree with the 1350 statistics?
I got 1 second. I got like literally 30 seconds and I'm out, so you lot can take.
The 13.
1 second, Legolas, please. 1 second, brother. Shaka, you know, just to what you were saying about these people fear Africa and that. Like my opinion, obviously, and I feel like it's supported by a bit of fact. I don't think people. I'm definitely not Banksy, but he's irrelevant. He's not even white. People like the Legolas, they don't fear the rise of Africa at all, and mainly because they wield absolutely no power. No one in their family has ever wielded power, and they will never wield any power. So the people that you're actually describing, like the power structure and that, while they may, and you can make an argument for why historically they have and they will in the future fear sort of Africans mobilizing or nationalist regimes all around the world, people like him would never understand what that kind of fear is like because they don't own anything outside of their own country. How would they know? So that's wasted. That kind of rhetoric is wasted on inconsequential people like this who moan online about being victims all day long. Like it's wasted on these kinds of people. You know, or Banksy's international theoretical realism and all that shit. Like it's wasted. You're not a politician. You don't have any power. So great. It's great that you have these opinions on politics.
Because the Europeans are worried about
I think you've made the most erudite observation. Let me ask you a question. Don't you think that they're actually still advocating on behalf of their ruling class, though?
And that is the irony of it all. That is because they are baby globalists, isn't it? When you break down their argument, they're baby globalists, but there is no consequence to what they're saying.
They're little devils. They're not big devils. Like they're not big devils.
I wouldn't even say. To be honest, I wouldn't even say they were devils. I would say they're victims.
How can you?
I would say they're victims.
No, I'm a globalist.
Listen,
irrelevant devils. You know
no, they're victims. They're victims of devils. They need the most love, care, and attention out of everyone, and attention. So you not carry on giving it to them. Big up Witness, big up Veli, big up Witness, big up Veli, big up Shaka. You get me, right?
Banksy,
Okay.
Do you have the capability of playing a video with sound here?
If you share your screen, there's a tick button that will allow you to play a video with sound. I don't even I can't share my screen at the moment.
What video is it first? Is it
here?
Is it
1.5
No, but
minutes.
wait. Obviously, it can't be a video that man could get a strike for, innit? Because
No, it's not. It's just a guy talking about the FBI crime statistics.
A guy talking about the FBI crime. Why don't you just share the FBI crime statistics?
Yeah, the link is in the side.
Yeah, but why don't you?
Banksy, could you do that? Because
put it on your screen, like the crime statistics, and then you can just show it on your screen, and everyone will just be able to look at the actual statistics rather than the guy talking about.
Yeah.
Unless they after that you wanted him to say in them statistics, that's actually explaining the video.
Yeah, Banksy, could you screen share, because I've never been able to have the volume also be heard.
Yeah, you got to click at the bottom when you click share screen at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
At the bottom of that option, it will have a box that you got to tick to share audio as well.
Okay. So let me try. I don't know if this works. This is the first time I do this.
Yeah, you can play the video without me sharing the screen, yeah, so you can just hear the person's voice. Innit?
So would we be behaving like Ilonda if we then started saying that this video he's showing is far right propaganda, just like he claims information that doesn't work in his way is left wing and liberal and globalist and cultural.
Even though he shared the evidence.
Okay, let me try it right now, okay?
But witness, would you disagree with the 50-13 statistic?
I don't know what that is.
It's 13% of America's population is African American. They commit 50% of crimes.
Again, it's like you don't forget we're going down the rabbit hole of providing sources. So
yeah, that is official American government statistics.
Yeah, can you give that to me so I can look at it?
I will give that to you because that is a very popular. That's considered. They're calling that racist because statistics, facts are. Facts are
okay,
now you're gonna want us to defend.
Okay, let me play the video first, and then let's try to find the source as well. Okay.
You notice where we're going. First, it was about contract.
Okay.
Now it's gone on.
Now it's
let me play the video now.
What this is now, yeah, this is an exercise to prove why colonization was right. Sort of.
I'm interested in you hearing the sound. Let me try. Give me.
The funny thing is, you see the German when the Germans cut off the heads of the Herero and the Nama. That was one of the acts that facilitated and fueled the scientific racism movement. Yeah, whereby they were, you know what I'm saying, attempting to prove that Africans were inherently by nature more criminal and more immoral. And so what we're seeing right now is just a continuation.
Yeah.
Notice how quiet he was when you were sharing that historical information with us.
Can we listen now to the video, or are you afraid?
No, I've been watching the video in the background. It's by PJ.
Let me play it for the audience, okay? Okay, let me try, and I hope the chat gives me a response if they can hear it.
Can't hear a thing.
Can't hear nothing. It don't look like it's playing either. It looks like it's paused. It's playing, but I can't hear nothing.
Damn. Banksy, could you try it? Because
close the screen, and then you got to tick share audio as well. When you check share screen, the screen's going to come up, and at the bottom of the thing, there's a small writing saying share audio. Tick this box. You need to tick that box. If you don't tick that box, you can't hear it.
But it could be that because I have my headphones on that you're not hearing it. Could that be?
I don't know. Try. Did you tick the share audio box though?
Shareholder box.
Share audio. Audio.
Shared audio.
Audio. Yeah.
Where is that?
It's when you click share. There's a little box at the bottom. I mean, if I can't actually share anything right now, it won't allow me to share. So.
Yeah, maybe someone else can do it.
If you stop the sharing, and then I'll try and share and see if
okay.
Maybe I'll be able to.
I've just stopped it.
Is this then what does that mean that after this is played, we then have to like provide evidence showing that most massacres that take place in the US is by lone white men who just turn up with guns and start killing people? What's that? We can go down this rabbit hole of doing that.
Yeah, we can do that too, because this is fake news.
What is the evidence that's going to be provided in this? Because how is that evidence of the American crime rate? How does that link to people, German colonizing Namibia? How does that link to that?
I just want to show you this. So we live in the same environment right now, in the same countries, and we see who is more violent towards the other race, right?
So that
this
means,
is what I was trying to explain to you.
All right, but I asked you a question how that links to Namibia, yeah? Because obviously the statistics that you're showing is a time after colonization, after Jim Crow, after this and the other, yeah, today that you're going to show. You're not showing no statistics that's linking up to why did the people even go from Germany to Namibia to colonize. You're not going to show no statistics on why that happened. You just want to show statistics on the crime rate, even though we're not even talking
because
about.
I'm not living in the past. I'm talking about right now. I'm not bitching about the past. I don't care that the Ottoman Empire conquered us, that they took Byzantine. I'm not crying about it. I say, okay.
Let me hear what you said.
It's amazing, though. It's amazing, yeah, that he wants to provide statistics about violence from one race to the next. And he's going to provide crime statistics from the United States of America.
Yes, and I can also show you the German crime statistics.
He's going to expect us to defend the crime statistics of America.
I ain't defending nothing. He's going to provide crime statistics of violence from one race to the next. And his example is the United States of America.
Yeah, why not? The biggest population of blacks are living in America, and the longest, and they live there the longest.
Black people live in Africa.
No. As in, whites and blacks, as far as the combination of whites and blacks are concerned, the biggest.
There's more black people in Brazil. There's more black people in Cuba. There's more black people in.
Once again, your statistics are wrong.
This is the National Crime and Victimization Study.
I'm not entirely sure.
Official data. It's official data. Okay.
Answer what.
And it shows you that blacks are committing 200 times more murder and assault towards whites than the other way around. And on rape, it's white men are not raping black women. They're raping 10 women or something a year. But blacks are raping white women like 2,000 times a year.
Yeah, you can keep
in America.
Okay, I don't believe
you are a prick.
Yeah, I can't get raping the white woman still. Should leave the white woman alone. You know what I mean?
Imagine if white Americans are killing right now 200 times more than right now.
How does all
Everyone
of
would
this
say
relate to what the Germans did? Are you trying to justify? How does this relate to what the Germans did in Shark Island, amongst other places? Tell us.
It justifies nothing. I'm talking about right now. You are living in the past, and I'm telling you who is the attacker right now. And it's not whites attacking blacks in America. It's not whites attacking blacks in Germany. It's the other way around.
In Germany, so it's not even in Germany what you've given us. It's something from another
I can
country.
show you the German statistics too. You want to see them?
Show German statistics instead, then, if you want.
Okay.
If you want to do that. You might as well just.
I've done the math.
You know what I mean? Like, fucking hell, because.
Okay. I've done the math of refugee crimes versus German.
No. How you mean refugee? There's people that live in Germany that aren't refugees, blood, and they're black. Find something else, man.
No, where is all this going?
This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I was asking in the first place. It's like,
Yeah.
how do these statistics that you're about to show now, how does that make any sort of linkage to what me, you, and Witness
We
were
are
speaking
talking about.
Wait. Let me finish. Because you can't answer the question if I haven't even laid out the question. Yeah. So how is the German statistics, the American statistics, or whatever statistics you're going to show now or talk about now, how is that going to link up to how the Germans first colonized Namibia, how they decapitated and done the nasty things to Namibian people on Shark Island, and then how they broke the treaty, how the Germans broke the treaty, how the Namibian people tried to uprise, and then the Germans come and slaughtered them again. So what?
Yeah.
How does that?
You are saying that just because Africans haven't enslaved, and by the way, you can say that the Moors were of African descent and they were enslaving white people. Okay. And you were saying just because Africans haven't enslaved whites, they would never done this in the future. And we are now seeing, even though they are the minority, they are checking white people more than white people who are in power right now in our own countries are not as violent towards blacks. So blacks are clearly more violent towards whites right now than the other way around, even though they're a minority.
I get the conversation now.
By your logic, though, wouldn't that just mean that we've got the upper hand at the moment?
No. What
you understand? Yeah, because I seriously don't understand the points that you're trying to make.
Veli, okay, what I think now, this is my impression of what Arendor is trying to explain is he's worried about the great replacement. He's worried about the white replacement in Europe and North America. And if you're coming from that perspective, that you're worried about your imminent replacement,
Europe, not North America.
well, okay, let's say Europe. He's
Germany,
worried about
Germany.
Well, Germany for his case, but generally there's a lot of ethno-nationalists across
No. We're
Europe.
talking about what he's talking about. He's talking.
I know, but what I mean is there are a lot of this is a common theme amongst ethno-nationalists that they worried about that the native population are being replaced by foreign populations of Africans.
White people are not the native population in America.
No, witness. I'm talking about Europe. Let's talk about Europe. In Europe, the ethno-nationalists are worried about the great replacement.
Or complaining? Which one? Is it worried about or complaining and whinging in the morning?
Sorry?
Is it worried about or complaining, whinging in the morning and crying? Which one is it?
Well, I think the whites or the natives of Europe are worried. At least the ethno-nationalists are worried. They're genuinely worried because the numbers.
Crying.
Sorry?
They're not complaining, whinging, moaning, crying. You know what I'm saying? Sulking.
You can interpret it in whichever way you want. But their worries are.
We're asking you.
Well, in their case, I say that they are genuinely worried, and they should be because the numbers are actually against them. The numbers don't lie, so they should be worried. If they're not worried, then I don't know why they're not worried.
And it's black people who are replacing them.
No, it's a variety.
Earlier, you used the term bitching. So they're not bitching, no. They're not bitching at all.
Well, what I'm saying is that if they should be worried, and if they start complaining, that's where it should begin. At least complaining to try to get their governments to change.
Are they bitching though, Banksy? Are they bitching?
Well, I mean, I see bitching as someone who isn't actually doing anything about it and just complaining. But they are actually trying to do something about it. They are making moves.
What qualifies for doing something? What qualifies? Sorry, what qualifies for someone doing?
So, in the case of the Herreros or even other Africans, bitching about
Hold on, mate. Banksy, you there, mate?
Yeah.
So, obviously, like we're talking about complaining and bitching, the difference, isn't it? So what's the difference between someone having a justified complaint and someone bitching?
Well, as I said, I think from my perspective, this is my interpretation. When you're just bitching about things, it's because you're holding a hand out like reparations for the Herreras and shit like that. Because you have no power, you have no ability to actually enforce your will. You just complain until somebody gives in. What I'm saying is that the people, the ethno-nationalists of Europe, they're not just complaining. They are warning, first of all, their people that this is a serious, imminent threat where they're being replaced by foreigners because they're not having enough children. Their own birth rates are incredibly low. And they're making actual political action towards changing that. They are voting in political parties which will address these issues. So that is beyond just complaining and or certainly just bitching and asking for handouts. They are actually making actionable things towards fixing it.
Maxi, what do you know about the activities of the Herero movement, people in relation to justice for these atrocities?
Well, I mean, if they're asking for reparations, that's to me immediately a sign of weakness.
What do you know about the movement of the Herero people?
Oh no, nothing. I literally heard about the Herero people today.
All right. Okay, cool. Right.
Look, the difference is I'm not saying to Turkey, to Afghanistan, to Africa, please Africans, stop migrating to Europe. No, I'm addressing white people. Stop this nonsense. I'm addressing my people, right? I'm not going to Africa and say, please don't come over here. This is the difference. And when you are talking about reparations, you are addressing white people. Please have a share. Please have a kind heart and pay us reparations. That's the difference.
Oh, so now
you're not saying fuck you white people. You're not saying fuck you white people. We built up our own countries. That I would be fine with. You're going to white people saying, please let us have reparations. That's the difference.
There ain't no please about it. There ain't no please about it. Like, my suggestion is
what I hear in what he's saying though is that what we should do is what Herero did in the 1900s when they rose up and started slitting the throats of the Germans. That's what he's saying that we should do. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. So
by the way, I want to point out one more thing. As I was talking about the black and white crime statistics in America, Witness was laughing. So the black man has the upper hands over the white man. I just want to make that clear.
Actually,
okay?
no,
He was
another
laughing about it.
filthy liar. I said to you
that was
the
me.
same thing that Valley did. I asked you, how does that statistic relate to what we were talking about in Namibia? And you still haven't provided the information.
No, you haven't.
You were laughing about blacks killing whites 200 times more than the other way around. And you were laughing that black man raping white woman. You were laughing about this.
Arendo, that was Shakara. That was two different.
Oh, Shakara, yeah.
Yeah. You see, so it was Shakara. So now apologize, you lying fork-tongued serpent.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter who it was. Shakara has to.
Serpent.
When someone has to apologize, then it is Shakara to me.
Yeah. So first of all, I know we will look alike, but I'm not as good looking as Witness. So
that's hard.
But the other thing though is that please the lying stop. I mean, I applauded the murdering and said that it's about time we catch up. I did not at all laugh at the raping of the poor white women. I did not laugh at that at all. In fact, I said in so many words, man can't laugh at that still if we leave the white women.
Shakara. When you said that,
I would encourage all black men to leave the white woman alone. I would encourage them.
Shakara. When you said that, like Nero, they should rise up and slit. Was it Nero? Someone slit the throats of the Germans.
No, not to do with Nero. I was trying to decipher Solomon the Wise.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, yes, this is what I'm trying to explain.
Advice that he was giving us, it sounded like that's what we should be doing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Shaka, this is my entire point, is that if you have the ability, if you have the power and capability to enforce your will, then you wouldn't complain about my racism, my genocide, my colonialism. You would simply say, this is it. You know, the Chinese suffered brutal colonization by the Japanese. But the Chinese don't give a shit about the Japanese right now. I don't think a single Chinese ever complains about, oh, those Japanese, they should give us reparations. No, because you know why? The Chinese rule shit. They run shit.
You know what? Let me come in. Let me step in quickly. My advice, is to any opportunity to teeth out these blood clot, pussy clot, that boy them,
Yeah, man.
And anything they got, we just take it, right?
Yeah.
Big up to all the Nigerian fraudsters.
Yeah, man. 419 straight.
The Nigerian fraudsters.
Yeah, man.
Big up the Nigerian princes.
Yeah, man. Big up the man. Them things you can write with them on the road. Done no reparations.
Hey, Banksy, listen. I need to cash a $100,000 check here, but you need to send me 20 grand to cash it.
I will most definitely. Please give me your account number and sort code. I will transfer that money immediately.
They're coming for you guys. They're coming for you.
I've got a lonely sister that needs a husband as well, and she needs a husband.
Trust me, Olu and Babatunde are coming for you, Banksy. Trust me.
Babatunde.
Benny, Shakara, M.A. Brown, it's been a pleasure.
Love
I've got to go off to all the people watching who've been listening. Remember, always remember, the devil is a liar.
The fork-tongued devil.
A fork-tongued devil.
That's an American saying, you know. That white man speak with forked tongue. So it's a Native American saying.
It's a native. Because I think the Native American knows what the white man's all about more than anyone else in the world.
Indeed, the Native American was a wise man.
He wasn't wise enough though. He should have locked and loaded when the white man came to his land. He should have had that gun locked and loaded. But guess what? They didn't have any guns. They didn't even manage to invent the gun.
The savage Native American who didn't have the ingenuity to invent weapons of death.
No, not the savage.
Wow.
I wouldn't say savage. I think you used the word savage.
Uncivilized natives.
I'm just saying. Let's put it this way, Shaka. If Apache Indian had a Glock 19 locked and loaded when the white man came and said, "This is mine," the story that we'll be telling about them right now would be a different one.
It's like, you know what it is, yeah? It's like by the messages that seems like your man is really giving out is that really and truly the only way is you have to strong arm it, man. I've been saying that for a little while.
Protect your own. Carry a big fucking stick in the valley of darkness and beat the shit out of the fucker that tries to drag you into it. For I shall not go into the valley of darkness quietly. Yes, carry a big fucking stick. Don't ever think. This is the thing. I think we become too comfortable, too well fed by this civilized little world of ours that we live in, that we don't think that the world doesn't run with the guy who has the biggest stick. It still runs by the guy who has the biggest stick.
Indeed. And we all know that black men have the biggest sticks. We all know. So,
that's why Shakara Arundel is worried about the repopulation because they ain't having enough kids.
You know what I mean? Anyway, it's been real. Really, respect to the thing, respect to the shadow. You don't know.
Big up, bro.
Big up, man.
Big up. Anyway, shit, bro. It's been a fun day, man. Shit, fucking have fun.
We should learn from the Jews how to reproduce again. Israel has a birth rate of 3.2 right now. This is quite under Jewish people. This is quite interesting since it's a very developed country. I think this is one of the only countries in the world who is high developed, who has such a high birth rate.
But Israel. Yes, because they recognize the way of the world. There's two things. They made sure they have a shitload of guns. Every man, woman, and child walking carries a friggin' M16, and they have sex like rabbits.
Oh yeah.
So yes, because they know what the world is about. They know that little piece of land that they call Israel is held together with sticky back sellotape, and it's on a hair breadth of any second a whole bunch of fucking Arabs ready to horde, run in with Salah ad-Din's army to take their country back. So what do? They made sure that they've got America, the biggest dog in the village, backing them with all their guns and tanks and bombs that they can possibly get, and they're having kids like it's going out of fashion.
And they even managed that the Arab population has less and less kids. That's quite interesting.
Well,
too.
if they can encourage their Arab sort of neighbors to even have less kids,
shit like that, like they done to the Ethiopian fucking.
God knows. But I'll tell you
no
what,
one is talking about that, right?
Yeah, they're realistic about their freaking country. They know what they want.
We do talk about that, and obviously, what's funny, is we bring a lot of these subjects to the forefront, and it's like, it's conspiracy theory. A white guy talks about it on YouTube. It's got to be true. You know what I'm saying? That.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of. The thing is. Bottom line, if the Ashkenazis or whatever in Israel, whatever they're doing, they know they are not going to allow a demographic change of their nation. This is why they don't allow a single state situation. They will never allow the Palestinians and the Israelis to have a single state, and they will not allow a dual state situation either, because they know the Arabs also breed like fucking rabbits. And so they know that demographically they'll be in danger if they allow Arabs to simply propagate in Israel. Israel is a de facto apartheid state.
By them statistics and facts that you just gave there, whose fault is it that the West is so-called being overrun?
It's the Westerners. It's the Westerners, dude. This is what Erendor and I have always said. The problem isn't from the Turks or the Arabs or the Africans. The problem is from the Germans and the Swedes and the English and the French. It's their own. This is a problem of their own making. They did this to themselves. No one else has done this to them. Yeah, this is a problem for the Germans. For the white Germans are doing this to themselves. This is why someone like Erendor is so pissed, is that he sees his own people betraying his own nation, and driving it down. And this is what the English see. This is what the French are beginning to see. This is what the Swedes see. The Danish see.
What's strange about your view is how you could understand Erendor's fucking complaining and whining and moaning. Yeah, but when all the black people that just jumped on to complain and do the same thing, when it's the other way around, with valid points, it's like you man are bitching.
No, but about what? About Africa's issues.
Yeah, about issues in issues in UK, issues in wherever.
No, Veli, I am 100% consistent when it comes to people looking out for their own nations. The South African blacks should look out for the South African nation for themselves. The Zulus, whoever the tribes are, they should unite and have South Africa for black people. I don't see any white person in South Africa being native to South Africa. I just see them as white colonialists who have been there a long time. But what I recommend, I don't say they should, is that instead of slaughtering them, deport them. Be humane about it. Be better than the white man was to you. But if they don't want to be, fine. It's their country. Do what it is that you wish to do. But recognize that there will be consequences from other countries.
Yeah, Banksy, they even argued that this would be totally fine here on that panel, that they slaughter them and don't have these contracts, right? I mean, if I would make the same argument here, instead of peaceful remigration, the police would stand in front of my door right now. I'm telling you that. I'm not sure, even if I have the power, I wouldn't slaughter any blacks or Turkish people to go back or something like that. I would have a peaceful solution to them. I would even grant them, having all their wealth going with them, right? And do all of this. I mean, and people are arguing that this would be
But
true.
listen.
And on the same panel, these people say that even slaughtering the whites in South Africa is totally fine.
No. That no one never said it was totally fine. Yeah, we're saying why should we be up in arms and in roar about it when there was no up in arms and roar about it when the people went over there first of all and slaughtered and colonized the people first of all. But that wasn't the point I wanted to make here. Was the point I wanted to make here was that I was on Ralph's channel a little while ago. Yeah, I don't know, a few months ago or whatever, and I jumped on the panel. And like what you're saying now, yeah, is what I said to the people on the channel. Like, right, if you man really was on the thing like you really cared about getting your country back for your own people, then really and truly, yeah, you should be trying to be against anything that's like invading other countries, messing up, and even putting other refugees in situations where they need to come to your country. You should be against all the foreign wars, invasions, and all them sort of things.
We are. I've stated it many times, even in this stream, and people don't listen because they only want to hear what they want to hear. I was saying Afghans, even here in Europe, have the right to complain about the foreign wars, right? They're completely right. I'm against it. I'm against this imperialist nonsense wars. I'm against any whites dying for these senseless wars there. There's nothing more precious to me than white lives. I wouldn't risk one white life for I don't know for what reason they're even there.
But this is the thing. I have to say that even Mark Collette and all of those guys, which I'll be honest, I don't agree with a massive amount of stuff with Mark. I have huge problems with that guy, but they are still incredibly what do you call it? I forgot what the term.
Anti-imperialists.
Anti-imperialist, but also, they're against all of these foreign wars because they feel that all these foreign wars are actually fought for Israel. They're not fought for the benefits of the various nations that are going into wars for anyway. They don't consider the war in Iraq beneficial for British people. It's beneficial for Israel. They don't consider the war in Afghanistan beneficial for the British or the Germans or the Americans. This is all for Israel. They consider all the Middle Eastern wars to be wars for Israel. So they are totally against that because they are extremely anti-Israel. As far as the other sections, I mean, we're talking about colonialism, and if we're going back in history, then you can't do anything about that anyway. That's just history.
And even that we despise. We are up against it, right?
Yeah. But unfortunately, those things you can't. But future wars going forward, they're completely against those things because they're very, very much inward looking. They want to close borders. They want the countries to be very much inward. Unfortunately, I don't think it's realistic. I think that they're naive because I think the European nations on simple natural resources alone couldn't survive without actually cooperating with other nations. You need to cooperate with other nations through trade and through a variety of different things because your country simply does not have all the natural resources that you require for the life that the lives that we live. I mean, it's unrealistic to be that inward looking. But you have to, I think, as far as Britain and Europe is concerned, especially when it comes to Middle Eastern influxes of refugees, they have to deal with it. Right now, what do you call Erdogan of Turkey has opened the floodgates, letting about like 1 million refugees out. Is it 1 million or 3 million? I forgot.
I think there's 3 million there, and I was asking Afghan, I think, why are there still so many refugees there? Because Assad wants them back, and nothing is holding them there. Why are they still in these refugees camps? I don't understand that. And Afghan was telling me that yeah, the Turks are using them. They don't let them turn back into Syria because they use them as as the migration
leverage.
as a weapon, as leverage. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they're using them as leverage against Europe
Yeah.
because Europe was supposed to give Turkey, I forgot exactly how much. It was several millions of dollars.
1.5 billion, I think it was.
Yeah, I think they gave him like 1 million euros so far.
Yeah, and
that's it.
also if Turkey attacks Syria, this is another thing where he has leverage on us. If we speak up against it, he will release these refugees. And
Well,
of
he's already
course,
doing it now.
Legolas and Banks, can I ask you both a question? Yeah. If you feel this passionately about politics and about sort of shaping the world and stuff and preserving races and ethnicities and whatnot, why don't you not just have some kids?
man, how flawed is this argument?
It's not an argument, it's a question.
Do you think
I don't know. I don't answer, John.
when I have 5 children, it would change a thing if we let in 1 million every year?
No, but I would argue, yeah, that like it's a consequence of your flawed logic. Like the fact that people like you are sitting here whining and you actually don't have kids, I would assume that means everybody who whines like you doesn't have kids. And then you will never shape policy because you will never be able to influence the sort of second generation of people. And
Man,
that's why the world is how it is, isn't it?
Did Hitler have kids?
What the fuck has that got?
Well, he managed to.
Do you think Hitler has changed something in Germany? Do you think Hitler has changed something?
Yeah, I think Hitler managed to have some serious world political influence without having kids, ironically.
You just compared yourself to someone who assumed the highest political office in the country. You're never going to.
You're just saying that why don't you have kids because you won't have. You're equating having kids with having political power and influence.
Yeah,
and that has nothing to do with it.
Stupid argument.
No, no. I said it's symptomatic of people like you, the ones complaining, right?
Okay, let's talk about people like me.
Hold on. I know, but hold on. Can I just say, people like you are the ones complaining. Yeah, so people like what people regard as incels, like you, are the ones that are complaining, right? But you are essentially the symptom, isn't it?
Well, for me, I mean, in fact, me not having children, even though you don't know whether I have children or not, but me not having children is actually a net benefit.
Yeah, I'll be super honest with you. I'm not even gonna lie. I included you so I didn't look like I was targeting Legolas. I actually don't give a shit about you. I was talking about Legolas.
And I don't give a shit about you.
You can risk more. If I don't have children, I can have. For example, I don't have to provide for my wife and my children. I can speak out more as if I would have kids. And by the way, our leaders have kids. Mark Collette has kids. Red Ice TV, one of our biggest channel, has kids. Martin Sellner is just married and will have kids in the future. So all of our leaders having kids, promoting having kids. Okay, so you're wrong.
How many of your 3 leaders? How many have kids? Hold on, but of your 3 leaders, how many have kids? You said 3 leaders. How many of them have kids?
I just mentioned
collect.
What white
three people?
What nationalist leader do you know?
You mentioned 3 leaders. I'm just asking you to clarify because
how many should I name? Should I name 100?
No, bro, relax.
You're saying out of the 3, how many of them have kids?
Yeah, you just said I didn't.
Yeah, 2 of them. And Martin Sellner, you probably
He's
know.
only just married.
Mark Collette, you probably know. Red Ice TV, I don't know.
How many kids does Mark Collette have?
Mark Collette has just to have 1 kid.
And then what about the other one?
She has 1 kid already and has another one right now. She's pregnant.
She's pregnant. So the woman ethno-nationalist has 2 children. So she's actually doing. Yeah, so she's actually doing her bit. Congrats to her. And then the Mark Collette guy has 1 child, but he's like famous for his wife, for his girlfriend leaving him or something, no? Some shit like that.
Why does that matter?
I'm asking. I'm trying to understand.
Having kids.
You know how hard it is to be an
ethno
ethno-nationalist in this situation, in this inter-white system.
Huh?
Women want to have stability, and you can't be more outcast of society right now as being an ethno-nationalist.
Exactly.
Okay. So, hold on. Make that make sense one more time. Say that again. Sorry, I was reading the comments.
Women like to have stability, and a man who's got a stable career and income, and being a white ethno-nationalist could not be further away from that scenario.
So wait, hold on. Stop. So arguably, then, by your logic, the less people subscribe to your party, the better it would be for the Great Replacement.
We can't change a damn thing if we change.
No. You just said,
you won't change a damn thing if you don't change
what
politics.
did he just say? What did he just say? He just said now it makes you a risky proposition, right? You're too much of it's too speculative to get with an FNAT. So realistically, you're going to condemn yourself to celibacy, but I rate you. You're doing it for the cause. You're a martyr. Yeah, you're going to stay a celibate martyr. But the reality is, the more people, that you get to join your cause, the less likely.
No, the more people join us, the more easy it gets to find a wife. It's already now much more easy to find a traditional wife doing our movement, because we are getting more and more. It's more and more people who have said, "Boy, it's almost impossible to find a wife that fits to our needs," right? Now it's getting more and more easy, because more and more people, our views are getting more mainstream. Now it's easier.
They are encouraging traditional families, the traditional.
I know. What's the tipping point? What's the number of subscribers to this ideology that will eventually make it an attractive proposition to a regular Aryan female?
Well, they are now changing. They're changing.
Exactly. Are you an Aryan male? Because
I am actually from the Indo-Aryan.
So let me rephrase. Are you what Hitler would regard as an Aryan?
I think Banksy has a hint of Turkish.
I literally am an Indo-Iranian.
Yeah, no, you're right. I apologize. Are you what Hitler would regard? Are you what Hitler would regard as an Aryan male?
Even black people could be named by Hitler, by the way, as honorable Aryan.
But the one question you need to ask, guys, do you really see? No, what I'm trying to say is, you guys, one question, right? Can you really see Europe being an isolationist kind of continent that doesn't interfere in the third world, that doesn't arm dictators for the better good of the ethno-nationalism and the survival of the white race? I mean, can you really see that happening?
I'm sorry. What was that again? Afghan? You're seeing that.
Basically, when you listen to ethno-nationalists, their main political kind of thing, especially when it comes to economics, is to be an isolationist, meaning you don't trade with anyone, you only trade within your own country, you close the borders, you don't allow immigration, you don't interfere in other countries, you don't support foreign wars or economical wars. But can you really see, I mean, Europe historically by nature has always been a globalist, meddling continent that has its proxies and its business interests around the world.
This is what this is what I said. I think I disagree with these ethno-nationalists in that sense, that I don't think they can be as isolationists. That's the word I was looking for, actually. That as they claim they want to be, because it's just not feasible. It is not realistic. As I said, on simple natural resources alone, they would not be able to sustain that.
Yeah, but the thing is, Banksy, we had somewhat similar to what these guys want under Franco in Spain. And he followed an isolationist kind of thing, and his country became bankrupt.
Yeah, autarky. He was forced into a sort of capitalist.
No, but his fall was of his economical policies. Most of it. He bankrupted the whole country.
That's what I mean. Let's go to the worst example of what the average people would describe as isolationist. Let's talk about the Third Reich. The Third Reich, everyone would describe it as the most supremacist country and all of this, most isolated countries.
Not really.
How could the Germans?
Not really.
The German,
hold on. They receive investment from the West. There is forensic proof of that. Of
Yes.
them receiving investment from the West. So they're not isolated like Franco's Spain. That's no.
Yeah, I agree with that. They did trade, didn't they?
Yeah,
And also the Allies
They
had
did.
allies with
So
Germans
it was
and,
possible,
with
even
Italians,
under National Socialism, to trade with other countries.
Yeah, but Alredor, if you listen to the views of Mark Collect and all these other people, they're strictly isolationists. They don't
No,
want
they're not.
anything whatsoever to do with the outside world.
Yeah,
and you can't trade with other countries and not expect immigration and trade links in return.
Of course we
you
can.
can't.
What is
How can you do
Japan?
this?
What is Japan right now doing? Are they not trading with other countries?
Admittedly,
Japan is a half a fucking vassal state to the US anyway. So that's
To
a
the
bad.
US, exactly.
Who's going to be your daddy? If you want to be like Japan, who's going to be your daddy?
No, but the thing is,
Exactly.
they've kept their ethnicity pure.
No, it doesn't matter. They're just another. They're another
No, but
province
they
of
are a
America.
producer. They are a producer and they are a vassal state. So they put
But what I mean is, I think when it comes down to it, they would be happy with a Japanese scenario than they certainly would with the current state of affairs.
Yeah, but they
So
don't.
they
Unfortunately, those people that are putting a disproportionate amount of their focus on situations like this, like be it the grace replacement and that are not having sex, will ultimately always end up in that scenario. That's just what is going to happen.
Not if they, at least, I mean, they can still attempt to control their immigration.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
don't have to be-
I've got here.
And listen, the dwindling numbers will eventually. I mean, maybe not now in your lifetime. I mean, Elrondo's probably going to die celibate without any children. Cool, whatever. Let's just forget him for a moment. It's
Why
not about-
celibate though? Why?
Okay, can I just say something? Basically, in 1 minute, James, please. Japan has more than 650,000 Chinese living, around 1 million Koreans, and 430,000 foreign nationals holding permanent residency. So I think that is a very sizable percentage or numbers of minorities living in
Yeah.
small
But what I
islands.
mean is, Japan is at least, I would imagine. I don't know the exact numbers, but they must be in the high 80s, if not 90%.
Let me just check that.
You see the
I don't know what
Google
the
it.
census is.
You see the Lebanese guy that just escaped. You know, the head of Mitsubishi or whatever. Did you see that recently?
No, what happened?
You don't know about the guy escaped on a bullet train.
I mean, I no.
He got,
Sorry, I have no idea.
got nicked for fraud or something. He was on house arrest in Japan.
Oh, was he?
The Lebanese and the French. Well, he escaped to France, got given a passport, and then went to Lebanon or something crazy like that. He was like
wow.
stowaway in a private jet. Yeah, it's real. Right, Japan's fucking infuriated right now. I was gonna say that's the kind of shit that makes them batten down the hatches and not let anybody else.
Exactly.
But Germany doesn't. Germany doesn't. I guess have that kind of leverage. No disrespect to Japan, but I guess more people want to go to
I'll
Germany.
put the link at the back, Erdingon. Al Herman. I'll call you Herman. The name's very hard.
Don't pronounce. Everybody makes the mistake of trying to pronounce the L. Don't pronounce
No,
the L.
I made an agreement with him a few weeks to call him Herman. He didn't mind. But in the chat, I posted the figures there of the minority groups. So I don't, obviously, the Japanese may hold on to their ethnic identity, but they still see that you can't avoid immigration if you want to trade globally. It comes with the package.
Yeah, of course.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be very hard for these isolationist sort of ideas to really be, sort of realistically enacted. I think both the Germans certainly and the English sort of white, Mark Collett types, they want to at least feel. It's not so much about actually being, but they want to feel that England is for the English and the English dominate this land. You know what I mean?
They're not. That's because that's because they themselves are not attractive propositions, right? And integrated and multicultural society does benefit many, I guess, pale-faced men, yeah, for lack of a better word, but it doesn't benefit them So, but the reality is, generally speaking, it benefits more people than it hinders, and they are part of the minority. So while it's fun entertaining them on panels and stuff, the reality is it's just frustration. It's post-adolescent frustration that we understand. Like you're articulating yourself well enough for us to understand why you're so sexually frustrated. But outside of that, no one's taking any of these. Like, it is an inconsistent argument, but to highlight how inconsistent it is a waste of everyone's time. So it's more fun to just poke fun at the fact that you're talking to a bunch of men about other white men and you don't see how gay.
Yeah, the thing is, you say that, but they are genuinely getting political power. They're getting political.
Yeah, but
to
be fair,
I love how they underestimating us.
This is what I mean.
You're going to be saying that on your deathbed. You're going to be saying that on your deathbed for the next generation, or how they underestimate. They're like, yeah, cool, bro. It's a cool.
This is the thing is you got to ask.
Okay, I just checked the statistic. According to the census statistic in 2018, 97.8% of the population of Japan are Japanese. So I would describe that as an ethno state. If I would have almost 98% of Germans living in Germany, I would be fine with that. Okay, with the 2% other minorities. Okay,
even Ralph.
Wait. What's the difference between Germany and Japan, though? Has Germany been involved in? I mean, has Japan been involved in any wars where they're saying,
yes, they're fighting wars against the Chinese all the time.
Listen. Let me end this actual sentence before you answer the question. Let me end the question. Have they been in any wars in any of these Middle Eastern countries or other countries where they're saying, we're going to take these much refugees over, we're going to help these people because we done this, that, and the other in your country, and so and so, so and so.
Yeah, the Japanese. Sorry, the Japanese invaded China numerous amount of times. They were extremely imperialistic, and they were on the German side in Second World War.
But then, did Japan say that they was going to be taking any refugees back to their country to help resettle them because there's right?
Hold on. Can I just say something really quickly? The Japanese industrialized on in a completely with a completely different method and at a completely different scale than other European countries, be it that they had little to no resources and they put an emphasis on innovation. Not only that, but Germany's far more of an embryonic stage than a country like Japan. Japan has existed as a nation, as a sort of sovereign nation for far long. They've got more different cultural values, be it they've got their own religion. Germany adopted the Holy Roman Empire's doctrine and whatever, and it was a fragmented state. There is a lot of reasons why you can't have a straight like-for-like comparison with Japan and Germany. And Rhonda, it has nothing to do with the fact that it also has something to do with the fact that there's a lot of Japanese men, even though they watch kind of fucked up porn, are actually trying to have sex and have children, bro. This is the main crux of the argument. Go have a kid. Go have a kid, El Rondo, for fuck's sake.
But no, this is true. This is true that this is the I think critical difference between Japan and Germany is that Japan has never had this secular, progressive, what's it called? Liberal sort of ideology. Postmodernist, exactly. It hasn't had that postmodernist revolution, which with this feminism bullshit, whilst and they still have traditional families, traditional marriages, and traditional women, whilst Germany has been infested by this.
You know, Japan is actually going through a thin crisis now. Yeah, so they've got an aging population. They've got I think the largest aging population, which is funny because El Rondo is the one who brought this into the thing. But they've got an aging population. One, they've got the same issue with like men being addicted to porn and not leaving the house, like staying in their little flats or whatever. So when they tried their sort of protectionist financial policies in the early 90s, they referred to it as the lost decade. They referred to, so when they took a Keynesian protectionist approach to their economy, it literally is regarded as an example of how Keynesian economics does not work in modernity. So all of those are examples of these lunatics' ideas being more detrimental. And when you do achieve this kind of ethno state, if you like, it's not necessarily to the benefit of the nation as a whole. So civic nationalist, as proved by many industrializations throughout the world, has been more of a benefit to individual nation supremacy than the ethno-state. And you would see that, you will see that if indeed you ever manage to do it in Europe, but Europe won't, as we know. And that's one of the reasons why Europe has unionized. That's one of the reasons why they've made the trade deals that they've made, because they see a benefit in foreign workers. They see a benefit in a sort of cultural hegemony that includes including other people in their nation to further bolster the brand, if you like, make it more robust. But you wouldn't know that because you don't have any authority in the world and you don't understand, like, you're not a great thinker. You don't understand you don't see the benefit. You're selfish and you've got a myopic view and you're not having enough sex.
Yeah, but James, also Japan was never much of a globalist power, were they? I mean, they only expanded during World War II, didn't they, into the Indonesia, the Java,
Japan invaded China many a times before.
No, but it's not. You can't say it's on the same level of European empires and colonials.
Not on the.
So they're two. You're comparing two different mentalities. I mean, the European mentality historically has always been about production, making money, controlling the sea, especially through the sea, through their navy.
Japan required the British to build them a navy to beat Russia in the Japan-Russia war. I don't know how you describe it, but the Japan-Russia war. So they're not England, the kind of powerhouse, the supranational nature of a sort of European or a Western sort of country is not what.
Also, another thing I wanted to add is, which I learned in university when we were studying the Swedish employment model and the Japanese employment model. Probably the reason why Japan's not really an attractive place for people to work is because in Japan, they have a total different system of employment, where once the individual graduates from a college and goes into university, they automatically get a place for life in a particular company, which they would remain there till their death. So that's very, very different from European, where you can have 0 contract hours, you could work anywhere. You know what I mean? You don't have like a family commitment. In Japan, they literally wake up in the morning. It's like they do exercise at their workplace. It's a total different job environment and culture. So just check it out, because honestly, they literally, once they graduate from uni, they stay with that company that they're employed by for life till they die.
Go on,
bro. No, just Google it. Japanese employment model. Google it. Read it.
Afghan, ask him about Japan, because they got really low birth rates and all that. So it's a really poor example for his ethno-state. And because I'm going to leave, very big up Afghan, big up. Banksy, you've been all right today. Legolas, big up. Hey, Legolas, can you do me a big favor, yeah? You be smart and don't be emotional. When you strap that suicide vest, yeah, on, go blow up something like an abortion clinic or something. Don't kill any Africans. Big up.
Yeah, he is arguing in bad faith, of course. He has to push for multiculturalism to achieve his goals, of course. No one is saying that the Japanese birth rate right now is optimal, but they are still not being replaced by others. They can change that. They can adopt the policies of Israel, for example, looking at Israel, a very modern state, and getting the birth rates back to 3.2, which the Jews in Israel already have. They're even more powerful, the Israelis. Did they let in more migration or less migration than before?
Again, this is a different example you're giving. Israel is unique in the sense that
everyone is unique, so it can only work in Israel, but not in Europe. Okay,
Herman, Europe is not built on religion. Israel has been built on a fear or due to the Holocaust.
It is a theocratic.
My point is that if you dump a group of people that were on the brink of extinction and they managed to create this wonderful industrialized and modern state that we call Israel, the mentality of the people are going to be so different, because one, they're surrounded by countries who don't even recognize their citizens as citizens of the world. and they have hostile nations surrounding them. So obviously, as a natural outcome, they're going to breed more. And Israel itself is not based on one ethnicity. You got the Slavs there, you got the Arab Jews, you got the Ethiopian Jews, you got even Indian Jews, Persian Jews. I mean, what kind of ethno state are you trying to say, Herman? Because Israel is a multiracial Jewish state.
Yeah, it's not so much based around ethnicity than religion, although they still consider the Jewish to be an ethnicity, because I mean, Christ, in the DNA test that Zobida took, she had 6% Ashkenazi Jew. How the fuck do they actually identify Ashkenazi Jew DNA? It appears that there's a genetic basis for their society. It's not just a religious one. It's not an ideological one.
The
Jews in Israel, the Israelis,
subscribe to that stuff that you're talking about that you just said there. How they found a 6% Ashkenazi Jew DNA in someone's DNA strand is crazy, because that means that there's a specific Ashkenazi marker, like there's a specific.
That's what I mean. It's like, how would you find like 2% communist Jew in someone's body?
Yeah. So it's bollocks, isn't it? But El Rondo, you subscribe to them findings, because like obviously when Ralph's sharing his screens and doing his like 4chan fucking graphs and all that, you're cheering along as well, isn't it? Like this right.
Can you repeat that? What has he just said?
You're breaking up a bit.
The graphs that Ralph usually puts up with these haplogroup markers and so on. So this group's got this and that group's got that. Yeah. When basically, every time he's got the fucking markers up here, everyone in the world has the same markers. It's just different levels of different bits and pieces.
Yeah. And
so how are you marking? How are these people marking that this person's got this much Ashkenazi Jew DNA, this person's got this much Nigerian, Niger-Congo Basin region DNA, this person's got that much.
It's called gene clustering, right? And it's even more effective if you look at FST scores than going with haplogroups or something. FST score is the most precise methodology to see which group is genetically closer related to one another than another group. Go with the FST score. And what's fascinating as well is you will find out that the genetic comparison between humans, the different human races, are greater than within dog breeds, for example. Dog breeds, which we still describe as races, right? Different dog races and breeds, they are genetically closer related to one another than human races.
So like you're saying, then how if we're saying like you're saying, Ralph's pulled up these graphs with all these other different DNA clusters, but everyone's got the same gene thing, but just different levels of different bits and pieces,
Yes.
Then how is that? Which gene have you worked out to say like this means that these people have got higher IQ? This means that these people should be treated better than these other people. Where's these genes come from, or where's the marker for this one?
Well, I mean, higher IQs, the IQs have just been clustered. Although, I don't know. I mean, I find the IQ thing is a little bit problematic. It's not pseudo, but it's problematic in the sense that it only measures one type of intelligence. IQ it's not a definitive answer on all intelligence. It's just one particular type. Although that particular type of intelligence has proven to be extremely useful, because it's the type of intelligence that you need to be a computer programmer or develop new technologies. But it isn't all types of intelligence. Intelligence as a whole is multifaceted, but that particular thing is different. Your genes can't determine whether you have high IQs, but you can say that people of this particular group, this particular race, fall into, on average, again, these are all averages, in a particularly high level or this level of IQs. But
But then
again,
ain't that going to come down to practices of the communities, though? So
well,
if
yeah,
if my community, if I live in a community of computer engineers, engineering people, and everything we teach our kids about from the beginning till like when they're first born or whatever is like literally just about leaning towards that, they're gonna get high scores in that sort of system, innit? So it's like,
yes, if you live in a community, not so much computers, but problem-solving communities. If you live in a community that is constantly solving problems, puzzles, and Rubik's cube and equations or whatever, if you're problem-solving, you will have an advantage in IQ tests, because the IQ tests yield to that type of intelligence a lot more. But if you live in a community that is incredibly artistic and with drawings and music, especially, IQ tests are not necessarily the best form of testing for you, because they want
you can even put a human into what is it called, a brain
MRI machine.
Yeah, MRI machine, and measure how active different parts of the brain are, and speculate about the IQ. There's a very so you can even do that, right? And it correlates with the IQ tests. So it clearly is something that is valuable to predict future outcomes. And you can not only do it with IQ, all this stuff. How possible is it to produce 120 IQ offspring? It's also when you compare, for example, eye colors, right? How possible is it if a parent with green eyes, both have green eyes, having a children that have also green eyes? How possible is it if one parent has brown eyes and blue eyes to produce a child that has blue eyes? It's all about possibilities.
Yeah, probability. It all falls into probability. The problem with IQ is when you do it on an individual basis, you can make very realistically accurate predictions on an individual basis. When you expand it to groups, especially now, with the whole thing with the bell curve book with the races, unfortunately, with both sides, both the liberals and the sort of conservatives or the right wingers, they get into the realms of prediction. They then start to make political statements that, oh, this group has this much IQ. No, you can't really do that. You can take averages and say, okay, this group, this particular race on average scores X amount, but still you have to measure each person individually, because each person could have vastly different IQ levels within that race. So to make political statements, whether positive or negative, towards a particular race based on IQ is all speculative bullshit. They are just guessing at that point. They are not really accurate, because each individual human being within any race can have a vastly different level of IQ from the other.
Definitely. But you have to see, we can go with individualism only so far, because if you don't also group people together as a group, if you have 100,000 Africans, you can predict how the outcome is. If you just look at one, what the left is always doing, they're putting up in front one black genius, right? And they say, look, this individual proves that they are just as smart as we are. No, you have to look at the groups, and he's an outlier. He is an exception to the rule. This doesn't contradict the rule.
It's true, but again, because of the inaccurate, because of the fact that, as I said, IQ only measures one type of intelligence, and also, and it also has limitations in itself. To generalize too much, I think you're just guessing at that point. You're not.
Okay, can I ask a question? An important question. Do you believe that, for example, what would be the difference in IQ with an English person that was born in the 12th century to an English person that's born in 2020?
Good question. I don't know.
Good question.
Because it all depends on that individual's ability to problem solve. Because IQ is deeply correlated or connected with problem solving abilities. If you can problem solve, your IQ levels will always be high.
Because my point is that do you believe that nutrition, environments, and some factors, religion as well, could play a factor in lowering a person's IQ as a group?
I don't know about religion, but it has been proven nutrition and overall health makes a huge difference in your IQ, because that is the measurement between Indians living in India versus Indians living in the Europe. They had over the years of good nutrition and good overall health, the Indians in Europe had higher IQs than the ones in India.
Yeah, but this is also due to importing the best, the outliers. And this is what we call brain drain, right? You have, I don't know how many billion, 1 point something billion Indians, and we are importing the smartest Indians. And this is why you have Indian, on average, in the UK, I think, outperforming whites. But what I would also mention is these are outliers, and there's a regression to the mean. So the next 3 generations, they become an average Indian again. If you don't have measurements changing, for example, the Europeans have killed many, I think it was even as high as 2% of the population, which were criminal and have done other things. And this has improved our IQ. So if you have a culture right now, which is dysgenetic due to the social welfare system, it will lower the Europeans' IQ in a very in just 200 years, probably by 10% or something, because the most dumbest people can have now children, and the middle class can't afford children anymore. And then, of course, you have the super rich. They have, again, very many children. But now you have the most smartest people, the most richest people having a lot of children, and the most dumbest people have the most children. And this is a dysgenetic program, and we have to stop that. It will have consequences.
I see. I don't know, but I do believe in that there's definitely definitive differences between races, and those differences, just like you mentioned, the dogs breeds can have vastly different traits. I mean, you don't
and
train
also characters is very this is what I call biospirits, right? It's not that very how could I describe it, cold measurements of IQ. It's also biospirits. We have completely different things of how we view the world spiritually, how we act, how we walk, even microgastic. It's completely different, right? And these are all important things too. The emotional IQ is something which is also very important, in my opinion, and many people are also mentioning this more and more. And IQ is just one little part of it, I think, right? Biospirit is even. I'm more interested in that because it's much deeper, in my opinion.
So are you talking about genetic stupidity?
When we talk about race and IQ, yes.
So is there like a stupid gene identifiable?
A stupid gene and a genius gene. Yes, there are markers of what people have who are very intelligent, and people who are not that intelligent don't have so much of that gene within them. Yes, there are already now markers they can put to who benefit intelligence. Yes.
What are these? Where can I find this?
Yeah, I have to look how that gene is called. I would advise you or if you are interested in race and IQ, I think Ralph and what was the other guy, Patriotic Alternative, has had the alternative hypothesis on a week ago, and he's one of the best. He was going in depth in all that contra arguments and pro arguments of race and IQ. He's one of the only ones who still doing this, because this debate really took place 2016 or something, and now no one is talking about it anymore. They are more talking about cultural differences and demographic replacement. The IQ,
but that is included. That's part of it. Remember, like when we spoke, like what Banksy was saying was that IQ only measures a specific set of intelligence, and that's what it does. It measures your mathematical capabilities, and it measures kind of your visual, spatial capability.
That's problem solving sort of capabilities.
Well, it's not all the problems that it's solving, innit? So if you get someone with a high level IQ, like this is what we spoke of last time about I think it was Howard Gardner, the theory of multiple intelligences. There are different ways to measure someone's intelligence. So if you're like from somewhere that doesn't regard linguistic like construction of sentences and understanding this kind of stuff, and it focuses more on other kind of things that is needed more there, that doesn't show up on an IQ test. Like you can't encapsulate the whole intelligence of someone in an IQ test. Someone might get 0 on an IQ test, and they'll be more intelligent on all the other fields of intelligence than this person. It doesn't really make a difference. You know what I mean? It just says this person isn't really good at these kind of things.
But the thing is, this is the problem, is what I'm trying to express is IQ measures a particular type of intelligence which is highly useful. It has predictable capabilities. You can actually predict that these groups of people with this level of IQ will be able to create, innovate, and make X amount of things. They will be able to capable of handling these types of tasks.
So are you saying
more productive?
Other types of intelligence are not valuable? They can't help you solve problems. They're not.
Banksy. What if you got pretty shit in the mathematical part, and they told you done really bad, you didn't do the sequences right, it was jibber jabber, then you decide to revise and improve, and then you retake that same test and get much higher? So is there no room for improvement?
Well, this is the thing. No, there is. Just like generationally,
Banksy,
you can actually get taller.
Yeah, but Banksy, one thing. But these guys are trying to say that it cannot be improvable because your race dictates how smart you are.
Well,
you understand?
It can improve over generations and generations of changing politics, really, and culture as well. As I was saying before, right now we have a dysgenic program which benefits the most dumbest people having the most children, and who normally and the richest people, all the stars having a lot of children because they can afford it. By the way, most of the stars don't marry super intelligent women, because super intelligent women mostly doing the career stuff on their own and not having children. This is another big thing. They are marrying average IQ women. This rich people. And because the woman sees a benefit in marrying the rich man. But a rich woman don't need really a rich provider, which is also high IQ. But by her not being
you're saying that high IQ men who are successful are not necessarily marrying high IQ women, because high IQ women don't need a man to look after them.
Yes.
Whilst a less IQ woman will marry up in if you like, social ladder, because she's not going to achieve those things herself, so she needs a smart guy that has the money to look after her. And so there's this, the equilibrium has been shifted where rich men marry dumb, poor
No,
women.
not dumb. I wouldn't say dumb. Average.
Yeah.
But the average, I say, for example, 100 IQ would be the average. It would still, she could make money like, let's say, put a number out there, 2,500 euros per month. Okay, but if she marries the rich guy, she could make 10,000 just by babysitting the children, right? And most women want to have a family, basically, as well. They are more connected to that, right? Because of over the ages, this is how evolution works, right? The man was the provider and all of this stuff.
Sure.
But the intelligent woman, because we live in the system right now, who are telling women as well, you're not as good if you just having children, but you also need to have a career. Of course, the woman with higher intelligence could have a better career, and that is why she needs to study first, work longer hours, and then when the clock hits, when she's not can produce
when they hit the
anymore.
wall.
Yeah, when she hit the wall, this is the problem. Of course, I would even say that a high IQ woman tends to, when you let her and provide another system, right, another culture, she would even marry a high IQ man. She would rather marry high IQ men, but it's tough for a high IQ man to marry high IQ women right now, because all the high IQ women
Are in careers.
are in careers. Yeah.
I'm with you. I think I'm getting what you're saying. You're saying, like, back in the day when women didn't have the opportunities to work and achieve as much as they do now, high IQ women would marry high IQ men, or at least there would be a chance that these two would get together, because
Yes.
the woman still needs the man to provide her support and house and money and all that, because women were not able to achieve those things by themselves. Nowadays, the high IQ woman will achieve all of these things by herself, so she'll wait longer and later in life to get married, potentially, and then miss out, because the high IQ man would also be achieving and building a career and making money, but that man will eventually, because women have a hypergamous attitude anyway, they would tend to want to marry of the same level and above,
Yes.
whilst
Yes.
men are willing to marry the same level and below.
Yes,
So
and
for that reason,
men doesn't care about how much a woman earns.
Yeah.
What he cares about is beauty, and is providing for the children, youth. And the high IQ women are in their 30s or something. The man would choose the woman in their 20s, right?
No, but the thing is, this is the part where I'm a bit like maybe confused. If women have a hypergamous nature and they would only marry men of their own level and above, a high IQ woman who's a high achiever, a surgeon or a judge or whatever high earning businesswoman, she would still try to go for a high IQ man, because it would only be a high IQ man who would achieve the same level or above her pay grade. So they would still be looking for that high IQ man, because they're looking for someone who's achieved as much as themselves or more.
And they are doing it even today.
But what I'm saying is that concept, that theory of high IQ women not reproducing with high IQ men doesn't really fit, because if women are hypergamous and they marry of the same level or above, high IQ women will always end up with a high IQ man, regardless of whether they worked into their 30s as a career or not, because they're always looking for that high achieving man, unless that guy's an idiot and he just won the lottery. But on average, high IQ women are going to be looking still for that high IQ man, and in fact, their standards will be above.
IQ, do you not mean intelligence, or do you mean IQ?
Well, I mean, we're going at the moment with IQ, but I guess you could say intelligence. But again, as we discussed, intelligence is a much wider thing. So we're just narrowing it down to
wealthy men.
Yeah, wealthy men, wealthy. But what I mean is, intelligent women who become high-level earners. I mean, the statistics on this is pretty clear. Women tend to marry only men of their equal or above, whilst men marry women of their equal or below. They're much more likely, much more happy to marry women below their status. It's status, really. It's not even wealth. It's status.
Yes.
So women. But what I mean is, if an intelligent woman, you were saying that in modern era, intelligent women don't get married when they're young. They'll wait till they have a career and all that, and they'll get married in their 30s when they hit the wall and they need to. They want to have children. But at that point, although desperation may set in and they may settle for a lower IQ or a lower intelligent man, women's natural tendency is to go for a man that is of their level or above.
Yes.
So those intelligent women will still end up with an intelligent man because of their natural tendency for hypergamy.
Yes, but you have mentioned it before. The man goes with the younger woman. He doesn't really care about how intelligent the woman is, how much wealth she has. I would say even it's the opposite, because man wants to have a purpose in life, and the purpose over the evolution of mankind was being a provider to the woman, and a man likes to provide. And when a high IQ woman, or even when she has wealth coming on top of that, when she's also wealthy, a man doesn't feel as needed as with a not so wealthy woman, right? All of this is the opposite of what a woman chooses.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose you're right. I guess since men just want to get married and provide, and they don't want to, they see these successful women as women that kind of nullify a man's role in the relationship as the provider. Then you're saying that what's happening is
she's more independent and not so. And what's probably not consciously but unconsciously is happening there. He's thinking that she can divorce, right, very easily, because she has that wealth, and take the kids from him, right? For example, this.
Okay, so you're seeing that men are now strategizing about, if I marry a poorer, less intelligent woman than myself, but youthful and young, who can give me lots of kids, she'll give me lots of kids, she'll be dependent on me, so she's less likely to divorce me, although that's not really true with divorce
courts. But this is happening unconsciously.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This isn't like a planned thing, but this is unconsciously. These are all coming together, in which a successful rich man can marry a less successful, less intelligent, if you like, or average intelligent younger woman, but that woman will provide him with kids, less likely to divorce him, and just more likely to stick around. And so men are naturally opting for these women, whilst the high earner intelligent women, or high intelligent women who are going through their careers and are waiting into their 30s, are missing out on these guys, because these guys are already gone by the time
and another factor is that the woman in their 30s would have more sexual partners than the woman in their 20s or even below. And statistics also provides that the more sexual partners you have had in the past, the more difficult it gets to have a stable relationship. So this is probably also unconsciously what men or women also have seen in the past thousands of years, that if you have different partners, you were not as able to have a stable relationship.
So the more partners you have, at least, is this both for men and women, or just women?
I don't know about that. I know about women. Yeah.
Okay. So because men tend to have a much higher propensity to have multiple partners, multiple women. Because it's like spreading your seed and all that jazz, whilst women tend to be much more monogamous.
I think
and
this might be probably also right for men, and it is really showing that right now, because of this social media age, the most good-looking, wealthy man gets like a ton of pussy, right? And the average man that would, in the past, with this more Christian value system, would also get pussy. Okay, they don't get pussy anymore because the woman has now so many choices to look up for the high status man, high physical, attractive man, but these men won't stay with that woman. So because they have a pool of women who they can choose from.
You're right. You're right in regards to how modern society, especially promiscuity, has become so prevalent that the concept of women being promiscuous, men always thought women being promiscuous was a good thing because men would get more sex. What has actually happened is that women are all clustering up to that 1 or 2% high quality men, the best looking guy, the most athletic guy, and the other men are not actually getting anything because women are holding out for that 1%, 2% top tier men, and are all clustering at the top, where those people, those men at those top ends, get all the options, whilst other men literally get none at all. Because even the fat, ugly, land whale, purple-haired feminist still holds out for the jock with the six-pack than to go with the geek with the glasses who still goes to the
even though this pink-haired woman would tell you in public the exact opposite, right?
Oh yeah,
she would say, I go with a guy that understands me and all this shit.
But in reality, they're still waiting out for the guy who does 100 push-ups and has a six-pack, and is a complete misogynist. But they'll still cluster towards him rather than go with the average guy who understands the feminist perspective and all that bullshit. So it's been shown that actually feminist women still like masculine alpha men far more than they do these feminist men and these sort of weak sort of lister types. So which is the irony, and that's why Christianity, or not Christianity, but I wouldn't say just Christianity, but a traditional marriage society is beneficial for all men. Actually, it's beneficial for men and women, but it's actually beneficial, I would say, more for for stable societies as a whole, because all men get an opportunity to have at least one woman which is monogamous to them, and they will then have the opportunity to reproduce, be it women may settle for the guy who isn't exactly in the top 2% tier, but they will at least feel compelled to settle with a man and propagate and start having families and reproduce for the next generation. And I think this is why Europe is and Europeans and even North Americans are having a population replacement problem, because these traditions have broken down, and the results are now coming to the table that women are not just going with every man; they're in fact pooling towards that top tier men. And men are effectively, you got your incels, you got your MGTOWs, you've got all sorts of different groups that are now coming out, men who are either not able to get women or men who are writing off women. Those even MGTOWs, who some of them fall into that top tier 1% of men, are opting out to be with women because of divorce courts and the fact that they could get divorce raped.
Exactly.
And all of those fears, and also the fact that you could go out with a woman, date her, even sleep with her, and then she can call you a rapist the next day.
Exactly.
There's all sorts of craziness that's coming out. This Me Too business, all of this kind of nonsense, where You know, you could do everything right as a man and just piss the woman off, and she'll file freaking rape charges against you. And you thought,
Yes.
you know, you were completely innocent, and you have to now go and prove that you're not a rapist. So yeah, there is a lot of those sort of fear factors or fear scenarios that have emerged. By the way, those same things are happening in Israel too. You know, this traditional society that we talk about. Israel has there was a whole documentary I saw on Israeli men who had to fight to prove that they never raped this woman, and this because women had brought them up on rape charges, and their entire lives were destroyed because of it.
Interesting.
Yeah. This is not. I mean, even a country as religious and as sort of traditional as Israel is facing, because Israel still has Western secular society. You know what I mean? Those pillars still
I
exist.
think the most powerful groups want to change that, but yes, you have a lot of communists as well in Israel, a lot of homos even in Israel. The transgender movement is also
transgender, gay,
quite
gay.
strong there, but
Yeah.
still they are managing to have a birth rate of 3.2. I think even did you know that the inventor of the pill, the baby pill, was a Jew? Did you know that?
I didn't know. Well, I mean, I can imagine, because again, Jews do fall into
Yeah.
that top tier, high IQ
Yeah.
people anyway.
But did you
I'm
know
not that terribly surprised.
in which country it was forbidden, the baby pill?
The you mean the thingy, the birth control pill? I
Yeah,
don't
the
know
birth
where.
control pill.
Israel.
Yeah.
It was forbidden in Israel.
Yeah.
Wow. The thing is, I think Israel, like Afghan tried to explain, is a unique situation or a unique country because their population numbers are so low overall. Like Jewish people in the world is a very low number, and so and the fact that their country is constantly under threat of
Yes.
some kind of being eradicated by some Arab or Muslim nation, each individual Jewish person feels the obligation to reproduce and repopulate their nation. You know what I mean? They have a very strong sense of this, that they feel responsible, especially because every Jewish person has to also join the IDF. That develops a massive sense of patriotism and connection to their people and to their land. And I think these are the scenarios in which you need to encourage and develop in order to get people to have a sense of responsibility to their people. Europeans don't have that sense. Europeans, no, I'm not even talking about like foreigners or migrants. Migrants have no loyalty to this nation. I can promise you that almost 100%. Even those who've been here 2-3 generations, who quote unquote call themselves, I don't know, English or German or whatever. I would never say a Turkish German has loyalty to Germany. Their loyalty is to Turkey, and it will always be to Turkey. And I will never say a Pakistani a Pakistani man has loyalty to England. They're Pakistani. They will always take Pakistan over England, even if they're 3 generations in. So from my perspective, I don't consider these people loyal to these nations.
What we are just talking, we're talking about this. Man can't find woman, and woman really can't find man to have children with because they are overly sexualizing till their 30s and then can't find a real partner anymore. This is a very dangerous situation. Gunnar Heinsohn, a German one of the most famous German democracy scientists are talking about. He's always talking about also he was talking about the situation in China where you have more men than women there, and how this correlates to be willing to go to war and are willing to go to other countries to find a woman and all this. And it's a big threat. If you have a man population that can't find women, it will lead to war. He made the brilliant in historical examples, and even today, he made the comparisons of how dangerous this is. And this is also what I keep telling Germans, for example. We have, I think, from the refugees that come here, 80% were men, and men in the military age. And how dangerous this is, this combinations of not enough women and fighting age men, even from different cultures, right? This is a mixture of war material we are dealing with here, right? And just to show you, you were talking about the Jews have a unique situation. I agree. They are under constant threat of being invaded. Then they have this Holocaust, which basically replaced all Jewish religion. Is a new kind of religion right there. Most Jewish people care more about the Holocaust than the traditional Jewish values and all of this. Yes, but what I tell people, so when when this is a factor, and I think it is a factor of fear, and then you have more breeding, I would provide you something like this. I would tell Europeans, look at this. I make a screen share. Can you see my screen?
No, because Veli has to actually allow the screen to be shared as the sort of owner of the stream.
Okay.
So unfortunately, you can elect it, but he has to then initiate it. Unfortunately, I don't know if he's around.
I want to show people the Houghton plan.
Okay. But I mean,
on Wikipedia.
Oh, I see. You can post it in the side chat, and I can look at it. But I mean, unfortunately, to share the screen, or you can. I don't know if you can. I guess we won't be able to put it in the main chat. But yeah, I mean, you can describe it. I suppose that's the best we can.
Yeah,
do.
maybe I can even read the point. Houghton in 1943, or would you like to read it? You are better in English.
Oh God. Hold on a second. Let me open it. Ernest
Scroll down to
Houghton.
Houghton. Yeah, scroll down to the Houghton plan.
The Houghton plan. The Houghton plan. The Houghton plan. In 1943, Houghton had a article entitled "Breed War Strain Out of the Germans." Oh, what breed war?
Yeah.
Strain out of Germans.
This is
Okay.
what I was referring before, that the Germans have a gene to be warriors, and they want to breed out that gene, right?
Oh, I see. They want to breed out. That's what it's. Just got it. Breed. They want to breed out the war strain out of Germans. There's a plan to do that.
Yes.
Published in New York newspaper. In the article. In the article, he proposed 4 measures with an objective to destroy German nationalism and aggressive ideology while retaining and perpetuating desirable German biological and sociological capacities. Houghton wrote these measures as follows. Okay, let's go with this. Execute or imprison for life all leaders of the Nazi Party, permanently exile all professional army officers. So basically get rid of all military sort of personnel. For a period of 20 years or more, utilize the bulk of the present German army as rehabilitation labor units in devastated areas of allied nations in Europe and elsewhere. These laborers should not be treated as prisoners of war or convicts, but as paid employees, supervised and supervised and restricted as to movement from area of their work. They might be allowed they might be allowed the privilege of naturalization upon evidence and or of good behavior. The single men should be permitted to marry only women of the country of their abode or nationalization. So they're going to move these Germans out of Germany and let them get married to people
With
of that country.
Yes, so we are talking about every country, right? So they and we are talking about millions, right? The German military has millions of normal Germans even in the military. So basically, putting up all military men away from Germany, away from German women, and putting them in allied states, right? Yeah.
And then having them marry women of that nation, not German nation.
Yes.
The families of the men already married should remain in Germany for a period of period of years, but might eventually be permitted to join the fathers. The latter should not be allowed to return to Germany. The objects of this measure include reduction of the birth rate of pure Germans, naturalization of German aggressiveness or neutralization of German aggressiveness by outbreeding, and what the hell is this word?
Denationalization.
Oh, denationalization is a Z. Denationalization of indoctrinated individuals. Number 3, break up the German Reich into several states, probably its original component states, permitting each after a suitable interval of supervision and government by the allied nations to choose its own form of non-fascist government. The fact the object of this measure is to destroy the national framework of unified German aggression. So basically they're trying to breed nationalism out of Germany.
Yes.
That's really the goal of this. During the period of supervision and occasion of the several states by name by armies occasions several by armies and civil staffs of the allied nations, encourage members of these groups to intermarry with the German women. So basically get the German women to marry non-German men and to settle there permanently During this period, encourage also the migration and settlement in the German states of non-German nationals, especially males. Well, fucking hell, they're carrying this shit out right now.
Yeah.
They're literally doing that.
Yeah. And they have done it also after World War. I mean, if you look how many Germans have to go to the gulags, even if after the war, it was a war crime, right? But they don't care. They starved German to death in the millions. More Germans have died after the war than during the war. This is an amazing.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So they basically, and there were others talking about this too. And by the way, they forgot to mention that this guy was a Jew, right? They put out that he was of English descent, right? It's just amazing. So this is what I mean with
Ernest
Wikipedia.
Houghton is actually, I guess, the Jewish guy who actually wrote this plan, the Houghton plan.
There's basically proof for them wanting to genocide Germans. But they are still not finding the sources that Hitler wants to exterminate all the Jews.
Hey, the thing is, this guy had some ideas on African Americans as well. 1930 to 1940. In 1932, Houghton wrote an article entitled "Is the Negro?" Yeah, I guess so. Inferior.
Negro,
Negro. Okay, then sorry, it's the Negro Inferior. It was published by the Crisis magazine. He brought up the discussion of racial differences and claimed that it exists in the United States. Houghton first defined race as a matter of inheritance. Okay, this guy is like fuckeries of all nations. Okay, this is he's not just after the fucking Germans. He's got fucked up thoughts on everyone.
Yeah. Jewish supremacy at its core, right? But no one is talking about that. No one is talking about that.
Yeah, he's a Houghton on the Celtic race in Ireland. Houghton led the extermination of the skulls found in Ireland by the fucking hell. This guy hates everyone. He just fucking hates everyone. Like every fucking paragraph is just another fucking nightmarish scenario of this guy's intentions. He is not a happy man.
Should we go to another beautiful plan for the Germans? It's called Germany Must Perish, from Theodor Kaufmann, another kind Jew.
Another JQ. Another J. What they call the blues. The blues, I think it's referred to.
It's just amazing. You have and these were very influential Jews, by the way, right? And so they're still trying to find the proofs that the Third Reich want to exterminate the Jews, right? So they say the Nazis were so clever; they burned all the documents, all of this stuff, that they want to
exterminate all Jews.
Exterminate all Jews, right? Of course, I agree with everything on the Holocaust, right? It totally happened, and but the Germans were so clever and so evil that they hide all the evidence of them to the public that they want to exterminate the Jews.
Do you believe in the 6 million figure?
Oh yeah, I have to believe that.
Oh yeah, you're saying that. You're saying it in a way where I think you might not believe that.
No, I totally agree that it's exactly 6 million.
It's exactly. This is my problem. This was my problem. It's this exact figure. Because nothing is exact. Nobody just exactly because it's like, okay, there's a running. There's like a little. It's like a little counter, and the minute it goes to ding, 6 million. Okay, we stop now, fellas. No more killing. Stop. We've reached 6 million. Everyone, we're good. It's like there's no way they could have this. I think that obviously the 6 million is just like a rounded up or rounded down or whatever figure of a thereabouts sort of figure. It's not. I mean, maybe it was 5 million and something. I don't know. But what I mean is this term 6 million is constantly used, and it's blatantly obvious that is inaccurate. That is not the exact number. But it's whether it's more or less, I don't know. But
I don't know if I can even say it's more than 6 million. If this is a crime, I don't know. But definitely it was 6 million, the magic number. Yeah, and everyone has to believe in it.
The little counter just went ding, 6 million, or someone's allowed someone's screen to be shared. I think it's yours.
Ah, okay. He gave me the permission, I think.
Yeah, I think he did, but we already went through it. But I'm telling you, this Houghton guy, he is fucking nuts. This guy, he fucking hates everybody. He's got shit to say about everyone. Even, I mean, I thought maybe he'd be kinder, but I mean,
here you have it. Kaufmann advocated the mass extermination through forced sterilization of the German people and authority, dismemberment of Germany after Allied victory in World War II. Forced sterilization. Yeah, there you have it.
Man, they fear the potency of the German balls. They really. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the way Shaka Ross says that the white man is scared of the black countries uniting and coming up, and then they're afraid of that. Although I don't really see it as particularly true. I think that the Jews after the Second World War, and if all the stories are true about what happened to them, I wouldn't be that shocked if they are, if they would write these. I mean, we're talking all of the stuff that this guy wrote is around that World War. I mean, he died in 1954, so all of that World War II stuff was very fresh on everybody's mind. So I guess maybe at that particular period in time, he would have been, Jews definitely would have been on the forefront of recommending sterilization for every German ever, because they just were, everybody was so afraid of the power that, or of certainly the war that just took place. So I guess it's maybe an overreaction, but this guy talks shit about everyone. He talks shit about black people in Africa, African Americans, and the Irish Celts. He's like, he fucking hates everybody. He's not just like talking shit about just Germans. He doesn't look like he's fond of anyone.
Yeah, but you still can find some nice YouTube videos where Jews are saying, yeah, it's all prophecy that the Arabs came now to Germany, and it's a fulfillment of the prophecy, and then the Messiah comes and all of this shit, right? It's
Actually, Belly said something quite interesting. He says, so Wikipedia ain't racist now. No more. No. I don't think that's how. I don't know. No is the way you've written. No is actually to knowledge. I don't know if that's how you would say that. But anyway, no more. Yes, I get it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Wikipedia is Wikipedia. I'm not particularly. It's like it's not the most definitive source. But if this guy, I mean, I'm sure there'll be other sources of Ernest Houghton.
Of course, there's his book in itself.
Yeah, there you go. So you can go and read the book if you wish. I personally think this guy's fucking just hates fucking everyone. I think he is a Jewish supremacist.
Yeah, Theodor Kaufmann. I mean, there was 3 big plans for Germany, and most of them were fulfilled. I think, especially the starvation thing and all of this was provided by another guy. This solution. Germany was destroyed as well into different fractions. The eastern part of Germany, where millions of Germans were forced out into Western Germany. Hundreds of thousands have died doing that because it was so suddenly and not done peacefully, right? It was forced from one day to the other. So yeah, much of what these guys were writing about was fulfilled. As I was saying before.
This is something I wanted to actually ask. Has Eastern Germany recovered and caught up with the West Germany now? Are they on par economically and socially and all of that? Because I know there was a long time where, obviously in the 80s and 90s, just after the Berlin Wall fell, there was a massive difference between West Germany and East Germans. You know what I mean? In the sense of economy and standard of living and all that.
Yes, they have made progress. It's still not there yet to the same level as Western Germany. Yeah, but they have progressed. Yeah, but they what they have done to Eastern Germany after reuniting is they basically all the private sectors have bought up the companies for cheap money and then destroyed them, right? So yeah, right after
all the East German companies. So the private sectors bought up all the East German companies and then just crushed them and just destroyed them.
Yes.
So what's happening to the staff, to the workers, to all the employees?
Yeah, much of this caused that most Eastern Germans moved to the West, and but now I see some positive side of this because they are still in the mindset of yeah, they betrayed us, and they are much more critical to the politics at this moment. They don't trust the government. There are still many people who lived under communism. This is great, in fact, and I see now even more when the AfD don't gain any power or more power in Western Germany, the eastern part of Germany will call for secession more and more. So I could even see a policy saying eastern part of Germany saying no more multiculturalism here. Every German who don't want to live in this state move to here and have a brain drain.
Oh, okay.
Have a
So
brain drain of Germans
east.
going to the east again and building the wall again, right?
Oh, okay. So they're creating a virtual wall of East Germany and West Germany just on the social sort of level, because people who don't want to live in a more traditional, if you like, sort of less progressive, less woke SJW Germany, they're having to go to East Germany because that's still a bit more traditional, and the people that live there are still more in line with old school Germany than the West Germans.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. That is very interesting. How the wall is down, but there's still a divide.
Oh yeah. I mean, German politicians from the CDU after Turing and some other elections were saying, yeah, the Eastern Germans still haven't learned how democracy works because they voted for the wrong party, right?
Oh, okay. Is that why the AfD got as much votes as they did? Is it AfD?
Yes, the AfD. I think there's a second biggest party in Eastern Germany right now.
I see. So that's where their stronghold is, if you like, is from the East Germans voting them in order to challenge the establishment, if you like. That's why. This is why. See, I always wondered if Germany is a complete unified nation the way it is, and if they're all on the same page when it comes to their politics, then there's no way an AfD party like that could get in. How is it? Because because the way I see it is, when it comes to this woke SJW type mentality, this has been ingrained into people for generations. We're talking decades and decades of television and newspapers and media just grooming the next generation from the 80s and 90s. So all these millennials have been groomed for generations into this social justice mentality. And so how can a party like the AfD just get in with all these groomed, population? But of course, although Western Germany was groomed, Eastern Germany wasn't. They've been largely kind of left at bay. Or at least they were, if you like, protected by all this social justice crap whilst they were under communist rule. So although communist rule was terrible, it kind of shielded them from this progressive narrative that Hollywood and if you like, the blues media was pumping out. And now they are, if you like, the rebels. They are the ones who can resist because they were not groomed generationally the way West Germans were into believing that all this social justice woke world is a good thing.
It's quite amazing to me, since the eastern part of Germany was basically ruled by the Soviet Union, by the communists, but they let the Germans of Eastern Germany, they don't guilt trip them as much. The communists doesn't guilt trip them as much as the Allied forces of the West, and they don't have really a re-education system placed there. There are even their national anthems and all this stuff are more nationalistic than West Germany. Yeah, that's quite amazing. It was quite amazing to me.
Also, this leftist, neo-Marxist, socialist type of bullshit, which is sold in universities in Western world and probably Western Germany, don't settle as well with the Eastern Germans who were under a communist
Yeah,
rule.
let me tell you that after Stalin, this neo-Marxist, Stalin would kill them off, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and there's big fractions right now doing the old left, the tankies, and the new left. It's quite fascinating to watch.
Okay.
And
So yeah, this whole there's a lot of weapons in the army of, or in the sort of this at the disposal of the social justice progressive types. Guilt trips of past crimes of the white man, plus this postmodernist bullshit. All of these, the East Germans have kind of been shielded
Yes.
by all of that,
And you see
also
that
they don't.
in Poland, Hungary, and other Eastern Europeans too. It was quite funny that communism was a shield guard from the degeneracy.
Yeah, from postmodern degeneracy. It's amazing that although communism in itself, or the socialist system of Russia was bad, it kind of gave these countries a little bit of a helping hand when it comes to this postmodernist crap that the rest of the Western world was swallowing. And this is my issue, I guess. This really comes down to the reason why I think Mark Collett and Ralph's movement isn't going to be as effective, or it's going to certainly take a lot longer time than the AFD success. Now, Ralph always talks about how he wants to model AFD success in Germany and replicate that in Britain, but I think he's missing this crucial East German element, which Britain does not have.
But you also have to understand that the British people were not as indoctrinated with guilt of World War II as the Germans were. This is the only way you can explain Brexit, for example. You already have this patriotic party within Brexit. It was an expression of that, really, but it hasn't gone farther than Brexit. It was just about Brexit, and now you have to use that power of Brexit, which represents Brexit, to a party that is nationalistic in all the other
maybe I don't know. I still think that the Brexit thing being one thing, because they deeply hate the European Union. I think to try to translate that, or try to somehow use that movement, or use that expression in the British people, that's an emotional sort of thing that they did for the Brexit thing, and launch off the back of that into an ethno-nationalist party and try to get votes for that. I don't see it happening. I honestly don't, because number one, although I think that it is a meme, this whole Menazi thing. The fact is that if this Mark Collett's patriotic alternative gains any kind of traction with the wider media, they are going to hammer him on a nightly basis on the fact that he has these reverent thoughts about Hitler and the neo-Nazi, or the Nazi party of Germany back in the day, and they're gonna come down on him like a ton of bricks. Now, fair enough, he may be able to use it as a meme, and he memifies it and makes jokes out of it, and the millennials, some of them, and Gen Zs will buy into that. But your 40-year-old voter, your 38 to 40-year-old voter, isn't going to be sitting on 4chan and Discord laughing at Nazi memes. They don't give a shit about that. They're still going to be sitting in front of your average TV watching the BBC and ITV and all the regular mainstream news. And your 40 to 50-year-old man, woman is not going to be that meme savvy. And so you're looking at least 1 or 2 generations before these Gen Zs and some of the millennials start properly voting, or at least those conservative types, to actually have some sort of voting power and voting block, which you're not going to have because young people are not a good voting block. Young people are
But you
incredibly bad.
don't only have this rise in patriotism and populism, nationalism. In Germany, you have it in Italy, where Salvini, during a small period of time, become the strongest party in Italy.
Sure,
of course,
sure.
every other parties are against his party right now. But you
Yeah.
have the same thing with in Spain. What was this party called? They have an amazing rise, and they have also connections to some. I know that some of them were on Erkenbrand, not conversation, a gathering of ethno-nationalists in Erkenbrand, Netherlands. There were some of the party members there, and you also have this in Greek, and
It's true, but I mean, also they did vote an extremely left-wing party in Greece not long
Yes.
ago. But that's because they thought that party was going to give them free shit, and
yeah,
they realized, oh
after the
shit,
financial crash, yeah.
yeah, they thought they're going to get a whole bunch of free shit, and then Germany came in and said, no, you're going to have to pay these debts fucking back, and you fuckers are going to have to go to work and start paying taxes again. And then they realized, oh shit, no, this liberal lefty idiot isn't going to do dick for us. Germany's the one that's got us by the balls. So they outed him because he clearly wasn't going to fulfill all the promises he made.
The solution of the Greeks and the depth they are in depth to Germany is the same thing I would say is going on with America. I would say Germany should stop the exportation and even the currency, really, because the Greeks could never compete with the Germans on the same currency. But what could be happening in Germany is raise the average income some German makes, then the prices of the products will go up. We won't produce as many we won't export so much stuff anymore, but we would invest in German new technology again, in German school system again, because other foreign nations are exporting their stuff to us to get rid of their debt, right? And we can invest that in our own people. This would be the solution of repaying the debt. And if that is not possible, cut the debt, because the Greeks are never be able to repay us what they own us. So this would be 2 solutions. Either the German has to raise their how much they pay to the German workers, because it's way too less, or make a depth cut, right? These 2 measurements would be.
I mean, the thing is, Angela Merkel, I mean, we all know she's leaving. So when is she actually going to go, though? I mean, it feels like it's been years.
And look in what scandals she is up, and she still haven't resigned. I mean, in the past, if you have 1/10 of what this woman has done to Germany, she would be out. She's very, very strategic, cold-blooded, political figurehead. She has thrown out every man and woman threatening her power in the CDU. It's amazing. Her death list of CDU politicians that she got rid of. This woman is a cold-hearted killer when it comes to Machiavellistic politics. She's
Yeah. I mean, when is she due to actually leave, though? I mean, is it soon or is it?
In 2021, I think. No, 2022 is the next
Holy
election.
shit.
Yeah.
But I thought she was going to retire or resign, or is she going to resign if she loses the next election? Is that what was the plan, or?
No, she already said no matter what the outcome is, she would leave.
So she is going to stay until that election. She will see that her party gets through that election.
Yeah.
But then whatever the result, she will retire, and the next whoever will, replace her place, take her place. Okay. So 2022 is the next German election. Holy
shit. I think. Wait, let me check. Bundestagswahl. Yeah. 2021. 2021.
Okay, so you got a year and a bit until there's a shift again in parties and power. Do you think the AfD will be able to muster up enough support by then to actually be a serious threat to the political system?
I think so, especially because the world is burning right now, and it's not helping the establishment governments to deal with this crisis we are facing today. There's huge criticism already in Germany of how the government is handling the coronavirus here in Germany. Now we have the threat of Erdogan. It will all benefit the AfD.
I see. Of course, yeah. More migrants, more sort of people being pushed towards AfD some more. I suppose there is that. Sorry, dude. I got to get out of here because I got a few things I got to do. I will see you guys later. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for everything, Veli.
Banksy, one last question. Did you see the videos of France being burned down yesterday?
Yes. Yeah. Well, not France. Oh, no. I didn't see videos of France. I was watching Greece, Lesbos having huge
problems. In Greece right now too. But in France, there was Congolese people within French burning down. What city was that? Even a historical building, because some other African tribe was there having a concert there, and the Congolese guys were saying, no, what this singer is standing for is oppression of the Congolese people or something like that, and they burned down a fucking city. And I see nothing of that in German media or something.
I haven't seen anything. I haven't even seen it on YouTube. That's the first time I even hear about France. I was looking at stuff in videos about Greece, Lesbos. Street Soldier told me about some stuff in Greece with all the new migrants. Basically, the police are being run out of certain areas. I mean, they're literally running away. It's crazy. But nothing of France.
It was just yesterday.
Crazy. I'll look it up. But you see, this is all I can say is diversity is our strength.
Oh yeah.
And God bless diversity and wokeness, and let's have more immigrants. Because diversity is our strength, and we're in a multicultural society because it's great. Please, North Yorkshire Police, don't come knock on my door and tell me I have to check my thinking. Because I believe diversity is our strength. And immigrants just simply make things better, life better for all of us.
Thanksy, have a good day.
You too, mate. You too.
I leave now too.
Bye.
Bye.
Yo. What? To be honest, I don't even know what they were talking about. I'm just doing something. I hear it went silent. Well, I know I'm gonna jump on a panel. What do you lot want to talk about? Something more interesting, hopefully. Let's see in the comments. Yo, talking about. Yo, big up C Time. Big up Skyworks 600 as well. It encompasses the range of the thoughts and beliefs that have accumulated over the evolution of humankind and are embedded in the cultures through their slow evolution. Yeah, that's long. Let's talk about raising. What do you mean raising? Like raising children, raising. Raising. What do you mean?
Yo, gang, big up yourself, day ones.
What's good, man?
Yeah,
Yes,
man,
yes.
mighty. Yeah. Just give me 10 minutes, yeah, and I'll jump on and have a chat with you still.
Yeah, what are you saying, man? What do you want to talk about? Someone said raise. They
Just
want
give me
to
10
hear
minutes,
about it.
yeah.
Say again?
Yeah. Keep rapping about what you're rapping about still, and I'll jump on in 2 secs, yeah.
Yeah. I was so you lot in the chat, if you lot want to chat about something, like obviously, and those who were here throughout the week, like the thing, weekly roundup and highlights. Yeah. So anything throughout the week you wanna have discussed, or anyone wanna jump on, chat about something that happened throughout the last week, come through. But raising, whoever said raising, what did you mean by raising? My picture. Yo, this was a picture that was sent to me by someone. And I was like, whoa. But the thing is, it was the only picture on my phone. So I uploaded, I used it as the avatar. So obviously, if you know, my original picture was the boat. But Nebula, I like what you were saying earlier. It sounded mad. Obviously, my picture is like it's like some mad colorful thing, and like at the bottom there's like a lotus and some light coming out. You can't see the whole picture, but that's like an eye in the middle. This is like a big cobra kind of thing. It's mad, and it looks like an eagle. Like when you look at the picture, it looks like an eagle in it. I thought it was an eagle when I first saw it. Let's see. Raisins. No, not raisins. Maybe he meant. No, I don't think he meant raisins. I think he meant raising. I think he meant raising like children, innit? Raising how to raise children and that. There's a book called How to Raise a Genius. It's not an English book, but you can find the translation of it in English. If anyone like is trying to get information, how to improve, how to raise their kids' intelligence, How to Raise a Genius is a good book. The guy that wrote it got approached by a girl who was interested, and then they had children and raised some geniuses. I think I think knowledge of how to raise children is very important. That's what you wanted to talk about. That's a good thing to talk about. Let's talk about ways to raise money to help implement beneficial organizations and centers for Black people. Help move us up the ladder. Okay. Okay. I think like this has been spoken about. What can I really input to that? Like, Black people need to find the ways to gain, basically to raise money in a way that also helps people, and there's a lot of people already doing that, and it's also good to help others to be able to do that as well. Then you have the collective, like, being able to do the same thing. There's a lot of people who feel like withholding certain information to allow, like what we're talking about, haters. This is exactly what hating is. It's like you're hating for someone else to be on your level. You want to be. That's not full on hating, but that's like the deeper part about it, isn't it? It's like you're supposed to be able to let people also grow. Let everyone grow, because the second you let people next to you grow, they can grow bigger than you, and then at that point they can teach you something that can help you grow, and you could grow bigger than them, and you could teach them something, help you grow, that can, you know what I mean? It's a perpetual upwards cycle rather than a downward spiral. You know what I mean? You're going up. Improvements. You have to think of what the primary problems are. You have to think
Yo,
of
bro.
Yo.
You got yourself anyone, man. You got yourself my G, man. You get me? Yeah, it takes for anyone that holds it up on their ones. You get me, guys? It's a little bit tricky, innit? There's no one that
Like,
replies.
I'm just talking to myself, like, yeah.
You know, it's bad, isn't it? Yeah, man. Big up yourself, brother. So, yeah, big shout out to England. Big up yourself, cuz.
You
What's
alright,
going
bro?
on?
How you
Yeah,
doing?
man. What's going on, bro? Cool, man.
So-
So, yeah, man. You know,
Right.
tell us about what happened
Yeah,
when you had a word with our Malaysian mate, Tan.
Yeah, that guy's crazy,
I'm
man.
going to mute up there because my son's got a lot of noise in the back.
Right. So the guy's crazy, man. Did you know that he was supposed to be coming back this year near Christmas? Did you know that, Villa?
No. Well, I heard about it. I think Raj wanted him to do a tour over here, but like, unless it's like he can jump on the panel, and I think, but he's not like having like a Tan special show on. You know what I mean? Everyone's welcome, and anyone's welcome to jump on the panel. But it's not going to be like a show like welcome to fuck about Tan, man. So, yeah, but carrying anyway.
Yeah, so Tan's reared his head again. So Simon and Raj and that have been getting excited, saying that Tan's coming to Speaker's Corner soon, and I was going to destroy Ralph and the Nationalists and that, right? So me and Ralph were having a conversation, and I said, like, Tan's infatuated with Lucy Brown, because if you go to Tan's YouTube account, right, on his YouTube account, his second to last video, he come out of a tailor's. He's had his suit made for his wedding with Lucy Brown on the 25th of December this year, right? Lucy Brown obviously knows nothing about this, but he's been making videos for about the last week or two, like, I'm horny, Lucy Brown exposed, all sorts of strange stuff, right? And anything Lucy Brown posts on her channel, he's been like criticizing it. Anyway, I said to Ralph, how's this going to work? Because as far as I'm concerned, like Lucy Brown's one of our girls. In other words, she's like a nationalist. She doesn't hold the same politics as like Atheist Steve or Raj, right?
Right.
Now, they're all obviously disciples of Tan, and so Simon. So I'm thinking, how are they going to break it? How are they going to break it to Tan? Like, you know, that girl that you say you're going to marry that you're infatuated with? Like, she's not on our side. We're against her at the moment. I thought, how are they going to juggle this? So I said to I said to Ralph, she's our girl, so I don't know what's going to happen. So anyway, Simon clips it, sends it to Tan, right? Me saying that Lucy's our girl. You should see the video, man. He's raging, talking about how we want to have sex with her, how he's going to rape us. Yeah, he's got
Oh, that's a mad one. You might as well play that.
Yo, hey, that was the last time when Tan was there.
Yeah.
He fucking got thrown out of their ass. You know what I mean? Like, because he's talking about that blue man, and now he wants to refuse. Yeah.
Yeah. So Hassan boxed him up, and now he's saying, like you can say he's getting jealous. He's like them three guys. Like he's talking about me, Streets, and Ralph, saying how we have sex with her and all this. The guy's crazy, man, and how he's going to whoop us, he's going to rape us, this, that, and the other. So 2-2s, it carries on throughout the week, and then Tan launches a video that Lucy Brown has put a restraining order against him, right? And there's an email because he's still in Malaysia because he don't get his passport until the 17th of November. When he gets his passport, he's coming, right? But he's had an email from the police saying 1, malicious communication, and 2, something like, what's the other one? Something like harassment or sexual harassment. I can't remember. Anyway, he shows his email that he's replied to the policeman, right, from Cambridge Police. And come the end of the email, this is how deluded the guy is. He's invited the policeman to his wedding with Lucy Brown on the 25th of December. The guy is fucking crazy, man. The guy is off his fucking head. So our police over here have got their eye on him. So what will be very interesting to see is if the police think that he's a danger, it'll be interesting to see if he's allowed into the country under the terms of his visa. That'd be very interesting. He also said that he had a psychiatric evaluation in 2018 when he was over here. I think it might have been the time when he first come kicking off. The police took him in for psychiatric evaluation. But the guy's crazy, mate. He's mad as a box of frogs. So
when he was doing his stunts in Speaker's Corner, first of all, yeah, and he got nicked outside the protest after the fucking Amy's dog, and was it Amy? Amy got punched outside the mosque and all that shit.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I turned around and I said, it shows you how much of a shithouse he is, because when that guy boxed Amy, right, all he did was scream, "What you doing? What you doing?" And he thinks he's going to rape me. Well, I tell you something now, right? That if he does come to England, I'm going to go down to Speaker's Corner and I want to see him rape me, because I don't go down Speaker's Corner, so it's nothing to me. Do you know what I mean? I'll go down there and let's see if he's gonna follow through on what he said.
Yeah, but no, obviously, you know what you're doing in it, yeah. But like a lot of the stuff that Tan talks about and does is literally for sensation and people to carry his name about on this Speaker's Corner sort of circle. So, like you say, remember, first of all, he was being disrespectful to the Muslims, like on purpose and whatever. And then the same thing, he was talking about how he's going to take over the leadership of Tommy Robinson and this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all just like sensationalism for them.
And then he started
stupid situations.
Yeah, and then when he ran out of Tommy Robinson, then he focused on black people. It's like, what makes me laugh? No, it's windy there, bro. What makes me laugh, right, is at the moment, you've got like Steve, and you've got Simon, and you've got Raj screeching Nazi, right? But if you look at the swastika on Tan's face, they believe is rhetoric when he says, "Oh, it's to do with Buddhism." Yeah, of course. That was the whole reason why. That was the whole reason why he got that tattoo on it for Buddhism. The guy never talks about Buddhism. It was just to trigger people.
Like you just said there, really and truly, because obviously he tried to do it. He tried to do it with, he tried to do it to Jedi when he done his thing where he tell gang to come to the park so I could call them all niggas and all this stupid shit.
Yeah.
Then tried to do it to try to get my brother. Yeah, you're not a nigger because you don't get triggered and all them stupid shits.
Yeah.
So, you know them dumb shits. It's like, but he wants you to react and do something. It's like just to make him famous, innit? So like, when it's them times in them situations, see, like this is the debate that we was having on my channel a little while ago, and even my brother and Rasmet was talking about. This is where the situations come when a man will say, "Rah, you shouldn't let people be able to press your buttons to get a reaction that you don't want to give every single time, innit?" So, not that you should let people call you out of your name for a disrespectful reason. It's just that if you know that Tan's doing what he's doing, literally to get a reaction from everyone that's there, then you know that, right? What else can you do about that?
Yeah, but listen to this, right? So he's got this undying love for Lucy Brown. He loves her, that the other. But in one of his videos,
Fuck off.
Right? But he says in one of his videos.
And you know what? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, you're lucky, man. Lucky he's got the name of the road where I am. These fucking smelly fucking piggy cunts. They're driving by in a fucking big fucking riot van with about 20 guys. All of them are all looking at me. I'm at the fucking bank. I'm like, fuck off, you mugs. Fucking think this is, you dickheads. Fucking mugs. Fucking idiots, man. I hate policemen. Idiots. Yeah, sorry, man.
Yeah,
Carry on anyway.
Yeah, so he goes on how much he loves Lucy, right? Yeah, in one video, this is what he said. He says, nobody knows who Lucy is, really. She's an actress. It's all an act. So he's putting her in danger with saying that, you know what I mean? This is the woman that he wants to love. He's putting her in danger.
Yeah. He's just doing this shit for views and likes, man. That's all it is for.
So it'll be interesting to see if he comes back. But he's changed his whole website and everything, you know. He's rebranded himself, man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. He's done a bit of a rebrand.
Yeah.
It's freezing out here. But he's rebranded himself up. So it'll be interesting to see if he's allowed in the country after these allegations have been made against him.
But it's like a bit of a 50-50, isn't it? Because are they going to look that deep into who Tan is to know that he's fucking got been trying to email whoever this woman is and so, and then they're going to take that seriously and not let him in? Or is it literally on, have you got a visa and criminal record or whatever, if people are picked randomly on their way through the airport?
Yeah, but it's one of them. He said he's been psychologically evaluated by our establishment back in 2018. He's getting messaging from this police officer. He's telling this police officer to check out his YouTube channel, and he says he's coming over in December. So I mean, what? He's even invited the police officer and the whole Cambridge police to come to his wedding on Christmas Day.
With who?
With Lucy Brown. And the policeman, this is the same policeman that's contacted him saying, leave Lucy Brown alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit mad still.
He's even give his coordinates where he lives in Malaysia. He's crazy. He says he lives facing a police station, and he's going to hand himself in at the police and all. Guy's crazy, man.
Yeah. He's just
So
like.
I thought I'd just give you the heads up that there's a possibility that he's coming back in December.
Yeah. I think, like you say, man, Tan's like last year's, not even last year, the year before, man. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah. He left it too long, man. You got to strike while the iron's hot, innit?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean, man? Strike while the iron's hot, bro, man. Like,
But
you're
they
old
grab
news
the
now,
ball by
cuz.
the arms, grab the ball by the arms, innit?
You know what I mean, bruv? Yeah. You got to do your thing when you're as popular, man. Try and make a comeback now.
Well,
no one cares.
You never know. It might be like Rocky 3. Is this his third time?
Yeah, he went away one time. Yeah, that was the second time he come back, and now this is going to be the third time. Yeah,
This is the trilogy, man. This is the trilogy.
Yeah, he's mad. He's mad, isn't it, man?
Yeah.
You know.
Anyway, I'm only swinging by just to tell you that, and so keep your ear to the ground, man. You might be seeing Tan soon.
All right, bro. What? Oh shit, my phone's ringing. Hold on. Yo, Day, I beg you take over for me for a sec. Yeah, I just need to make a phone call.
Oh, yo.
Yeah, take over for a sec for me. Yeah, I just need to make a phone call. Still.
Yeah, I've seen this Tang guy, man. I don't know if you lot have seen this Tang guy. He's like, I thought it was crazy, innit? But he was just chatting, like, I don't know, man. I don't like the way he was talking anyway. All over the place. He was like buoying off everyone. Like, I don't even know what he was trying to say. Like, what's your point? Like, give me. What you lot saying? If he comes back, he won't be allowed in. Or you don't know. You'll be surprised. He might still be allowed in Speaker's Corner. There's been madnesses that's happened, and people are still back allowed in. You know what I mean? I think the only thing that will, but you never know. I don't know. He might be back in. He might not. So jumping on. Yeah, jump on, man. Don't be shy. Could just talking. It's a free panel. That's what I'm saying. Won't be in love, yeah. One Malaysian. Yeah, what is this uniting? I don't even know what these lot had some alliance with Tan about something, and then like I don't even know what made them say, you know what, no. That's like because I heard these lot were basically trying to like support what Tan was doing. That's what I think I heard anyway, and then turned against him or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, boy, that's sort of what happened. Still, like,
Yeah,
obviously.
Well, why? What made it like, yo, no, I was not backing him anymore? What was it?
Well, I don't know, man. I think he said fuck Tommy Robinson. That fucked him up. Yeah.
Oh, and these lot support Tommy Robinson,
It weren't,
basically.
it weren't no racism that fucked him up, man. It was when he said fuck Tommy Robinson, man. That was the only time he was fucked, man. All the other times he had support. You get me? When he was fuck niggas and fucking Muslims and fuck whatever, he had support.
Oh, so they said fuck Tommy Robinson, and they went, ooh, that's a line you crossed.
He done a speech one time,
man.
yeah. He done a speech, yeah, in Speaker's Corner. James Goddard and Danny Tomo was with him in the speech, and
that's the EPO guys, isn't it?
Yeah, so he must have said something about niggas in the speech. You get me? And obviously, them man weren't really saying nothing, pulling faces or whatever. But then he said fuck Tommy Robinson, and them man stopped the speech.
Oh, Oh,
You get me? Oh, you
oh,
can't talk like
like
that. You feel me?
so they're basically they're supporting this whole thing as well. That's part of their thing. I
Yeah, but
think
they're
some people
supporting
just
whoever
see
supported
like
them, innit? So if my man was supporting, like, true, my man was supporting Tommy, and they're on that Tommy thing, they was with him. When he said fuck Tommy, they was for fuck you as well. You get me? So
yeah.
yeah, went on a explaining tour about, yeah, we didn't know he was racist. Rah, 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 rah. You get me?
Bro, it was kind of bro,
the thing was
any
mad.
blind man can see he's racist, man.
Yeah.
That is bait. Yo, but you see this guy, man. There's a lot of people like him though. You know what I mean? There's like a
Yeah.
lot of people are not aware. This is not like 1 in a million. There's billion, like maybe not billions, but there's a lot of people like this kind of person. Man. People gotta watch out like where they're getting their information from. Might be getting it from someone like Tan, innit?
But really and truly, that's why you just gotta forget about the people and just go for the truth, innit?
Yeah.
Fuck whoever's giving. If it's the truth, it's the truth, bro. You get me? Fuck who's telling you it. You get me, cuz? Yeah, the truth stands by itself, cuz. Like, the person might be a scumbag, but the truth stands by itself on this one still.
Do you think, like, I haven't really listened in and focused into what Tan, like, to a lot of what Tan was saying, yeah. But I just, honestly, I've just heard him chat shit, innit? Has he ever actually said something that is, like, worth saying, like, something informative, or, like, does he just go around bullying people 24/7? Does he benefit anyone that he actually speaks to? Basically, that's what I'm trying to ask. If you know, I don't know, bro. Never seen anything like that. I've just seen him going on rants about people. But instead of talking about him, yeah, I want to talk about how people should learn from these kind of mistakes that people make, and these kind of personalities and behaviors. Like, obviously, you can see there might be something wrong with him. I don't know, innit? There might be like something mentally wrong with him. You never know. But like, everything you see around you in life is something to learn from. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can see and not learn from it. You can either learn something good that you can implement and do, or you can learn something bad that you can stop from being done, even if it's at least having yourself be the one not doing it. You know what I mean? Because you can see, like, humans are capable of seeing cause and effect. You can see something happening, we can see the results of, this, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, I'm not really articulating it properly, but
Yo, my G, listen, yeah. Like, I'm just with my brethren in outside of my yard still, fam. So I'm listening to what you're saying still, man. But like, you're just gonna have to rap with
yeah, I'm gonna chat to the
rap with the people
comments.
then
I'm
for a
gonna
bit
see what
still.
these lot
Yeah, man.
saying.
Cause them, man. Yeah. But yeah, do you know what? Yeah, differently, like I'm saying, yeah. All the people them in the chats, yeah. Bit later on tonight, yeah, we're gonna have a little rave up. You get me? Yeah, we had a garage rave last Saturday. We're gonna have a drum and bass rave this Saturday. You get me? So yeah, man. Make sure you got your bottle of waters ready, your whistles, horns. You get me? Make sure you come in your trainers and shit. You know the ones, like, you're allowed to wear trainers in drum and bass rave and them shits there, yeah. Loose clothing, yeah. Girls in the tight clothing, man. Them loose clothing, yeah. So
That's what's up.
no, it's just
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna be chatting to you lot. But why don't one of you lot jump on? Obviously, you lot are really going in about certain things. You lot are actually having back and forths. I've been seeing it here and there. I don't know what you lot are chatting about now, but obviously some of you have a lot to say to each other. So, like, jump on, innit? Jump on, have a chat about what it is you wanted to chat about. Don't make it a long thing. Have you read Big Up Sea Time? Have you read the Letter of Governance by Imam Ali A.S. to his companion alayhi salam, to his companion Malik al-Ashtar alayhi salam, recognized to this day as the best and fairest system, where did it go, of governance, etc. I think you'd be interested. Sea Time, I haven't read that, man. The Letter of Governance to his companion. Letter of Governance by Imam Ali. I'll actually check that out, innit? Obviously, you can't send links here. I will search that. Letter of Governance by Imam Ali to who? I wish I could copy paste this, man, but wait, can I? Yeah, okay. Letter of Governance. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out, man. Bless up, bless up. Say what it is. Yo, no, Mike, what? Can you lot hear me? Because I don't know. It sounds like you lot can't hear me or something.
Yeah, I can hear you still. So the man should be able to hear you, D1 still.
All right.
Yeah, they should be able to hear you still. I'm still here, yeah, in the background. You get me? I'm just listening still. Like, but
nice.
true. I'm standing here with someone else. Like, I got to talk to the person in real life, innit? Yeah, say that, man. I'm back in the set now.
Okay. Cool. Sid Powell, like you, Nebula. Yes, Overkill, aka Truth, likes you, Nebula, like that. Some love and that. Very first, he said, let's trade Panini stickers, not sexually true. Right, yeah. Well, I might even. This thing keeps jumping. Don't read Shia sources, they are not Muslim. Malik East, don't read. Alright, so why don't you and if you wanna have a Shia come talk about that on the panel or something? But like as far as I've heard, Shia are Muslim. What you're saying they're not. Why? Irish AI. Nebula never rule it out. StreamYard. Yeah, that's the link. Very guys, just click on that link and it come through. Have that convo. I can send you the whole PDF, but I think if you search it, big up. Thank you, June. Vegetarian. Okay, we hear you. We can hear. Yes. What you want me to sing? Nah, I can't sing, man. I'll probably rap you a few bars, but not. Can't sing you a song. Bring no point. They are out of the fold. Dead convo. Like you say, it's a dead convo, but you're talking about it. That's what I'm saying. Like you might as well hash it out with someone. The Muslims were just saying they weren't allowed to listen to the music. Yeah. Some Muslims say you can't listen to music still. It's haram. To think a woman could change, okay, a righteous guy, she. To think a woman could change a righteous guy, she.
I know about a girl named Maxine. She's like a bunch of rose. If I ever about Maxine, you would have said, I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote. Evening.
Big up. Good evening, man.
Big up.
You saying?
Boy, just enjoy my little Sunday.
Yeah.
Just have some callaloo and saltfish and calm me.
Yeah. Sounds good, man. Let's help.
So, what's the topic of the day?
The topic is it's like just a general roundup of the week and kind of freestyle thing. A few things have been spoken about. Like the last conversation that came on like before everyone left, obviously, was like I don't even know what it was about. It was about Germany and like Jews and like women IQ. I don't know, bro. I came in to talk about the IQ thing, you know.
Yeah, that's something that that's been recently, I think, talked about. I think in the newspapers.
What does it say? What kind of?
It just sort of goes on what sort of the point what Ralph was talking about. I forgot that I think it's an MP, a Conservative MP, that brought up that point. And I slightly think he's probably been listening to the streams and picked it up off Ralph.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, but
were you listening into that conversation between Elron and Banksy?
yeah, I was listening in and out, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too sure
What do you think of what they were talking about?
that the IQ test. Well,
Yeah, I fully believe the IQ test only measures just a certain type of intelligence, like a certain part of the spectrum, if you will. You know what I mean?
and it's like it's kind of biased if your country is already well built up, if you know what I mean. If you're trying to race against other people, actually saying that it is flawed because if you maybe put poor children from the third world against some of these children that go to around the same age in England, actually there might be a difference in a sense.
No, but same way, those children, they'll know how to do things that these children from the more developed countries won't know how to do. You
That's
know what I
true.
mean? So if I go to a place where Brez hunt lions with their bare hands, yeah, and a place where Brez write wiggly lines on papers with pens, and I test them both on the pen test, like obviously people with pens are gonna win, innit? But if you test them both on, yo, let's see who can wrestle a lion, like, you know what I mean? Like you can put an IQ test for different sorts of intelligence.
No, that's true. I have to say, yeah. Yeah, but it's kind of biased though, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is definitely biased. There was, like I was talking about, there was the Howard Gardner's, I think it was Howard Gardner anyway, his theory of multiple intelligence. So, like I spoke about this last time, but I'd love to pull it up again. So he split up intelligence into 8 different like abilities.
Okay, well, and certain parts of the brains.
Yeah, different parts of the brain's abilities to do different functions. You know what I mean? So like see when you have an autistic person and they like can calculate any number for you. This person's like mathematically autistic, but they won't know how to socially behave or won't even know anything about literature or history.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's actually I'll explain it anyway, but these are the way, like the 8 categories he categorized them in. Number 1 was musical rhythmic. Number 2, visual spatial. I don't think these are in any specific order in it. The visual spatial. Actually, let me describe them. Musical rhythmic is like your ability to catch beats, rhythm, frequency, flow with it, that kind of stuff, and be able to create music, know what goes with what, that kind of intelligence. Some people have higher and lower intelligences of these, and some people might have a bit of all of these intelligences. You know what I mean? Like you could develop each one. Number 2, visual spatial. That means like when you see, it's kind of like geometry, innit? So you see a shape. It's like, imagine I have a hole in the ground and I have this circle, and like you'd have to guess if this can fit in that. You know what I mean? Like someone who has high visual spatial intelligence will know, yeah, that would definitely fit in there, or it's too big or whatever. Like, and if you take it to autism, like this person will tell you if it's like nearly a millimeter off, they'll tell you no, that's a millimeter off. You know what I mean? So autism actually strengthens your travels in one part of the mind.
True.
Rather than discovering the other part. Like, it depends, innit? It's a tree you use, innit?
Mhm.
There's verbal linguistic, the way you use language, structure, communications, I guess. Logical, mathematical, that's number 4. Logical, mathematical, logic, maths, obviously that's self-explanatory, innit? Number 5, bodily kinesthetic. Okay, so this is like, see, sportsmen, they have high bodily kinesthetic intelligence. You could go to a footballer, he might not know 10 times 2, but you know what I mean, he'll kick a ball on that dot that many meters away. You know what I mean? Like, you know how your body moves in accordance with itself, how it moves in accordance with things around it. Bodily kinesthetic. Number 6 is interpersonal, which is like how to, you see, when you're dealing with people and you like interpersonally intelligent people would be able to feel someone they're speaking to. Like, they know they can speak to them like in a more, like, you'll feel they're more intimate, they're understanding what you're saying, they can hear you, kind of thing. They're on your frequency because they could communicate better. You're actually with the person you're speaking to, rather than like interpersonal is like I don't know if it's clear, but it's like knowing how to speak to people, having that kind of skill. I might not be too interpersonally intelligent because like I can speak to people, but I usually, like, I feel like sometimes I hurt people's. I might say something too blunt in it, and someone might take it offensively, and like I don't know how to say stuff in a way that to not offend someone, but also say the truth about the situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I need to build my interpersonal intelligence. Intrapersonal is like being able to be more intimate with your own self rather than other people, knowing how to watch your thoughts, know the processes that are going on in your, like how you process things and that kind of stuff. It's your own internal knowledge of yourself, if you will. And then the 8th one is naturalistic, your ability to understand nature and interconnect and live with it ecologically, if that's the word for it. So IQ tests do not in any way test all of these intelligence categories. It might test visual spatial, and it might test verbal linguistic and logical mathematical. That's probably as far as it gets. So like, you can have an athlete who does all sports and his sports IQ, if you will, is over 1 million. He'll get nothing on an IQ test. Or he might, you don't know, innit? But if that is what he's, so we were talking about autism. Autism is when, you know what it is? This is how the mind expands. You go places, you see things, you learn things, innit? And then these roads in your brain get lit up with, if you want, electricity, and then this information is available. You remember it. It's like a road you've been through. You remember this road. But if someone shows you another road, you can go there too and see more things. You know what I mean?
So do you think they use? Do you think they use more of their brain than the normal person?
It's not really about using more of their brain. It's about
When their
like
brain is more active.
you can have a low active brain or what is it again? Autistic person, and you can have a high active brain autistic person. Same way that you can have a high or low active brain non-autistic person. Like in autism, really, they say that it's a spectrum, and everyone is somewhere on that spectrum, if you want to really get technical. But it's more like this. It's like, say everyone has 1,000 watts. That's how much power, current, whatever, amps, watts, volts, whatever you have. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can use this and utilize this wherever you like. So you can choose to use this in these, like you can choose to spend these coins in these machines, or you can choose to in those machines. But if you went to the same machine and spent all your coins there, like, you will know this machine more than anyone else, but you won't know about the other machines. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that. It's like traveling on a street. Someone might know a shortcut. Like, you might come up to someone and tell you, right, you go take this route. Like, imagine having a map, and every single route you ever went on, you draw a line, and soon enough there'll be so many lines, and then you'll be able to see the routes you went. But the places you never been, you'll never really know about them. You'll never have that consciousness of that. Well, you can, the imprint in you allows you to tap into the consciousness of everything, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on this subconscious level that we operate on this dimension. So yeah. And I think anyone can increase their intelligence, man. I don't know about that genetic intelligence thing. I don't know whether to agree or disagree with that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure myself.
Yeah. Like, if the guy's saying the way certain people look and the way this is that makes them dumb, I don't know, man. I don't think so. But I don't know. Like, I gotta make sure that that's clear. I don't know. Until I do know, I'll tell you. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. But do you think intelligence can be developed by anyone?
Intelligence. Yeah, definitely, 100%.
And
Yeah,
it
all works on different spectrums.
Yeah.
Like you have arts, you have the sciences,
Yeah.
you have like memory patterns.
Yeah. There's a lot to be explored, man. Like, see that theory I said? That's just like one guy's theory, innit? So there might be like 500 different categories. This guy just only listed 8 that he can really think of himself. He hasn't been through all the roads either.
True.
So yeah, there's a lot to develop. I think human potential is a lot higher than the expectations that humans give it today, or that they're taught it is.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You ever heard this theory that we only use only a small certain percentage of our brain?
No, that's true, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's our right side we use more, or we don't use our left side, I think, or something.
You mean the other way around?
Oh yeah, I wanted to too.
Yeah. So we use our left side more because it's more like logically driven. Because that's the way our academics teach us how things really work. But the right side, which is a bit more creative, more it has this capability to create. Like, it can make something that has never existed ever, and you've never seen it, and you can see it right in the same place you see other things in it. because a lot of people will argue you only see things with your eye, but your eye does not see anything in it. Your brain sees everything. Your eye just relays that into your brain, and your brain sees it. And it rearranges the information or decodes it, if you will, in a way that it will understand.
Do you think we're fully in charge, or we're slave to chemical sensations?
Like, are you asking if all the chemical influence around us, the unnatural influence around us, is like, yeah.
Like, are we really in control, or is my brain in charge of us?
Are we yeah, I'll speak about this as well. Like, this is like like I've said this a few times here, you have to ride the body rather than the body riding you, innit? So if you, I think it comes down to desire, and if you submit to your desires, you're just gonna follow the body and do what the body's telling you to do. Like, some people can find the balance, but really it's supposed to be you in control of the body instead of the other way around.
100%, I agree with that. We have to be in control of our destiny. Can't let our destiny control us.
Yeah, definitely. I think we could choose, like, but it's mad. How do you think this collective consciousness-driven force that gets everyone, like, you see how the internet kind of gets everyone driving in a specific direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what do you think of that? Because that's really dangerous, isn't it? They can have everyone going straight into one spot. And
Yes and no. It's giving our mind the actual chance and to be to exercise itself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, before, all we had was TV programming. So no matter how we sort of adapted to it, so we knew that at 7 to 6 o'clock is soap opera, whatever that means in the mental. I forgot what they call it now. In the subconscious brain, you just know at this particular time this is what's going to be happening, and this is how people are going to be feeling. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's like in between that time, between 6 to maybe 9 o'clock, you could have people being very over hysterical due to certain things they've seen, and the programming and the influence that the whole message that are under due to the programming what they just witnessed.
Yeah, that can affect everyone to behave in a certain pattern or way or something. It's monkey see, monkey do, innit?
Yeah. Take for instance, look at the people who don't watch the soaps, and you look and you compare the people that watch the soaps and certain things like that.
Yeah, it's like they come out of it's like they're TV character, innit? Literally, that's what it is.
And you'd be surprised in the real world how many people are actually in tune with these things, because on the road, there's hardly any cars driving. When there's football on, there's no traffic and all these types of things. So it goes to show that the shared consciousness of the masses and their programming at certain times. It's like even on a Sunday for church, or on a Friday for Jamal. It's like once you leave that sort of environment, you're going to leave with a different type of vibration within yourself, because of the minds that were sharing that one sort of thought of trying to be righteous, trying to get closer to God, and certain things like that.
Oh yeah, that's mad. So you think people should like group up into like using these ideologies and that?
It's just another type of programming, really.
Yeah.
Whether it's good or bad.
You see your subconscious mind, yeah. do you think you can gain conscious access to all of it?
It's unlimited, really.
What, as in it's infinite?
Yeah.
What makes you so sure? Like, do you know that?
Your subconscious is like a metaphorical state of like space where you know there's no end or no beginning.
If consciousness was to put the question into a calculator, what is 1 + 1? The subconscious is the equal. When you press equal, you automatically get the answer. That would be the subconscious. That's how I do it. Break it down.
That's a good point.
Oh, that's a mad description of it. It's nice. Interesting. So
And it's
see the processes that go on in your body, yeah, like your heart beating and your lungs breathing, and all these even your digestive system, all these kind of stuff, yeah. Do you think these things are processed consciously or subconsciously?
A bit of both, to be honest. Because sometimes, say like you're not really drinking. Sometimes you choke because your body might think, oh, he's drinking at the moment, but you're not really drinking. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean like if your body malfunctions or something like?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I meant like see the fact, like see your heartbeat, yeah.
Mm.
Do you think the brain is what is pushing it to beat, sending it the information to push the blood around?
I think somehow or the other they're kind of harmonious together.
Yeah, because I asked that because I that's what I learned at school, innit? But
Yeah.
I've had other theories. Like, for example, I've heard a theory where the beat of the heart, it is already pre-programmed. Like the heart beats itself. The heart beats you, innit? You don't beat the heart, kind of thing.
True.
So, and where it comes from is like, see if when you're born from your mother, her heartbeat is already basically kick-starting, if you will, your heartbeat is pushing the blood around your body so that when you come up, you know what I mean?
So like a car, like when you're trying to
Yeah,
develop
kind
into
of
a car.
thing. Yeah, like, you know, how old school, you have to like wind it up and then it'll just go.
Mm.
Yeah, something like that. I think you still gotta be like you gotta move in it, be active. I don't know. It's interesting theories, isn't it? That's why I asked. Because really, either way, yeah, your brain or your mind, rather, like, should be aware of this process anyway, innit? Or at least your breathing process. No one really thinks about breathing, but everyone has to be thinking about it for it to happen.
Now, if you want to go into like deeper, into the mystics of this, a lot of Gnostics and masterminds have been known to slow their heart rate. I myself am able to do that through my martial arts studies. So, I mean, if you want to go into that type of void realm of like being able to stop your heartbeat, stuff like that, and yeah, man can do it, but it takes a level of discipline and lots of hours and days of meditation to be able to be sensitive to that type of information that's coming through your body, subconsciously, just to be able to grab hold of it. Yeah, a lot of martial artists are masters and stuff. It's really nothing new to them.
But don't you think this information is like at everyone's disposal anyway? Like,
At
all times.
At this point in time, it's like nearly everybody's got like a smartphone, you could say, at this point in time. Maybe not a couple of years back, but definitely at this point in time, everybody's got the an equal playing field if they wanted to learn or seek knowledge.
Yeah. But I don't know, this kind of stuff, I don't think it's kind of seekable through a phone, innit? It's like something you just have to,
Yeah,
just
but
have to
I see what you're
delve
saying,
into.
but before there was a phone, there was just encyclopedias. You know what I mean? And now we
Oh
got
yeah, I get what you mean, like to get information and instruction and that kind of stuff. I get what you mean, man. But then you're gonna have to put your trust in someone to like get you information as well. You know what I mean? Then it goes back to who you're gonna really trust other than yourself.
True.
But I think it's important. I think people should. I don't really believe you shouldn't listen to other people. I think you should listen to everyone. Like
Yeah,
you should
definitely.
listen to what they have to say. If they're not worth listening to, then make your decision after listening to if it's worth or not. You know what I mean?
Yo, say man, I'm
Yeah.
back now. Yo, what's popping, man?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, man. So, hey, what you were saying?
Yo, Veli, do you think?
Well, just a little freestyle thing. You know what? Yeah, differently. I was just gonna ask all the man them for the highlights of the week. I want to try and do that every Saturday now. If we can see like what the highlights of the week of the passing, you know what I mean, out of all the streams that's happened over the week, and just have a little chat about that still. And then obviously from the next week we start again fresh from Moon Day. Yeah, me.
Yeah, I have to take my hat off to the God block for at least having a word with certain people.
It's the godless block, yeah. Yeah, right. yeah, right.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'll be honest. Like, a lot of our people, because we stay in the same sort of surroundings, like we don't really get challenged. So it's good to like get out there and get challenged, man. There's no point having everybody agreeing with you and they all agreeing on the wrong information.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's right. Yeah, I need to get. You know what? Yeah, I need to get some dub plates. Yeah, I need to get a shifter. That's right. Yeah, when he does this. That's right. Yeah. So I see. Yeah, and I need a funky. Let that sink in. Take a minute.
Eye opener though.
Let that sink in. Yeah, well, open your eyes.
Yeah,
so
like
you can't believe you're high.
No, with the what do you call it, Islamic slavery and just like the whole talk about slavery and certain things like that. It's like good to bring these topics out. Because like I'll be honest, when I was doing my research, it's sort of funny because like most of the time we're looking at things one-sided. So it's like when I found out like the African side of things and probably looked at it from their sort of perspective, it just sort of changed my point of view. So it's like a lot of things people used to say as like Pan-Africans, like, I couldn't really agree with it anymore. Like, because there's so many different voices and different tribes of people that have their own experience. You know what I mean?
A fair point that was made, I'd say, in the slavery debate was when, say, Witness was telling us about other like slave catching tribes and so and so, and obviously, like saying, well, not everyone, but there was people that was on the panel that was saying, yeah, we're against that as well, but we can recognize the difference in levels, innit? So like, although we know that was bad, yeah, it definitely weren't the same as the sub-Saharan slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade. You know what I mean?
Well, it's funny you say that because I was it was Jupiter that showed me this article. It was called "My Nigerian Great Grandfather Was a Slave Owner or a Slave Merchant," and what's happened now is like the descendants of those families have lived in England, America, and they've seen how people of the diaspora react to it. And that the way how this lady explained it, it's like even a lot of these things carry on when people go abroad. So like, say there's different African communities that live in England now or America, but when they start get married, you will find out, maybe these people enslaved my people or my people were service to these peoples, and the older people would be like, oh, you can't get married to those people because their people are like low class and all these things. So there's a lot of politics that's evolved what's in still today, if you know what I mean, what we haven't really grasped to understand.
I see, like I was saying, and then the difference between the beneficiary factor, is that when you're selling out your own people, in the end, you end up being one of the captures or colonized people as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, although there might have been people that were slave catchers, owners, or holders, in the long run, it didn't end up with, even if it benefited just one person, it didn't benefit the actual place or their whole tribe as a whole. You say no country.
But if you look back at it, like, and actually understand, like, the type of, like, you see, like, even today, you'll find that most of the people, what we find, come from the Caribbean to England. You'll find that they mostly lived in the town or the city, or some of them are sort of high class and some of them maybe not. But if you notice with, like, say, the African sort of hierarchy, or like normal sort of status of people that came to England, you can see there was from a higher society than like the poor society. So it's like, it's kind of funny that after how many hundreds of years ago, it's like we but hold on 2 seconds. It's like but it's like, it's funny now because like how many years have passed, but somehow or the other we've all somehow reached back and sort of contact with each other by living in England and New York. If you know what I mean. Like, certain people, ancestors could have sold us out, who's probably our next door neighbor, and we don't know.
But you know, like, you see, when like we're talking about this seller and this one could have sold out this one, like, there's people that were slave catchers that once the people who they was catching, their numbers had run out, they ended up going into slavery as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I'm saying. It's far and few between of people that actually benefited.
But I'm trying to show you. No, but Africa sort of runs the same as Europe. Like, they have like royal families, and like certain of the royal families, they probably got overruled and got chucked into slavery. But realistically, it was the king and the royal families that had the most benefit out of all of it. If you know what I mean.
Had the most benefit.
Yeah, like all the rum, guns and all them type of things, that's mostly getting attributed to the king of the tribes and sort of things.
But like you're saying, but like, all right, so remember I was telling you, and I don't know if you've looked up the guy's name yet. There's a guy called Ganga Zumbi.
Zumbi.
Ganga Zumbi. He was a Congolese prince that was kidnapped as a prisoner of war and shipped into slavery into Brazil and made his own kingdom. You know what I'm saying? In Brazil. So there was royalty that was taken away. And there's numerous letters from the people of Congo to the Portuguese making complaints about their royalty and their upper class being taken as slaves as well. Yeah. So it that's what I'm trying to say, fam. It weren't like when you've got a treaty or whatever, and you're the colonized person. Obviously, the treaty is always going to be skewed into the colonizer's favor, innit? So though there was a treaty and all them things there, it was still going to be skewed to the colonizers or to whoever was in power, innit? So if we colonized one place and we made a treaty with these ones and that one, the treaty is going to be skewed in favor of Jamaica.
Depends really, because take for instance, you had different kingdoms warring each other. So if a ship did leave from, say, Calabar, it doesn't really mean to say that these people were Nigerian themselves, or if a person was talking up to, say, Ghana, Walima Castle, it doesn't actually mean to say they were Ghanaian, neither. And these are the issues or the details what I'm trying to look at. So like if
Yeah.
you probably look at if you probably look at the time of the ships when they were getting exported, and probably look into Africa now and see what's happening there, if there was any particular wars around that time, then maybe you can make a concise sort of decision of maybe who these people are.
Do you think we're making two different points though? So
No, I think he's on the same sort of thing though, in a sense.
yeah, because obviously like see the point that I was making was more to do with
like royal family being enslaved.
My battery's gonna die.
yeah,
innit?
with it being romantic, like romanticized and so and so, like the king's done well out of it and all that, when that's not really what happened.
No, but that's just one king out of how many?
Yo, big up, big up. I'm a 1%. I'm gonna go, man. Easy.
Big up, bro.
Yeah, when the British stopped the slave trade, a lot of people were upset in Africa.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean, Africans?
Yeah.
That was upset that the British stopped the slave trade.
And it's documented.
I need to see proof of that, man.
Well, what?
Bring any proof of that?
Actually, just to even hammer back on that, Ghana to this day actually offers dual citizenship to the African Americans here in America due to the contribution that they took in the transatlantic slave trade. It was their token of forgiveness for taking part in that. So they do actually.
What was it? Yeah, but that was a man who's the leading of tourism. It wasn't no chief. It wasn't no king of a Pacific clan. You understand that?
Oh, what do you mean?
And if you want to go even deeper, there's a set of people called the Tombon people. Some people call them Afro-Brazilians, and they've been in Ghana for nearly over 200 to even longer years.
Yo,
and hold on. And they never gave these people what do you call it, citizenship, because they couldn't speak Tree. All these people could speak was Portuguese, and these people, they was accepted by the Gar community. So the Gar people took these people in, which they called Tombons or Afro-Brazilians, and it's only recently, up into the 19th century, these people was accepted as citizens.
Yeah, but Sora, you still ain't be able to show us where there was Africans that was happy or unhappy with slavery ending because they wanted it to carry on.
Bro. There was.
Yeah, but you just talked about some Afro-Brazilians. That was nothing to do with blood club.
I'm saying, like people like Madame Tinubu, they tell you in her autobiography how she used to deal with people and how she used to look at it. It was a different type of mindset in those days.
Yeah, there was even infighting in Africa before the Europeans even got there. They people they were
realistic, and to be honest, they had a different type of relationship with the Europeans. Because up to this day, the Queen of England and certain people, they still go and talk to these royal families in Africa when they're doing their tour. Vice versa, when they come over to England.
Yeah,
yo, so that's what I'm trying to say, cuz differently, you're talking about the Afro-Brazilians, yeah? I'm not even disputing the fact that there was any Afro-Brazilians that might have went to Brazil. What I'm disputing.
I'm saying they went there was from Brazil. They went.
No, but listen to what I'm saying, bro. What I'm disputing, first of all, I'm disputing, yeah, that there was any Africans that was there. Not that there was any, yeah, that there was a majority or a large number of African tribes that wanted slavery to continue in Africa.
Why not?
Why? Where's the evidence for it? Show the evidence.
Where's the evidence that they wouldn't?
I mean, you made the claim. I didn't make the claim.
Yeah, but why are you disagreeing with the claim?
Oh no, he wants you to repeat the name.
I want you to prove your claim.
What, you don't believe it or something?
No, you
I don't believe your claim.
Yeah, but tell me, why don't you believe it?
Because it sounds unrealistic. Who don't want to be Who wants to be subjugated?
Are you being realistic? What, do you know how much money these people are getting through slavery? And that all stops. Hold on, and it all stops for all of a sudden.
What was the lady you mentioned? The bibliography.
What do you mean, bruv? Are you being serious?
Madam, I'm asking you, Freddy.
I'm asking you, cuz. I'm asking you, fam. You know what I'm asking you, cuz?
Look at it in a different people's perspective.
I'm asking you, yeah. Listen to why I'm asking you, yeah. I'm asking you, yeah, because you made the fucking claim. You said blah blah blah, and I said, right, I disagree with that. So now you're gonna have to show.
Why do you disagree with it?
Because you've not shown me no evidence. So when you show me the evidence,
even if I did,
because you,
hold on.
If you showed me the evidence, then I'll have to agree with you.
Yeah, but why don't you?
Because you haven't shown me the evidence.
Sorry, just say the person's
No,
name.
be honest. No, be honest here. Be honest. Why do you think that?
That's why. Because you haven't shown me the evidence.
Why?
Sure, don't
Because
argue.
you have not shown me the evidence.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you.
Name. You just said
Hold on,
it was a
2 seconds. I said
bibliography.
Madam
Just say the
Tinubu.
name.
I said Madam Tinubu, brother. Easy. 2 seconds.
Madam Tinubu was happy. Was unhappy with slavery ending.
Yes, 2 seconds now. Yeah. So what is the problem with that, Veli?
What's the problem with that? That you've not showed no evidence. You just said. And then
yeah, but even if I did show you evidence, why would you not believe that?
How did I just say that I wouldn't believe you? I said, Perm, if you show me evidence. Listen to what I'm saying, bro, because you keep it's like you're making your own thing. You're like we're talking to two different people, fam. You're talking to Jelly.
I'm just trying to get to understand where you're coming from.
Listen to what I'm saying, cuz I'm saying that if you're making a statement that these people were happy being slaves or whatever, then you need to provide evidence.
Say that. I'm saying the business of selling slaves. There was some people was distraught that this will stop happening through the British.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to say. So if you're going to say that,
yeah. So what is the problem?
The evidence or the proof?
Yeah, but what is the problem of that?
The problem is that you're making a claim with no evidence and proof. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, if it was proof, if it was right, what would be the problem of that?
What do you mean if it was right? If it was right, then it's right. If it's wrong, then it's wrong. But I'm saying, bring the evidence.
But I'm saying, even if it is right, what is the problem?
Yeah, but we've not. Did you know why? We've not got to that part whether it's right or wrong yet.
Yeah, but
because
what?
You've not provided no evidence.
Yeah, but
can I pay for that laptop?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, I could show you different instances when people were very unhappy because slavery ended because the British ended slavery. I'm just thinking to you, what do you understand? How much money some of these kings and queens were making?
Yo, one sec, yeah, I'm in the shop still.
Okay.
But yeah, man, listen to what I'm saying though, yeah. And you gotta be real and honest with yourself, and listen to what I'm saying, fam. I'm saying that if you're making a claim, if I'm making a claim, so I'm saying that there's never been no black people in America, yeah. Then are you gonna say, yo, I need to provide some evidence to that?
Yeah, but think about it logically. What I'm trying to say to you, the British have stopped the import of slaves. Don't you think there's people that rounded up slaves, and when the British said, "Well, no, we've abolished slavery," we don't want no more slaves. What are people going to say in Africa?
Turok, what was the date that they abolished slaves? Do you know?
I think 1830, 1860, around that time.
1860. So when did slavery first start? I know slavery's been around in history I'm just talking in terms of the, let's say, the transatlantic and all that, not going way back into Adam and Eve, but
the thing about it, we have to look at it, it's different companies and different countries are doing things. So the English were the last people to arrive, and certain areas the English took over from different countries. So to say when the actual slave trade started, nobody really could tell you that, because it was the Portuguese first, then it was the Spanish, then it was the Dutch, then French, then English.
So when you say that slavery, let's take a guess. I don't know. Slavery started somewhere in the, I don't know, whatever, and then it ended in 18. Now the reason why it ended. One second. But the reason why it ended in 18 something, could you say because they got a handle on it, and because they maybe hang on 1 second, because they maybe achieved what they set out to achieve, and then it was going to take care of itself accordingly, economically, or am I wrong?
Yeah, but who stopped it?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I'm just trying to get a grasp on what you're.
I'm saying Britain was stopping. I was saying Britain, that was stopping the slave trade through via Africa to the Americas.
Yeah, I'm saying, okay, that's a good thing. I'm not saying.
So all I'm just saying that we were talking about slavery in Africa and certain things of being slave traders and things like that. I'm saying when the British stopped the slave trade on the west coast of Africa, it was very damaging to certain people because certain people were heavy into the slave trade and the English is not buying slaves no more. So certain people was very upset about that, and they had different sort of black markets that were trying to smuggle people. But the British had people in the waters making sure nobody took nobody from the west coast of Africa. And if they did to anybody from the west coast of Africa, they take all the slaves off the ship and bring them to Sierra Leone.
I understand what you're saying, but my point is, do you think that the reason, like, I want to hear the two reasons. Like, first reason I want to hear is why did they end it before I bring up the next subject, and the second reason is, like you said, the effects of it ending, but that's only coming from one side of Footy. So why do you think they ended slave trade? Obviously, the first answer would be it's inhumane. That's the obvious. But what's the second answer?
No, because I'm being realistic. Because England broke up because the United States got their own independence and broke away from England and didn't want to pay tax no more to the European countries. That's why slavery stopped.
Okay. So you're saying that that it never was really an American thing.
We fought for freedom.
It was purely based on. So it's purely based on economics, not.
No, they had other people in England. Don't get me wrong. They had other people in England fighting for it. I forgot the person's name. I think something William something. But even there were people in England fighting because they was even sending Irish.
Wait, Tora.
Because don't forget.
Let me make sense. Let me just ask a question. Yeah, because I'm not sure if I'm making sense. Was you saying that there was African tribes that was happy that slavery ended, or that they was unhappy?
Some of them was unhappy because the English used to buy a lot of slaves, and the English now are hindering other people buying slaves off the west coast of Africa.
Got carrier bag or something. So they was unhappy. Yeah, so that's where we're getting confused. This is where we're getting confused. Yeah.
So
is that going to fit in there?
So we've established that slavery because of tax purposes. So we've established that by tax purposes, but we haven't established that on a whole. Like I'm saying, like could it be that obviously
come with facts, not feelings, yeah. Please. Just come with facts, not feelings. Nah, spare the feelings. I want real facts, man.
Okay, yeah.
I would say usually because of technology, like you said, it's just economics. It's usually the motivating factor for ending slavery, even in economic slavery that we're dealing with here in America. Once you're replaceable through, a machine, then hey, you don't have to work anymore. They don't need you.
Once they stopped the importation from the west coast of Africa, they started to get more people from Asia, from like the coolies and some of the Chinese, them type of people, and those people have not stopped coming to the Caribbean and the Americas ever since.
Yeah, which will go back to finance. They found a cheaper outsource in a sense.
It's a longer way to get from Asia to America. This is why they were building things called the Panama Canal and all these types of things. And they needed loads of people from the Caribbean, Asia, because they weren't really taking African people in those times. And it was our people building the Panama Canal, what we know of today. And it was like mad. It was like literally, yeah.
So Turok, has slavery ended in your eyes today? Or is it still economic slavery?
There is
down through the.
There's a lot of clauses. I'll be honest, like within the Caribbean with slavery ending and all these types of things. So it's very weird. But in places like the Middle East, Africa, you can see that it's more prevalent.
What today? Today now.
Yeah, today as we speak. Then
what countries? What countries did you just say? You said, what if we're like? Can you name the places where you say slavery is prevalent now? The two you said two places. I just forgot what you said.
Well, basically, I could see it very prevalent in the Middle East. It's very rife in the Middle East. Very, 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 very rife. I'm not too sure about certain places in Africa, but I can see it's very rife, and it's a certain way or a culture that they have, and the type of people they pick for this type of.
Hey, Torok.
Yeah.
I got my laptop back now. You know. Like I say, you got any
Is that what you're doing? Big up
yeah,
to the
so we
laptop.
need to get some fucking we need some evidence on this we need to fight. We need at least a name of a tribe or something of the people who were happy that slavery, who were unhappy with slavery ending and was fighting for it to, or was who wanted it to carry on.
Well, in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's simple, man.
Give us a name then, bud.
I told you, Madam Tinubu. There was enough different
Madam
other tribes
Tinubu.
in that. Yeah, there was enough different other tribes in Nigeria as well. They said they quoted that the English must have been mad.
All right. We're gonna look on that a bit later still, but it sounds bad to me still.
What do you mean? It's money, man.
Yeah, it's true. Cash rules, but
it's
sounds
money,
bad
is it?
that nah, because it's at the start. It sounds like it could be okay. That some people might have thought that selling their enemies is okay or whatnot. But by the end of the colonization thing, when obviously there's fake chiefdoms installed and all them sort of shits now, the people on the ground can't never.
Yeah, that's 100% in a way, Billy.
What is 100%?
That the people would not want to stay underneath the foots of anyone else.
Of who? Who are you talking about?
Of the slave traders, the colonizers. So you think the people that they were selling the slaves to, that was capturing slaves, you think that they was in a position where they was able to say, fuck that, we ain't capturing no more slaves, no more, or we ain't trading with you
It's up
again.
to you, innit? You don't have to bring the slaves to the market. If you want to stay in your house, you know what I mean. You can pick a different job, but there's people that are people well invested in these type of jobs in Africa at that time.
Right, really, he's not. From my understanding, he's not talking about everybody, and it's something normal. When you see people making money off of something, if that business is stopped, then you know they don't profit from it no more. It tends to go the opposite way. He's not saying all of them.
Bruv, listen, I didn't say that he was right or wrong, you know. I didn't say that he was right or wrong. I was just saying, what's the proof for it?
He might not have a proof for it. I think it's just something normal.
Yeah, but listen,
there is proof.
There is just a feeling.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
just
what.
Malik,
listen, fam.
Right.
This is what I was trying to say. Yeah, is that obviously if you're trying to like we're on this talk thing, and I'm trying to prove a point to you. Oh, this happened because so and so. Yeah, then I'm at least going to be able to give you a name or something.
Right.
That I could link it to.
Right.
Yeah, but do you understand what the British were doing on the west coast of Africa with the Sierra Leone people, the West Indian Regiment, the African Rangers? They were there to stop the ships taking people from the west coast of Africa, and anybody who they took off the ships, they brought them to Sierra Leone, Freetown. What is the problem? I don't understand this. This is all documented history.
No, but bro, listen, you're making a whole different point though. You're making a whole different point, yeah? Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. But listen to what I'm saying though. It's like, and I don't know if anyone else, yeah, is following what I'm saying and what Torok's saying, yeah. It's just like we're talking
slave markets. there's slave markets on the west coast
We're
of
talking past
Africa,
each
and,
other.
people bring people to these markets.
But no one's
and if the
saying that there wasn't slave markets, bruv. I'm
No,
saying
what I'm
that
trying to, so
you're
what, so
making a
hold on
claim.
now. So hold on
You're
now.
making
So
a
hold on
claim.
now.
No,
You make you
listen.
hold on now.
You're making a claim that the people was happy
hold
to
on.
be
You turn
that
up
they
to
were
the market
unhappy that
now,
slavery was
and
ending.
people said we're not buying slaves no more. What are you gonna do now?
Say that again. If I turn up to the market and they said buy slaves no
We're
more,
not buying slaves no more. We don't buy slaves. Slavery ended. What are you gonna do now?
so something else, man. Shit, fuck selling slaves, man.
You're gonna
I
look
ain't
for a
rated
new
anyone
buyer.
that selling
You're gonna
slaves.
look for a buyer no matter what.
Right.
Come on, man.
So when they
just
Yeah,
like
but
being
bro,
not
listen. You're not saying I'm not even disagreeing or agreeing that that the point that you're making is right. All now I've asked you for one thing is evidence.
proof.
Yeah, but
The
I'm trying
proof.
to show
That's
to
all.
you. Why should I? Why should I? I'm
Yeah, but
just saying to you.
why
Yeah.
shouldn't you? If you're
Why?
don't make
Why
a claim
should
then.
I?
Don't make a
You
claim
seem
then.
upset about it. No, but you seem
Bro,
upset about
I'm
it.
not. Why? I'm not. I'll
Sure.
tell you what it is. Yeah, is that it's annoying that you're saying shit and you don't want to fucking prove what you're
Yeah,
saying.
but
You
if I
just want to
prove
fucking
it, yeah, but
listen.
if I prove it now,
Listen.
Billy.
You just want.
All right.
Yeah, if you prove it, then you're right. That's what happens, innit? That's what happens
And
when
what
you make a
else
point.
now? And what
If you
else?
make a
And what
point
else?
and if someone says, "Are you right?" Yeah, and you
Yeah, but
fucking
I'm
prove the
asking
point,
you
that
now.
means that you're
Why
fucking
didn't
right.
you believe me then? So I'm saying to you, why don't you believe me then when I said it in the first place?
Because I want the proof.
When I show you the proof now, why don't you still not believe me when I did say it to you?
How did I say? When did you show me the proof? And I've said
If
I
I
don't
show
believe
you
you.
the proof, why did you not believe me the first time?
Correct. Just tell us.
Because you didn't show no fucking
just show us
proof.
the proof. Just
Well,
tell us
here
the
you go.
link or something.
So hold
Yeah,
on.
but
So
bro,
me and you
come
just
on,
have a
man. Be
hold
real,
on,
though, cuz, man.
hold
Be
on.
real, and say and tell me what you just said there. Was that
Me and you
sensible?
are
What you
having a
just said?
conversation now, and I go and say to you, go and bring me the proof, and you're
I
doing
want to
whatever
run
you're
in there
doing.
still.
Yeah, because you don't like the thing. But I don't like the thing what you said. Now I'm saying to you, no, you have to bring me the proof for that now. But even if because I don't like it, and you bring me the proof now, does it change how I feel?
Ross.
No, it doesn't.
It does help, bro.
It's just making more of your argument. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah,
It's like
on the
even
road.
if I do, it's like what difference does it make to you now? I've
It
wasted my
doesn't.
energy
The
trying to
difference
convince
is
you something. Why? I don't need to
correct.
waste my energy to
Correct.
convince anybody.
Correct. The difference is it does solidify your argument.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get
That's what
into
it
the
does.
mindset.
Exactly.
I'm
I'm
not
trying to get
That's
into
what
the
it
mind
does.
frame.
It
I'm
means
trying to
that
get
what
into
you're
the mind
talking
frame.
about is that what it does, yeah, it proves that what you're saying is right. That's what it does.
Yeah, but why don't you believe me?
Because you haven't fucking proved anything. Do you believe that I can fly?
Yeah, but I'm talking to you. Yeah,
Wait, do
we're
you
having a
believe that I
normal
can fly?
conversation.
Listen, Turok,
What part?
do you believe
Yeah,
that I
but
can
think about
fly?
it. Yeah, but Veli.
Do you believe that I can fly? Have I showed you any proof that I can fly? Bro, I could just say anything then if you just if you could
Why
just
don't
say
you
whatever
believe
you
me?
want.
This is what I'm gonna get to. Do you think I've got an ulterior motive or some sort?
Why don't there's no bruv. Have I said that I don't believe you? Did I tell you that I don't believe you?
I'm trying to get to.
It's like you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're trying to prove a point on something else, bro. And I'm trying to tell you that I haven't once said to you that I don't believe what you're saying. I'm saying you just have to prove what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
Let me give you an example.
Yeah, but hold on. For what reason's sake?
To fucking make the point, you nutter. What's wrong with you, bruv?
To who? Who don't have to prove anything to? I'll just tell you what. I'll tell you. If you don't believe me, you don't believe me. I'm not gonna go and fasten up
why
my
the fuck
phone
should I
now.
listen to what you're saying then? Why should I listen to what you're saying? Why should anyone pay attention to what you're saying? If you're just gonna say what you want, and anytime anyone asks you to prove what, listen to what I'm saying though, because you didn't hear me end of my sentence. Yeah. Why should anyone listen? Why should anyone listen to what you're saying then? Yeah. If the one time anyone says, can you at least show me towards any proof of that, any evidence of that, or whatever? You're not even gonna do that. You're just gonna say no. Why should they listen?
Yeah, but you asked me a question and I gave you my point of view, innit?
Right, but it's just asking for a proof, which wraps up your argument. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, I'm just having a normal conversation, and now I have to go and dig in my phone. I'm not doing all of that type of things what I used to do before like that. Forget that. I'm not doing all of that again.
All right, cool.
It's not that serious, bro. If you don't want to look, I say what I have to say. If you don't believe me, I'm gonna ask you why don't you believe me now?
Yeah, because you've
it's
not
simple
proved it.
information.
And then we're going to go on a circular 45-minute argument of you saying of you saying why don't you believe me, and me saying because you've not proved it. So then,
Yeah, but I'm just. Yeah,
what's
but
the
only.
end? Wait. What brings the end?
I would like to give an example. Yeah, but all that proves to me is you're
What brings the end to that discussion?
Because it
waiting for that.
Okay, obviously sounds like to me you heard something you don't like to hear, or something you heard something you didn't like. Let me just give an example.
What?
When you have a community that loves to get high off of codeine, and the whole community loves it, right? And then when the government says, put a ban on the sales of codeine, it's going to affect the people that's selling it on the black market. They're not going to feel happy, but the people that it's not the government is going to feel happy for stopping it, but the people that's selling it on the black market is not going to feel happy for the government stopping the sales of codeine. No, because definitely you would have some people that would be happy that they stopping slavery, while some people wouldn't be happy for the stop of slavery. And it's simple. I would have thought that would be kind of obvious, but it obviously shows somebody's got higher status for other people. That's why they're shocked when people say these things, because they hold these people in higher regard for some reason.
So I want to go back to what you were saying, Turk. Now, so where was Freetown? Can you explain what happened when?
Freetown is in Sierra Leone. Freetown was first established by one of those prime ministers from England. He was complaining. He was saying England was looking like a chessboard. So because a lot of the people from the Americas and maybe some from Africa was up in England as servants and some as prisoners of war, that was released, that mixed in with the native women and certain things like that, vice versa. So there was people complaining, saying England is getting too dark and too black. So a lot of the poor people, white people, mixed race couples, mixed race children, loads of the black people, Victoria sent about 300 ships, and they placed these people on the west coast of Africa, Sierra Leone, and they established a town called Freetown.
Okay, so what was life like in Freetown? How did that? What happened there?
Basically, I think this prime minister bought some land off some of the tribal leaders, or rented the land, and the land wasn't very good. So there was a lot of tribal disputes, and a lot of the people who got there wasn't really. Some of them never ever been to Africa, if you know what I mean. A lot of these people were either born in England or from.
Okay, I can understand that. I can understand that. So what did they do in Freetown, say, after about, say, 20 years? What happened there? Did they, what happened? Was it a free town, or did they, were they building there, or what?
Yeah, later on they started to send people from the Caribbean there, freed people, people who was enslaved, other people who was indigenous to the land. And later on down the line, they used some of these peoples as armies in Africa, the Sierra Leone, and called them African Rangers and the West India Regiment.
And what did that regiment do? I mean, what started happening there after that period? What was going on in Freetown?
They worked on behalf of the English or the Empire. So there was something called the Ashanti Wars, which was part of the Sierra Leone army, or the African Regiment, and there was also a war in the Benin Empire as well. And they also fought in different wars, like in Egypt, Turkey, and they've been in action since the 1800s, 1700s.
Okay, so what were they trying to achieve? What were they fighting for?
They worked on behalf of the Queen, so like there was an army of the Queen.
Okay. So when you look at, obviously, would you agree that when slavery came to the Americas, they were trying to establish or build, obviously, economic.
What do you know of slavery?
Like, I don't know too much, but I'm trying to understand.
Sorry.
Like, obviously, there's a lot of economics involved.
Exactly.
People to build up their empires, but my point is that.
These people were setting up companies, whether it's cotton, tobacco, sugar, fruits, or chocolate. They were setting up companies. These were companies, and some of them in the early 1500s to 1600s, i.e. the Dutch, Portuguese and Spanish as well. They brought a lot of these products to the west coast of Africa. So they also brought a lot of the people there because the people were very familiar with the crops. So these people were setting up companies, and they were setting up companies in Africa. So it'd be a shorter distance than going to the Americas to bring products to Europe.
I'm just trying to understand, was there ever a time, because it seems to be like that once the economic powers were established, or different companies were established, and then there was maybe there was movements of freedom, and then the North and South fought, things like this. Regardless of all those movements, wherever they went, they still had to work. Even though they were free, even what I'm saying is, even though some people were free.
Who was the first slave to send to the Americas?
Hang on, I just finished my point. My point is, like, even though they were free, they weren't free because the economic structure. Hang 1 second. The economic structure had been set up. Therefore, wherever you went, you thought you were free. You still had to work and pay a tax that was economic. So you were still in slavery. Would that be true or not?
Yeah, that is true as well. But do you know who were the first slaves to go to the Americas, i.e. the Caribbean, North America?
No, I don't.
White people.
Okay, can you explain that? That's interesting. Explain that.
Yeah, you're in Europe. You're like the poor people, all the poor whites and all them type of things. Those are the people they first used to go into the Caribbean to be servants, i.e. places like Barbados, Montserrat was a prison colony where they used to send all their overseas prisoners, all the unwanted people, white people.
Now was that okay? Yeah, that's just a bit like Australia and all that. You say England. Okay, so that was to establish colonies using prisoners of their own race.
So what do you know of that type of thing?
No, I know a little bit, but I don't know too much. But yeah, so they're using them to establish colonies and basically using them to do the dirty work, is what you're saying there.
I.e. why somebody in England, not to say he wasn't talking for black people as well, but he was talking up for the poor white people they were sending out into the West Indies, Australia and all them things to stop slavery as well. Yes.
Okay. So you're more or less pointing the direction, not so much as white people on a whole, but the establishment is what you're talking about.
Yeah, then later on, when they stopped slavery, the government bought all the slaves of the slave owners and their companies. So they gave them some sort of reparation, reimbursement because of their loss of investment.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I.e. places like Haiti that wanted their freedom so much, they're still paying reparations up to this day for France to leave them the fuck alone.
So what you say, Malik? Do you agree with that, Malik? Do you agree with that whole statement that Turok just went over?
Yeah, I wouldn't say yes, I wouldn't say no, but I think he is more on the logical. To me, it makes some kind of sense, but I don't know much about that kind of slavery history. But the way he's making up his story, you know, somebody might get in the panel and be like, "Oh, nah, you got it wrong," and then tell us another side of history, which might be
okay.
more...
Explain that, Turok. Now, Valley wanted evidence because I missed it, and I'm wondering what this bit you talked about because I missed it. What were you talking about that Valley disagrees with about the evidence? Can you? I know you don't want to go over it again, but can you explain that again? Because I'm trying to get a.
Well, I've come to my spliff tailor, so I might look for this reference in a minute.
So what was it reference to? Because I missed it. Yes, sir.
Basically, there were different people that used to be heavily invested, i.e. the kings of the tribes, i.e. the Ashantis, i.e. some of the Igbos, some of the lot of the Fulanis, the Caliphate of Sokoto, and all those types of folks. They was heavily invested because they used to work on the behalf of the empire, i.e. the Fulani, the King of Sokoto, a lot of the Mali Empire lot. They were the friends of the empire.
Okay. So you're saying
Great Britain.
So you're saying that the hierarchies in Africa had some sort of investment and liked the way that British were dealing with slaves, you're saying that it helped the hierarchy of Africa as much as it helped the British. They were, it's sort of like they invested in what they so what you're saying is they invested in the British movement to better Africa, but it sort of turned on them. Is that what you're saying? Is it what?
Some people work with the French, some people work with the English, some people work with the Portuguese. There's all different types of alliances people made, i.e. the same things in the West Indies and North America.
So then would it be fair enough to say if they didn't invest in the whole British, invest in what the British were up to, then there would have been, then Africans would have been free today, or eventually they would have been enslaved? I mean, I'm just trying to...
Well, some people, to the European man, because of the fear of malaria, they didn't really run into the west coast of Africa like that. They used a lot of the people from the West Indies and the Bengalis as well for a lot of their war ventures inside of Africa.
Okay, so Malik, Veli, you're saying that that's not true? That's not accurate?
No. I wasn't saying that's not true. I was saying that if you're making a claim that there was people, I'm not even saying that there was. I'm saying that there probably was people, because it's never 100%. There's never 100% one side or the other. But I was saying if you're making a claim, at least provide the evidence for the claim that you're making, innit? Like, man's not heard that before, so I'm wanting some evidence to it or something to look at. But it's all right, man was saying about Madam Tillman.
Yeah, but you obviously said it's 50-50. I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying it's everybody, but there's obviously certain people.
It's not saying everybody. Certain people, which is normal. Just because of the money, the benefit they get off of selling people. Once you stop it, they feel some type of way.
I.e., example like with the Yoruba tribes and certain things like that. And because a lot of these people were heavily involved with some of the Fulani tribes and certain things like that. So
So what you're saying is they took advantage of a situation because of tribal warring. They took advantage and invested in the British.
People already had people already had things going on. It's like when people came to the west coast of Africa, like i.e. the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, and the French, they already came to steal what the Portuguese and the Dutch already set it up. This is all what was going on in places like Africa, in-house fighting in Europe, and also in the West Indies. So like when the French lost their monarchy, a lot of the French people who was enslaved or imprisoned, or just other Africans as well, they didn't know what to do because their monarchy of France has gone. So a lot of people were liberated just through that. So it changed a lot of politics.
At that time when you talked about Mali or something that invested into the British, whatever it is, are you saying was the British more modernized at the time? Because could it be is it just that simple to say that they were intrigued by the equipment that the British had, so they wanted that kind of modernization? They saw it as selling guns, and it could strengthen them. But at the same time, separate them. Is that what you mean?
You have to understand there's African Americans, and you have Afro-Caribbeans, and you have indigenous or native Africans. They're two different people going through two different things at the same time. A lot of these African kings and all that, they used to send their children to university in Europe from the 1800s. One of the kings of Côte d'Ivoire, he was baptized in the Notre Dame cathedral, very famous in France, and all these types of things. This is why a lot of these people gave money to the cathedral of Notre Dame when it burnt down, and they felt very upset because they're in tied with these people. You have you have poor people, and you have rich people.
Sure, that's after colonization, though, bro. You're being unfair, man.
I said the 17th century, brother. This man got baptized in Notre Dame.
Now, Veli, explain that. Veli, explain what you're saying. Because I know where you're coming from, but it sounds like you're saying there was a period There's something
Yeah,
to understand the timeline.
because the way to me, yeah, obviously I can't say it because it's not me that's saying it, but to me it sounds like Torok is saying that the Africans were in cahoots with the Europeans to enslave other Africans.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that they saw investment opportunities and power opportunities against it, more or less like a hierarchy to keep their hierarchy status amongst African people, maybe. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they
because-
saw that modernizing.
Yeah, because some of these people are your enemies as well. Some of them are just like your servants as well. Like they're not your direct family like that. And you're the king. Like you got loads of mouths to feed. You got about how many baby mothers? Or even the queen, Madame Tinubu, she tells you all of these things. And this is why I say people have to look inside Africa and see the politics there. It's not the same what we went through.
So what you're saying is it's not the people that sold out, or the hierarchy sold out in order to keep on top of their status, and they knew that the world was growing, and they knew they had to. Is it something like that where they knew they had to?
These are kings and queens you have to think about. These people, just how England and Spain sell their own poor people, it's the same thing. The Africa and Europe run off the same sort of kingship. If anything, it's the same blueprint.
Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. The three things that were instrumental was the blueprint, title, and bloodline. And by any means necessary, I guess a hierarchy would try and do anything necessary to maintain that.
It's very similar to what we have today. Like you have certain people like the royals of Sussex. So you have a part in say Ghana or a region what is heavily influenced by a certain set of people. You have to pay some sort of council tax to that king in Ghana. You know, they're not just there for nothing. It's the same blueprint.
Yeah.
Council tax in Africa as well. You have to give something to the king of the land.
And I suppose if you go back, like if you have a look at Egypt, it would when Egypt was on top of its game, it was the same concept, different era. You still had to pay for like do certain things, pray to their gods, sacrifice, and then sort of like adhere to the royals of the time, and kind of like that. Okay. I see where you're coming from, but then I see where Valley's coming from. He's asking for the evidence.
Some people are still. Some people are saying,
I don't think Valley's denying it. But it's fair enough to ask for.
It's just
fair enough
exactly.
Yeah.
But you have to ask, why did he pose such a question and wanted that evidence? Because it seems like he either holds a certain set of people high up.
I don't. This is why, because if anyone makes a claim, I always told them to provide evidence. If it's something that I've never heard of before, provide the evidence for it. Stop being dumb, man.
No, but you've done that because of a certain particular reason. It's like if somebody say if I was a Rasta,
if you said to me,
hold on, think about it here. If I was a Rasta and somebody said something to me, this, that, and the other, then I would say prove it, even though we're having a conversation, even though we weren't even looking to go into our phones and all these type of things. Because obviously I hold somebody up to a high status. That's why I need clarification on it.
I'm going to leave soon. I'm just waiting for that paracetamol to kick in.
I may not.
Correct. It's nothing. It's just only normal for anyone to ask you for
That's what I'm trying to
evidence.
get to, but you can see Veli's thinking with a Pan-African mind frame.
Nah, I don't. I think he always does that just to ask people for evidence, which is normal. That's why I said we could move on and keep giving us the.
No, but obviously, if somebody stops something for somebody, of course it's going to be trouble for them. Then they only got one bias, the Sahara slave trade now. Think about it now. You have people coming right to your doorstep to pick up people. Now you have to go an extra mile now for the Sahara slave trade. So of course people are going to be mad. They're going to say, "What? Has England lost their mind?"
It's just like if there's peace in the world, those selling weapons will be at the loss. They will feel some type of way.
And these are the things we have to be honest to ourselves and just look at, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely understand asking for evidence, but I think, to be fair, the one thing Turok has on his side in regards to that would be that different civilizations had hierarchies, and throughout history, people try to keep that status, even through bloodlines, by marrying the same people, and it was a detriment to some, and it worked for others. But I think, I think you can't get around that. But in saying that, also there's probably 100 other things that went on besides the things that we know as well, and I think those are the things that we maybe miss, or maybe want to see, or that maybe we'll probably never see in terms of evidence.
Right,
But
that's
we'll
the
see,
point.
We'll see. That's all I can say. I can't really. Nothing is really and truly set in stone, but we know that there was kings, and there was hand-me-downs and blueprints and things like that, and we can, although we can work around that, we can establish some sort of truth behind that, but we'll never know the 100% proof, I guess. I'll probably end that with that, maybe.
Because this is what I'm trying to show people. Like, look at this. It says that the kingdom of Dahomey, the kings of Dahomey sent raiding parties into neighboring lands with the sole purpose to capture slaves. These slaves would then be sold to Europeans by 1750 by King Tibisu of Dahomey, made 250,000 a year selling Africans into slavery under his reign. Slavery became the largest part of the kingdom's income. You understand? So somebody has now stopped other people now buying your slaves and things like that. Of course you're gonna be mad.
So now that we've established that, we haven't come to the conclusion, but now you're saying today the slavery, like, is it the same thing? Now it's more prevalent in, did you say Arabia or the Middle East? You're saying that's most of it.
Yeah, so the only option now is open for you now is the Sahara slave trade.
Okay, and then is that running off a blueprint? It's the same concept, is it? Just
it's been running before even the European slave trade.
Okay.
Probably probably was in full swing a good 500, 600 years before the Europeans turned up.
Is that what do you say to that, Malika? Would you agree with that at least, or?
I didn't even hear what y'all was saying. I just heard my name.
I said there was a Sahara slave trade going on at least to 500 to 600 years before Europeans arrived on the west coast of Africa.
Oh shit! I told you I don't really know much about this topic.
Yeah, it's called the Sub-Saharan slave trade.
See, they run, man. Every time when I come with my questions and
who you running?
Because I'll be honest, you lot are biased, man.
Who's running?
You lot, just run and always say, "Oh, go look for this, go look for that."
What's this brother talking about, bruv? You chat so much shit, you know. That's why you piss me off, bruv. You chat so much shit, fam. I'm like, bruv, man's trying to have a sensible conversation with man. All man did is said, "Yo, have you got any evidence for that?" And now we've been on like a 2-hour thing where man just chatting shit and fart and
I could easily provide that, but I don't see what is the issue about that.
Hector, give us gin and juice, man. Give us gin and juice.
So are you telling me? Hold on. Are you telling me that they were happy that the slave trade stopped? Well, are you saying they was happy the slave trade stopped already? Are you saying they were happy? They were overjoyed because Europeans stopped bringing guns, all sorts of things, foreign things to them to stop the slave trade. They was overjoyed.
He was happy.
The African kings, they said the English are the jolly good fellows for stopping slavery. So they can't get tobacco no more. They can't get coffee. They can't get all their rum. They can't get all them nice things what they used to get because they used to trade slaves. They're very happy about that, yeah.
So you're saying that that was the only way that they could have got what they was getting by trading slaves?
Think about the income. They'll be happy for all of that income not to be seen again. Ta-da. So you're telling me the Africans that used to sell slaves at the market, they were happy to stop selling slaves to Europeans?
They were happy to stop selling slaves to Europeans. Bruv, listen, I didn't make no claims, man. Stop trying to make a counterclaim.
What do you wait? I'm saying, what do you think?
All I did, yeah, is ask you for some fucking evidence of these.
Why me though? I'm not asking you what do you think. I'm not asking you to bring no evidence. I'm saying, what do you think?
If you say
It's
something,
not even a claim. It's a simple fact.
If you say something, yeah, all right. So if I say something, right, I've got wings, yeah. I can fly to Africa and back in 10 minutes.
No, but Freddie, I'm just saying. I'm saying to you, what do you think? I'm not asking you to go search for anything.
What's the next thing that you're going to ask for after that?
I'm just saying, what do you think? Do you think they were happy to stop sending slaves to Europeans and stop making all that money?
I don't know what they was doing still.
Huh?
So I don't know what they was doing, bro.
You don't know what they were doing. I.e. Slave Coast. Slave Coast.
I don't know.
Slave
Yeah, that's what I'm
Coast.
trying to say. Yeah, I don't know who.
I wonder what we do there.
I don't know who was a slave trader and he was trading slaves. That's not. I've not made any of them claims. Those are the claims that you did make. But you don't want to prove anything that you're talking about. When anyone asks you,
But what do you want me to prove? It don't even seem like it matter if I prove it or not. But it seems like that you've held somebody to a high remark, and now you heard something and you feel very distasteful about it.
Bro, you just chatting shit, man.
But that's what I'm trying to get to you. Do you think Africans were happy to stop selling slaves?
I don't even know what you're talking about anymore.
I'm saying to you. All right, simple. I'm saying to you, do you think Africans were happy when the slave trade stopped and they stopped selling slaves to Europeans?
Do I think that Africans were happy? Yeah, I do think Africans were happy when the slave trade stopped. Yeah.
What about the slave traders?
The slave traders, probably not the slave traders, but the Africans were definitely happy.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
what do you think? What do you think, Kate? If I said to you, like just one more thing on this topic.
After that, now you're not going to come up with no tribe name, no nothing of anything, just to make your claim actually claim. You just want to hear someone say that there might have been fucking nuts, you know, weird guy.
Yeah, we don't like money, really. We don't like rum, no. Your Caribbean rum, we don't like it no more.
You're a fool, man.
Oh, we do.
What are you saying?
We don't want Kalashnikov, no.
What I'm saying, yeah. So you're saying that. Wait. So you're saying that the first dons that went to Africa, they traded the brothers Caribbean rum.
Yeah, and gin. Schweppes. What you saying now?
Schweppes, yeah.
Yeah.
No, don't even talk about my drink.
And guess where the rum come from? Appleton Estate.
Yeah.
And really, you got some people at the chat. They happy that you're getting back your laptop.
Yeah, B. Come on.
Yeah,
Laptop's charging up now, B.
So get a vote with it. a bulletproof vote, a waterproof vote, a religious-proof vote.
Where do you think they were getting their rum from? Where do you think they were getting the alcohol from?
You're talking about them man were trading rum before they even got. So that means by your definition, yeah, the European traders and the African slave traders had already been making rum in fucking the Caribbean before they got to Africa to slave the trades. Trade the slaves or whatever.
I'm talking after I'm talking when people tried to end the slave trade. After when they got the taste of rum, after they get the taste of pineapple, after they get the taste of all types of things, all foreign things actually. When people used to trade with them for people. So you tell me those people were happy not to sell these people to white people?
I'm sure that there was other people they could sell as well, man.
Huh?
So if I see it,
I beg your pardon?
I'm sure that they was trading. I'm sure that they was trading other shit as well. There's more things.
Like what? Like what? Like what?
Like palm oil.
Okay.
Goods.
What goods? Like what?
Farming goods.
Huh?
I don't know. Farming goods, precious goods. They probably have precious metals, whatever. They was trading.
West Africa we're talking.
Stuff that was
Yeah, we're talking about in West Africa.
In West Africa,
yeah. So
you saying,
people.
Wait. Are you saying that none of the West African dons had gold or nothing like that?
No, we're not saying if they have gold or not. What is it called? The slave coast, but people come there for people. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is there something called the Gold Coast?
Yeah. And it's also used as a slave coast to transport people and goods. So all I'm saying to you now, they're getting all different type of foreign goods now. And this is a big commodity.
Slave coast because of the Africans selling slaves on that coast. Is that why it was called the slave coast?
Exactly. The slave markets. The slave markets are right on the coast. Calabar market.
Where they were capturing the most slaves from, or the place where they were sending the slaves from the east to the west?
No, it's the market is there. The market is there. The market is there, i.e. Calabar, i.e. Wilhelmina Castle on the coast of Ghana that was built by the Dutch in the early, 16th, 15th century.
Built by the Dutch again. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. But the way you keep telling your story is like it was the Africans that had these shits there, and they was trying to sell. Like they was already there selling the shits, and then the Europeans and came to the market.
So Vedi, have you been to Spain? So Vedi, have you been to Spain?
Yeah, I've been to Spain, and I've been to Africa there. Yeah.
Have you been to Spain in the summertime?
Yeah, I've been to Spain in the summer. Yeah.
Would you say Spain is like the same temperature as West Africa?
No, it's a bit cooler. West Africa's a bit hot. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's even hotter than Spain, yeah?
Yeah.
So white man is running into West Africa taking mans, yeah? In the hot sun. That's hotter than Spain, yeah? That's hotter than Spain. The poor Englishman, hold on. The poor Englishman, a Scottish man, just about can withstand his own summer in his own country, so he's gone to even a hotter place than Spain.
It's like you just come up with your own narratives, cuz.
I mean, no, but you said it here. You said that Africa's hotter than Spain. I'm saying, I know Spain is hot, innit? It's hot there, innit? And they even have like a. Is there not white people living in Africa right now to this day, and they're still white? Are they chasing anybody? Are they chasing anybody?
Stupid, bro.
Are they looking to run? Are they looking to run? Are they looking to run or looking for shade? Are they looking for shade or looking to run?
What? Looking to run?
Are they looking for shade? Yeah. Are they running for shade or running to in the burning sun?
Nah. They're sun worshipping, mate. In the sun. You get me?
Come on, Vedi,
on the beach. Yeah, yeah, mate. Sun worshipping. Ask K. He'll tell you, man. What the
They
people?
just about
What do the
they
white
just
ones?
about to
What do the
stand
white
their
ones
own
want to do?
summer in their own country, man. Come on.
Cook, mate, from morning till night, mate, until the sun goes down. You get me?
Come on, Vinny. They're just about to withstand their own heat in their own country, for crying out loud.
God, man, go outside.
These are some places that don't even have rain for certain periods, and they're going to go and chase certain mans in their own ends.
So you think there's no rain that no one can go there?
Are you serious?
There's no rain that white people can't go there.
Are you serious?
So what? Do you think that there's no white people in West Africa right now?
I'm just saying, are you that serious?
Are you serious?
Are you telling me the white man? Are you telling me the Englishman that just about can withstand his own heat in his own summer temperature, in his own habitat, which he claims that is his, to go into a habitat which even hotter than Spain, where he likes to vacate quite a lot, and I can't see the Englishman himself running
Where was
up
the
and down.
castle that you
Hold
said
on,
was
hold on.
built by the Dutch?
Hold
Where was
on.
the castle that you said was built by the Dutch? Where was it?
Wilhelmina Castle.
Where? Whereabouts in Africa was it?
In Ghana.
Okay, shut your mouth then.
So what is the difference now? What does it mean? What that mean?
Is Ghana in West Africa?
Yes.
Yeah. Was the castle built by white people in West Africa?
Yes.
Shut your mouth then, bruv, and stop talking shit, bruv. Like white people can't go to-
But when I asked you, I didn't ask you that. I said, were they running on the coast of Africa taking people? I'm saying, are they running around in Africa grabbing mans?
What now? Today?
In Africa. When it
What,
was a
right
slave
now?
trade. When there was a
When there
slave
was a
trade.
slave
They was running off the ship off the boats, going into somewhere that is hotter than Spain and grabbing African people.
They was trading with people and they was kidnapping people. Yeah, they
No, they had
colonized.
slave markets. They had slave market where people brought their slaves to market.
This is where I tore up thinks it is, yeah. The white ones come to Africa, yeah, went to fucking the slave Walmart, yeah, big Asda, yeah, slaves are us or whatever, yeah, pulled up, just bought a couple slaves and then went home. That's not what fucking happened, bro.
What happened then?
More than that, bro. There was wars. It was over hundreds of years this shit's happened, bro. So there's wars, colonizing, people turning on other people, infighting,
Can you show me your
outfighting.
evidence?
Yeah?
Can you show me your evidence?
Mm-hmm.
So if I
what you can do now, this is where you can get your evidence, yeah? You can go to
Can you show me your evidence?
Listen for the evidence. Listen for the evidence, yeah?
While you smoke your big spliff.
Yeah, man, while I smoke my big Jimmy Cliff. You get me? It's yours, bastard.
You say Jimmy Cliff.
Take a look for the evidence. We hear you just like your spliff. We hear you just like it.
So Turok, so
Good God. You get me?
so
pull up a slave breeze, all them things. Mate, listen, what you need to do, yeah? Go onto my channel, yeah? Velivision Global Waivers, yeah? There's a documentary about the slave trade, yeah? What I need to do, yeah, is I need to remake it with me talking and explaining points, this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. So, it's mad still. But yeah. All these little capers, I noticed there's a couple of capers in the chat, yeah? Put your capes down, because your capes are going to get dirty. If you don't want your cape to get dirty, take. You best relax, please, because the laptop's back on end. Yeah?
Let's see, yeah.
From none of those pseudo scholars telling me anything now, because my laptop's back on end and it's peak for me. So, man.
All right. So I then, without even going into your thing, then. So, can you explain to me where you're getting this? How you came to the conclusion through the information you got?
How did I come to the conclusion for the information I got? Yeah. Well, I've listened to loads of different information, yeah, and the information that's correlated to seem like it's got the most truth to it. It's sort of the way that I would sort of try to lean to go. So like you said, if when you said, bro, all I said, yeah, to what you said, yeah, was, have you got any proof for that? I didn't say you was wrong. I didn't say you was right. I didn't say I didn't believe you or nothing. All I said is, right, have you got any proof for that? And now we've gone on a half-hour thing trying to prove whether any flipping, like how slavery even started or like the ins and outs of the crux of it. You get me? Literally, this is what happened. This is how G Block started, you know, because we was on another panel, yeah. Me and my broski Rusty, we were chatting about something else, yeah. I made one passing comment again, something, yeah, it probably wasn't even nothing to do with the subject. I said, well, religious people only believe in heaven because they want to go to hell, only believe in God because they want to go to heaven anyway, yeah. And that turned into a whole debate. And I'm like, bro, I only said that one comment, yeah. Like, you could have answered that comment and then carried on with the same conversation, bro. Like, yeah, this is the evidence. Boom, I would have took that and we would have carried on talking. It's mad still.
Yeah, but I'm saying what reference did but hold on. I'm just only saying what reference did you have for you to come to that kind of conclusions and say, you know what, that's kind of solid still. Like what kind of reference did they what kind of reference did they give in that documentary or something that you could say to yourself, yeah, that has made
they give references to studies and papers and obviously like people's diaries and accounts of sort of things that was correlating the things that was happening at the time, innit? So like whatever's true is true, innit? Like whatever is real is real. Like basically, like I was just saying there, boom. If there's evidence there to show that so and so, this, that, and the other, and this is at fault and that's at fault, then let the facts be known. You get me?
No, I'm not saying nobody's at fault. I'm just saying it's like what did they actually bring for you to even say, all right, yeah, I believe them?
What do you mean? What did they bring? They got correlating evidence.
What were they talking about? Were they talking about a specific location?
Yeah, if they were talking about locations, tribes of people, where so and so, this one or that one, yeah.
So what were they saying about the Pacific tribe?
So we talk about there's a lot of people from Jamaica. Yeah, why I done this documentary? Yeah, on the Bonoman people. Yeah, because a lot of people from Jamaica, they was called the Cro-Manti, yeah, but they come from that Bonoman region, yeah, because that was one of the languages that they speak. So, man, done a documentary on them people there, which is like it's like a fucking, it's not like a proper any look. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just like, yeah, man should really do a proper something. You get me? But
I saw it come.
Who the people are and that code, because obviously that's the Gold Coast, isn't it? Yeah, and their thing was mining gold and trading, doing stuff with gold. Do you know what I'm saying?
So do you know who they might have taught them? Was it the Spanish maybe or English?
There was a British family there, the Portuguese, Spanish involved. So
can I just sorry, Veli? Can I just to end on the other subject, just on the end? So would you say, Turek, that the slave trade? I mean, I might be going a bit out of depth here, but would you say that if the African hierarchy didn't get involved in the slave trade, that there wouldn't be a slave trade, or would it still have gone ahead?
Of course, there would be a slave trade.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
They rule the land. They're the head of people. They're the sheriff. They're the, you know what I mean? I shot the sheriff, not the deputy.
Your camera's on, bro.
They're the matriarch of the whole place. The people, villagers would even bring them slaves for some sort of. Come on,
big up the more. Big up.
Yeah, man. So, like, okay, there's a place that's in between Ghana and Ivory Coast called the Bonoman region, yeah. And the people are called there's like sort of three names: the Bono, Abron, or Abrono. Yeah, they sort of
No, and those were the Romantic speaking people, majority. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so a lot of not every, because there was Igbo, Yoruba, there was the Dibio people. There was hold on. There was more than I think there's more than 7 to 10 different African tribes that was brought to Jamaica. So that was the main bulk of people. People could come from other tribes. In
I feel what you're saying.
African DNA could come from a different African tribe out of them.
I feel what you're saying, and you're showing the direct language, the culture, and maybe some of the dances and certain things what they do, or musical patterns or certain things. But the point what I'm getting into is actually like the politics of what happens on the ground in Africa with kingship and people and certain things like that.
Yeah, so what's the politics?
And it's like it's just like we have to be honest, and there's a different type of mind frame people were in at that time. If you understand what I'm trying to say,
it's not obvious, yeah, but it's obvious that there's never going to be. It's not obvious, yeah, but it's obvious that there's not going to be 100% consensus among the whole continent of Africa on a decision, yeah. So.
No, but on slavery been always going on.
Let me finish making the point. So you might get a majority yes, but there's going to be still people in that group that say no to that. So you might get a majority no, but there's still going to be people in the group that say yes to that. So I'm not saying that there wasn't people that might happy or not so happy or whatever. I was just asking you to just bring the evidence for it. Do you get me? I didn't say you was wrong, right, or nothing. I didn't disagree with you. I didn't try to belittle you for what you were saying. All I did say is, have you got any evidence for it? You get me? And then now, it's been, I don't even know how long since.
Yeah, but why do I have to prove that though? I don't. Of all the things to prove, why do I have to prove that? It's kind of obvious.
Why not? Because when you've said something about anything to do with the Caribbean people or whatever, yeah, and it's something that I've not known about, yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking about politics. Yeah, but we were talking about politics of slavery.
This is what I'm saying, yeah. When you've made a claim about anything, yeah, about something that I've not known about, yeah, have I asked you to bring any evidence for that before?
I bring my own evidence to prove it. I bring my own evidence to prove it, but I thought
that was a yes or no question, isn't it? Because you could
but if you listen back,
it's really symbology.
No, but if you listen back to what you're saying, what you just said, if they fell, if they done this, if they done that, I'm just saying I'm looking at a raw politics of slavery and what happened and what went on. It's not whether if they fell or this, that, the other.
You're talking bollocks, bruv. I didn't say nothing.
No, just a minute ago. No, this is what I'm trying to say. You can just rewind it. I'm just saying you can rewind it, and you said it. Maybe people did wanted to, maybe people didn't want to, and maybe people felt like it. I wasn't into the feed. I was just talking about the direct subject of slavery and how it benefited people. And when people lost that now, it's a loss of income. Some people are going to look for other ways to do certain things, and this was just like part of the normal thing. So for me to even prove that people felt like that is kind of wrong, because we're not really dealing with freedom.
Why is it wrong?
Because it's not. We're dealing with ethics. What people went through as business. It's not about feelings.
If you make a claim and ask for the proof, all you need to do is prove the claim. That's it. How the fuck is that wrong? That's what you should do. That's what everyone should do. If I tell you
what I'm trying to say, that's feelings now.
I think, Turok, the only way.
If I tell you something, yeah, and you don't believe what I'm saying, or you've never heard what I'm saying before, yeah, you think it's wrong, you think it's right or whatever, are you not going to at least say, right, have you got any evidence for that? Have you got something I can look into to see if that's right or wrong or what?
Yes, I do.
Well, if I think I'm hearing this correctly, I think
let me know. Are you just going to accept anything I say when I give, as I say it, just because I'm saying it?
Valley, it seems like you just don't believe that Africans will ever participate in something like that with the enemy.
That's what I
Who
get
said that?
out of it.
Who gets that?
It's your
Who
boy
said that?
Bernardi Bay, Moorish American Muslim. I was saying, according to the argument I'm hearing, it seemed like you're not agreeing to the fact that Africans played a role in participating
Nah,
in
I
the
did not agree. I did not agree. I didn't say you were wrong. See, this what I'm saying, though. All right, let me say this again. Yeah? I didn't say man was wrong, right, up, down, left, or right, or anything. All I said is, have you got any evidence for that?
Where's the bibliography of the lake? Rock, you said it about 2 times.
Madam Tinubu, and there's other little cases with the army of Sierra Leone. But the British were the people in the water stopping ships.
What time frame is that?
That's the end of the slavery.
So that's 18th century or 17th?
I think it was 1800, 18. Did you say 1813?
Yeah, the 1800s.
Or something.
All right, there we go. Moving on.
And they tell you that the Portuguese were the last people
Big up
to stop
Captain
it
Rambo.
because they used to sneak people.
Talk, correction, fam. Let's be real, yeah? No, this is correction. The Portuguese were the first, yeah?
I said they were the last.
No, there was not.
To stop.
Let me explain.
Just stop. I said the Portuguese was the last to stop.
Why don't you listen to me? Yeah? When we're talking about Africa and we're talking about how it all started off, the Portuguese sailed around, yeah, and started
About the end of it. The end of it.
No, listen, man. Why don't you just listen and stop chat?
Yeah, but we're talking about the end. We're not talking about the start of it.
Stop chat, bruv. I let man fucking talk because I'm hearing you coming up here talking, bro. Yeah? It would be nice if you could say to Veli, can you go to Google and put this stuff up? I swear people at home.
Why? For whose benefit? For whose benefit?
To see the evidence, bro. People
For whose
love to learn
benefit?
knowledge.
For whose benefit?
Everybody's benefit.
So I have to bring it out for whose benefit? I'm telling you, it's a simple fact.
No, listen to me.
You don't need to go and research it, not me. I'm not researching you people nothing. You don't know this already.
Talk.
But instead of you understanding the basics, what were going on, you'd rather blame me for bringing out the information, but I need to prove it that people were doing these things.
Talk. We know there was slave ports where we could say they use certain parts of Africa as ports. Yeah? And we have to be honest, and we also understand the transatlantic slavery happened at one era of our time. Then we had to go against, the Portuguese who came first. We have to understand every part of Europe, like Spain, Germany had a piece in it, Belgium had a piece in it, as well as the British Empire had a piece on it, bruv. Yeah, I get where you coming from. I do understand that, certain places in Ghana was one of those ports. Yeah, and I could also explain how certain of the Moors was also collecting slaves. Yeah, because it wasn't just one region of Africa where there was just collecting slaves. And to tell you the truth, it would seem like that Africa went through a political and religious state of war, meaning that we became political prisoners. Yeah, we became slaves through that. Yeah, through deals, we could say some of our kings and that were manipulated and tricked into going into dealing with these deals, and some of us it was barbaric. You understand? It was a fucking war for us at all sides. We was being kidnapped. We were being attacked. I get what man them are saying up here, bro. You understand? I'm not trying to say what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying it would help when we're talking stuff like this. Some of the delil come.
Okay then.
Or some of the like what we could put out as references. That's all, bro.
Okay,
Big
then
up.
can you go to it's something's called my Nigerian great grandfather, the slave trader. That's one article, and you can also go to Madame Tinubu in All right, then I'm gonna ask a question now. Who were the last people to stop the transatlantic slave trade?
And who would that question be to? Or is that to anyone?
You, Captain.
Right. When we say this is another problem, because I believe that some places in Africa is still under what we call this slave regime. Yeah? Where we're realizing that places like Belgium is still got a certain amount of people what's it called again? Dealing with this chocolate beans thing, this chocolate thing, yeah? Belgium is known for it, yeah? And it's still happening today. Now, when we're talking about when we're talking about the actual materials we need in our in our mobile phones, I believe that people are still being used as slaves to go into the bowls of the earth to grab at these minerals. You understand? So I will say that Europe is still doing slave trade works in Africa.
No, I'm talking about the transatlantic shipping people. Who were the last people in Europe to ship people in the so-called transatlantic slavery?
They will say the British Empire had it, was the last.
Well, I would say no. What I would say to that,
you could disagree.
England tried to abolish the transporting of slaves from Africa across the waters to the Americas, but it was the Portuguese that continued, while the British stopped it.
Hold on.
Up to 1860.
You are right, because there was still taking slaves down to places like Brazil and them places.
Yeah, so
yeah.
What did the British used to do? The British used to have ships in the water trying to capture ships that took people, and they used the people called the West Indian Regiment and the African Rangers, which was based in Sierra Leone. Am I right?
Yeah, they also had that. That's also part of one
and,
of our.
I can give another reference
to it.
I can give another reference to that one. There was the first man that wrote an Yoruba Bible. He will tell you that his story that he was talking from Nigeria, and it was the ships of the Sierra Leone of the British that captured the ship and took him up to Sierra Leone, and they went. I think they put him into school somewhere, and from there he went back to Nigeria as a priest, and he was the first man to write a Yoruba Bible. In the Yoruba language.
What date would that be?
Around the 18th century, when slavery finished, the British had the people, the African Rangers and the West India Regiment, which they used as forces in Africa, and they used these people on ships in the Atlantic Ocean to stop other ship vessels taking people.
I'm not even argue with that.
And the only point what we're trying to make, basically, because Britain stopped the slave trade now, so they stopped the slave trade for other people now, for the Spanish, for the Portuguese, and the Dutch.
No, what they did as well, stopped using the slave thing. They started to colonize the countries, meaning they would use our leaders as dictators for us. Do you get where I'm coming from?
No, I'm talking about the transporting of. Yeah, as well. That is another point.
Because when we remember, it wasn't just when we say these stuff, it was an actual ongoing thing. It wasn't just overnight, and it was years. It wasn't just a monthly thing. It was actual ongoing thing.
There was other operations going on. So take for instance, they had British Nigeria. Nigeria was linked up with Sierra Leone because that's another British empire sort of colonial thing. So a lot of the people there, they could already speak English and do certain things. So a lot.
And remember, when you're talking about even in the 1800s, that's when they was trying to take the last piece of Sudan, and Saddam was backing it. And that's another thing a lot of people need to realize, that you heard of people like Lloyd Kitchener and all those people. You heard about those colonized army.
But this one trying to prove to people it was a lot of our people, the West India Regiment, and people from Sierra Leone, some of the Gurkhas as well, and the Bengalis. They're the people they used in the British Empire to fight a lot of these wars against in Egypt, against the Foreign Legion, against Turkey. And this is hold on. And this is why England win, because they use our people.
Wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. It's called colonial. That's what they use, bro.
Yeah, but I understand that.
Listen, my brother. You're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying in the 1800s or early 1800s, late 1700s, the colonial regiments was coming in to force. They were using a lot of different nations as the colonial base. Like they'll go and use
the West India Regiment.
Remember, they have regiments all in Africa as well at that time.
But what I'm trying to show to you, it was through the West India Regiment.
Like, hear what I'm saying to you, fam. West Indies was controlling the West Indies.
No. This is what I'm trying to say to you. They took people out of the West India Regiment and they had freed people in Sierra Leone. It's those type of mix of people. Hold on. It's those types of people. Hold on 2 seconds. It's those type of people they put in British Nigeria, parts of Gambia, different parts. But it was those mainly people, the West Indian people or the freed people from Sierra Leone, they used in the British Army and Bengalis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The colonial had India, most of West Indies, some of the South American countries that had
Guyana,
British Empire was very big, and
British Columbia, British Honduras, British Belize.
So what they also have a lot of allies with other European state countries. Don't forget the French also helped, and also the old Germany. This is before all this World War I and all of that. This is when they was going into South Africa to try deal with the the Zulus and all of that. Don't forget, at that time they still had Zulus in the British Regiment, bro. And remember, places like Freedom Town, Sierra Leone, and other places, they had places where you could be a free man, and you had to either you joined the forces or you had to just join in the churches. There wasn't much.
A lot of our people were already Christian, but we came from the West Indies already. And you know how heavy influence in Christianity we were. So it was mostly good. Hold on. It was mostly the good Christians they were taking to Africa mostly, and some of the bad people who they didn't want to keep on the islands and in America anymore.
Don't forget, it was a mission. They was doing missionaries, bro.
We were the missionaries.
Well, don't forget.
We were the missionaries. We brought that Poco. We brought the Pentecostal. Hold on 2 seconds. We brought the Paco, the Poco man, and the Pentecostal style of Christianity into Africa. And you can even tell to this day, even the Catholic churches in Nigeria, a lot of these people through the Afro-Brazilians because they carry Portuguese or Spanish names up to this day.
The Portuguese. And the Portuguese were really the built of the Spanish. They still speak.
So what's the claim? What's the claim that we're making now? What we are now?
No, I'm just stating facts.
Oh, we are. What's the facts that we're stating now?
That the fact, don't, as we say, that the British Empire, the colonial regiment really started 1700s way through until to this day. So they did use our people, bro. Yeah.
The Ashanti Wars.
Don't forget the
Benin Empire Wars.
Don't forget.
Definitely. The Benin Empire, 100% we were there.
Yo, look. Half of Jamaica's parishes you could tell that Jamaica is named after churches, bro. That's why we have set that church this. We have parishes, bro. They're all parishes, isn't it? So most of the thing in Africa was about missionaries. It was a Christian crusade thing, bro.
As well, 100%.
They had the Islamic crusade with it, yeah. So it confused us up.
But can you show that in Africa though?
What, in Africa?
We can obviously see that in the West Indies and the Americas, but can you show that on the west coast of Africa?
What? That we've been influenced by what?
No,
Islam
like there
and
was a
Christianity.
not like what I'm trying
Come
to
on,
say
man.
to you. If you notice, it was really our people that they used as missionaries to introduce certain types of Christianities. I take for instance the Maroons, where they took from Trelawney and placed them in Sierra Leone. I'm not Sierra Leone, Nova Scotia. And from Nova Scotia, they went to
They
Sierra
didn't have to.
Leone.
They didn't have to go that far, bro. They will school you
Hold on,
there. They will
hold on.
school
And you
you
know,
there.
and hold on, 2 seconds. They took
They
them from
didn't do that.
Trelawney. Hold on 2 seconds. They took them from Trelawney to Nova Scotia, all the way up into Canada. Then from Nova Scotia to Sierra Leone. You know the first thing them people do when they reach there? Build a church.
Yeah, because it's Christianized. It's like other places build mosques. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
No,
You
them
don't build.
themselves.
Listen. You might not love yourself, bro. Yeah, but a lot of things ain't really that facts, bro. Don't forget.
Brother, that is documented. That is documented.
Listen.
That is documented proof.
You
We
know
brought
what?
we brought Christianity there, and you know what? The same Maroon people left from Sierra Leone and went back to Trelawney.
Listen to me.
Every single person.
Talk. I'm trying to talk to you, yeah, and you cutting me and all of this. I talked to you in half an hour. Yeah, let me see if you could try this fucking shit. I'm trying to talk to you, and you cut me every 10 minutes. I call you. I come back on here in half an hour, and let me see if you try this shit again. I'm begging you. I can't talk too loud, and I'm trying to reason
I'm
with
gonna
you.
mute. I'll mute.
No, I beg you, bro. Don't do that, man. I'm actually trying to actually agree with you and say they were sending out missionaries. Yeah, that's what they've been doing even to this day. Everywhere you go, they're building next churches. But at the same time, on the other side of things, you have the Islamic influence, but done the same thing, bro. Yeah. So I don't know what you are trying to pinpoint on. You understand? As I said, when they try to do the colonial thing, they will use your own people to dictate the masses.
Not really. With the Afro-Brazilian. Hold on. The Afro-Brazilian people. Hold on. The Afro-Brazilian people never had to force anybody to come to their churches.
What do you say? Repeat that, sorry.
I'm saying the Afro-Brazilian communities that went from the Americas or Brazil into Africa, we never forced people to come to the Catholic Church. We went there as missionaries, yeah, but we never forced anybody, like how they done the Indians in North America.
Right. How does the Red Cross move, bro? You know how the Red Cross moves?
Yeah.
They don't force people to become Christians, or they don't force you to.
Whoa.
They don't
prove it,
bro. How does the Latin Day of Church carry on? They don't force you to become Christian. They send their missionaries out to your communities, to your area, send you leaflets, sit down with you, talk to you. Sometimes you might need food, or you might need water, bruv. Yeah? Look what they've been doing to Haiti, fam. That's what I say. If you want to talk about missionary, let's talk about Red Cross.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, can you show me where people have done the same sort of way in West Africa with Christianity?
Is your focus point about West Africa, bro?
I'm just saying there's two different experiences what's happening in two different places.
Yeah, and it's experience, the same experience what's going on in South Americans like Jamaica and all of them places, the Caribbeans. They're going through the same thing as Africa right
Yeah,
now.
but what I'm trying to say to you, did people in West Africa get slaughtered like the Native American because it wasn't Christian?
But a lot of Jamaicans getting slaughtered because they're not having the Christian had the Christian.
Can you show that in West Africa though?
But you could. They don't have really much paperwork on that, bro. Like where you go show me that.
There must be history. There must be some sort of folktale or history of some sort.
This is the problem. I'm trying to stay on your lane now. I'm trying to say, what is your focal point? Where are you trying to focus on? Nigeria or Ghana?
Oh yeah, I'm saying where is I'm saying the Christian experience of Christianity is totally different in West Africa than what we had in the Caribbean.
But how do you know that?
Because I've researched it and I've seen the people that introduced Christianity, like i.e. Catholicism, i.e. the Afro-Brazilians and all those type of people, how they set it up their communities in West Africa.
Well, look. The best help with this. I bet somebody come up here who's from that West Africa. Come on, man. Yeah, and tell me your experiences of Christianity.
but this is what I'm trying to show you, my brothers and sisters.
Listen.
You have to remember they had other wars going on as well.
Listen. As I'm saying to you, when we go through wars or any natural disasters, we have the missionaries who come in to help us. Calling Oxfam, Christian Aid, Red Cross. Then you got the red. Now you got the Red Stars. 6-point star.
People like Sierra Leone.
All over the place, bro. All over the place.
No, but I'm trying to show you people, especially from Sierra Leone.
What about the refugees, bro? What about the refugees?
Yeah, but I showed you this. Yeah, but I showed you. Yeah, I remember I just said to you there was somebody who they the British when they was
I'll soon come back, bro.
When the British was guarding the Atlantic so people don't bring people to Africa, they actually captured somebody on another ship who was getting smuggled, and they brought that person to Sierra Leone. That person happened to be a Yoruba person, and he was when he studied up in Sierra Leone and all that, he went to Nigeria, and from Nigeria he wrote the first Yoruba words ever but he done it in a Bible. So he wrote a Yoruba Bible, the first time ever Yoruba was actually written language. And he came out of Sierra Leone, and there were mostly missionaries and Catholic and Christian people from the Caribbean, South America, and North America. And what happened? We went into certain different.
So they, like I said, first of all, obviously the first people that came, the first traders that came was actually like a Catholic Pope was given an African slave in it, yeah, and had African slaves or whatever, a Portuguese one in it. So obviously that's how the Catholics got to Africa first of all. Still, but do you know who they were trading with first of all? Yo.
Yeah.
So what are you saying?
Well, I didn't hear what you said. Sorry. No, I didn't hear the last part what you said.
About the Catholics in Africa, yeah? How the Catholics came to Africa. It started off in Congo, I think they came, first of all.
Okay.
And there was a treaty with, I think it was Portuguese and some Belgians. I think the Portuguese was the first one.
Okay. Yeah, and they done business with each other. It wasn't really there was nothing. Well, I don't know. There was nothing like what we had in the Americas called the Papist Bull to convert everybody to Christians and all them type of things. There were certain Jewish people, Sephardic Jews, that ran into places like Angola, Nigeria, Congo, and also into the Americas, like in the early 15th century, 14th century. So you can tell there must have been some sort of relationship going on long before that.
I was looking at how the Catholicism came to Africa. Arrival of the Portuguese in the 15th century.
Oh, I wonder who they turned up with in the 15th century.
The Portuguese. With the end of the Reconquista, the Christian Portuguese and the Spanish captured many ports in North Africa. in the Bishoric Marrakesh continued until the late 16th century and was born by suffragans of Seville.
So it's like so they had battles in North Africa, not West Africa.
Yeah,
But you have to remember, one thing you have to remember as well, some parts of West Africa was heavily Muslim influenced, so all they were doing there was trading with the people.
Yeah, you know, I think like obviously True wasn't there at the time, yeah. It's hard to imagine the actual
Africa was at the vast.
Listen, the amount of time that it took for it to get from how it was where the Africans were in control of the situation to a situation where the Africans were really in control of what's going on.
You can obviously see in the 15th century what was happening in America to West Africa. Two different things. They were slaughtering the Indians. They were slaughtering the Indians there in the 15th century, turning us Christian and all these types of things.
So again, is that not the Protestants went to America, yeah, and the Catholics went to Africa, or was it Catholics?
Slow down. You have to remember, 1492, Columbus sailed over there. So since 1490 to the Bahamas.
To the Bahamas.
To the Caribbean, and thought it was India and whatnot. Then he sailed back
there was trips to Africa before the trips to.
Yes. I want to tell you, West Africa and what was happening there was two different things. When you see later on, they actually have certain parts of land and they introduce new crops with new people from somewhere.
Yeah, man. Sorry, man. With this new phone, yeah, you can't freaking have it on charge and have your headphones on at the same time.
Oh god.
So, yeah, man, it's fucking mad too still.
Yeah. So what was saying in the 15th century, they were slaughtering all the Indians of the Americas. 15th century in Africa, they was doing different things. They had little places. 15th century. There was building maybe Wilhelmina's castle, i.e. the Dutch.
In the 15th century, in where?
Around there in Ghana.
The 15th century in Ghana?
Around that time, so like 15, 14, 16, like around that time. Like the Portuguese, for instance, they're the ones that gave the name Lagos. And
what's that called? Wilhelmina Castle.
Yeah. Elminas.
Huh? Elmina.
Elmina, Dutch.
Elmina. Okay, Elmina Castle.
Why don't we actually see what these?
Say again.
I'll just say, why don't we just see what these African kings and caliphates has got to say for themselves? They're on YouTube. What do you tweet them? God damn it!
Tweet them, yeah. Yeah, man. I have to get man like witness to give me some miracle words, or you can give him the tweet and he can tweet it for you. It was the first trading post built in the Gulf of Guinea and the oldest European building in the existence of South Sahara.
Very nice and cozy. Senegambia.
Elmina Castle was erected by the Portuguese in 1482 as Castelo de São Jorge de Mina, St. George of the Main Castle, also Castelo de Mina, or simply Mina. It was the first trading post built on the Gulf of Guinea and the oldest European building in existence of the south of the Sahara, first established as a trade settlement. The castle later became one of the most important stops en route of the Atlantic slave trade. The Dutch seized the fort from the Portuguese in 1637 after an unsuccessful attempt at the same extent in 1596 and took over all the Portuguese Gold Coast. In 1642. The slave trade continued under the Dutch until 1814, and in 1872, on the Dutch coast, including the fort, became possession of Great Britain. So what's the relationship to this Elmina Castle that you're trying to highlight?
I'm saying it's on the coast of Ghana, so a lot of people, so the Ashanti king and certain big kings and all that, that would be their near there. Basically, there'd be a market very near there, and that would be their hub for the Europeans to take people. I.e., hold on 2 seconds. Hold on 2 seconds. Then you have other places like Calabar Market, which is in Nigeria.
Okay, so pre-Portuguese, the history. This is only just Wikipedia, isn't it? So pre-Portuguese, the people living along the West African coast at Elmina around the 15th century were presumably the Fanti. The Fanti ethnicity bears an uncertain relationship to the Akan itself word, a word not connotated originally from the root Khan, to be first or original. So among their ancestors were merchants and miners trading gold into the Mediterranean near the eastern worlds from medieval times. The ancestors of the Akan speakers of the foresters, however, undoubtedly came from the north of the forest. The people on the West African coast were organized into numerous populations that were drawn according to kinship lines. Family was extremely important in society, and family heads were united in communities under a recognized local authority. Along the Gold Coast alone, more than 20 independent kingdoms existed. Elmina lay between two different Fanti kingdoms, the Fetu and the Iguafo. West Africans nurtured ancient connections to other parts of the world, common metal trades, iconic artistic forms, and agricultural borrowing show that the trans-Saharan regional coastal connections thrived. The Portuguese in 1471 were the first Europeans to visit the coast as such, but not necessarily the first sailors to reach the port. The Portuguese first reached became known as the Gold Coast. In 1471, Prince Henry the Navigator sent ships to explore the African coast. In 1418, the Portuguese had several motives for voyaging south. They were attracted to rumors of fertile African lands that were rich in gold and ivory. They also sought a southern route to India as to circumvent the Arab traders and establish direct trade with Asia, in line with strong religious sentiments of the time. Another focus of Portuguese Christian, I can't say that word properly, protestantism. I've never been able to say that word properly. They were also sought to form an alliance with the legendary Prester John, who was believed to be the leader of a great Christian nation somewhere in Africa. These motives were prompted by the Portuguese to develop the Guinea trade. Yeah, so these motives were prompted by the Portuguese to develop the Guinea trade. They made gradual progress down the African coast, each voyage reaching a point further along than the last. After 50 years of coastal exploration, the Portuguese finally reached Elmina in 1471. The reign of King Alfonso V, however, because of Portuguese royalty, had lost interest in African exploration as a result to meager returns. Guinea trade was put under the oversight of the Portuguese trader Fernão Gomes. Upon reaching present-day Elmina, Gomes discovered that the thriving gold trade already established among natives, visiting Arabs and Berber traders. He established his own trading post and became known to the Portuguese as Elmina, the mine, because the gold can be found there. So, like I was saying, first of all, them men come to this place because they heard about the riches and the trading, and that's what I was telling you about on the documentary that I've got on my channel, which ain't even about the Elmina Castle. It's about it's probably in the same sort of region, though. You know what I mean? Near Côte d'Ivoire, and it's near Ivory Coast, in between Ivory Coast and Ghana. That's what I was telling you about, the Birmingham people, the gold trading, and like, remember the Ghana kings had the golden stools and stuff like that. So
look where the gold mines are in Ghana.
Yeah, but that, remember what we was talking about before, yeah, about the gold trades and so on. So the people was doing their trade and their own things, because like here, all what I've read through there, yeah, there's been no talk of the locals in that Elmina area, yeah, having a slave trade. So do you understand the point that I was making now, Torek, when I was trying to say?
So why did they call that the door of no return then?
Bro, but listen to what I was trying to make the point, because like it was all calming and I was just trying to make the point to you. Now I was trying to say, right, now you see why I was saying I wanted you to point to me at least a tribe in that area, sort of thing, that was selling slaves, that was happy or disgruntled with the ending of the slave trade.
There's different tribal leaders, different kings and things like that. I said that there's an article written called "My Great Grandfather, the Nigerian Slave Trader."
All right. So the trade between Elmina and Portugal grew.
No, it's an article called that.
All right. So this is the construction of the castle. Yeah, so we got to the last paragraph before, yeah. One sec. I'm back in a second.
It says Ghana's slave castles, the shocking story of Ghana's Cape Coast.
Wait, before you start reading that, yeah, let me finish the thing about Elmina.
I
didn't really know about this Elmina place until now, and
it's the door of no return. It's like like the not Disneyland, but you know, like the castle they show everybody.
I know that there's a guy called, I think his name's Bayomi Tamen, American guy, African American guy who does to the door of no return, and obviously around Ghana, South Africa, and other places, and that as well still. But I actually didn't know that this Elmina Castle was the door of no return, and that was the same place.
But you're right, though. You're very right, because it wasn't really for slaves at first, to be honest, and you shouldn't tell people that it's just a slave castle.
So let me carry on read this. That's what I'm saying. So let me carry on reading, because then this is how the relationship between the Portuguese and the people of Elmina started to grow. Yeah. So then the trade between the Elmina and Portugal grew throughout the decade. Establishment of the trading post under Gomez. In 1481, a recently crowned Yael II decided to build a fort on the coast in order to ensure protection of his trade. Which was to ensure the protection of his trade, which was once again held as royal monopoly. King Yao sent off the materials needed to build the fort on 10 caravels and 2 transport ships. The supplies included everything from heavy foundation stones to roof tiles. They were sent in pre-fitted form, along with provisions for 600 men, under the command of Diogo de Azumja. The fleet sailed on the 12th of December 1481, arrived in Elmina. Hold on a sec. The screen just closed. Arrived in Elmina. Where is that? Where was I? Arrived in Elmina. In a village called of 2 parts. A little over a month, on the 19th of January 1492. Some historians note that Christopher Columbus was amongst those to make the voyage to the Gold Coast with his fleet. So in 1482, Christopher Columbus went to Elmina, and saw the, you know what I mean, that gold trade that was going on in Elmina. Christopher Columbus first set his eyes on that. Upon arrival, Azumbuja contracted a Portuguese trader who had lived in Elmina for some time to arrange and interpret. Phone's ringing. One sec. Yo.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah. So, where was I? Upon arrival, Azambuja contracted a Portuguese trader who lived at Elmina for some time to arrange and interpret an official meeting with the local chief, Kwame Ancha, interpreted from the Portuguese Caramansa, concealing his interest with elegant manners and friendliness. Azambuja told the chief of the great advantages in building the fort, including protection from the very powerful king of Portugal. During the meeting, Azumja and Chief Kwame Ancha both participated in a peaceful ritual that included the feast, musicians, and many participants, both Portuguese and native. Chief Kwame Ansa, while accepting as Zumja as had any other Portuguese trader who arrived on his coast, was wary of any permanent settlement. However, with firm plans already in place, the Portuguese would not be deterred. Also offering gifts, making promises, and hinting at the consequences of non-compliance. The Portuguese finally received Kwame Ansa's reluctant agreement. You get me? So they're strong now and then, bruv. That's what I said. Trying to say, might is right, fam. That's how the world runs, mate. Mike is right. They're strong on my man. You can't be. So,
Yeah, but after a
we're
while they
offering
have
you a
little.
deal, yeah, but we're strong arming you, innit? Yeah, but it's a deal. We're offering you the deal you can't refuse, innit? You get me? Like you say no, and then there's no deal, and we're still here, innit? So, when construction began the next morning, what are you talking about? Yeah, when construction began the next morning, the chief's reluctance was proved to be well-founded. In order to build the fort in the most defensible position on the peninsula, the Portuguese had to demolish homes of some of the villagers who consented only after had been compensated. The Portuguese also tried to quarry a quick rock, quarry a nearby rock that the people of Elmina, who were animists, believed to be their home of the god of the nearby river Benya. So obviously just started strong arming man and bullying man's taking it. So fuck your couch, you get me? Rick James, man, you get me? Fuck your couch, Tarok. Fuck your couch, you get me, cuz? Yeah, man, I don't care about your river god. Dash for your sky daddy and let me build my fort here, innit? Believed to be the home of the god of the nearby river Benya. Prior to the demolition of the quarry and homes, I can't say that brother's name, but the Bunja guy, set a Portuguese crew member, João Bandalis, with gifts to deliver to the chief, Kwame Ansha, and the villagers. Azimba sent brass basins, shawls, and other gifts in the hope of winning the goodwill of the villagers so that they would not be upset during the demolition of their homes or sacred rocks. However, João Bandalis did not deliver the gifts until after the construction began, by which time the villagers became upset upon witnessing the demolition without forewarning or compensation. In response to this, local people forged an attack that resulted in several Portuguese deaths. Finally, understanding was reached, but continued opposition led Portuguese to burn the local village in retaliation. Even in the tense atmosphere, the first story of the tower was completed only after 20 days. This was a result of having brought so much prefabricated building materials. The remainder of the fort and accompanying church were completed soon afterwards, despite resistance. Yeah, man. So man was fighting in it to sing all the way, cuz like that's what I'm trying to say, cuz like. So when we're talking about people being like co-signing things, we sort of need to read. Let's read the small bit of what man was co-signing, because like I don't feel like them man was reading small.
But I'm not trying to be emotional, but I'm just trying to look at what is going on.
That's not emotional, man. That's just looking at the facts of it, man. Come on, bro. How's that emotional? So you're saying that looking at the wait.
All right then. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me look at it now. Then, can you see the name of who wrote that article?
Of who wrote the article? Let me see.
Can I ask Torok a question afterwards, please?
Yeah, go on. Ask him a question while I'm looking for the person who wrote it.
Torok, can you tell us about the West Indian regiments that fought in Africa for the British Army?
Oh yeah, the West India Regiment. I think it was Queen Victoria herself. She designed a particular uniform for them, which gave them like a Moorish or a Fulani type of look with like a Moorish type of hat. And she used a lot of these people and freed slaves, like in Sierra Leone, to after slavery as well, to make sure nobody comes over with people from Africa to America. But the West Indies Regiment, they fought alongside one that was sort of for the British, basically in the Ashanti Wars, in the Benin Empire Wars, and there's other different types of wars what the West India Regiment have participated in, i.e. Turkey and Egypt.
Okay.
Yeah, Queen Victoria herself designed their uniforms.
What happened to them regiments after the conflicts?
I think after the late 18th century, they just merged into the British Army.
Okay. So specifically, who would they have been fighting against?
So
probably
what's
different.
the name of that regiment that was fighting in? Where did they say they was fighting, Torah?
They're called the West India Regiment. The Sierra Leone that was their one of their registered parts, and also British Nigeria. So yeah, like they were mostly used for like certain operations in West Africa.
So at that
And,
time, how many British brutes would have been on the ground?
To be honest, this is where I like to look at, because they call West Africa the white man's graveyard because of malaria.
Okay.
So a lot of the time they use like Bengalis, or they use the West India Regiment.
So do you want me to read a little bit about it? Or?
Yeah, if you want. Oh yeah, I've got another article if you want to read as well.
Do you have an understanding on how the Portuguese or how the Catholics got to Africa now then?
Not really, because they came in 1482. Within
that was with
10,
that
hold on. Watch this now. Within some period of 10 years, they've gone over to the Americas now. And this is where they're doing mass onslaught to people. Can you show me they're doing mass onslaught of people given in Christianity on the west coast of Africa?
So do you want me to read that part there, yeah? Is that what you want me to read?
They've done that through gold mining. They're not looking to turn anybody Christian.
Yeah, so do you want me to read the slave trade part of it? Because that was obviously the beginning of how it was built up. Like you say, like I thought you was going to be smart enough here to say with the obviously the story that we've just read so far, yeah, starts off with the people heard about it somewhere that they was trading good, yeah. Then they went there, they set up people to trade there, and then they've set up a fort there, built a fort there, but then they've strong-armed the people to make the they've strong-armed the people to make their fort bigger in it. So basically what they're doing is taking steps further and further and further into the people's lands to be able to overtake and colonize them. But if you need me to read it a little bit more to
but think about it now. It's called the Gold Coast. They want gold in it. Are they wanting to give you Christianity?
Okay, so
but I've also got another article I would like you to read, and it answers what you were talking about earlier with the different narratives of slavers when slavery finished. It's called The Curious History of Slavery in Africa by Sandra Green.
Post a link for it to me in the private chat, yeah, and I can go to.
Oh, can you go through it? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Post a link for it in the private chat, and I can go to it next year. So, immediate impact. So remember, like, right. In response to this, the local people forged an attack in it where the people. So they fabricated the building in 20 days after the resistance, yeah, of the people. So the immediate impact. The fort was the first prefabricated building of the European origin to have planned and executed in the sub-Saharan Africa. Upon its completion, Elmina was established as a proper city. Azimbuja was named governor, and King Joel
added the title Lord of Guinea to his noble titles. São Jorge da Mina took on the military and economic importance that had previously been held by the Portuguese factory at Alguim Island on the southern edge of the Moorish world. At the height of the gold trade in the early 16th century, 24,000 ounces of gold were exported annually from the Gold Coast, accounting for 1/10 of the world's supply. The new thought signifying the permanent involvement of Europeans in West Africa had a considerable effect on West Africans living in the coast. At the urging of the Portuguese, Elmina declared itself an independent state, whose governor took control of the town's affairs. The people of Elmina were offered Portuguese protection against attacks from neighboring coastal tribes, with whom the Portuguese had much less genial relations, even though they were friendly with powerful trading nations in the Africa inferior. If any locals attempted to trade with a nation other than Portugal, the Portuguese reacted with aggressive force, often by forming alliance and betraying the nation's enemies. Hostility between groups increased, and the traditional organizing of native societies suffered, especially after the Portuguese introduced them to firearms, which made the dominance of the stronger nations easier. The trade with the Europeans helped make certain goods such as cloth and beads more available to the coastal people. But the European involvement, I'm tired.
How did such a small nation such as Portugal manage to enslave so many people? I've never understood that.
Yeah, because you see what I was reading there, yeah, is like if you've got a planned attack, yeah, like a slow drip plan attack, yeah, that the people have no idea that you're planning, yeah, you can take small steps in your big plan, yeah, which makes you further along in your step each way. So they started to trade, yeah, they built the trust within the trading. Then they built a port, yeah, in there where they took a little bit more liberties and saw that there was no sort of reaction where they wasn't kicked out. And then they started to take even more liberties where they're saying, right, actually we control this area now, this is our area. Yeah. And there was nothing that the people on the outside didn't all say, fuck our beef, let's get these out and then carry on our beef. You get me? They were still fighting between each other whilst trying to get them out. You get me? So they were able to keep taking small steps in their big plan to make and colonize and get even further along. Obviously, the story that I was just reading there, the article and parts that I was just reading there, is slowly leading to how they turned from having control of trading the gold in the Gold Coast to starting to trade slaves. That's what the end of that Elmina link goes to.
Yeah.
Reads to.
But Turok, you believe that
people
black
them in the
people...
chat, yeah, sorry for the bad reading still, man, because...
But Turok believes black people was already in Brazil, right? You believe that black people was already in Brazil?
Yeah, there's proof of that. But I also put 2 links in there for you, Veli. There's but he was talking about the first thing when how certain African leaders looked at the end of slavery and certain measures they went through if they wanted to stop slavery or if they wanted to continue with it.
But that's why I get confused in regards to Turok, because Turok don't believe Africans were taken to the Caribbean, right? You believe that?
Well, but this is the whole point. I can show you certain situations of people from the Caribbean or Brazil have gone back into Africa and have to even participate with the slave trade.
No, but they came. They was taken from Africa first of all. That what you're gonna have to prove today now is that there was Africans or black people in the Americas that they taken that have
I'm
never
saying
been.
there's written history of this.
Wait, listen. Yeah, but
hold on. Wait a minute. Full stop. The Africans underground. The Africans underground call them Afro-Brazilians. The Africans there call them Afro-Brazilians.
Just wait.
To this day, so don't argue with me. Bring an African here, please.
Bro, because I'm not the one that's telling you to bring this proof of this shit, bro.
You did. You just did.
Your mate Dave just asked you, mate. Yeah, it
wasn't me. You just said it. You just said it a minute ago.
I'm saying that if you're gonna prove anything, yeah, this is what you need to prove to a minute, because all the stuff that you're saying, yeah, is not proving that. This is all that's proven is that
you said they're Africans. Torek don't believe he's African.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, for him to prove that they're not Africans, you need to prove that there was blacks in America that was taken from America to Africa before any of the before any Africans were taken to America.
Yeah, but
Does that make sense?
I don't think Torek's saying Americans were taken to Africa. I think he's saying it was always.
That's what I'm saying.
One was taken.
No. That's what I'm saying to you. I said they took African or Afro-Brazilian or Afro-Caribbean people to these regions of West Africa.
Okay.
And I could show you situations. I could show you situations in the time we went there. Some of us had to even participate with slavery.
Okay.
Going on in Africa. So we have to either join in now. But when we get there, they call us Americano or Amaru or Afro-Brazilian or Tombon or Agunda or Soro people. They look at us as American. Even our culture is American. We don't speak the same language. Some people did. Some of the people I'm not gonna lie, some of the people were African as well. But there was a reason why they brought certain of our people there in the early times like that. To harvest the crops from America. And I put two.
Let me boss my God.
I've put two links in there.
Yeah. So now, but I thought you were saying this is what I was thinking that you were saying. I thought you were saying that there was American blacks that weren't no part African that was taken to Africa and dropped off, or that was taken to replace Africans.
Of course.
Yes, that's what I was. So that's what I was trying to say. That for you to show that today, yeah, or whenever, yeah, wouldn't it be best for you to prove that number one, there was blacks in America, first of all, that don't come from Africa, that was there before or at least after this, the people from outside come that's recording people looking different, because obviously the people on the land, if you look like the people of Africa ain't gonna report themselves as looking black here because they're black in it, like they're looking at each other. They're gonna report someone that was different in it.
We can do this one thing at a time. I've just put two things in there.
You made a
But what's the purpose of the lie, though? What's the purpose of the lie?
Well, first off, I'm sort of debating Veli on. I don't know if I am debating, but Veli asked me to prove. I don't even know if I am, if it is a debate, but basically, we was talking about slavery basically, and I was saying when they stopped sending African slaves to the Atlantic or to the Americas, certain African rulers, because they were making so much money, certain people was unhappy with them, and certain people were actually quoted calling the British mad for stopping the slave trade. And I'm saying certain people was unhappy with it, and I said not all. And does that sound far-fetched?
Not really, no.
No. It wasn't that certain people was unhappy.
with what you
I
were
said
saying.
some. I said some of them was unhappy with it because of the
all that doesn't even matter, bro. Forget who was happy or unhappy. All I wanted to do was just say, right, who was it, or have you got any sort of evidence that we can sort of look at to say that this was, or is there any a name of someone? So obviously, you've come up with the Madam Tinubu and that now, yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but at that time, that's what I was saying, bro. Have you got any sort of thing? That's all it was, you know. It weren't that I was even saying that you're lying, you're chatting shit, you're wrong, you're this, that, and the other. I didn't say.
Yeah, but I just said it to Dave, and Dave said, "You know what? That sounds plausible as a scenario. It's not. It's kind of balanced. It's not like saying nay or nay."
So
I'm just being realistic.
What's different from what Dave said? Tell me what is different from what Dave said than to what I said, because I didn't say yes or no either.
You said I'll prove it. I'm saying, look, they're giving these people rum, but they're giving all these different types of things for people, and you're saying no, prove it.
That's why I'm not religious then, because I'm going to ask questions.
That was the religious way you was looking at it, but you have to say.
This is what happened though, because some man ain't going to ask questions, some man are going to question. You get me? Like, I'm going to at least ask a question, bro. Have you got some proof for that? Is there something that I can research or look into, or something that I can say, yeah, at least this is right? I didn't even say it was wrong, right, or nothing. All I said is, have you got any evidence? Can you prove that?
Do you agree that people were being sold, though, Valley? You do agree with that, right? People were being sold by their own people, right? Or do you not agree with that?
I don't agree that people were being sold by their own people.
Okay.
I agree that there was Africans that could have sold other Africans. I agree with that. Yeah.
Rival tribes.
I don't look at them. I don't think that they looked at when they were selling someone as their people.
Yeah.
So they didn't say we're selling, like when the British enslaved any Slavs or whatever, like anything like that. They didn't look at them like, right, that's my people.
It'd be like invading Scotland and yeah.
Yeah, they looked at them as like they look like us, but they're not our people.
Yeah. Like England invading Scotland, and then we sell off the people that we've captured. Yeah,
right.
It's not the same people.
Yeah. So that like that, yeah, that makes sense. But then when people try and put it like it's me and Ultra from the same tribe, and then but I'm gonna capture his family and sell him all off.
Yeah. Africa's obviously a continent. Yeah, it's a very big place.
That scenario doesn't make sense to me. So then, like, I wouldn't really agree with that. I would have probably said no if you would have said something like that. But then when you're saying something that to be fair could be right, like you could be right in what you're saying. So that's why I said, right, have you got any evidence for that? Have you got any proof for that? That's the only reason why I said that. Because I wanted to know if it's true.
Yeah, because think about it, it's unfair. It's only the British trying to stop slavery. The French ain't trying to stop slavery. The Spanish ain't trying to stop slavery from the West Coast. It's only the English, the Portuguese still want to buy slaves. And what happened? What happened? Oh, we turned up to slave market. Then you're telling us no, not today or not ever again. What we're gonna do? We're gonna even go even the extra mile now. No, we can go the extra mile now, where we can actually sell these people. There must be a market somewhere, whether it's the Sahara one or it's the Spanish one or the French one.
Yeah.
There was never no like great invasion, was it? It's not like
it's gonna be the fucking twins in here now. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell.
What's popping?
The fucking twins in there now. You know what I mean?
No, because I'll be honest, what's been happening, we've been listening to a lot of Pan-Africans, and Pan-Africans, they just say nice things and emotional things to get people tied up. But Africa's a big place.
That's lies, man. Don't say that, man. That is lies.
Africa's a big place. Let's hear it out the Africans' mouths.
That's lies. That's lies, because no Pan-African has come on this panel and told you that everything was all kumbaya and rosy and all good in Africa.
They have, not on this panel, but in general, all our lives, Pan-Africans have made it out to be something.
Okay. You can accuse people of doing what they did, but I think you're saying that people are coming around here.
No, but what I'm trying to say that is the emphasis has been based on their thought. like, oh yeah, it's all one, how we are all one in probably the Americas or the Caribbean. But if you ask a real African on the ground, somebody who's probably of royalty, they tell you a whole different story.
Can someone be a pan-European?
Are you, man?
Yeah, as well.
I don't know about that one.
Yo, big up, Stefan. The one say, let's for
Big up, Stefan.
I can I say something, yeah? I was just gonna say, yeah, one thing the Pan-Africans don't talk about, yeah, the two pillars in Gibraltar that are the pillars of Hercules, yeah. And you see, like these Greek man, yeah, they like to talk about Hercules, yeah, and all of these heroes that they got in Greece, yeah. But they don't refer back to Samson, who's in the Bible, who's the real Hercules, cuz.
Exactly.
Bro, Samson didn't exist, man. What is this bullshit?
He did.
You know what, my brother, yeah, you can say this, my brother. Listen. You want to interrupt me in it because I just hit an emotion, yeah. But the fact of the matter still remains, yeah. You see these things; they are actual official history. You can go to Gibraltar right now and see the two pillars, right? Yeah.
All right, listen.
So
Just quickly. Wait. Just quickly. First of all, big up Schiffer. Come on. Second of all, you hit no emotions. You hit absolutely no emotions. Thirdly, I would say hardly anyone mentioned in the Bible actually existed. If you believe they did, you're just gonna have to. Yeah, probably not. And
Well, that's
apparently
the point,
Jesus
innit?
was
Belief.
born in Scunthorpe.
That's the point, belief.
No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah,
No, sir. That not a nugget, sir. But like I said, go and look at the pillars of Gibraltar. Yeah,
No, bro,
those are
listen,
the pillars of Hercules, yeah?
having
Or the
pillars of
pillars of
Gibraltar
Samson,
means
yeah?
nothing, bro. It means nothing.
I get you, because you're not a
You see what I'm
historian.
saying?
You're not into history like that. You're not into
No, but
history.
that's the
You're
thing,
into
bro.
science.
Not
innit?
like,
So
bro,
you
hardly
think you're
anything
science.
in the Bible actually happened.
Nah,
No,
that's
sir.
not true.
That not a
That's not
nugget, sir.
That's not true.
Not a nugget,
That's a
sir.
silly
Let me show you
statement.
something else. Yo, Ultra, let me show you something else. You see these men that call themselves Muslims, yeah? What they're not going to
Yeah.
tell you, yeah, is that these Arabs originally, yeah, they were originally the same as these Jewish guys. They were talking the same thing, preaching the same thing, yeah? So all of these Yiddish people, yeah, that want
What do
to
you
come
mean?
and talk about
What do you mean?
anything, yeah? Why do you think it says in the Quran, yeah? When you want to know more about the faith, you have to go to the keepers of the faith. And the keepers of the faith are the Israelites, yeah? So Samson was part of that tribe, the original tribe, yeah? Before they became Israel. So you need to look these things up and look into the history properly before you start refuting your own history, guys.
What do you mean, bro? That's nothing to do with me, Shifra. None of that stuff actually happened, bro. According to
so
your thing,
you're not
God
African.
flooded
So
the
you're not
whole
African.
planet.
Hold on.
Wait,
Ultra.
hold on,
African
Shifra.
history is not
Hold
your
on,
history
you can't
then,
cut
no?
me mid-sentence, bro. Hold on.
Go on.
God, according to your thing,
Not my
God
thing.
flooded the whole planet. Yeah, he murdered everyone. Where's the water?
The water's receded, man. The water's receded and
Yeah,
froze up.
where
That's
to,
why
bro?
they
believe in
around
the
the
ice
edges of
age?
the earth.
Do you
Where
believe in
to,
the
bro?
Around
ice
the
age
edges of the
also?
earth. Around the edges of the earth.
You believe
Look
in
with
the
your own
ice
two
age?
eyes.
I'm going
Yeah?
back on mute now. I'm
And,
done.
and Ultra, are you saying that African history is not your history now?
No, the biblical stuff ain't nothing to do with me.
I'm asking you a question now. On a simple note, is African history your history?
The Bible's got nothing to do with African history, though,
I
bro.
never said nothing about the Bible, cuz I said, is African history your history?
You talking to me now? Yeah. All right, yeah, I'll take over. Yeah, African history is my history.
All right, no diversion from Veli. I like that. Yeah. So when I told you that Atlantis was actually,
Africa was there.
When I tell you that Atlantis was actually in Africa, yeah, I'm gonna get the proof for you still, because I got the man that's got the books with the history.
Say that again.
Atlantis. The fictional
I made a
place
mistake.
Atlantis is real,
But
yeah?
I've looked back at the scriptures. I've looked back at the history books, and Atlantis was actually in Africa. When we're talking about America, we're talking about Lemuria. Yeah, and the Lemurians and the Amazons.
don't agree with that one.
Nah.
I don't need you to, because I'm gonna get you the proof. Don't worry. Official books, documents.
So where is the Antilles?
Imagine if someone.
Where is the Antilles?
I'm gonna get you the books. When I get you the books, then I'll pull it out and I'll scan the pages up on the site for you, so you lot can look in it.
Don't get me wrong. A lot of people have said Atlantis is somewhere like in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Don't get me wrong. At the same time, but
yeah, but that only works in English. Atlantis, Atlantic, Antilles, all these fucking sort of when these fucking pseudo scholars trying to rhyme in slang up and make things match to their fucking shit. That only works. That only works in English, cuz. So if you say the shit in a different language, yeah, your whole fucking thing, it falls apart when you're trying. When you're trying to say it's the Antilles, it's the so and so, or it's the what was the other one? Atlantis.
Some of these names they're getting from the. Some of these names they're getting from the Moors as well, you know, because all of the maps and all of these things.
But all right, so check it there. What's the name for Atlantic in Arabic?
It's probably Atla. That's so funny.
Did you? Is that what you said? That was funny.
Yeah, but think about it.
I don't know, you know. I don't know.
Hold on, think about it. The Morocco's right on the Atlantic coast. What do they call it? Mauritania. Mauritania's right on the Atlantic coast. What do they call it? Not Atla.
I'm kidding you. Okay, no, man. So, man. Yeah, that is sway though, man. But I try to rhyme Atlantic, Atlantis, and then it's gonna be the real shit. Like, it's like, come on, man. We need to do better in our scholarship than that, man. You know what I mean?
Think about it. Think about it. Morocco's right on the Atlantic coast. Mauritania's right on the Atlantic coast. So these man must have a map. I even asked Maku the same thing.
So what's Mauritania named after? Why is it called Mauritania?
Because of the Moors.
I know. It's the pagan boy jumped off fast when I come in out of the room. You know, him jumped off fast. You don't want to hear no.
You said, you know what it was, yeah. You said you're gonna bust him off a Street Fighter. You got a Street Fighter ready for him, yeah?
Not Ultra. What's the other youth's name? Who's the other youth that was in here with the British flag?
Oh, Dave Smith.
Whatever Dave. Yeah, Dave Smith. The pagan you had to jump out. The knowledge is too powerful.
Oh, Smithy.
Yeah, he had to jump out. The knowledge is too powerful.
Do you know why? If he gets triggered, he might call you a nigger. You know what I'm saying?
Like that? I don't mind though. He could call me that, but do you know what's made me start looking back into certain documents and refreshing my memory and refreshing my knowledge? Yeah, it was something that Rambo said. Yeah, Captain Rambo said, you see, back in the day when these men were getting flipping run down by these pagans, yeah, and they was shaving off their head and bar leg and mud boots and them thing there, chasing them down streets, yeah, before they started bracking it up, you get me? Yeah, these men had to come together and decide on something that they would like to be called, because they weren't happy with Negro. They weren't happy with being called niggers. So they decided on black. And it made me start looking back into the history of black and back into the history of our peoples them. And I started realizing, you know what, I made a mistake. Atlantis wasn't in America. Atlantis was in Africa, yeah? And next thing, like I said, the pillars of Hercules, my cuz, what I'm going to say to you is you could say, no, but that's emotional because you ain't got the documents. I got the documents. But when I pull them up...
What documents?
Don't worry, I'm going to pull them up. My brother, I ain't got them.
Whose documents are they?
Listen, I ain't got the documents right now, but I'm going to get the documents for you.
I can show you a documentary. I can show you a documentary in the 70s. They said,
my brother,
hold on, 2 seconds.
I don't believe them.
2 seconds. Yeah, but where are you going to get your scholar now from?
All right. Good question. You understand? The same scholars who can have been,
wait. Shiffer, pause, man. Before you go any further, fam, yeah? You're saying that you don't believe him just because he's white, or is there something else that says he's lying?
Because do you know what it is? You see these people who call themselves white, that's their agenda, to make themselves better than everyone else, to make themselves seem like they're better than everyone else. That's their agenda. You see these same white scholars who you lot listen to, and these white, so-called white, I call them pagans and Caucasians, but you people call them white, innit? But yeah, these same Caucasian scientists that you want to listen to, yeah, they're the same man that's going to tell you that you can get vitamin D from a mushroom.
Now, if anyone's got any form of brain in it, let me finish. If anyone's got any form of brain cells in their head, you're going to know that the richest source of vitamin D comes from sunlight. What the mushrooms grow in? Do they grow in sunlight?
No.
So you tell me how these things are rich in vitamin D. Explain
They're fungus.
that.
They're fungus. They're fungus.
How does that make them rich in vitamin D, cuz?
It don't mean that they're rich in anything. They're fungus.
What test did you carry out to come to this conclusion?
What do you mean? What, that they're not
Because I
rich
don't
in
know about
vitamin
this
D?
vitamin D thing. Yeah.
So basically, yeah, vitamin D comes from sunlight, yeah? Mushrooms grow in damp and darkness. They don't get no sunlight to grow. They don't use sunlight to grow. They go to sleep when the sun's out.
Do you
and
get
they wake
some
up when
sunlight?
it's dark.
They don't hardly get
Yeah,
any.
they
But
do get some
if they,
sunlight.
so if they go
But
to
hear what I'm
sleep,
saying?
if
The
they
mushroom, go on.
if they go to sleep, yeah, when the sunlight's on, yeah, that means they're still getting sun in it. So they get
They're
that means they get the sun
fungus.
where they're sleeping.
It's
They're fungus,
fungus.
So
cuz they're not photosynthesizing. You have to photosynthesize to get vitamin D. Yeah. And these white man scientists, yeah, these pseudos, because you like to use pseudosciences, but let me show you something. The white man scholars, the pagan scholars, the Caucasian scholars, these are the real pseudoscientists. These are the same man that's telling their people them for near mushroom. Cause mushroom, I'm gonna give you vitamin D. Now let me show you something. You see, when you look on the pagan them, yeah, when you look on the pagan them, look old far. Yeah, you see with the dark skinned people. Let me ask you man a question, yeah, cause I'm assuming you
Wait,
man must either know some
wait.
Africans or
You say that
have
white
some.
people are lying because they look like they get old quick.
No, not just that. Not just that. They're lying because they want to make out that they're better than everyone else. But let me show you
No, man,
something.
come
Yeah,
on. Where is Atlantis? Where is Atlantis in Africa? Where is Atlantis in Africa? No, we're getting into this. Where is Atlantis in
No, we're
Africa?
not getting into it. Torok, when I got the document, we will get into it. Until
No,
then,
but
you're
where
gonna have
is
to
it
wait, my
though?
brother.
No, but where is it? Where
My
would you say
brother, until
Atlantis
I got
was
the
in
document,
Africa?
you're gonna have to wait.
Yeah,
Until you
but
got
hold
the
on,
document,
hold on,
until I got the document, you have to wait.
Two
Stop
seconds.
asking the question then.
Two
Stop asking
seconds.
the question because you're not
No,
gonna
come
get
on,
an
Schiffer.
answer.
You
Hey,
you
do you know
can't
what? Yeah,
say that.
listen.
Nah,
Hey,
man.
Schiffer.
No, because the
Hey,
thing is,
Schiffer.
I can pull up my document now.
Yeah.
I can pull up my
You know,
document.
if we was listening, if we was listening to a white on the stream, yeah, and he said, "I don't listen to man just because he's black," yeah, would you be offended by that? Yeah.
No. Do you know why? Because I know that they're liars, and I know that they do pseudosciences, and I know those are out to make out that they're better than everyone else. I know that for a fact. Now, as far as when you're saying black, as far as when you're saying black here, I'm not dealing with black scientists. I'm dealing with African scientists. I'm dealing with the dark skinned scientists.
And then what about if I tell you? What about if I tell you? What about if I got one of those indigenous American with the information that Atlantis was in America then?
All right, I think that you would find and discover that
3 hour
what they're
long,
calling
3 hour
Atlantis-
long.
Cool, but I think what you would find is that these people have been brainwashed by the pseudoscientists, and what you will find is that it's not Atlanta they're talking about, it's Liberia.
No, it's Atlantis.
That's what you honestly believe you will find. But I'm not gonna
Because
go into it with
because
you
hold
now
on, for one, the Romans came over to the Americas and they talk about the Atlants. Even at one point of time, you could see South America on old maps as Atlantis.
Yeah, but because
So hold on, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Yes, they did. They did, and a lot of these Romans came and they even talked about what they saw, and they said, and hold on, they talked about that. Hold on, they talked about the Amazonian woman, i.e., people like Wonder Woman who come from the Amazon.
Yeah.
You did,
Yeah,
and
that's
he
right.
talked,
The
and
Amazon jungle is in America.
also, hold
You
on,
know that.
and he also talked about an island that was full of women in the Arawak and Carib tradition. Sometimes there's islands that were just only full of women.
Okay. And the Greeks tried to imitate it. Like they got an island called Lesbos, if you didn't know. The Greeks tried to imitate everything. They went places and then tried to impersonate those. They tried to impersonate those places. So like I'm trying to show you, these pseudoscientists and pseudo scholars, when they were going to these places, maybe they did think they'd found Atlantis, but what they found was not Atlantis.
Let's be honest. And going to the Amazon does not prove nothing about Atlantis. That proves that there was Amazons. That proves that the Native Americans, the Native Americans, their armies didn't just consist of men. And when the men got defeated in the war, the women would get together, just like how the Viking women would get together, and they would come to war same way. Yeah, because the women were just as respected as the men. That's all that proves. It don't prove nothing else.
No,
So
because you
if we're gonna get into
hold
it,
on 2
we're gonna wait
seconds.
till I've got the
Because hold on 2 seconds. You still have the myth today, and they create it in a lot of these comics, i.e. Wonder Woman. They might depict her how they depict her today, but if you look at
Yeah,
the
that don't mean that they were
history,
just women
hold
there,
on,
guys.
hold on. If you look at the history and the narrative, it's an old and American story of an amazing woman.
I know. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying it don't mean there was only women there. Cause how was they making babies?
Just like how we have Nanny of the Maroons, Araucana from Haiti and all them type of places, Puerto Rico.
Brethren, question: how was they making babies? Cause our
But
war.
this is what I'm trying to say. If hold on, I can tell you.
Go on, you tell me.
Well, if you understand the narrative of the Arawaks, they would tell you that at a time there was something that went on where basically, like a lot of them, they split up together because some of the men were the leaders and some of the women were leaders and certain things like that. So
Okay, so there were men there, then, wasn't there?
hold on, time would meet up and certain things like that. But originally, what will happen? It would be
All right,
like
but there were men there, wasn't there?
no, it wasn't no men permitted really to be on the island too long like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It was only children.
The
It
same
was only
way
children.
the pagans went. My brother, I don't listen to the pagans no more. What I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to pull the documents for you and then you can dispute with the document. But secondly to that, just like when the pagan Alexander went into Kemet, and saw the statue of Osiris and then found out that Osiris had a wife called Isis and there was a mother and father god that these people were paying reference to, Now, what you have to understand is he didn't want there to be no mother, so he cut the mother out of it. The same way when some of these pagans went into the Americas, they started making things up and talking about, oh, there was just Amazonian woman, there was Amazonian man too. But what they did was they wiped out most of the men. And then the women were left to fight on their own.
Nah, if you understand the culture, it was a woman hierarchy most of the time. It was women that was running the show most of the time in the Americas.
Yeah, it was women that
a
was
woman.
running the show, and the men would get sent out to battle. Just like when you look at ants, the ants have warrior ants that get sent out to the battle. The man would have got sent out first because the woman is the womb. The woman is the one who can keep reproducing the race. So a percentage of the men would have been kept back to make sure that their nation could carry on. But majority of the women would have been kept back because you can't get rid of all the women because otherwise there's going to be no more kids. That means there's no more nation. That means the nation's destroyed. So same speed, I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying, like, we have to look at things from, a productive.
But this is also, but also because of that, also because of what they saw there. That's why they called South America Atlantis.
Well, they called,
and also they hold on, and even there's modern researchers and archaeologists that found that there's a pyramid by the coast of the Bahamas on the coast of like Florida, which has sunken. Which has sunken a long time, but we have earthquakes, we have all these type of things that go on there. So there's loads of sunken lands and all these types of things.
Underneath the Bermuda Triangle, cuz. Do you know what? There's a pyramid.
Exactly, and that's Atlantis. That's where Atlantis is. That's where Atlantis is.
Yeah? But Torok, hear the joke now. There's a pyramid underneath the water in Japan called the Japanese Triangle, which is lined up perfectly with the Bermuda Triangle. So should we call that Atlantis too?
No, nobody calls that one Atlantis.
Well, why did they call the one in Bermuda Atlantis when there's just a pyramid?
Why did it
there?
exactly? Because it links up. It links up. Yes, it does, because there's a lot of sunken places. There's even sunken caves. Hold on. There's even sunken caves where they right from the BC period where they even find creatures. This no more in these hidden underwater caves and all these type of things. What are sunken? Just like Port Royal, what went underwater. There's loads of places that's been underwater from the coastline of Florida and the Bahamas.
Okay. Well, let's just break some bad news to you. No dark-skinned people were living in caves. So even if they found caves under there, there's caves under the water all over the earth. That don't mean it's Atlantis, does.
There's a Taino caves. There's a Taino caves, bro.
Let me show you something, yeah? Atlantis was a fully fledged city. Full city, yeah? With powers
No, we're not
and
saying that,
buildings
no.
and all right, so until you find that full city, that ain't Atlantis, cuz.
Yeah, but there's places underneath the water.
All right, but that don't mean that
Bruv,
one is
wait.
Atlantis, though.
How the hell did man just come out of nowhere to just prove Atlantis is where? How did we even get to Atlantis?
Because of the Bermuda Triangle.
I'm listening to you lot talking, yeah, and I'm just hearing this what is it, this Pan-Africanism, and what I come to realize is, yeah, after talking to Rambo the other day, it's like, you see this Pan-Africanism, yeah, and they're talking about blackness and all of these things, like, what it is now, yeah, is that the white man confused us. So we started talking about theory. It's not.
Oh, we confused ourselves. Are we still learning? We're still learning. Say we're still learning.
For us to come together as dark-skinned people, yeah. For us to come together as dark-skinned people, it isn't necessary for that. That's what I've got to say. Understanding our heritage and where we come from, and understanding
what's necessary.
Tries to trivialize when the pagans tried to trivialize our history, yeah, and make it into mythology and make jokes out of us. You know, some of us jump on their bandwagon. You know, like Ultra did earlier when he said, "Oh, that don't mean Hercules existed." Well, Hercules and Samson were the same person. You don't want to hear
But Hercules ain't no African story, bro. What are you talking about, man?
So tell me this. You don't know about places in like Sentan.
Hercules ain't an African story.
No, it isn't. Hercules is the name.
Wait, where did you say the towers were? In Greece.
In Gibraltar.
Greece ain't in Africa, cuz. Gibraltar.
Greece is just across the water from Africa, man. And think about it. Aphrodite is a Greek god. Aphrodite. Scipio Africanus. They use the word Afro. It's a Latin word. Africa is a Latin word. What black people on the continent of Africa are Nubians. They're Nubians. You have to tell the difference from Africans and Nubians.
Greece, yeah? Yo, Belly, you see, if you go to Greece, yeah, you're gonna find that a mad number of people in Greece are praying to the black Jesus, black Madonna and Child.
Yeah, Orthodox churches.
You're gonna find that there is so many mulattoes. You will be so surprised. You'll be thinking, hold on, was this place part of Africa?
But brother, tell me this: what's the difference from North Africa and the Mediterranean? What's the difference?
They're right next to each other. They're right. In fact, that whole thing, you see that trench here, where the Vatican is placed in here, that was man-made. That was man-made. So that was a whole landmass. It was all connected at one point. But someone dug out a trench, Greece and Rome, and then places from Africa. Someone dug that out, man-made. So check that one out, though.
What's that? Lalibela?
No, I'm saying, you see where do you know where the Vatican is, yeah? Rome, yeah? The Vatican, yeah? Do you know where that is?
He knows what that is.
Do you know where the Vatican is, yeah? Look on the map. All right, look for Vatican City on the map, yeah? It's in a body of water, yeah? Which is a trench that was dug out by the Europeans to separate Southern Europe from Africa. And then they called it Southern Europe, but it's not Europe. It's actually part of Africa. And all of that Greek thing, you see, like, for instance, the Trojans and all of that, they were all dark-skinned people. There weren't no light-skinned business going on. When you look at some of these statues of Zeus and
you talk about
some of these
Helen of Troy.
When you talk about Trojans, yeah, forget Helen of Troy. Let's talk about Trojans, yeah, the actual city Troy, yeah, not Helen, the city, yeah. When you look at
but obviously that's the story, innit? So you're talking about the Trojan, innit? That's the story, though. It's the Helen of Troy story.
The area.
Yeah, but that's the story. That's the most famous story that links the area that you're talking about, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but Trojans are like Romanians and things like that. It was a bit.
You got the stories of the Greek deities or the Greek gods or whatever now, yeah? Now, if you go back and you look at some of these statues, yeah, what you're going to find is loads of them have been whitewashed. Loads of them, what they've done is they've tried to make new statues to replace the old ones, and loads of them got destroyed. Why did they get destroyed? Because when you find any of the oldest ones, they look like dark-skinned people. They got big nose, big wide nose hole.
and they didn't understand when they got there. It's a different set of people that took over as well. But when Alexander went to Egypt, he wrote back to his mother and said, "Oh, I found out where the home of our gods are, and it was in Egypt."
Exactly. So when you check it really now, yeah, those people were all dark-skinned people. The Macedonians and all of these flipping
wait, you're saying because they said the home of the gods was in Egypt, that the Greeks was black?
The mythology, the mythology. It links back to Egypt and certain things like that. Even today, the Greek fraternities and Freemason, Egypt Mystery School.
That's right. And just like the Romans, the Freemasonry, yeah, where the flipping Pope walks with the ankh and them things there, and the scepter, just like the Egyptian priest. So when we get into this thing properly, Belly, yeah, what we're going to realize is they're rewriting and whitewashing our history.
And hold on.
And making it some kind of a joke.
Say that again.
And Schiffer. Sorry, go on.
Let me say that again.
Say that again. No, repeat what you said though, because I didn't hear you. So.
I'm saying they're rewriting our history, yeah, changing names, trivializing it, and then make it into legend, make it into something we call myth. They call it mythology because they want to trivialize it and make our thing into a joke when it's actual history.
Yeah,
that's
and
all it is. It
also,
weren't no joke thing.
And also, don't they worship Nimrod?
That's right.
Who?
And who is Hermes?
A lot of the Greeks and the Romans, after a while, they started worshiping Nimrod.
Romans worship Nimrod.
Yeah. Hold on. But Nimrod. Hold on 2 seconds. But Nimrod is from the Cushites.
That's right.
You understand?
And who is Hermes? Yo, Torok, do you know who Hermes is?
I heard of him. I don't have. I forgot. I haven't really delved in.
So you look up.
Yeah,
Hermes,
I know who Hermes is, but yeah, what about Hermes?
So you look up Hermes, yeah. Look up Hermes. Look at his attributes. Then go into the Egyptian or the Kemetic sciences, the Kemetic so-called deities, yeah, and look at someone like Thoth, and tell me what the similarities are.
Same thing.
Do you understand? There's too many similarities. And this is the problem that we're trying to trivialize our thing. When they used to worship us, when they was talking about, you see, Alexander the Great and the man, the so-called the Greek or whatever you want to call them, yeah? These men were called savages. They weren't part of the civilization. They weren't part of no Greek civilization. These men were known as savages, yeah? Like the Spartans. They were known as savage tribes.
Yeah. It's written in history. They used to say they used to run around naked. Like the Romans documented that.
But they want to take our history and act like they're us. They want to act like they're us. So anyone who's really trying to go back to their so-called blackness or going back to their darkness, we need to start taking back our history.
So that you're saying that Hermes, because Hermes is like the Greek version of Thoth.
Yeah.
That.
Not the Greek version. He is Thoth. He is Thoth. They're exactly the same person, or exactly the same personage.
Yeah, so the Greek version of Thoth, yeah.
Well, not the Greek version. Like I said, they're the same thing. It's just that the writing in Kemet was different to the writing in Greece. So it's a different language, but they still use pictorial. They still use diagram. They still use some type of writing also. You know, so when we get into it properly, it's just different languages and different interpretations of the same thing. Just like if we were to look at, for instance, if we were to look at Dionysus and then we were to look at Jesus, we're going to find too many similarities.
Bruh, it's like, so what evidence are you going to bring forward to make this claim an actual factual claim rather than just...
Well, I thought you would have known this, really. Like Nimrod is well worshipped. Like, take for instance, go back to the pagan beliefs. Take for instance the pagan beliefs of Nimrod.
Nimrod's in the Bible, Nimrod's in the Bible as well.
And also his symbolic birthday, which is the 25th of December, and all these types of things, and the other gods like Baal,
I don't follow
Esther.
religious beliefs, though, man.
No, but what I'm trying to say, but you know of other people's certain things in it, and you have Esther, which is Easter, and all these types of different events. What happened through the solstice?
I'm glad they belly. Even though me and Torok Atlantis is, you know, that's a small part of the problem. What you're gonna understand?
What?
We can debate on where
Repeat that again.
I said, I'm glad that we could enlighten you on some of this, but even though me and Torok are debating on where Atlantis is, that's a small part of the problem. But when we get to the actual crux of our conversation, which is these men are stealing our history. You know, it's me and Torok. We're like, I know Torok's done his research. I know he's done his. And
no, but you're on the right path, though. You know, we know the same thing, girl. You know what I mean? We're on the same. You know what I mean?
Come on, it's about the dark-skinned people, because that's what it's about. Us coming together as tribal people and bringing the tribes together. Because black is not a tribe, black is not a nation, but a tribe is something we can relate back into history. You know, and when we get into our tribal and we get into our actual countries and get into our actual nations, then you know what, we might not all be from the same nation, but we can all have a similar agenda, we can have the same purpose and bring ourselves
together. So is Israel in Africa as well now?
The Israelites were nomadic people. They went everywhere, cuz they went everywhere.
But you're Israelite. Are you Israelite or African?
I'm an Israelite, but same speed, yeah. There's some Israelites that could have been in Africa. Some Israelites were in Assyria. Some Israelites were in the Americas. There were Israelites everywhere. Some of them would have been in Europe. Some of them would have gone everywhere, cuz. And this is the point I'm making.
Is there not anyone else? So to make any great feat, do you have to be an Israelite, or can any other people make any other great feats or anything?
No, there's people who can do great things that weren't Israelites. Because don't get me wrong, Hercules wasn't an Israelite because there was no Israel at the time of Hercules. Abraham wasn't an Israelite. There was no Israel at the time of Abraham. You know, for instance, Muhammad was a warlord and a great teacher. He wasn't an Israelite because he weren't part of the tribe of Israel. But when we get into the thing properly, what we're going to start understanding is, you know, it's not about vanity. It's just that the Israelites were the keepers of the faith. They were God's chosen people to keep the faith.
Listen, I don't know if the Muslims are sleeping right now still, man. But yeah, you said that. You said that Muhammad was a warlord. Muhammad was a warlord, yeah.
God, Muhammad was a warlord. Of course he was. He went to war and won battle with a smaller army
bounty killer, yeah.
He was a warlord.
Coming for a while, lad.
And he won a battle against a much bigger army, yeah, with a smaller force within a matter of days. He had brought that.
Coming from why, yard? Yo, man, Muhammad's a warlord. I'm surprised. Khan ain't here.
No, because this guy can win wars.
I'll tell you what, yeah. If you disrespect, Khan will be here. He'll be here.
No, but it's bigger than that. We're talking about real facts and great people.
But
and it's not only our people that do things. You know what I mean? Well, our people are great because of our attributes. Well, our God-given talents.
But you hear me? Listen. I just want to say one thing about Muhammad. Yeah, he's not just a warlord in the sense of going and killing people. You know. So he was intellectual enough to win the war with his mind as well as with his sword. And that's what makes a real warlord.
Yeah, you have Buddha as well. You have, who else? You have all different people throughout Japan in different...
I'm thinking that you're a Shifra-like, fam.
No, you have
Shifra-like.
You're saying I'm a Shifra-like. You're saying
no, No, but you have Guru Nanak as well, all different people.
If you want to get into it, yeah, you can call me a Levite or a Benjamite or the tribe of Joseph, because that's my dad's tribe. The tribe, my dad's part of Joseph and he's part of Levi. But then on my mum's side, they're part of the Benjamites. Yeah, they're part of the Judah tribe. Yeah, the Yehuda. Yeah, so I'm a multi-triber. But all of the tribes are all connected to one person, one Jacob, yeah, who fathered all of the tribes, but all 12 of the tribes. So, you know.
So Jacob's the head, yeah?
Jacob is the head of Israel.
You know what's weird though, bruv? Why do the man them, yeah? This is what's really annoying for me, yeah? It's like, why do the man them hold on to, like, man are holding on to a Bible story which has got little to no evidence of being true as being 100% factual.
This is not a Bible story.
Listen.
hold
Let me
on.
finish. Let me finish. Let me
So what
finish,
about the
bro. Let me
evil?
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish at least.
For real, let him
Let me finish at least. Yeah. When there's other factual stories like that, say if you done like you could trace your ancestry or your roots to where you come from. Yeah. You could find out who your actual people are on the continent or in the different places and find out their actual history. You could actually have the actual real truth about your real history and who you are, and then you could just
How?
forget about the fairy tales and get on with the future. You could have a
No, but
brilliant future with
yeah, but hold
shit
on.
that you could with making feats and
No, but the
do you know
Bible
what I'm
breaks
saying?
down
Get into places
genealogies. The Bible, yeah, it breaks
where
down genealogies of who every from the start of the book. It breaks down
You know what?
genealogies of who. Hold on, 2 seconds. And even if you want to look at it as a white man's book, the Ethiopians who are black, they practice the same thing and understand it.
listen,
If you want to go, hold on, if you want to go outside of the Bible to see if Israel exists, look at the Lemba tribe, look at the Igbo tribe, and all these types of people. If you want to see if this thing exists
I don't
outside
do
of the Bible.
I got better evidence
Alright,
than
cool,
that,
man.
Torah. I
But
got
wait,
much better evidence than that. I got much
But
better
I'm
evidence.
saying, let me say something. Let me say something though, yeah, because I don't do that, yeah. Like I don't do this. There's no for me, yeah. There's no such thing as white man science or anything like that, yeah. White man information or black man information or whatever, yeah. Like I mean, but that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about when it comes to actual
Well, information is
factual
just
science.
information.
Listen. Let me finish. Yeah. Well, this is when it comes to actual factual science, innit? Yeah. I'm not talking about none of them pseudoscience that says this IQ is higher than that or rah rah rah. I'm talking about real factual science that cures diseases, builds flipping things that help people, like, do you know what I'm saying, like internet and satellite and bionic arms and shit, like real shit, yeah. Like I'm not talking about any of this stupid, like them stupid sciences where people were saying, if you come from this region, that means you're going to be this or you're going to be that. All that stupid shit, none of that. Yeah, I'm talking about real shit that actually helps you day to day. Like you see, like you're using your phone, the technology on your smartphone, the people that was developed by. If do you know what I'm saying? That if we concentrate on. Well, listen. Wait. Let me finish here, because if we concentrate on actual, real, tangible things that can actually really apply and affect our change in the future, yeah, instead of concentrating on, are we the lost children of Israel, and when is Jesus coming back here? Where's fucking Atlantis? And stupid shit like that.
Hold on.
We ain't ever gonna get no fucking pee, bruv. We're just gonna be broke on YouTube laughing stocks.
Even if it's not us, then basically you can go into the Arab world or the even the African world, basically, and you have people and tribes that could go back to centuries and centuries to know what their great grandfather's surname was, and a lot of these things. So a lot of these people know they're a direct descendant of Ishmael and all these types of things. So even if you look at us funny, there's other people that do this.
Yo, Billy, are you saying is a waste of time then?
Pan-Africanism is a waste of time.
Yo, Billy, can you hear me?
I didn't say that, man. I said believing in. I said waiting for Jesus is a waste of time. No, I don't think Pan-Africanism is a waste of time, because I tell you why. Listen, I tell you why. Let me answer the question first. Yeah. Why I don't think it's a waste of time here? Because there's been people who believe in the Pan-African theory or whatever, yeah, have been able to show tangible reasons why being a Pan-African is viable for someone that's a Pan-African. So I can see a viable reason for that. I can wait, listen. I can even see a viable reason for why someone who believes in a religion believes in their religion, in it. But it's different when you're trying to use it as a solution. If you're trying to use religion as a solution to science, yeah, then it don't work. You got to use science for science, innit? You can only use religion is only the solution for religion. That's the only thing. You can't use it for everything else.
I'm not going into science here. I don't even know why you brought that up, because no one was going into science. We're talking about history and understanding who we are.
So let's give you an example.
I know, I get your example, but I'm just saying that's not what I've been talking about here. What I'm talking about is Pan-Africanism does not relate us to our history and show us anything about who we are or where we come from. It's just something new that the white man helped to design to confuse us with. Now, the reason it does, I'm going to show you this now. This is your words. You said this is your words. You said that the Bible and these things are religion. You're calling it religion, and that's how the white people. That's how the used, because it's not religion, it is actual history. And until we start waking up and realizing this is our actual history they're trivializing and making mockery of, we're not going to be in any better position to understand who we are, where we come from, and where we're actually going.
It's all right.
So,
It's all right.
Let me give you one example. Before you jump in, hold on, Benny. Before you jump in, let me give you one example, yeah? Because you said that you don't even believe that, by the sound of things, you believe Israelites are some mythical people, that they don't exist. So let me prove to you that Israelites exist with historical fact, yeah? Historical documentation. I want you to look up someone called King Hezekiah, who is also mentioned in the Bible. And I want you to recognize that this guy had temples that they have found. And they found the stone tablets, found the artifacts. They found the drawings of the Israelites who have been captured and mutilated. And he clearly states that these people are Israelites. So I want you to look that up, because I think we're going to change your life.
Let me just respond. Shifa, sorry, bro. Big up Belly, big up Shifa, big up Torah. I concur with what Belly said. Waiting for Jesus is a colossal waste of time. If Hezekiah lived, it doesn't improve anyone's life. It doesn't get us off the bottom of the socio-economic ladder. Yeah.
Did you hear what I just said? Did you just hear what I said, Ultra? I said
I did, bro.
I did.
No, bro. I heard you, bro. Listen, for the sake of
for the longest time,
I'm willing to even concede. All right, Hezekiah existed. I'm saying it changes nothing.
In your world.
No, but I mean, what?
What world are you in?
Because
I'm in the same world as you.
For one,
You said Ultra's world, but I'm on the same planet as Ultra.
No. For one, I showed you that there's other people within Africa and the Middle East that still go by these practices where they know the lineages of their people. But if you and Ultra don't want to do that, that's fine. But don't stop others from learning what other people are, what the rest of the world are doing.
Listen to what I'm saying. For the sake of argument,
you're refuting your own history.
That Hezekiah existed.
What history?
I'm saying it changes.
Bible's not African history, fam.
It is African history. It's talking about African places in Africa. Where are the places they're talking about?
A couple of Africans are in the Bible, but it's not an African history.
So where is this? Where is